5 years prior, she was framed, resulting in her ignominious imprisonment. On the very day of her release, Ren Zi, in anticipation of rediscovering the light, instead plummeted into a deeper abyss. She was divested of her shares, her fiancé was unfaithful, and her cousin betrayed her. They even sought her demise. They proclaimed it was Ren Zi's fate, but she refused to accept it, striving to reach the side of that man. Xi Qing, his voice hoarse, uttered, "These years, you have suffered." Nestled in his embrace, Ren Zi beamed, her words chillingly cold, "I'm too busy enjoying watching them repay 1,000-fold." Chapter 1, Acquiring a New Life. Prison inmate number 37125, released upon completion of sentence. The prison guard, bearing Ren Zi's belongings from before her incarceration, escorted her from behind the bars, dutifully advising, "Behave yourself upon release, and do not ever return." Outside the prison, it was a spring day bathed in bright sunshine. Unaccustomed to the light, Ren Zi instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes, her beautiful starry eyes squinting as she stared blankly at the vibrant scene. 5 years had elapsed, from her 18th to her 23rd year, the most exquisite 5 years of her life. The prison guard handed Ren Zi her belongings, waving goodbye, farewell. Ren Zi accepted them, opening her palm to reveal a diamond hairpin. The surface has worn away, losing its original luster and becoming drab and unremarkable. Much like her. This was a birthday gift he had purchased for her at an auction when they had just entered university. He adorned her hair with it, presenting it like a treasured gem, exclaiming, "Yunbao deserves the most exquisite hairpin, it is truly beautiful." Yet, after his imprisonment, apart from an initial period, Xi Qing never came to visit her. Ren Zi was the sole daughter of the Ren family, her mother having passed away early, and her father, with no other children, had doted upon her like a precious jewel. However, the good times did not last. Ren's father's investment in a new project failed, leading to the family's sudden bankruptcy. Ren Zi transitioned from the lofty status of the esteemed daughter of the Ren family to a debtor entangled in insurmountable debts. The accounting department presented a report, directly accusing Ren Zi of tax evasion, exploiting her privileged status. She was deprived of even the chance to hire a lawyer, as she was thrust into interrogation, evidence collection, court hearings, and ultimately, imprisonment. Everything unfolded as if it had been meticulously orchestrated. As Ren Zi was shackled and imprisoned, her father, relying on his connections, sought to rescue her, but before he could act, he suffered a heart attack and tragically succumbed to the cold on the streets, his body discovered beneath a bridge among refuse. Her grandmother, already frail, could not withstand the successive blows and did not survive that harsh winter. The Ren group teetered on the brink of collapse. All of this was revealed to Ren Zi by the prison guards. Just when her life seemed shrouded in darkness, Xi Qing emerged like a beacon of light, dispelling the layers of fog and illuminating her path. In her moment of peril, it was Xi Qing who leveraged the financial resources of the Qinghai group, under the auspices of the Gu family, revitalizing the Ren group and preventing its bankruptcy. Ultimately, she ought to express her gratitude towards Xi Qing. Ren Zi clutched her hairpin tightly, suppressing the feelings of inadequacy swelling within her. She stiffly raised her gaze, scanning her surroundings. It was peculiar that he had not yet arrived. Then, she managed a bitter smile. He was likely still miffed at her, deliberately choosing not to come and fetch her. Perhaps it was for the best. She would go directly to the Ren group and surprise Xi Qing. Fortunately, after 5 arduous years of reform, Ren Zi grasped the wages issued by the prison and took a taxi to the Ren group. The transformations over these 5 years have been astonishing. Skyscrapers stood in a majestic array, and the highways intertwined like a complex web. The rapid development of the capital city rendered Ren Zi nearly unrecognizable. The driver, aware of Ren Zi's recent release from prison, noted her curiosity and adjusted the city radio's volume, engaging her in conversation. "Miss, I see you're headed to the Ren group. Are you hoping to secure a position there?" It's not an easy feat. The group is now a publicly listed company, among the top 100 in the world. I suspect even the receptionist would need to be from a prestigious university. His candid dismissal of her aspirations struck a chord. Under Xi Qing's leadership, had the group truly flourished to such an extent? A faint smile graced Ren Zi's lips as she straightened her back slightly, her tone laced with subtle defiance. "I'm going to find someone, Xi Qing, my fiancé." A chuckle escaped the driver. The driver seemed unable to contain himself. "You claim he is your fiancé? Then Mr. Gu is my son-in-law. Have you been in prison for so long that your mind has become befuddled? Mr. Gu is already engaged to the daughter of the Ren family, Ren Lin Yuan." With their wedding date approaching, Ren Zi was taken aback. "Ren Lin Yuan? Isn't she the cousin from her uncle's family? How could they be engaged?" A voice broadcasted, today, Ren Yuan, the daughter of the Ren group, was seen leaving the hospital alongside Gu Ningxiu, the second son of the Gu group. The female party's abdomen shows a slight protrusion. They became engaged earlier this year, and now the couple appears together in the media, suggesting that joyous tidings are imminent. A chilling dread spread from the soles of Ren Zi's feet, permeating her entire being. Her fiancé was to marry another woman? The car came to a halt. Ren Group.it was already vastly different from 5 years ago, the lobby bright and immaculate. Ren Zi felt a mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity. Before she could reach the elevator, a sharp, scathing voice called out to her, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you can enter the president's elevator? Do you have an appointment? If not, kindly register and make an appointment." The receptionist wrinkled her nose in disdain, as if Ren Zi carried an unpleasant odor. "Do I need to register to return to my own home?" Although Ren Zi's clothes had faded, they were clean. She pointed earnestly towards the president's elevator and said, "I am here to see Gu Ningxiu. I am his fiancé. Ha. Where did this madwoman come from? How dare you address Mr. Gu by his given name? Are you lovesick? Mr. Gu is already engaged to the heiress of the Ren family. Who do you think you are? Get out. Get out. Indeed, I am the Ren heiress," Ren Zi retorted. The receptionist, observing Ren Zi's destitute appearance, sneered derisively. She presumed this was yet another woman seeking to ingratiate herself, driven by vanity and a lack of self-awareness. How dare she, in her impoverished state, claim to be a lady of wealth? Bah! Ren Zi faltered as the receptionist's acrimonious voice persisted. "You wretched country bumpkin, reeking of poverty, dare to call yourself a lady of wealth? I dare say your mind is addled. How could the receptionist be so uncouth?" Ren Zi suppressed the unease in her heart, mustered her courage, and retorted softly, "Have Gu Ningxiu come down to receive me? You possess an unparalleled audacity, expecting Mr. Gu to personally receive you. Keep dreaming." The receptionist shoved Ren Zi, and in the ensuing struggle, Ren Zi lost her balance and crashed to the ground. Her hand flailed helplessly, grasping only air before she fell, toppling the flower vase on the reception desk. Heavens! Those flowers were air freight from abroad. Can you afford to compensate for them? The receptionist exclaimed in dismay. Ren Zi lay on the floor, her hand pressed against the shards of the vase, her hand stained with blood. A large puddle of water mirrored her disheveled state. An excruciating pain emanated from her palm. Stumbling from a sudden shove, she fell to the ground, the sleeve of her garment riding up slightly to reveal a constellation of alarming bruises marring the pristine surface of her slender forearm. Flustered, she hastened to conceal them. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a pair of impeccably polished leather shoes had come to a standstill before her. Ren Zi lifted her gaze. An involuntary exclamation escaped her lips. "You uncle." Gu Lingxi's uncle Xi Qing. His eyes were a bottomless, profound black, his gaze sharp and penetrating, his features sculpted and profound, a smooth jawline, his broad figure looming before her, eclipsing most of her view. This was none other than the veritable crown prince of the family, a man who could command the very elements, the most untouchable of all the capital's dignitaries. Oh? After being used and discarded by, you still address me as uncle? Chapter 2, Her Life in Perdition Forsaken? Was this some jest? Gu Ningxiu had avowed his eternal love for her, how could he possibly abandon her? Nonplussed. Ren Zi lifted her countenance, her luminous eyes gazing at Xi Qing. "Uncle, are you jesting with me?" Xi Qing scoffed, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. He looked down at the woman prostrate on the ground. Once, she had been the Ren family's cherished heiress, held in the highest regard. Now, she was gaunt and disheveled. Reduced to the depths of humility. Devoid of power, influence, and background, and a former inmate, she was likely oblivious to the tribulations plaguing her family's corporation. "Young Master Gu. What brings you here?" "I'll fetch you." The receptionist, upon beholding Xi Qing, approached him with obsequious trepidation, bearing a cup of coffee. Xi Qing cast a frigid glance, laced with revulsion. Assistant Chen Han interjected, his voice imbued with a palpable sense of coercion. "What is the meaning of this commotion at the group's entrance?" The receptionist, casting a furtive glance at the disheveled Ren Zi, embellished the narrative. "A madwoman appeared from nowhere, claiming to be the fiancé of the second young master, and even addressed you as uncle. She is utterly deranged. She is disrupting the company's order. I shall have security remove her forthwith." As she spoke, 2 security guards approached. Before Ren Zi could react, she was seized on either side and dragged away. She struggled, crying out, "Uncle, even if she doesn't recognize me, surely you know I am Ren Zi." The receptionist gloated. "Hurry and remove her." "Hold." A deep, resonant voice echoed. With an air of distinguished grace, Xi Qing, a figure of divine presence, yet bearing an imposing aura, commanded, "Release her." He then whispered to Chen Han, whose countenance, already somber, betrayed no emotion. Chen Han, gesturing towards the front desk, stated, "Collect your wages from finance this month, your services are no longer required." The abrupt shift left the receptionist in bewildered silence. Ren Zi rose, her disheveled and frail appearance belying a noble spirit, her slender alabaster neck and refined posture hinting at a lady of high birth, now momentarily regaining a semblance of her former grandeur, only to be instantly humbled. "You're dismissing me because of this madwoman, young Master Gu? On what grounds?" The receptionist protested. Xi Qing cast a frigid gaze upon her, uttering softly, "The Gu family has no place for those who are haughty and conceited." As the receptionist was escorted away, Ren Zi clenched her fists, her gaze lowered in self-deprecation. Her back involuntarily hunched, striving to diminish her presence. Years prior, the Gu family had paid a visit to the Ren residence. It was the new year, and the Ren household was filled with festive cheer. Xi Qing, not favored by his father, sat alone in the Ren family's corridor, exposed to the biting wind. "Brother, why are you sitting here?" With a melodious call, Ren Zi approached, her figure illuminated by the amber glow of the ground lights. She was ethereally beautiful. Her features delicate and captivating, unadorned by makeup, her cheeks flushed by the wind, as she turned towards him with a radiant smile. "It's cold here. Allow me to escort you to a place of amusement." At that time, she had just turned 15, a radiant jewel, gleaming with brilliance and splendor. Now, she was a picture of disarray, with scarcely a trace of her former allure. "Are you going to find Gu Ningxiu?" With a subtle gesture, Mr. Gu beckoned Ms. Ren to follow, striding purposefully toward the elevators. The petite figure behind him remained rooted to the spot, a picture of bewilderment. Ms. Ren, caught off guard, responded with a flustered air, her demeanor revealing a deep-seated humility. He turned, repeating his invitation with a hint of patience, "I'll take you to him." "To Gu Ningxiu?" Ms. Ren echoed, belatedly nodding and hurrying to catch up, stepping into the elevator. Ascending to the 78th floor, the location of her father's former office. A sense of poignant nostalgia washed over Ms. Ren. The world had irrevocably changed. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed up at the imposing figure beside her. Her voice trembling with emotion, "Uncle, how is Ningxiu now?" Mr. Gu's expression remained inscrutable. "Ask him yourself," he replied. Even Chen Han, not one for sentimentality, found the situation harsh, sighing softly and averting his gaze. A chime announced their arrival. As the elevator doors parted, they revealed a corridor leading to what was once Mr. Ren's office. Overwhelmed by a wave of sorrow, Ms. Ren's eyes grew red. Before she could succumb to her grief, the sound of passionate moans emanated from within the office. "Ningxiu, that's amazing, faster, ah. Tell me, in bed, am I more exciting than Ren Zi?" "Of course, it's you, darling. Ren Zi is as stiff as a board. We dated for 3 years, and she never even let me kiss her. How could she be as fun as you?" "Louder. Baby, louder. Once she's out of prison, you won't get back together, right? Also, Ren Zi's shares in Ren's corporation were divided long ago. You promised you'd transfer them all to my name. When are we signing the contract?" "Ren Zi? 5 years ago. She was tricked into bed and taken advantage of by countless men. Why would I still like her? As for the timing of the contract signing, it hinges upon the effort you exert today." It is the lewd moans of Gu Ningxiu and Ren Linyuan entwined in their debauchery. Ren Zi's complexion turned pale. Her hand pressed against her lips to stifle a sob, with her eyes betraying an unfathomable despair and resentment. 5 years ago, at a fundraising banquet she hosted, an unknown individual offered her a drink that was tainted. After consuming it, she found herself overwhelmed by desire and was led to a hotel where she lost her innocence. Since then, she has refrained from engaging with any other man. How could Gu Ningxiu misunderstand her so profoundly? Xi Qing, noticing Ren Zi from the corner of his eye, extended his hand to support her faltering form, gesturing towards the office door. He inquired, "Do you wish to go in and surprise him?" This would indeed be the greatest surprise. Ren Zi shook her head, brushing off his hand, and stumbled into the elevator, oblivious to how she managed to escape. The corridor was eerily silent, as if she had never been there at all. Chen Han sighed and remarked helplessly, "Miss Ren, you have endured much over the years. This is not something for you to worry about." Gu Shiqing exuded a cold and formidable presence, asking, "Have the documents you prepared been arranged properly?" "Everything is ready," came the response. He had other motives for visiting the Ren Corporation. Inside the office, an unpleasant odor lingered, remnants of recent revelry. Gu Ningxiu, while dressing and opening the window for fresh air, still bore the lingering traces of desire on his face. Anxiously, he exclaimed, "Uncle, what brings you here? I could have sent the contract reports to you this afternoon. There was no need for you to make a personal trip." As he spoke, he rummaged through the documents on the desk. With a subtle gesture, the black lace lingerie was tossed toward Ren Linyuan, an unspoken directive for her swift departure. In a flurry of motion, Ren Linyuan hastily donned her coat, her gaze lingering on Gu Shiqing with a mixture of amorousness and coyness before she scurried away, hands protectively covering her chest. The documents were proffered. Gu Shiqing cast a disdainful glance, his knitted brows betraying his displeasure. "The rationale behind your placement at Ren's group was to cultivate your abilities. If even a modest undertaking like the City West project necessitates the intervention of the Gu family, how can I entrust you with the stewardship of the Gu Corporation in the future?" With a sense of guilt, Gu Ningxiu handed the file to Chen Han. "Uncle, I acknowledge my error. The City West project, involving governmental bodies, commercial districts, real estate, and multi-sector investments exceeding billions, had been mishandled by Gu Ningxiu. Anxious to preserve Gu Ningxiu's reputation, the Gu family had dispatched Gu Shiqing to provide assistance." Gu Shiqing refrained from superfluous discourse, conveying his message succinctly before departing with a frigid countenance. As he entered the elevator, the pristine elevator car mirrored his figure, his face a mask of lividity. The chime signaling the elevator's descent prompted a sardonic smile. Gu Ningxiu, truly an incompetent. Upon reaching the parking level, a black Rolls-Royce awaited at the elevator entrance. The driver, Xiao Wang, could be heard expressing his exasperation. "Miss, this is not a taxi service. You cannot simply board as you please. It is a private vehicle. Do you comprehend the meaning of private vehicle?" Amidst the biting wind, a slender, forlorn figure stood erect. Ren Zi's voice trembled, yet contained a resolute undertone. "I understand. I am here specifically to seek out Master Gu." She had diligently reformed herself in prison, yearning for an early release. Little did she anticipate the scene that awaited her upon her liberation. Bereft of any access to intelligence networks, she remained utterly ignorant of the true state of affairs within the Ren Corporation. The only prospect that awaited her was the ravenous counterattack of this pack of wolves. To endure, she had no recourse but to strive relentlessly for advancement. Within the entirety of the capital city, the sole individual capable of subduing Gu Ningxiu was Gu Shiqing, the helmsman of the Gu Corporation and Gu Ningxiu's paternal uncle. Chapter 3, Then Marry Me, Perhaps? Ren Zi. A resonant and pleasing voice resonated as Gu Shiqing strode forward with elongated steps, gesturing for the chauffeur to release his hold. His discerning gaze swept over Ren Zi's countenance, noting the crimson rings around her eyes, and he emitted a soft scoff, a smile playing upon his lips. "Miss Ren, have you yet to come to terms with reality? Gu Ningxiu's betrothal to another has severed all ties between the Ren family and yourself." Her connection to Gu Ningxiu had been severed, and in essence, her relationship with Gu Shiqing was even more tenuous, virtually non-existent. Chen Han interjected, subtly attempting to dissuade Ren Zi. "Miss Ren, CEO Gu must return to the corporation for a meeting. Perhaps you should." Gu Shiqing was a man who stood at the apex of the pyramid, a fact Ren Zi was well aware of. Given her current standing, she would ordinarily have no access to such a figure. However, how could she know if she would succeed without trying? Her exquisite star-like eyes narrowed, shimmering with the light of autumn and a hint of sharpness. Ren Zi stood erect before Gu Shiqing, her height of 1 meter and 70 centimeters, while not diminutive for a woman, barely reaching his shoulder. Despite her lower stature, Ren Zi remained composed and neither servile nor arrogant, stating calmly, "Gu Shiqing, perhaps you should marry me." Even Chen Han was of the opinion that Ren Zi had lost her senses. Throughout the capital, it was common knowledge that his employer harbored the greatest aversion to women. Years prior, an executive had attempted to place a woman in his bed, resulting in the company's bankruptcy and the woman's disappearance. Over the years, whispers even circulated that Mr. Gu harbored a penchant for male companionship. As his special assistant, he knew better. The boss was simply fastidious, disliking physical contact. "Do you realize how many individuals are vying for the opportunity to marry Mr. Gu?" Chen Han retorted, "What makes you believe you are entitled to his hand?" Before he could continue, Xi Qing raised a hand, halting him. He turned his gaze towards Ren Zi, poised and inquired. What compels me to choose you from among a plethora of heiresses? Simply because I can expedite your acquisition of Gu's shares. Ren Zi's voice was composed yet resolute. Her gaze was unwavering as she asserted, within a year at the latest, I will ensure your firm establishment as the helmsman of the Gu family. Xi Qing cast a disdainful glance, scoffing, Miss Ren, have you been indulging in too many novels? Do you believe I require a woman's assistance to secure my position? If that were the case, why do you still only possess executive power? It was Madame Gu, in her final moments, who coerced the old master into drafting a will, bequeathing all of Gu's shares to you upon her demise, was it not? However, without marriage, you cannot obtain them. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Gu has been vetting potential marriage candidates for the past few years, correct? Furthermore, were you not suspicious of the circumstances surrounding Madame Gu's death? Upon concluding her statement, Ren Zi remained expressionless. However, her clenched fists at her sides betrayed her inner turmoil, her nails digging into her flesh, seemingly unnoticed. Each second stretched into an eternity. A minute feeling as protracted as a year. During her years with Gu Ningxiu, she had overheard numerous intricate details regarding the Gu family's complex affairs. She was taking a gamble. In the car, Xi Qing harbored doubts about the demise of Madame Gu. He first bent down to enter the vehicle, which was filled with warmth and a faint scent of pine, creating a comforting ambience. Sitting in the back seat, his long legs crossed and fingers interlaced, he exuded an air of authority as he gazed at Ren Zi. How much do you know about the events of that year? He inquired. Ren Zi, her knuckles whitening as she clenched her fists, bit her lip and suddenly raised her head, summoning courage amidst her trepidation. Mr. Gu, I have no other recourse. This is my last gamble. Xi Qing let out a low grunt, his fingers tightening. You lack the qualifications to negotiate with me. The atmosphere grew heavy, with the two locked in a tense standoff, more accurately, Xi Qing exerting unilateral pressure upon her. His demeanor was frigid, his expression as icy as frost. Casting a sidelong glance at her. Ren Zi, think carefully. His words reflected the current reality. Lowering her head, she felt utterly diminished, as if reduced to dust. In a hushed tone, she confessed, I have heard from Gu Ningxiu that the events of that year were related to a power struggle, involving Xingduiqi. The Gu family was a prominent lineage, their connections intricate and exceedingly complex. Xi Qing was the youngest of the previous generation, the fifth in line. Madame Gu had been considered a late bloom, giving birth to him in her 50s, only to pass away shortly thereafter. The elder Mr. Gu and Madame Gu had experienced a deep and passionate romance, which led to their disdain for Xi Qing. Xingduiqi was the mother of Gu Ningxiu, while Gu Xishuan, the second-born, was known for his promiscuity. His legitimate wife had been driven to death by Xingduiqi, who ascended as the mistress, bearing Gu Ningxiu, a child born out of wedlock. Xi Qing's visage darkened, his expression so grim it seemed to exude water. Suddenly, he chuckled lightly, his fists clenching to the point where the joints turned pale. So it is indeed the case. Ren Zi, fearful of implicating herself, lowered her head as much as possible, hoping that Xi Qing would not notice her. What else was there to know? Upon hearing his deep, magnetic voice, Ren Zi suddenly raised her head with a start. She clenched the hem of her garment, gritting her teeth and spoke, Mr. Gu, is there a fee required for the information to come? Chen Han, seated in the driver's seat, instinctively tightened his grip on the steering wheel, unable to suppress his thoughts. Ren Zi was being overly greedy. Well, at least she possessed a modicum of intelligence. Xi Qing gestured for Ren Zi to come closer, his gaze heavy with intent, commanding her approach. Ren Zi looked at Xi Qing in terror. He remained motionless, embodying an air of aloofness. His penetrating gaze fixed upon her as if seeking to see through her very essence. Clutching her clothing tightly, she hunched over as she moved closer, her back stiffly erect, sitting only at the edge of the seat, burying her head. Mr. Gu, you must know what I desire. With her head bowed, her loose strands of hair cascaded beside her ears with the movement, lending her an inexplicable softness. Xi Qing focused on the back of her head, her hair swaying occasionally, showcasing a hint of stubbornness. Almost as if compelled by an unseen force, he tapped the passenger seat, instructing, Chen Han, to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chen Han's eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. He stole a glance at Xi Qing in the rearview mirror. Mr. Gu, Marriage should be approached with caution. Gu Shiqing shot him a cold glance, causing Chen Han to shrink his neck and refrain from further comments. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Han had already paved the way, ensuring all connections were established. The process, photographs, signatures, and oaths, culminated in the acquisition of a crimson marriage certificate in no more than 20 minutes. Ren Zi entered with determination and emerged in a daze. She has indeed married the prince of the capital, and it is legally recognized. Clutching the marriage certificate tightly, Ren Zi's gaze gradually sharpened, awakening her understanding. This was merely the first step in her retribution against Gu Ningxiu. From this moment on, she would become the aunt of the scoundrel. Just wait. Everything she lost and that which rightfully belongs to her will be reclaimed piece by piece. Chen Han opened the car door, assisting Gu Shiqing into the vehicle. Before Ren Zi could enter, he swiftly shut the door. Ren Zi stood frozen in place, perplexed. Assistant Chen, what is this? Chen Han, having occupied this position for an extended period, was naturally adept at navigating these waters, seeking to spare Gu Shiqing from unnecessary complications. His tone was calm. As if addressing a mundane task, I will keep the marriage certificate for you. Chapter 4, I am your support. Ren Zi tightened her grip on the marriage certificate, casting a bewildered glance at Chen Han. Was Gu Shiqing intending to reclaim the marriage certificate? Upon reflection, it made sense. Gu Shiqing was the prince of the capital, while she was mired in scandal with a troubled family background. If news of their marriage were to leak, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. With a reluctant sigh, she loosened her grip, the smile on her lips tinged with bitterness, and handed the marriage certificate over. Assistant Chen, please take care of it. Chen Han accepted the marriage certificate, offering her an official smile, and gestured invitingly towards the car. Inside the vehicle, Gu Shiqing held a tablet, his fingers, defined and elegant, gliding across the screen. After a moment, he turned the tablet toward Ren Zi, revealing an apartment in the city center and a BMW. From now on, you may use my supplementary card for your monthly living expenses. Additionally, I will provide you with 300,000 yuan as pocket money. Do you have any requests that you wish to bring up before signing the contract? The tablet glimmered with a fluorescent glow. Ren Zi paused, hesitating to reach out for it. She fidgeted with her fingertips, her voice barely above a whisper. I have been inside for too long. I can no longer operate electronic devices. She had never encountered the latest generation of electronics. The sudden usage would undoubtedly reveal her inexperience. Rather than risk being looked down upon by Gu Shiqing, it would be wiser for her to express this concern first, thereby appearing less vain. Gu Shiqing faced Ren Zi directly, maintaining his usual air of superiority, yet there was an inexplicable tenderness in his brow. He insisted on handing her the tablet. Now that she had ventured out, there would be more opportunities to engage with new experiences. Refusing once might be acceptable, but what about 5 or 10 times? It would be more prudent to learn before others noticed her shortcomings. The tablet had gone dark, reflecting Ren Zi's slightly awkward face. She bit her lower lip, overwhelmed with uncertainty. Indeed, she would have to learn in the future. Moreover, as Gu Shiqing's nominal wife, she could not afford to bring him shame. She extended her delicate, fair hand and accepted the tablet from Gu Shiqing, resolutely stating, I will study diligently. Upon opening the tablet, Ren Zi found herself at a loss once again. Gu Shiqing lowered his head, his deep, melodious voice resonating in her ear as he occasionally reached out to swipe the icons, explaining the functions to her. His strong, reassuring arm encircled her, and a long-lost warmth surged within her, nearly bringing her to tears. Do you understand? Gu Shiqing's inquiry jolted Ren Zi back to reality. She stifled the emotion in her voice and nodded, yes, I believe I have grasped most of it. During her university years, Ren Zi distinguished herself by securing the top position in her computer science major, earning a scholarship that granted her the opportunity to pursue further studies abroad. Even after 5 years have passed, her remarkable aptitude for rapid learning remains evident. This is the contract I have drafted for the legal department. Gu Shiqing reclined against the backrest, his eyes closed in a moment of tranquility, exuding an air of casual elegance. You may review it first, if anything seems amiss. We can amend it, he suggested. All right, I will take a look, Ren Zi replied, opening her tablet and meticulously examining each clause of the contract. The duration of their marriage was stipulated to be 3 years, during which they would maintain a partnership that would remain confidential unless necessary to disclose. Upon divorce, Ren Zi would not claim any shares of the Gu Group's assets, but would receive a certain sum based on her level of assistance to Xi Qing. Additionally, it was expressly noted that Xi Qing retained the right to exercise spousal privileges. Upon reading the final clause, Ren Zi experienced a brief mental freeze, her head stiffly lifting to meet Xi Qing's gaze. She inadvertently swiped the contract away with her fingertip. "Is there a problem?" Xi Qing inquired, sensing her unease. A shiver coursed through Ren Zi. Was he displaying impatience? As a once prominent young lady now brought low, and having endured humiliation, she felt acutely aware that Xi Qing, a scion of privilege, was surrounded by women of every caliber. Surely, she could not hope to catch his eye. Having steeled herself mentally, Ren Zi summoned her courage and shook her head. "I can accept the terms of the contract, please print it out for my signature." Chen Han, who was driving in the front seat, suddenly burst into laughter. Gripping the steering wheel, he chuckled, "Miss Ren, you should know that electronic contracts have long been an option." As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a sense of unease and instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. Xi Qing's furrowed brow betrayed his displeasure, and his distinctly knotted fingers pressed against his temple, letting out a discontented click of his tongue. Chen Han quickly averted his gaze. Ren Zi's hands were intertwined, her voice taut and dry as she softly remarked, "It seems I have fallen behind the times. Miss Ren, I..." Chen Han had yet to finish her sentence when Ren Zi gently interrupted, her tone soft yet resolute, "I will strive twice as hard to keep pace with you." The Gu family upheld strict discipline, and Xi Qing had always been one to conceal his emotions. Upon hearing Ren Zi's words, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. The Cullinan traversed the winding mountain road, entering the estate. This was Xi Qing's private manor, a place he had never brought a woman to before. Inside the living room, the space was bright and pristine, exuding an air of nobility, cold and devoid of earthly warmth. "You will temporarily reside here. Should there be any future needs, the properties acquired will be directly registered in your name." Xi Qing ascended to the second floor, pausing at the corner. "Ren Zi, the study is on the second floor." In the study, the corner held an incense burner, wafting a delicate and invigorating scent of sandalwood. Chen Han was unaware of when the printed contract had come to rest on the mahogany desk, a black fountain pen ominously pressing down on its cover, exuding an air of solemnity. "Sign here," Xi Qing urged. Ren Zi picked up the pen and decisively inscribed her name, rising to present the document to Xi Qing with both hands. "Mr. Gu," she stated earnestly, "from this point onward, we are in the same boat." The two were bound by a mutual interest, united in purpose. Mr. Gu chuckled softly, accepting the contract. "Ms. Ren, you flatter me." He casually tucked the contract under his forearm, his gaze fixed intently on Ren Zi, his dark eyes exuding a palpable sense of coercion. Ren Zi touched her nose sheepishly, her heart sinking. It wasn't just about Jing Duiqi, all the elders at the time were involved. They didn't want Mrs. Gu to give birth to you and divide the family fortune, but they didn't anticipate it would be Mrs. Gu. The Gu family's lineage was extensive, with industries spanning various sectors. Even 1% of the shares represented billions in assets. No one wanted to see it fragmented, so they conspired and took action. Gu's countenance darkened ominously. He tapped his finger rhythmically on the table, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. "Anything else?" "Gu Ningxiu is determined to devour the resources in your possession. He was the one who intercepted the project 5 years ago." Ren Zi hesitated, but faced with his expression, she chose to withhold the rest of her words. Unexpectedly, Gu spoke first, his voice raspy as if emanating from the depths of hell. He stated, "The Ren family was also involved in obstructing my project." "Weren't they?" Chapter 5. So he knew all along. Ren Zi stood frozen in place, trembling as she looked up at Gu, a wave of icy dread washing over her. Her voice faltered, You knew all along?" 6 years ago, before Gu Ningxiu had grasped the specifics of the project, he managed to salvage a tourism development venture from Gu's hands. The preliminary work was already laid out, with only the publicity and a few minor activities remaining. The project, which was practically set in stone, was thwarted by Gu Ningxiu. To the outside world, Gu Jia merely claimed this was a practice project, yet only those directly involved understood the extent of Xi Qing's dedication. It was precisely because Gu Ningxiu was aware of this that he casually relinquished the project, allowing the Ren Group to reap substantial profits. The events of that year were indeed disreputable. Gu Ningxi merely sought to curry favor with his future father-in-law. And none dared to speak of it. However, how did Gu Xiqing come to know? Ren Zi cast a trembling glance at Gu Xiqing, her heart in turmoil. Do not be anxious, it is all in the past, Gu Xiqing remarked, offering no extensive commentary, his tone casual yet carrying an implicit warning. He added in a hushed voice, if your involvement in those events is non-existent, you need not fear. But if you are implicated, for the remaining 3 years, you shall need to repay every cent with interest. Understood, but it was not my scheme, Ren Zi clarified, lacking any intention to deflect blame. Nonetheless, I did benefit from the situation. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, I will compensate you for all losses incurred from that project, with interest. Upon signing the contract, Gu Xiqing elaborated on certain domestic details, advising Ren Zi that instructors would soon arrive to provide lessons in body management, business management, and the essential etiquette skills that require relearning. Ren Zi, having been raised in the Ren household and educated in similar manners, comprehended the necessity of such instruction. After receiving the detailed schedule, Ren Zi descended the stairs. In the study, the aroma of sandalwood mingled with a faint, elusive fragrance, exuding an indescribable elegance. Gu Xiqing rested a hand on his brow, lost in contemplation. As he stored the contract away in a folder, his fingers brushed against the final clause, the fulfillment of marital duties. A sudden throbbing pulsed at his temples. He dialed the internal line, summoning Chen Han upstairs. Upon seeing the contract finalized, Chen Han extended his hands deferentially, Mr. Gu, I'll take this to the notary office. The final clause, what is the meaning of this? Gu Xiqing did not proffer the document. His countenance, like frost-kissed ice, betrayed his displeasure as he slammed the contract onto the desk. It glided across the polished surface, halting before Chen Han, who bowed respectfully. Mr. Gu, my intentions were solely for your benefit. Miss Ren's abrupt request for collaboration, coupled with her unreasonable demands, suggests ulterior motives. Prudence dictates caution, lest. Indeed? You now presume to dictate my actions? Gu Xiqing retorted, his anger laced with sardonic amusement. 6 months performance bonus deducted. Let there be a next time, and your tenure at Gu Corporation shall be terminated. Understood, Mr. Gu. Chen Han retreated, contract in hand. Only then did Gu Xiqing comprehend the reason behind the young woman's pallid complexion and hesitation. Does she truly perceive me as such a man? An opportunity must be seized to elucidate matters to the young lady. Gu Xiqing lowered his gaze, caressing his wristwatch, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Recalling Ren Zi's limpid, radiant eyes and her guileless, unadulterated smile, akin to that of an ethereal sprite, he murmured, amusement coloring his tone, she would not. Ren Zi officially took residence at the Gu estate. From the servants' whispers, she gleaned that this was a scenic resort personally developed by Gu Xiqing, situated in a propitious locale. A sanctuary he had reserved for himself, blessed with an exceptional position. Her chambers were located on the 2nd floor, facing south. Even in the heart of winter, the room was bathed in the sun's warmth. Gazing out from the window, the desolate, tranquil rear mountain loomed in the distance, like a majestic elder, gazing steadfastly upon those who looked up to it. Regardless of how agitated her emotions were, they were instantly assuaged. Basked in the sun while perusing the documents that had sent 5 years prior, had completely taken control of the group. Leveraging the family's financial foundation and securing 3 real estate projects, which afforded him a voice within the group. Earlier this year, he had also become engaged in a sweet and high-profile manner, signing a contract transfer agreement at the engagement banquet. 30% of the group's equity was under his name. It turned out that the two had been colluding for a long time. After reviewing the detailed information, thought she would feel heartbroken, but her emotions remained calm. She lowered her eyes, thinking that this way, she wouldn't have to show any mercy in dealing with them. She continued to read on, finding the proportions of the assets that were divided among the major families and after the group was split up. The family in the north of the city and the family in the south received the largest shares. It also detailed the reorganization of the power dynamics among the major families with the group at the center and the group, relying on, ranking second. Following them were the family, and family. The daughter of the family had been on good terms with in the past, but as an illegitimate child, she hadn't been able to offer much help. Recalling the past, S eyes welled up with tears. She spent the entire afternoon thoroughly reading the documents. By the time she stood up and stretched, the sky outside the window had already darkened, leaving only a sky full of red clouds. Miss. The young master hasn't returned from the company yet. Would you like something to eat? The maid asked, knocking on the door as stomach was already rumbling. But she shook her head and said softly, I'll go out to eat. Nodded in understanding, closed the door, and left. After speaking, immediately regretted it. She hadn't stepped into society for 5 years, and suddenly reintegrating filled her with inexplicable fear. Recalling Xi Qing's words, Ren Zi gritted her teeth once more. Instructed the housekeeper to prepare a car, and descended the mountain. The bygone year's Western restaurant. The restaurant's area had expanded 2 or 3 times its original size, with the former courtyard converted into a parking lot and the backyard serving as the main hall. Crystal pendants adorned the grand hall, maintaining an aura of elegance and nobility. The contrast from its former state was immense. Madam, we have arrived at the restaurant. The driver brought the car to a halt. Glancing at Ren Zi in the rearview mirror to offer a gentle reminder. Ren Zi was clad in attire sent back by Xi Qing. Though devoid of any discernible brand, the quality and craftsmanship of the clothing suggested a considerable price. She also possessed a supplementary card under Xi Qing's name, with a credit limit that could easily acquire the entire restaurant. Yet, she found herself hesitant to enter. It was as if only dim, damp, and frigid environments were suitable for her. Ren Zi clutched the strap of her bag tightly. Just as she lowered her head, 2 familiar figures caught her eye. Upon looking up, she saw Ren Lin Yuan, dressed in opulent attire, gazing adoringly at Gu Ningxiu with her small face tilted upwards. She leaned against Gu Ningxiu as if boneless, whispering something to him. Gu Ningxiu indulged her, his head bowed as he spoke, his profile radiating boundless affection. His voice, filled with love, drifted towards her. Very well. I shall order everything you desire. Even if you wished for the stars in the heavens, I would pluck them for you. A sharp pain pierced Ren Zi's heart, as if she had been stabbed 1,000 times, causing blood to flow freely. It was not until their figures vanished through the entrance that Ren Zi lifted her head, smiling radiantly, and said, I shall alight here. You may wait here. Chapter 6, Anniversary of the adulterous couple met with humiliation. Ren Zi followed only after witnessing the pair disappear from sight. The restaurant's lobby exudes opulence, with a reception desk strategically positioned between the private booths and the main hall. The booths serve as a marketplace for the affluent and influential, while the hall accommodates more casual diners. Ren Zi witnessed with her own eyes as Gu Ningxiu embraced Ren Linwan's waist, his hand inappropriately groping her. The two of them sauntering towards a private room in a flirtatious manner. She approached the reception and said, Hello, I would like a private booth. The receptionist, unfazed, smiled and replied, Madam, I apologize, but private booths require advance reservation and proof of funds. Are you dining alone? If you prefer, I can secure a windowside table for you in the main hall. Would that be acceptable? Having been isolated from society for 5 years, Ren Zi had become increasingly cautious. She responded softly, Is it really that complicated? Then I shall sit in the hall. After a brief pause, she rummaged through her bag and produced the supplementary card given to her by Xi Qing. Would it be acceptable to verify funds using this bank card? Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. The receptionist took the card with both hands, and upon noticing the gilded letters on the card, her heart skipped a beat. The Gu family of the capital? Yet, she had seen the Gu family's daughters before, and they did not resemble this one. Stealing a glance at Ren Zi, she pondered whether she could be. The receptionist dared not dwell on it and promptly arranged for Ren Zi's accommodation, rushing to summon the manager for verification. Ren Zi settled at a table by the floor-to-ceiling window. Although it was the main hall, the tables were distanced from one another. Each table was adorned with a landscape painting screen, creating a serene and elegant atmosphere that put her at ease. Resting her chin on one hand, she gazed out the window, deliberately straightening her posture to appear dignified and graceful. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from behind her. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground and shattering. Ren Zi, seemingly startled, swiftly rose to her feet, her hands hanging by her sides, firmly pressed against her trousers, her expression grave. A waiter hurried over to tidy up the fallen vase and offered apologies to the patrons. Gradually, the situation improved, though some customers cast disapproving glances in Ren Zi's direction, rolling their eyes as if to disdain her previous actions. In a prison setting, such a commotion would have elicited reprimands from the warden. Ren Zi, slowly realizing that she was no longer incarcerated, found herself defeatedly sinking back onto the sofa. Her previously straightened posture instinctively slumping once more. At that moment, a man in a sharply tailored suit approached, his smile warm and accommodating. "Miss, I am the former manager. And I shall be at your service throughout your visit. Would you like a private room? A spot has already been reserved for you upstairs, as usual, in room 818. Ren Zi pondered curiously whether the service had indeed improved so significantly since her last visit, with the manager himself attending to customers. Manager Su had been occupied with the private room of young Master Gu, and when a server sought him out, he had dismissively waved him away. The turning point came with the sight of the black card. He recognized it instantly as the exclusive card of the Gu family patriarch, although it was a supplementary card. Its privileges surpassed all others, necessitating immediate attention. "I apologize for the inconvenience, please, follow me upstairs." Without further inquiry, Ren Zi picked up her bag and ascended the stairs. Nodding in affirmation, "All right, please lead the way." Meanwhile, in room 801, Ren Lin was sulking. Her lips pursed high as she forcefully pushed away the plate in front of her. "What is Manager Su up to? He leaves in the middle of the meal, does he look down on me?" The freshly imported foie gras from France was overturned onto the table, the sauce creating a chaotic mess. How could this be? By marrying me, Wan naturally became one of the most distinguished individuals in the capital. To demonstrate his sincerity, Gu Ningshu personally cleared the table, offering tissues to Ren Lin Wan to cleanse her fingers, gently coaxing her, "Is it just a manager? Let me serve you dishes and clear your plates, darling, would that be all right?" "Absolutely not," Ren Lin Wan retorted, her temper flaring. She flung her utensils aside, demanding, "I want Manager Su here. Call him. If he doesn't come to this private room, he can forget about working at pastures ever again." The clatter of silverware against the plates resonated sharply. A waiter, startled by the outburst, flinched, accepting the tray from Gu Ningshu's hands, and meekly inquired, "Madam, I apologize for the disturbance. Would you like me to serve the dishes? I can assist you." "Get lost. What do you amount to?" Ren Lin Wan snapped, delivering a harsh slap. The hostess, terrified, burst into quiet sobs. The doting expression in Gu Ningshu's eyes diminished slightly, his once gentle tone hardening as he sighed. "What is it that you truly desire? And you, please leave us for now. We'll summon you if we need anything." The hostess hastily retreated, practically fleeing through the door. Ren Lin Wan crossed her arms, displaying an unreasonable and imperious demeanor. The act of serving or clearing dishes was inconsequential to her, it was the status that mattered. Manager Su had been attending to their room perfectly well until someone's mere utterance summoned him away. If her girlfriends were to find out, she would be subjected to ridicule. "Ningshu, Manager Su is the most skilled at carving steaks. I simply crave a steak, can you not even grant me this small favor?" Gu Ningshu sighed deeply, feeling utterly speechless. His marriage to Ren Lin Wan was not born out of affection. In the realm of affluent unions, love is the most inconsequential element. What truly matters is the equivalence of their family backgrounds and the ability to forge a beneficial alliance. Furthermore, Ren Lin Wan possessed only a modicum of beauty. When compared to Ren Zi, she fell woefully short. Not to mention, Ren Zi was indeed a refined young lady nurtured within the echelons of high society, possessing grace, politeness, and a sense of propriety that Ren Lin Wan could never emulate, leaving him feeling embarrassed. Speaking of which, Ren Zi would soon be released from prison, wouldn't she? He could still. "What are you thinking about?" Ren Lin Wan, infuriated, pushed Gu Ningshu's arm, her tone sharp, "Are you with me and still thinking of other women?" "Gu Ningshu. How could that be? You are the only one in my heart, my darling." Just as the two were enveloped in their affectionate exchange, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Manager Su's voice penetrated the atmosphere, "Miss, please come this way." "Well, if you won't attend to me, then go play doorman for someone else." Ren Lin Wan, seething, rose and strode towards the door, determined to see the extent of the other's capabilities in attempting to steal someone from her grasp. The door swung open completely, revealing a cluster of 7 or 8 waitstaff clad in suits, surrounding a charming figure in the front. Manager Su led the way, cheerfully introducing local specialties. The beauty smiled softly, creating an atmosphere of joy. As they advanced, a fleeting glimpse of the woman passed by, alluring and delicate. Her waist seemingly delicate enough to encircle with one hand, even from behind, one could tell she was a stunning beauty. Gu Ningxiu halted in his tracks. His gaze fixated on that familiar silhouette, wondering if it was still your beloved? Well, she is certainly doomed. Clattering in her stiletto heels, Ren Linwan barged forward, forcefully shoving aside Manager Su's hold on the woman's forearm. With a vigorous backward thrust, she delivered a stinging slap. Vile harlot, she spat. Are you addicted to stealing? Daring to lay your hands on what's mine? The woman's delicate frame faltered, nearly collapsing, but Manager Su steadied her just in time. Only a portion of her face was visible, revealing a high, elegant nose and a striking profile. Gu Ningxiu recognized her instantly and lunged forward. Ren Zi. Chapter 7, What was lost, I shall reclaim. The slap was poised, a whirlwind of force about to descend, causing Ren Zi's lashes to flutter nervously. She recoiled instinctively, a surge of anger coursing through her. Raising a slender arm in defense, she braced herself, eyes tightly shut. A knot formed in her chest. But the anticipated pain never came. Instead, an incredulous voice pierced the air. Gu Ningxiu, what do you think you're doing? Ren Zi opened her eyes to see Gu Ningxiu intercepting Ren Linwan's blow. He angrily flung Ren Zi's hand aside, warning Ren Linwan through gritted teeth not to create a spectacle with so many eyes upon them. Ren Linwan's wrist throbbed, reddened by his grip. She pointed a trembling finger at Ren Zi's face. I'm the one making a scene? You're worried about embarrassment now? Where was this concern when you were so eager to be with me? Upon being recognized, Ren Zi's immediate instinct wasn't to acknowledge the greeting. Her face flushed crimson, and she desperately sought escape. Lowering her head in disarray, she used her long hair to conceal her face. I'm sorry, you've mistaken me, she mumbled. Manager Su, let's go. Despite her head being bowed low in humble submission, desperately attempting to conceal herself, she was intercepted by Gu Ningxiu's imposing hand. He firmly grasped Ren Zi's delicate wrist, declaring, You cannot escape recognition. His cold, venomous words slithered up her calf like a malevolent serpent. Manager Su hurriedly intervened, attempting to mediate. Is there a misunderstanding between you two? We gathered here to enjoy a meal, let us not quarrel. I shall arrange private rooms for both parties and provide 2 fine bottles of wine. You may choose at your leisure. What gives you the right to meddle in my affairs? Step aside. Ren Linwan spat a curse, pointing accusingly at Manager Su's nose. You dare to come here to guide this wretched creature? Truly, your eyes must be blind. And you, Gu Ningxiu, defending Ren Zi in my presence? Do not forget that I am your betrothed fiancé. What does your entanglement with another woman signify? Gu Ningxiu, suppressing his emotions, retorted, silence. Before Ren Zi, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. She was well aware of her cousin's temperament, fiery yet lacking in intellect, a classic case of beauty without brains. It was evident that if chaos did not ensue today, it would not conclude. Manager Su found himself in a predicament. Ladies and gentlemen, the corridor is hardly a suitable place for discussion. Let us proceed to the private room where we can converse at length without tarnishing the restaurant's reputation. To the private room? It is dimly lit, Ren Linwan remarked, scrutinizing Ren Zi with derision. Is there a need to ask whether Miss Ren is willing? I recall that prisons often possess such gloomy environments, do they not? Is there not a sense of returning to the past? The words prison and past sent shivers through Ren Zi, causing her to tremble with fear. She raised her head with all her strength. Yet her body remained rigid and stiff. Despite her efforts, she could not utter a single word. How could she possibly lift her gaze? Burdened as she was by her wretched past? Ren Linwan seemed to have seized upon Ren Zi's vulnerabilities. Life in prison must have been quite unbearable, wasn't it? 5 years spent inside, did you not suffer from a dire lack of male company? Upon your release, you must have felt like a fish out of water. However, this is not 5 years ago, the Ren family can no longer shield you. Do you possess any wealth? Can you even afford to pay for your meals? Let alone a service fee? Perhaps, if you kneel and bow 3 times before me, I might reluctantly consider covering your expenses. Ren Zi cast a cold glance upwards. After all these years, Ren Linwan remained unchanged, remarkably foolish. Her nails dug tightly into her palms, the pain sharpening her senses. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, betraying the quaking of her heart as she suppressed her underlying fear. In a low voice, she replied, regardless of the circumstances, we share the surname Ren. Is it not unseemly to act so ruthlessly? The two women stood face to face. Ren Linwan, typically exuding the demeanor of a privileged young lady, was instantly diminished in the presence of the truly pampered Ren Zi. Even in her high heels, she could barely match the stature of Ren Zi, who wore flat shoes. Despite having endured 5 years of hardship, Ren Zi stood tall and graceful, her slender waist reminiscent of a willow branch, her long legs perfectly proportioned. She embodied the ideal of a figure that was neither too plump nor too thin, striking a flawless balance. With her back straight, Ren Zi maintained a steady gaze upon Ren Linwan, showing no sign of the scars left by her incarceration. You are acutely aware of your involvement in my incarceration years ago. Her voice was gentle yet solemn, her hollow, disillusioned gaze shifting from one to the other as she enunciated each word. And you, Ms. Gu, 5 years have elapsed, yet your allure remains undiminished. Though seemingly a casual greeting, it was, in reality, an interrogation, born of resentment for the vicissitudes of the past 5 years, and for Gu's perceived treachery. Gu's eyes betrayed a flicker of guilt as she stepped past Ms. Ren, standing before Ren Zi, her tone urgent. Little Zi, I, too, was subject to circumstances beyond my control back then. Gu, are you ruled by your baser instincts? Ms. Ren exclaimed, tugging at his sleeve with trepidation, questioning his imprudence in divulging such information. Ren Zi cast a frigid glance at them both, discerning that their relationship was not as cordial as the world believed, but rather a union of convenience. Attend to your own affairs. Gu wagged his finger at Ms. Ren in a cautionary manner, seemingly in support of Ren Zi. You were only just released today, weren't you? How did you come to be here? I shall reserve a private room and order your favorite dishes. You should rest. If you dare to be alone with her, you are a dead man. My affairs are of no concern to you. A sardonic smile played on Ren Zi's lips as she listened to their quarrel, her almond eyes glinting with disdain. A vile couple together is a nauseating sight. I would never deign to dine with the likes of you. The atmosphere was instantly charged, the silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. The manager wiped away beads of perspiration, hesitant to speak. Ms. Ren, incensed, retorted, Ren Zi, who are you calling vile? Dare me to tear your mouth apart. Ren Zi met her gaze with contempt, retorting mockingly, whoever acknowledges it is the one I speak of. In the antiquated corridor, the ceiling lights cast a dim, flickering glow, illuminating Ren Zi with a soft, golden hue. Her demeanor was chillingly aloof, starkly contrasting with her usual self, evoking a sense of reverence that rendered onlookers hesitant to intrude. After 3 years of courtship, Gu Ningxiu had yet to experience the essence of Ren Zi, and at this moment, a feather-like sensation brushed against his heart, igniting an unbearable itch within him. He positioned himself before her, his eyes brimming with desire, and in a hushed tone whispered into her ear. Do you not wish to dine? Are you not curious about the issues surrounding the Ren Group's project back then? As the distance between them diminished, Ren Lin's heart raced with alarm, prompting her to interject between them. What is past is bygone, revisiting it will not resurrect your father nor absolve your 5-year imprisonment. Ren Zi, do not cling to it so tightly. Am I the one clinging? Ren Zi stood solitary beneath the light, her silhouette shrouded and indistinct. Her voice was melodious and ethereal as she articulated, currently, it is only the victim who remains confined to 5 years ago, nailed to the pillar of shame, while the perpetrator strides into the sanctuary, stepping upon the foundations of connections and even the remains of others. Is there any logic in this world that permits such a reality? Chapter 8, this slap awakened her. Ren Zi, with her solitary pride, stood resolutely in the center of the corridor and calmly remarked, Young Master Gu, please proceed. Ren Lin's features contorted with rage. She had not anticipated that Ren Zi would truly acquiesce. As she observed Gu Ningxiu's face adorned with a smile, his hands itching to encircle Ren Zi's waist, her frustration turned to fury. Instinctively, she turned to leave, yet she feared that something might indeed transpire between them. Ren Zi walked half a step behind Gu Ningxiu, clad in the simplest of attire, her ponytail revealing a well-rounded occiput, and her long, delicate swan neck exuding an air of grace. Every subtle expression of hers painted a picturesque scene. Ren Zi, after all these years, you remain unchanged. Gu Ningxiu gazed at her, captivated. Unmoved, Ren Zi gently inquired. Haven't we arrived at the private room yet? After 5 years of rehabilitation, that alluring charm surrounding her had not faded. Ren Linwan trailed at the back, muttering under her breath, just like that wretched woman's mother. Ren Zi's rosy ears twitched slightly, as if she hadn't heard, maintaining her impassive demeanor while following Gu Ningxiu. The group halted before room 818. This is the room, Gu Ningshu announced. It was reserved due to my uncle's investment during the renovations, ensuring it remains the most scenic spot in the restaurant. Please, let's enter. Standing at the door with gentlemanly elegance, Gu Ningshu gestured courteously, Miss Ren. Manager Su, visibly distressed, ran a hand through his hair. This room had been specifically set aside for her, courtesy of Mr. Gu. Before Manager Su could finish his sentence, Ren Zi waved him off, shaking her head in refusal, and entered the room without a sideways glance. Ren Linwan attempted to follow suit but was halted by Gu Ningshu's grip on her arm. He cast a glance back at the room and, lowering his voice, warned. What are you doing coming in here? Why can't I enter? Don't forget, I am your fiancé. Infuriated, Ren Lin retorted defiantly, jostling Gu Ning's shoulder as she entered. Or could it be that you're engaging in some clandestine activity? Manager Su, mindful of Ren Zi's reputation, draped her discarded coat over his arm before hanging it behind the door. As expected of a private room personally selected by Xi Qing, the decor, a stark contrast to that of her home, was uniformly simple in style. Landscape screens stood in the center of the room, accompanied by the gentle murmur of flowing water, wisps of white mist, and incense from the corner censer, all exuding an air of opulence. Miss Ren, please cleanse your hands first. Manager Su attended to every detail. Ren Lin, having evaded Gu Ning, sat opposite Ren Zi with a provocative air, legs crossed. After wiping her hands with the warm towel, Ren Zi returned it to Manager Su, whispering in his ear, please excuse yourself for now, but remain close by and return immediately upon hearing my voice. Understood. Only the three remained in the private room. Four high-backed redwood chairs encircled a table of the same material, crafted from a single tree, a natural wonder of unparalleled rarity. Gu Ning, disregarding Ren Lin entirely, sat closest to Ren Zi and offered her the menu, classic pork tripe and chicken. I recall it being your favorite. The exquisite menu was passed to Ren Zi, who, without even glancing at it, replied indifferently, one's tastes are subject to change. Just as I was once unaware that you had a predilection for detritus. I have nothing to discuss with you. I merely wish to know why Ren's group suffered a financial deficit in the past. Ren Lin's countenance shifted instantly, and she raised her hand to strike her once more. Gritting her teeth as she spat, Ren Zi, your insults have certainly become more refined. Restrain yourself, Anwan. Gu Ningshu gently patted her hand in a soothing manner. His tone, now devoid of the previous cordiality towards Ren Zi, turned sharp. Originally, Anwan considered your shared family name and intended to grant you some equity upon your release. However, you have proven yourself unworthy of such consideration. Therefore, your existing shares will be revoked. Ultimately, your concern lies solely with my shares. I demand to know the truth, Ren Zi stated with crystalline clarity. Remaining composed in her seat, she elegantly crossed her legs, her gaze lowered, thick lashes casting shadows upon her cheeks. Beyond that, she added with indifference. I have no interest in anything else. Ren Linwan, who typically feigned an air of elegance and refinement, revealed her true nature as an unsophisticated girl. Seizing a wine bottle and hurling it towards Ren Zi. Speaking to you politely was a courtesy you did not deserve. Since you reject it, do not blame me for lacking restraint. The bottle traced a perfect arc, wine spraying with the motion, splattering across the table. Ren Zi's lashes fluttered, and she tilted her head slightly. The bottle missed her forehead by a mere centimeter, passing harmlessly. The glass shattered upon impact with the corner of the wall, the fragments mingling with the spilled wine, creating a scene of disarray. Outside, Manager Su, overhearing the commotion, broke into a cold sweat. However, as he had not yet received a summons from Ren Zi, he was in a dilemma. His heart pounded with anxiety. Quickly, contact Mr. Gu. Ren Zi remained seated, exuding an aura of detached refinement. Her composure only served to accentuate Ren Linwan's resemblance to a frenzied shrew, baring her fangs in a grotesque manner. Ren Zi, do not overestimate your position. Gu Ningshu, with his patience worn thin, wore a sullen expression as he tapped his finger against the table. The very fact that you are here conversing with me today is a courtesy on my part. The exquisite red wine emitted an ineffable fragrance that lingered at the tip of his nose. Initially, it was pleasant, but with each inhalation, a sense of nausea began to rise. Ren Zi subtly furrowed her brow. Had you truly valued reputation, you would not have abandoned the Ren family 5 years ago. Her words were like pearls strung together, ascending the social ladder on the back of the Ren family's connections, extracting every last ounce of worth before striking without warning. You turned a blind eye while I was imprisoned, even choosing to forsake me and indulge with my cousin. Gu Ningxiu's eyes glistened with a crimson hue. His jaw clenched tightly. Slap. The sharp sound of a palm meeting flesh echoed in the room. His hand was raised high, fury etched across his face. Ren Zi. Do not overstep your bounds. No sooner had the words left his lips than the door swung open. Upon entering, Xi Qing was met with the sight of Ren Zi being struck. She stood rigid, defiantly lifting her small, fair face. A vivid red imprint of a slap stark against her porcelain skin, resolutely biting her lip to hold back tears. Her already delicate features were nearly obscured by the mark. He strode in with long strides, his expression dark as he addressed Gu Ningxiu. Is this how you treat women? Uncle, what brings you here? Gu Ningxiu rose in a fluster, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he hastily attempted to justify himself. It was just a minor disagreement, so. You resorted to striking a woman? The low, dark, and oppressive words seemed to echo from the depths of hell. As Xi Qing emanated an aura of cold authority. Is this how your mother raised you? Chapter 9, I shall retaliate. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Gu Ningxiu's eyes, quickly vanishing as she lowered her head, apprehensive. Brother, it's not like that. Not like what? In the dim light, Xi Qing stood tall in a meticulously tailored gray-black suit, exuding an air of dominance with every movement. His mere presence, silent yet imposing, created an undeniable pressure. In an instant, all words fled from Gu Ningxiu's lips, leaving him awkwardly bowing his head in discomfort. Young uncle. Ningxiu was merely catching up with an old friend and inadvertently struck out. We are all family here, there is no need to disturb the harmony. Ren Linwan wore a forced smile, her gaze attentive towards Xi Qing. As she attempted to take a step closer, she was halted by Chen Han. Despite his formal attire, the muscular definition of his arms was unmistakable. He spoke coldly. If memory serves me right, Miss Ren has yet to marry young Master Gu. You bear the surname Ren. While our general manager belongs to the Gu family, these two should not be conflated. Furthermore, how does one accidentally strike someone across the face? Perhaps Miss Ren could stand here and demonstrate for me? Throughout this exchange, Xi Qing remained rigidly still, clearly in agreement. Chen Han's stance echoed Xi Qing's sentiment. Who would dare to provoke such a figure? Ren Linwan's face paled with indignation as she cast a pleading glance at Gu Ningxiu, who acted as if she were oblivious, silently grinding her teeth in restraint. With great effort, she managed a smile. Assistant Chen, you jest. With her head bowed, Ren Zi stood between the two groups, the light casting a shadow that accentuated her detached demeanor. Her very posture conveyed a sense of profound grievance. Miss Ren. A resonant baritone, as smooth as a cello, echoed in the air. Ren Linwan, presuming she was being addressed, looked up with a joyful expectation. However, Xi Qing approached Ren Zi, his imposing figure shielding half of her. They maintained a respectful distance, yet Ren Linwan perceived an undercurrent of intimacy. I am truly sorry, Xi Qing said, bowing with genuine contrition. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. Ren Zi raised her head, her amber eyes shimmering with a resolute glint. Indeed, name your price. Gu Ningxiu declared magnanimously, mindful of Xi Qing's presence. You must be short on funds, fresh out as you are. I shall write you a check for 1 million. Spend it as you please. Ren Linwan added with a fawning smile, yes, if you're in dire straits. Why not join the Ren Corporation? I could arrange a position for you. Though lacking qualifications, perhaps sales would suit you? The remark was laced with double entendre. The Ren Corporation, a prominent entity in the capital, required even its receptionists to hold bachelor's degrees. For Ren Zi to enter without credentials would both humiliate her and showcase Ren Linwan's supposed empathy, a strategic maneuver. My dear cousin remains as benevolent as ever. Her gaze darkened instantaneously, and she fixed her eyes upon Ren Linwan. It seems you've forgotten that Ren Corporation is not yours to command. Do you even have a voice here in the future? Her tone was measured and gentle, yet resolute. Ren Linwan was about to erupt when she met Xi Qing's gaze, causing her to lower her eyes and grit her teeth. Sister, what exactly do you want? Ren Zi's placid gaze swept back and forth between the two, slow and heavy, like a dull blade slowly flaying skin. The atmosphere suddenly became severe. And even Gu Ningxiu's breathing grew lighter. Only the crisp sound of her voice cut through the air. I want to return the slap. From his vantage point, Xi Qing could only see Ren Zi's profile, her jaw smooth as jade, her spine thin and straight, like a small beast in distress, howling in desperation, revealing a row of fine, sharp teeth. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, chuckling softly. This young woman had remarkable audacity. Guning Su exclaimed incredulously, Ren Zi. Has your time inside driven you mad? Do you even know who I am that you dare strike me? Especially with my uncle here, you'd have to. Strike. The voice was deep, drawing everyone's attention. Xi Qing stood with one hand in his pocket, his aura oppressive and terrifying. His face was cold, like a demon emerging from hell. Guning Su, when you apologize for wrongdoing, you must show genuine contrition. Did this mean he was truly allowing Ren Zi to strike her? Guning Su suppressed her retort. Ren Zi's high heels clicked on the floor, her presence imposing as she approached Guning Su step by step. She stopped before her. I. Smack, the crisp sound of a slap echoed. Guning Shu's face was turned to one side, his cheeks flushed, bearing the unmistakable imprint of a slap. Ren Zi moved her palm, still tingling from the impact, and shook her wrist. You really struck me? She said, and then, smack, another slap followed. The first slap was a response to your attack. The second serves as a warning. Her voice was cold, imbued with an endless chill. It's time to return what you took. Guning Shu raised his gaze to meet her bright yet frigid eyes, instinctively stepping back. Ren Zi, the Ren group is no longer yours. Ren Linwan supported Guning Shu, her face etched with concern as she glared in disbelief. Isn't it too audacious of you to come back and seize it? Oh? I was not referring to the group. Why the haste? Ren Zi replied leisurely, each word a gem of clarity. She produced a black card and handed it to Manager Su, her enthusiasm waning. I have no desire for a meal, please settle the bill. The black card flashed before Guning Shu's eyes so swiftly that he could barely discern the owner. Yet he was certain, Ren Zi must have been well cared for. How else could she possess such a card after 5 years in prison? She must be under someone's patronage. After paying, Ren Zi walked away with an air of grace, her heels clicking softly against the floor, her bag slung casually over her shoulder. Guning Shu pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth, unable to suppress the pain on his face. Uncle, you. He wished to inquire why he was shielding Ren Zi. However, Xi Qing preempted him. Have you completed the projects assigned to you? Or is the workload so light that you find time to bully women here? Uncle. Guning Shu exclaimed hastily, lamenting that the data verification of 36 projects was nearly halfway complete, hence the respite for a meal. Merely halfway? If I don't see the detailed data by 9 a.m. tomorrow, consider yourself unemployed at Gu's. Xi Qing strode away. Understood, uncle. Once Xi Qing was out of earshot, Ren Linwan inquired, Ningxiu, what shall we dine on tonight? Dine? We're returning to the corporation to address the work. Outside the restaurant, Ren Zi awaited Xi Qing in the van. She had recently acquired a smartphone and was swiftly mastering its use. The vehicle door was wrenched open, and a gust of frigid air swept in. Ren Zi squinted to observe Xi Qing, who, still bearing the chill of the outdoors, settled beside her, loosening his suit buttons slightly. His deep, resonant voice resonated. Having vented your anger, do you feel gratified? Chapter 10, Pursuing me all the way to the office gratified? Ren Zi lowered her gaze to her reddened palms, still tingling with a faint ache, vaguely recalling the sensation of striking the scoundrel's face. It was indeed gratifying, and he deserved far worse. The usually docile and gentle young woman, now with a frigid and fierce glint in her eyes, resembled more a young wolf cub. A hint of amusement flickered in Xi Qing's eyes as he nonchalantly averted his gaze. Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity. The following day, as dawn painted the horizon with a pearly glow, Ren Zi awoke early, her prison-honed routine still ingrained. Furthermore, the surroundings were resplendent. The Sealy mattress was soft, and the room felt warm, even her pajamas were made of silk. In the middle of the night, no one disturbed her slumber. Nor did anyone chide her for being an inconvenience. Yet, the more comfortable the environment became, the more elusive sleep became for her. She decided to rise and descend the stairs, taking a moment to sit in the living room. As dawn gradually broke, the first golden rays of sunlight bathed Ren Zi, slowly awakening her stiff and cold body. She began to accept the reality that she was indeed free from confinement. Awake at such an early hour? The living room door swung open. Xi Qing, clad in black athletic wear, entered, his red headband damp with perspiration, strands of hair sticking to his forehead. He had likely just returned from his morning workout, his breath still uneven. Accustomed to his composed demeanor, this vibrant and animated visage added a touch of youthful vitality. Ren Zi suddenly recalled that this uncle of hers was merely 8 years her senior. Uncle, she quickly stood, addressing him with respect. Xi Qing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhang Ma had already prepared breakfast, a classic Chinese spread consisting of soy milk, youtiao, fried dough sticks, and xiaolong bao, soup dumplings. Alongside 2 delicately crafted meat zongzi. Xi Qing took his seat at the head of the table, methodically peeling the zongzi. Despite the unrefined nature of the food, he consumed it with exquisite grace, occasionally glancing at Ren Zi. Today, we'll go to the mall to purchase 2 sets of professional attire. The secretary department has a vacancy that you should fill. The Gu Group was the leading enterprise in the capital, and the role of a secretary was considered a pivotal position. Those fortunate enough to be employed as secretaries at Gu Group not only boasted impressive resumes but were also top-tier talents in the industry. As for her, she was not even a college graduate. Ren Zi clenched her palms, feeling a sense of inadequacy. I can't even manage minor tasks. Yet I dare to think of revenge? Do you not find it to be a farce? Xi Qing had just finished his meal, wiping his lips with a napkin. His voice was cold and low. If you believe you cannot perform adequately, perhaps you should soften your approach with Ren Linwan and secure a position as an employee in the Ren Group, that would suffice. I can do it. Ren Zi's palm throbbed from being clenched tightly, yet she raised her head, her gaze resolute and bright. I shall reclaim everything I have lost, bit by bit. Xi Qing nodded in satisfaction before departing for work. Throughout the weekend, the door of the Gu residence remained ajar. Under Xi Qing's instructions, various luxury brands delivered off-season clothing. Understated yet of exquisite quality, all tailored to Ren Zi's size. Holding a black professional skirt suit, she assessed her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. This was rather alluring. Monday. Gu Group. Secretary's office. A new secretary was arriving today. Upon reviewing her resume, I noted she was quite attractive, albeit only possessing a high school diploma. Our office is typically filled with returnees or those with master's degrees. She clearly was chosen due to connections. Who knows what efforts were exerted behind the scenes. Laughter erupted among the crowd, coincidentally reaching the ears of the protagonist outside the glass door. Chen Han placed a hand over her lips, awkwardly clearing her throat. Miss Ren, please do not take it to heart. Ren Zi nodded. Lacking an impressive resume and having been parachuted into the role, she naturally found it difficult to establish herself amidst the highly qualified personnel in the secretary's office. Such disparaging remarks needed to be silenced through her own capabilities. Chen Han pushed open the door and admonished, "What is this idle chatter during working hours? Do you not wish to continue?" The crowd dispersed. Han Miao lifted her head from the folder, a smile illuminating her face as she confidently remarked, "Chen Go. Please don't frighten us, what is it that you wish to convey?" As she spoke, her sharp gaze drifted past Chen Han and settled upon Ren Zi. Unfazed, Ren Zi maintained her composure, allowing their scrutiny with grace. "This is the new recruit from your department, Han Miao, you shall guide her." Chen Han entrusted Ren Zi to Han Miao, following Xi Qing's instructions, indicating that she would henceforth be a part of their team. Han Miao paused for a moment. Yet her expression revealed no hint of displeasure as she cheerfully assured, "I will ensure the task is accomplished." All eyes in the office turned towards Ren Zi. Clad in the most ordinary of professional skirts, she exuded an extraordinary charm. The black fabric accentuated her delicate complexion, her fair face, and her striking features, especially her bright, clear eyes. An aura of coolness surrounded her, evoking a sense of admiration akin to that of a captivating enchantress. "I am the Secretary General, Han Miao. You may call me Sister Han. Should you need anything, feel free to approach me." "Hello, everyone, I am Ren Zi." With a polite nod, Ren Zi greeted them. "As we will be colleagues from now on, I look forward to your guidance." The room responded with scattered applause. The sound was sparse, revealing an atmosphere where cordial smiles often masked ulterior motives. Ren Zi had not anticipated establishing rapport with them on her very first day, preferring to take her time in getting acquainted. After a brief exchange of instructions, Chen Han departed, leaving Ren Zi to claim her workstation. She retrieved a wet tissue and diligently wiped down her desk, which was dusted with a fine layer of grime, scrubbing it several times. Han Miao approached with a cup of tea, adjusted her glasses, and lowered her voice to inquire, "Little Ren, what is your relationship with Chen Guo?" It's rare to see him personally escort any newcomers. A superior-subordinate relationship, Ren Zi replied. Ren Zi's voice was melodious yet tinged with an icy veneer. She adorned her face with a veneer of official mirth, claiming to have coincidentally encountered someone downstairs and ascended together. This excuse was utterly implausible. Yet there was no reason to expose the facade. Han Miao stirred his coffee, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Once she tidied her workspace, Ren Zi was dispatched to perform her duties. Though labeled as work, it consisted solely of trivial tasks requiring her to traverse back and forth. It had been a while since she wore high heels, and her feet were unaccustomed to the discomfort. Seizing the opportunity during the lunch break, she strolled languidly down the corridor. While nibbling on a sandwich and reviewing her tasks, she was suddenly startled by an intimate gasp echoing nearby. Her porcelain complexion flushed a deep crimson. She had not anticipated that someone would succumb to temptation during work hours and engage in forbidden acts in the hallway. Not wishing to stir trouble, she grasped her belongings, ready to depart, when a notification from DingTalk chimed inappropriately. Ren Zi pondered the urgency but had no time to contemplate. Whose voice was that? It sounded familiar. Gu Ningxiu emerged with a top belt, his expression one of displeasure. Upon seeing Ren Zi in her short skirt, his gaze widened in surprise. "It's you?" A junior employee clutched their chest, fleeing the scene, their face flushed. "Little Gu, is everything all right?" Ren Zi nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Wait, Gu Ningxiu, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, revealed no hint of desire as he ascended the steps, halting 3 stairs above her. His dark eyes locked onto hers, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips. "You've pursued me all the way to Gu Corporation." Chapter 11, Otherwise. "I shall support you." Ren Zi pressed her thin lips together, a trace of a cold smile gracing her features. She felt utterly speechless. Gu Ningxiu, it seemed, was excessively self-absorbed. The woman's voice, cool and distant, broke the silence, her laughter devoid of warmth. "Little Gu, one must possess the wisdom of self-awareness." Her words were a blatant hint. Alas, Gu Ningxiu's entire being was engrossed in surveying Ren Zi's curvaceous figure. She rarely donned such revealing and alluring professional skirts, having previously favored innocent and pristine baby doll dresses. It must be said that 5 years can indeed alter much. Despite her incarceration, Ren Zi's figure had become increasingly voluptuous. Her slender waist, cascading hair, and shapely legs beneath the short skirt always inciting a desire to embrace her, and then Gu Ningxiu was involuntarily captivated. He merely had to reflect on his time with Ren Zi, when they had only held hands, never even kissed, let alone tasted the pleasures of intimacy. He had gained no advantage whatsoever. Now, his heart couldn't help but itch. Fortunately, he still had an opportunity. Gu Ningxiu's gaze darkened slightly as he smirked. One hand in his pocket, impeccably dressed in a suit, and bearing a dignified appearance, exuding an aura of authority. After all, he was a scion of the Gu family, with superior physical features. However, compared to Xi Qing, he still fell short. His tone laced with amusement, he strode forward, toying with a strand of Ren Zi's hair that had fallen across her chest. "Ren Zi, if you truly cannot let go of me, I might consider granting you an opportunity." As he spoke, Gu Ningxiu glanced at her work badge. "The secretarial department? Toiling away as a secretary won't earn you much." Gu Ningxiu withdrew a supplementary card, playfully tucking it into her breast pocket, and patted her shoulder with feigned gravity, adopting a reassuring demeanor. "Previously, weren't you being kept by others? There's no need to associate with those wretched old men. What you desire, I also possess. As long as you accept, you shall be mine henceforth. You need not work, I shall provide for you." Ren Zi furrowed her brow slightly at the words, her indifferent gaze fixating on the hand resting on her shoulder, a faint smirk of disdain curling her lips. A mere supplementary card, and he believes he can keep her? The smile on Ren Zi's face deepened, yet her profound eyes glimmered with mockery. Gu Ningxiu, misinterpreting her silence as acquiescence, allowed his hand to roam from her shoulder to her chest. Just as he attempted to delve further, she seized his hand, exclaiming, "Young Master Gu, what do you think Renlin Wan would think if she knew you were lavishing money on me?" "Oh, if you don't mention it, how would she ever know?" Gu Ningxiu's countenance remained haughty, yet he was clearly consumed by desire, chuckling, and besides, we had get lost. Ren Zi forcefully flung his hand away. Mentioning the past makes me feel nauseous. Take your card and leave. She yanked the card from his grasp and tossed it to the ground, along with Gu Ningxiu's dignity. Ren Zi, I have shown you considerable leniency. Do you truly believe you are in a position to threaten me? Gu Ningxiu's expression darkened abruptly. His brow furrowing as he spoke, an intense aura of intimidation surrounding him. Had this been any ordinary employee, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear. Unfortunately for him, Ren Zi was anything but ordinary. Her return was driven by vengeance, fearing her adversary would be utterly ludicrous. With her arms crossed and a lofty demeanor, she scrutinized Gu Ningxiu, taunting, "Ah, are you embarrassed and enraged? Gu Ningxiu, stop embellishing your own worth, we shall never be together again. I advise you to tread carefully." Upon uttering these words, Ren Zi pivoted and strode purposefully away, her spine erect, embodying both tenacity and unyielding spirit. In that fleeting moment, Gu Ningxiu seemed to glimpse the Ren Zi of yesteryear, the proud heiress of the Ren family. Chen Han, having just concluded his midday repast downstairs, was taken aback to observe Ren Zi emerging from the fire exit. As colleagues, he was about to proffer a greeting when his eyes widened, beholding Gu Ningxiu following suit. A sense of suspicion furrowed his brow as he instinctively glanced in the direction Ren Zi had departed. The clandestine rendezvous between these two individuals stirred unease within him. Apprehending the potential implications, Chen Han resolved to relay his observations to Xi Qing. Within the confines of the president's office, Xi Qing was engrossed in the documents before him. His jade-like fingers deftly turned the pages, each movement imbued with grace. Though silent, his imposing aura exuded an air of formidable power, discouraging intrusion. Chen Han, after placing the coffee upon the desk, lingered hesitantly, his countenance reflecting a reluctance to speak. Sensing the unwavering presence, Xi Qing raised his gaze, his eyes piercingly questioning. "Is there something you wish to convey?" he inquired, his voice a deep, resonant timbre that carried an undeniable weight. Chen Han lowered his gaze, cognizant of his transgression, yet driven by his loyalty to his superior. Steeling himself, he began, "I have just witnessed Madame and the second young master exiting the stairwell. Their past relationship was quite passionate, nearly culminating in matrimony, had it not been for his incarceration. I harbor reservations regarding Ren Zi's trustworthiness. If her motives were merely pecuniary, that would be one thing, but I fear she may harbor ulterior designs, particularly in light of Gu's recent acquisitions." Silence, Xi Qing interjected, his tone icy, effectively cutting off Chen Han's discourse. The man's penetrating gaze bore down on Chen Han, filling the office with an oppressive silence. Chen Han could hear the rapid beating of his own heart. He pressed his lips together, refraining from speaking, yet beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, which he anxiously wiped away. "Leave." After a brief moment, Xi Qing finally spoke again. Chen Han let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief, promptly responding and turning to exit the office. Little did he know that upon stepping outside, he nearly collided with Ren Zi, who had just received a message from Gu Zong asking her to come to the office. Obediently, she ascended the stairs, only to come face to face with the visibly anxious assistant, Chen Han. "Madam," Chen Han stiffened, lowering his voice to address Ren Zi before stepping aside. She nodded in acknowledgement but couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss about Chen Han's demeanor, as if he were harboring a sense of guilt. Dismissing her thoughts, she composed herself and raised her hand to knock on the office door. "Come in," Xi Qing's deep, languid voice resonated. Ren Zi pressed her lips together, adjusted her fitted skirt, and then pushed the door open to enter. Standing before Xi Qing, her slender figure exuded an air of elegance and coolness as she softly inquired. "Gu Zong, you summoned me?" Xi Qing signed the documents before lifting his gaze to her. Ren Zi, naturally fair-skinned and possessing a beautiful figure, appeared even more alluring in her professional attire. She stood before him, her eyes cast down, embodying a perfect balance of humility and confidence. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on Ren Zi, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Xi Qing appraised her with a subtle hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes, which he swiftly suppressed. It must be acknowledged that Ren Zi is well suited to professional attire. Xi Qing retracted his gaze, his countenance unchanged, and inquired with an air of nonchalance. "Are you acclimating well? Are there any aspects that are proving difficult to adjust to?" His tone was subdued, akin to that of a typical superior showing concern for a subordinate. Upon hearing his words, Ren Zi was visibly taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xi Qing had summoned her specifically to inquire about her work situation. Nevertheless, Ren Zi responded truthfully, "I am managing well. It is merely a matter of gradually acclimating." Her tone was composed yet imbued with an unusual sense of resolve. "Indeed," Xi Qing remarked casually. "The Secretariat can be considered a prominent stage within the company, with its own set of unwritten rules. Given your extended absence from the professional sphere, it is imperative that you diligently observe, learn, and exercise discretion in your speech while diligently executing your duties. Adhering to this principle will invariably serve you well. Bear this in mind." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixated upon Ren Zi, eliciting a palpable sense of unease. However, Ren Zi maintained her composure, responding in a measured and unhurried manner, smiling as she meticulously committed his words to memory. Subsequently, he posed a couple of additional inquiries regarding the workload. Xi Qing's meticulousness was such that everything had been arranged with precision, facilitating Ren Zi's seamless adaptation. Chapter 12, A Fool's Errand of Accusation. Upon returning to the Secretariat, Ren Zi found herself replaying Xi Qing's words in her mind. No sooner had she entered the office than she was greeted by her colleagues with effusive warmth. "Ren Zi, you are exceedingly kind. You have only just commenced your employment and have already arranged for afternoon tea for us. Indeed, and custom-made at that. Surely, it was not inexpensive? I had not realized you were so affluent. Indeed, we were all hesitant to indulge, but you have been most generous, providing a cup for everyone in the office." The expressions of gratitude were profuse. As their gazes converged, a palpable mockery danced within their expressions. Prior to Ren Zi's arrival, the Secretariat had already engaged in hushed conjectures, surmising that the newcomer shared an intimate connection with Special Assistant Chen. Otherwise, how could she possess such financial means as to procure bespoke milk tea? Ren Zi herself had never placed such an order. With a discerning glance, she comprehended the situation, deducing that Xi Qing was the orchestrator, dispatching the refreshments under her name to facilitate her integration into the Secretariat. He was paving the way for her. However, these secretaries, having lingered within the confines of Gu's establishment, were no strangers to opulence. Employing such extravagant afternoon tea as a means of currying favor would undoubtedly incite further envy. Ren Zi, her countenance betraying no emotion, responded with a composed and magnanimous smile, attributing the purchase to credit card privileges and discounts, thus mitigating the perceived extravagance. She concluded by expressing her hope for their future guidance, given her recent arrival. Ren Zi's words engendered a slight amelioration in the Secretariat's atmosphere. Despite the smiles adorning their faces, their eyes harbored an undercurrent of indifference. A sudden exclamation echoed through the corridor, instantly silencing the Secretariat, as curious gazes were directed outward. Ren Zi, mindful of the principle of non-interference, turned and settled into her chair, only to be nudged by a colleague. Xiaoli, her face alight with curiosity and gossip, proposed that they venture out together to observe the commotion. "No, thank you. I have yet to complete my review of these documents," Ren Zi demurred. Just beyond the partition, in the corridor, Gu Ningxu's personal secretary, Lin Xiaoqiao, was verging on tears, imploring in a hushed tone, "Madam, let us return inside." Opposite her stood Ren Linwan. Adorned in a dazzling haute couture gown and elevated by 8-centimeter stiletto heels, yet her expression bore an air of playful disdain, her face unusually frosty. "What? Are you afraid I might investigate after daring to act?" Today, she was determined to uncover which shameless vixen was in her midst. "Step aside, I am going to investigate." Ren Linwan spoke coldly, pushing Lin Xiaoqiao aside as she entered the secretary's office. Lin Xiaoqiao glanced at her phone once more, noting that she had yet to receive a reply from the young general manager Gu, her face betraying her anxiety as she hurried inside. The secretary's office was spacious yet crowded. 7 slender, elegant women graced the room, each possessing striking beauty and exceptional poise. Ren Linwan surveyed them with a disdainful huff, muttering, "They all resemble vixens." Lin Xiaoqiao broke into a cold sweat. "Madam, these are all Mr. Gu's secretaries." While being addressed as madam could be advantageous, lending an air of aristocracy and enabling her to bestow gifts upon them, the ensuing chaos often transformed her demeanor into that of a shrew. With her arms crossed, Ren Linwan slightly inclined her head, exuding an air of superiority as she let out a scornful snort. "What? Can I not even utter a word in front of my uncle's people? The staff in the secretary's office were no strangers to all manner of characters. Han Miao approached with a cup of coffee, her voice smooth and accommodating. Madam Gu, what brings you to our humble office today? Coincidentally, it was the first day for a new colleague, who was treating everyone to afternoon tea. Quickly, someone fetch a cup for Madam Gu. Here. Everyone was akin to a cunning fox, cloaked in deceptive appearances. Ren Linwan, ever intolerant of such antics, brushed past her, curtly advising, don't bring trouble upon yourself. Han Miao nearly faltered, taken aback by the direct accusation. Ren Lin continued imperiously, I detected a fragrance on Ning Su, delicate and refined, unlike the scent I typically use. I have scoured every woman's office on this floor. I advise whoever is responsible to come forward, sparing everyone further inconvenience. If I don't find the culprit today, I won't let this rest. Her words plunged the office into silence. Ren Zi cast a brief, indifferent glance at her, her hands continuing to arrange files with practiced efficiency. Speak up. Are you all mute? Ren Lin's presence was oppressive as she crossed her arms, appearing unreasonable. As she turned, a familiar figure caught her eye. Her face darkened, and she approached directly. With a sharp thwack, her crimson-nailed hand slammed onto the desk, stirring a gust of wind that scattered the documents beside Ren Zi's hand. Ren Zi raised her eyes and, along with the others, addressed her as Madam, inquiring if there was any issue. So, it really is you, Ren Zi? She questioned. How dare you follow Ning Su from the restaurant all the way to the office? Have you no shame? Still dreaming of returning to the Ren family as the eldest daughter? As she spoke, Ren Lin seized Ren Zi's slender wrist. The grip was so tight that Ren Zi was forced to stand. She steadied herself against the desk, barely avoiding a fall, and furrowed her brow. Do you have any evidence? Baseless accusations are nothing more than slander. Unless I receive an apology, I shall alert the authorities to vindicate my innocence. Vindicate your innocence? What innocence do you possess? Ren Lin jested, leaning in to inhale the scent on Ren Zi, her countenance darkening abruptly. It's the same perfume. What more can you deny? With your limited education, you must have exerted yourself in bed to enter Goose Corporation. But do you genuinely believe that Ning Su will favor you upon your return to Goose? You are deluded. Ren Lin, already lacking in intellect, was utterly consumed by her inner rage. Without further ado, she raised her hand to strike Ren Zi. See if I don't kill you today. Her palm arced through the air, accompanied by a gust of wind. Sharp fingernails flashed before Ren Zi's eyes. She swiftly retreated a step. And at the moment the hand was about to descend, she raised her hand, clenched her fist, and firmly blocked it. I said, Proev. Ren Zi enunciated each word distinctly, the force of her thumb and forefinger gradually increasing. The pressure on Ren Lin's wrist intensified, causing her complexion to change drastically with pain. Ren Zi, release me, she cried. She struggled, attempting to break free from Ren Zi's grasp, but the more she resisted, the tighter the grip became. Her shrill screams were devoid of any semblance of a noble lady, resembling a deranged shrew. Lin Xiaoqiao hastened forward, patting Ren Zi's hand. Who granted you the audacity to treat the madam in such a manner? Oh, my sincere apologies. Ren Zi's tone was frigid, betraying no hint of remorse. She abruptly released her grip. Ren Lin, unprepared for the sudden release, lost her balance from the force of her struggle. She stumbled backward, colliding with a nearby bookshelf, narrowly avoiding a fall to the ground, appearing disheveled and humiliated. How dare you, you wretched woman? Ren Ziqing's voice, as cold as water, resounded. Madam Gu. Before you lose your mind, think carefully, the company is vast, with thousands of female employees. Who decreed that a popular fragrance could only be used by one person? She paused, her tone laced with amusement. Or perhaps you are entirely certain that the scent on your fiancé is merely that of a single perfume? Ren Linwan blinked, puzzled. What do you mean by that? I mean to say that a blend of various fragrances can also create a fruity aroma. Chapter 13, It's not too late for a sugar daddy. Ren Zi's analysis was articulate and cogent. Ren Linwan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Lin Xiaoqiao, standing nearby, lowered her head in guilt. Yet, in an instant, Ren Linwan quickly regained her composure, pointing an accusatory finger at Ren Zi's nose. You need not put on a faade before me, while others may be oblivious to your true nature. I am acutely aware. 5 years in prison, and yet you have not shed your lewdness or your proclivity for seducing men? As the argument escalated, a crowd gathered at the entrance, eager to witness the spectacle. Isn't this the newcomer from the secretarial department? Why is she arguing with the main wife? They haven't grasped the situation yet, seems she attempted to seduce young Master Gu and got caught. Judging by her demeanor, she certainly doesn't appear to be a simpleton. One can only speculate how depraved she truly is. Indeed, but considering her looks and figure, it's only natural for her to leverage her body to ascend the social ladder. Whispers and rumors swirled in the air. Ren Linwan, witnessing the situation escalating, felt justified in casting aspersions upon Ren Zi. With a bold demeanor, she proclaimed, I tell you, pack your things and leave at once. The Gu family will not harbor any lowly individuals like you, Ren Zi, you are terminated. She held her head high, brimming with pride. After her engagement to Gu Ningxiu, she believed she wielded the authority to dismiss even the most insignificant of employees. Thus, Ren Zi must exit the Gu family. Without any investigation, she had already rendered a verdict of expulsion. This scene felt eerily familiar. The murmurs of the onlookers fell upon Ren Zi's ears. She pressed her lips together, her expression icy, betraying not a hint of panic. To show fear now would only invite further ridicule. Maintaining her composure, she was about to speak when her phone, resting on the table, suddenly chimed, drawing her gaze involuntarily. The feeling of being misunderstood is quite unpleasant, isn't it? As I have said before, follow me. And not only will today's events be resolved, but I shall also make Ren Linwan apologize to you publicly. What do you say? The number was unlisted. Yet Ren Zi recognized it immediately as belonging to Gu Ningxiu. She keenly sensed that he was somewhere nearby, watching her as though she were prey. Furrowing her brow, she suppressed the urge to retch at the thought of Gu Ningxiu and swiftly silenced her phone. The message was not suitable for public disclosure, especially not at this moment. Ren Linwan, haughty and domineering, was eager for her departure from the Gu family. Whatever the context of the text, she would surely twist it to her advantage. Complicating matters further, Lin Xiaoqiao stood behind Ren Linwan, her heart racing with guilt, drenched in cold sweat. It was all her fault for succumbing to temptation. For the sake of a limited edition handbag, she had slept with Gu Ningxiu. Now, with Ren Linwan intent on exposing the third party, she was nearly paralyzed with fear. Unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn. Now, if Ren Zi could successfully seduce the young President Gu, she would be safe and sound. With this thought in mind, she suddenly spoke up, adding fuel to the fire. Secretary Ren, having just joined the company, you engage in such scandalous and shameless behavior. Do not blame the Gu family for being unable to tolerate you. I will notify Human Resources immediately to have you dismissed. As she spoke, she subtly moved closer to Ren Linwan, her intentions unmistakable. What shameless act? Ren Zi raised her head defiantly, her tone calm. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Of course. I saw you and President Gu enter the emergency exit, and then there were rumors. Oh dear. I feel embarrassed to say, but I am indeed a witness. Lin Xiaoqiao insisted vehemently, accusing Ren Zi, those whose morals are corrupt do not deserve to remain at Gu's. Her righteous indignation made her words sound all the more convincing. Ren Zi's indifferent gaze swept over her, suddenly finding her face somewhat familiar. A realization struck her. Wasn't she the one associated with Gu Ningxiu? Trying to frame me? A smirk crept onto her lips as she retorted, you claim to have seen me seducing President Gu? At this, Lin Xiaoqiao, who had been feigning righteousness, instantly faltered. She raised a hand to adjust her shirt collar, attempting to conceal the marks on her neck. Lin Xiaoqiao's eyes darted away as she lowered her head. Ren Linwan's puzzled gaze shifted toward her. All eyes were drawn to Lin Xiaoqiao, their expressions filled with confusion. Ren Zi stood firmly before her, her delicate hand patting Lin Xiaoqiao's shoulder. Miss Lin, you have exquisite taste, your perfume has a delightful fruity fragrance. She spoke calmly, a glimmer of mirth in her eyes, nodding in sudden realization, if I am not mistaken, it is indeed the same model as mine. Ren Linwan's expression shifted subtly as she cast a fierce glare at Lin Xiaoqiao, who flinched back in trepidation. Although anger surged within her, Ren Linwan understood that if she could first drive Ren Zi away, the remaining soft targets would be easily manipulated. Most importantly, she aimed to expel Ren Zi from the group entirely. With a face full of disdain, she exclaimed, Ren Zi, do you still wish to frame others? You are the one who seduced Ning Su. How dare you act so brazenly? I can no longer stand the sight of your face, be gone. Without any evidence presented, Ren Zi stood resolutely before Ren Linwan, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Madam, I seek nothing but justice. Present the evidence, and I shall pack my belongings and leave at once. Lin Xiaoqiao, now panicked, looked to Ren Linwan for help. Ren Linwan bit her lip, her brows knitted in thought. The situation seemed to have reached an impasse. An oppressive silence enveloped the office, as everyone held their breath, fearful of igniting further conflict. Is there truly no way out of this? Ren Zi scoffed, her demeanor dripping with contempt. Is it not merely your desire to pin me down? The Gu Corporation's surveillance is extensive, and the emergency exits are no exception. Check the footage, produce the evidence, and crush me if you can. Do you truly have the audacity to claim that? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the task involved in adjusting the surveillance? Ren Linwan crossed her arms defiantly, asserting, today, you will voluntarily resign, and no negative remarks will tarnish your record. Should this be forced, I will ensure that HR announces your disgrace to the industry, leaving you with no hope of future employment. This was a blatant attempt to coerce Ren Zi into resigning. Her exquisite brows furrowed slightly, as if beset by unfavorable circumstances. A knock echoed through the room. Chen Han stood at the threshold, casting an icy gaze upon the assembly. Have you all sufficiently rested? That you now gather here for amusement? I could, of course, inform Mr. Gu that the secretarial staff's lunch break will be reduced by 1 hour. The secretaries promptly dispersed. Assistant Chen, your arrival is opportune, Ren Lin began, preemptively casting blame. This office of Mr. Gu's has been infiltrated by a vixen, skilled only in the art of seduction. What do you propose we do about it? She asked, gesturing towards Ren Zi. Madam Gu, Mr. Gu is currently investigating the matter. He requests your presence in his office to discuss how to proceed, Chen Han replied, his words measured and impeccable. He gestured for Ren Lin to precede him. The decision rests with you. Flattered by the deference, Ren Lin lifted her chin and strode out, declaring, if you ask me, she should be dismissed outright. As soon as she departed, Lin Xiaoqiao, visibly flustered, stood rooted to the spot, her hands clasped nervously. Assistant Chen, she murmured timidly. Chen Han's expression remained stern. His tone brusque. Please. Ren Zi paused momentarily, then followed, this matter concerns me. I should be present. Chapter 14, Decisive Measures Inside the President's Office. Gu Xiqing sat behind his desk, engrossed in his work. His suit was immaculately pressed, his aura cool and commanding. Before him stood a man, his head bowed slightly. It was Gu Ningxiu. Suppressing his displeasure, he said respectfully, Uncle, did you require my presence? The pen stilled, and Gu Xiqing replaced its cap. He raised his eyes. His gaze sharp and penetrating, and swept over Gu Ningxiu before returning to the documents. The intensity of the look caused Gu Ningxiu to recoil involuntarily. Just now, Chen Han mentioned that his uncle needed him urgently, urging him to come quickly, yet upon arrival, he was left waiting. Half an hour had elapsed, and his legs were beginning to ache from standing. Gu Ningxiu, this is the Gu Corporation. Please rein in your lack of decorum. A deep, warning voice resonated through the air. Gu Xiqing's expression remained utterly impassive, yet it sent chills down one's spine. Gu Ningxiu lowered his head, belatedly recognizing the gravity of the situation, and respectfully addressed, President Gu. Gu Xiqing gave a barely perceptible nod, appearing somewhat satisfied. Another 10 minutes passed, and the sound of light footsteps echoed in the corridor. Gu Ningxiu finally glimpsed his savior, hastily lifting his gaze. Ren Linwan strode ahead with an air of arrogance, while Lin Xiaoqiao appeared anxious and tense, trailing half a step behind Ren. Ren Zi lingered behind them, her expression devoid of emotion, exuding an icy demeanor that sent a shiver down one's spine. What brought these three here? President Gu, the individuals have arrived, Chen Han reported. Before Gu Xiqing could respond, the female antagonist interjected, Uncle, what is the procedure regarding personnel? Why is it all handled by the secretary's office, recruiting such sycophants? Gu Ningxiu felt his patience fraying, gritting his teeth as he admonished, how many times must I emphasize? In this company, you must address him as President Gu. After all, we are all on the same side. Ren Linwan muttered defiantly under her breath. Gu Xiqing set aside his documents, his gaze icy as it fell upon them. He remained expressionless, not needing to utter a single word. Seated there, his cold, imposing aura emanated an oppressive force, creating an atmosphere that made one's heart tremble uncontrollably. Ren Zi observed with a detached eye, mentally calculating, if Xi Qing truly called Gu Ningxiu here for work-related matters, he would not have summoned them as well. Their only connection among the four of them. Could it be that Xi Qing would personally intervene for such a trivial matter? In the presence of Xi Qing, Ren Linwan felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, rendered speechless by an inexplicable fear, so much so that even the slightest glance from him sent shivers down her spine. However, in her determination to dismiss Ren Zi, she mustered the courage to speak. "Mr. Gu, I must express my thoughts regarding the secretariat." Suddenly, the folder was slammed shut. "Since when did it become your place to voice opinions within the Gu Corporation?" Xi Qing's voice was frigid, his gaze sharp as a blade, landing squarely on Gu Ningxiu. "What manner of individuals do you dare to bring into the Gu Corporation?" Ren Linwan, intimidated, dared not utter another word. "Mr. Gu." "It won't happen again," she acquiesced. Xi Qing nodded, seemingly satisfied, and pointed elegantly at Ren Zi. "Now, explain why there was a commotion in the office." Among the 5 individuals present, 3 wore expressions that were subtly complex. Ren Zi cast a cool glance, cleared her throat, and was about to speak when Gu Ningxiu interjected. "Mr. Gu, there is no significant issue at hand. It is quite normal for friction to occur among employees, and I am here to investigate. Friction is one thing, but engaging in inappropriate relations crosses the line into workplace harassment," Ren Zi stated coldly. "From the moment Ren Linwan barged into the office, I have articulated my position clearly. This matter has nothing to do with me. Mrs. Gu has unjustly accused me, leading to this uproar." "Are you implying that I have wronged you?" Ren Linwan retorted. "The scent of the perfume is identical. What further excuses can you offer?" She pushed Lin Xiaoqiao forward. "If you doubt my words, then ask her. She witnessed everything." Lin Xiaoqiao lowered her head, murmuring, "Yes, yes." "Thus, it is Ren Linwan who orchestrated a scheme against Gu Ningxiu within the Gu Corporation?" Xi Qing inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. Ren Zi maintained her composure, affirming, "Indeed." Xi Qing lightly tapped the table with his fingers, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The Gu family maintained stringent standards in employee management, where not only technical skills were paramount, but integrity was equally essential. Several senior executives had been dismissed for engaging in extramarital affairs. In her flustered state, Lin Xiaoqiao clutched Gu Ningxiu's sleeve, her demeanor overly familiar, imploring, "You must say something." Initially, the situation seemed manageable, but her panic inadvertently confirmed suspicions. Ren Linwan cast an irritated glance in their direction. Gu Ningxiu, with a warning look, shook off her hand, asserting, "I stand firm in my integrity, my diligent and upright conduct within the company speaks for itself." "What is there to explain?" Silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixated on Gu Ningxiu. Ren Zi scoffed, "Well articulated, young Master Gu." Gu Ningxiu was merely putting on a brave front. Recalling that the surveillance cameras at the emergency exit had long been malfunctioning, a fact he had deliberately chosen not to rectify. If he steadfastly denied any wrongdoing, what evidence could Ren Zi possibly present? The onus had now shifted to Ren Linwan. Ren Zi's tone sharpened, radiating authority, during company hours. "Ren Linwan has been creating disturbances in the office, damaging company property, and sowing discord among the staff. More critically, she has tarnished the reputation of her colleagues. What exactly are you trying to achieve?" The focus swiftly turned to Ren Linwan, who found herself cornered by Ren Zi's accusations. With Gu Ningxiu's alleged infidelity hanging over her, she was left to confront the dual burden of being publicly humiliated while also having to acknowledge her accusations against Ren Zi. To deny it would render her a mere instigator. Given Xi Qing's temperament, she feared he might unleash his wrath upon her. Gritting her teeth, Ren Linwan muttered, "It was that shameless woman who seduced Ningxiu. Before I unveil the evidence, I would appreciate your voluntary confession, Gu Ningxiu." Xi Qing gestured towards Chen Han, a silver USB drive gleaming in his palm. "What is it?" Gu Ningxiu inquired. "The cameras at the entrance may have been malfunctioning, but there are others within the corridor." Xi Qing replied, his voice gentle as he inserted the drive into the computer. "Are you unaware of this, young Gu?" The crisp click of the mouse echoed, sending shivers down Gu Ningxiu's spine. After an internal struggle, he relented, "President Gu, I was mistaken." Lin Xiaoqiao, realizing her situation, wept, "You fiend." Ren Linwan seized Gu Ningxiu's collar, demanding, "We're engaged, and you're still." "Ren Linwan, I've tolerated you for too long. Behave yourself in public," Gu Ningxu retorted. His eyes bloodshot as he gripped her wrist. "Behave? Have you ever behaved?" she countered. Their quarrel escalated, the noise spilling into the office area, prompting employees to eavesdrop. Ren Zi, with a knowing glint in her eyes, lowered the blinds to isolate the office. Xi Qing, his brow furrowed, suppressed his anger and cast a cold glare. Chen Han intervened, separating the two. "Is the president's office a place for your antics?" Lin Xiaoqiao confessed, "Gu Ningxu seduced me first. He took me to dinner and drinks every night, and one thing led to another. When Madame Gu visited, I knew I was exposed." She suspected Ren Zi. "So I simply went along with it. President Gu, believe me, it will never happen again. Please, give me another chance." "You harlot." Ren Linwan slapped her face, attempting to cover her intentions, as if aspiring to ascend effortlessly without considering her own worth. "From now on, do not let me see you at the Gu Corporation. Pack your belongings and leave. Delay for even a second, and you shall find it impossible to secure another job. Madame Gu, grant me one chance." "Ningxu. Ningxu." Before the words could fully escape her lips, the bodyguards dragged her away. "Gu Ningxu, if you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Chapter 15. Today, he aided her. The office door swung shut with haste, and Lin Xiaoqiao's figure vanished from sight. Gu Ningxu rubbed his temples, plagued by a severe headache. Throughout the ordeal, Ren Zi observed coolly. The spectacle of two dogs fighting was indeed captivating. At last, it seemed resolved. Ren Linwan exhaled deeply. Xi Qing scoffed lightly, countering. "Is it truly resolved? What does that imply? Will those who bully me simply go unpunished?" His voice, neither loud nor soft, resonated with a palpable admonition. In an instant, Ren Zi found herself pondering, was Xi Qing, in fact, advocating for her? Gu Ningxu and Ren Linwan halted abruptly, their gazes darting to Ren Zi, who stood composed, exuding an air of superiority. Ren Linwan, seething with indignation, shot an icy glance at Ren Zi. Turning back to Xi Qing, she donned an ingratiating smile and hastily corrected herself. "Mr. Gu, this is not my fault, it is Ren's secretary's doing. She wore the same perfume as Lin Xiaoqiao." Which led to misunderstandings. Ren Linwan cast another provocative glance at Ren Zi, who remained expressionless, emanating an aura of suppressed fury. Ren Linwan, filled with pride, continued to speak to Xi Qing, saying, "Mr. Gu, you may not be aware, but there is a saying in the perfume industry, the type of person corresponds to the fragrance they wear." Her words carried a deeper meaning, effortlessly equating Ren Zi with Lin Xiaoqiao. With a sharp tongue, she labeled Ren Zi as a wanton woman. Having just punished Lin Xiaoqiao here, she had also provided a vivid warning to Secretary Ren, suggesting that she should henceforth tread carefully with her words and actions. Thus, Secretary Ren ought to be grateful to us. Such an unreasonable justification. Ren Zi could only laugh in anger at this. Her tone turned grave. To fabricate a crime, one need not lack excuses. The phrase "tread carefully" uttered from Ren Linwan's lips was utterly absurd. Xi Qing's gaze fell upon Ren Zi, whose cool countenance was tinged with a hint of indignation, her eyes glinting coldly. His gaze deepened. Sensing the intensity of his stare, Ren Zi turned her head, their eyes meeting momentarily, prompting her to lower her voice and nod. Xi Qing subtly averted his gaze, passing over Ren Linwan and landing heavily on Gu Ningxu's face, his expression one of ire, nonsense, devoid of logic. "Akin to a shrew, this is the woman you intend to bring into the Gu family?" His words were a sharp rebuke directed at both individuals. Ultimately, Xi Qing was, after all, a member of the Gu family. Ren Linwan had presumed that he would extend some courtesy to her, as she was to become the granddaughter-in-law of the Gu family, and would thus acquiesce to her remarks, bringing the matter to a close. After all, Ren Zi was merely a secretary, an outsider. To her astonishment, Xi Qing truly chose to defend an outsider, publicly humiliating her in front of Gu Ningxiu. Ren Linwan tugged at Gu Ningxiu's sleeve, casting a pleading glance his way, silently urging him to intervene. Gu Ningxiu raised his hand, grasping Ren Linwan's hand with a gentle grip, even rubbing it affectionately, as he endeavored to project the image of a caring man. Clearing his throat, he spoke, "Mr. Gu, Linwan's perspective is not entirely incorrect. After all, I hold a senior position in the company, let us just leave it at that." His tone was light and airy, completely disregarding the plight of the dismissed Lin Xiaoqiao, and showing no concern for the injustice faced by Ren Zi. As a high-ranking executive, he maintained an air of superiority. Is this where it ends? Xi Qing's voice dripped with a hint of derision as he regarded him from a lofty position. Just as Gu Ningxiu was about to speak, Xi Qing interjected with a serious tone, is right and wrong determined by one's position in the company? Very well. He reached for the receiver, his fingers delicate as jade, poised to press a button. You may lack the authority, but I do not. If memory serves, you still have 2 projects under your purview that recently secured investment, correct? Gu Ningxiu hurriedly interrupted, Mr. Gu, please do not act impulsively. His finger hovered momentarily above the button. Xi Qing continued. 90% of the investment was secured through the Gu Corporation, splendid. His tone remained flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This indifference sent chills down Gu Ningxiu's spine, causing him to break into a sweat. I apologize. Gu Ningxiu quickly replied, my perspective was indeed narrow. I will apologize to Secretary Ren right away. The Southern City project was his most significant endeavor. If he were to completely change the Ren Group's surname to Gu and eventually ascend to the helm of the Gu Corporation, those 2 projects must not falter. To realize his ambitions, he was willing to endure anything. Gu Ningxiu circumvented Ren Linwan and approached Ren Zi, his demeanor a stark contrast to his previous indifference. With a gentlemanly bow, he earnestly apologized, Secretary Ren, I am deeply sorry for the misunderstanding regarding my fiancé, and I extend my sincerest regrets to you. Furthermore, whatever compensation you desire, I am willing to provide as a gesture of goodwill. Ren Zi observed the shift in his attitude, from arrogance to sincere contrition. As he respectfully inclined his head, her peripheral vision briefly darted towards Xi Qing, who appeared poised, effortlessly managing the situation. This was Xi Qing, a man at the pinnacle of the social pyramid, whose wealth and influence rendered his presence formidable. Without needing to lift a finger, a mere word from him could compel the haughty Gu Ningxiu to bow in submission. Secretary Ren, do you have any requests? Gu Ningxiu inquired when he received no response from Ren Zi. Her gaze subtly redirected, bypassing Gu Ningxiu, and landed on the visibly flustered Ren Linwan. Her expression suddenly cold and resolute. The one who should truly apologize is quite clear. I disdain punishment, all I seek is fairness. Ren Linwan was taken aback, her face paling at the implication that she too was affected by the situation. Gu Ningxiu urged, quickly apologize to Secretary Ren. Ren Linwan frowned, shooting a glare at Gu Ningxiu, biting her lip as she lowered her head. To ask her to apologize to Ren Zi felt more unbearable than death. Very well. You have spirit, Xi Qing remarked with a light chuckle, an air of pressure emanating from him. However, with every choice comes the inevitability of loss. I hold a great appreciation for Miss Ren, Gu Ningxiu stammered, feeling the weight of the moment as if summoned by the king of hell, his anxiety palpable. Remaining as composed as ever, Ms. Ren raised a hand with distinct knuckles, prompting a cautionary remark from Mr. Gu. 3. Ms. Gu, fraught with anxiety, implored in a hushed tone, apologize at once, or do you intend to be the cause of my ruin? Upon hearing this, Ms. Ren turned her face away in defiance. 2. Seized by genuine fear, Ms. Gu sought assistance from Ms. Ren. Ms. Ren, I beseech you to be magnanimous. Mr. Gu's patience was wearing thin. 1. Ms. Ren, I offer my sincere apologies. 2 voices resonated simultaneously. Ms. Ren had to compel herself to voice the apology, cognizant of the project's significance. My previous statements were unfounded and offensive to your dignity. I deeply regret them. Despite Ms. Ren's reluctance, Ms. Ren remained impassive, yet mindful of Mr. Gu's esteem. She calmly stated, I accept your apology, and I urge you to exercise prudence in your future actions. She echoed Ms. Ren's earlier admonition, emphasizing the importance of discretion. Ms. Ren cast a glare at Ms. Ren, her anger simmering, but she refrained from erupting, constrained by Mr. Gu's presence. Ms. Gu turned her gaze toward Mr. Gu, and upon observing his composed demeanor, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Gu, if there are no further matters, we shall proceed with our tasks. I still have. A mere apology is insufficient, Mr. Gu interjected leisurely, your annual bonus for this year shall be transferred to Ms. Ren's account as recompense for your actions. The annual bonus, an amount reaching 8 figures, was to be bestowed upon Ms. Ren. Ms. Gu's countenance alternated between pallor and flush as she reluctantly agreed with a forced smile, very well, it is only fitting. Chapter 16, Zizi. Do not harbor hatred towards me at last, matters have reached a conclusion. Xi Qing held a cup of coffee, taking a delicate sip. Exuding an air of sharpness with every gesture. He issued a dismissal, suggesting they attend to their own affairs. With pallid faces, the two turned to leave. Before departing, Ren Linwan shot a venomous glare at Ren Zi. The office fell into a profound silence. Thank you for advocating for me, Mr. Gu, Ren Zi began, her voice breaking the stillness. However, she hesitated. Xi Qing patiently perused the documents, prompting her with a simple, Gathering her thoughts, Ren Zi continued. There is no need for you to resort to threats concerning the project to compel Xiao Gu to apologize. Or to provide her with my year-end bonus while constantly protecting me. If word gets out, it could be said that you are abusing your position to intimidate your subordinates. Moreover, since I have returned and am standing here, Ren Linwan will not let me off easily. Your assistance cannot be expected every time. This is not a threat. Nor is it mere protection. I intend to use your influence to quell Gu Ningxiu's arrogance, Xi Qing stated, flipping the document over and pushing it toward Ren Zi. Look. Ren Zi picked up the file, opening it to reveal Han Miao's information. Mr. Gu, what is this? She inquired. Han Miao has been appointed by Gu Ningxiu. And for half a year, he has been quite restless under my watch. Xi Qing leaned back, his authoritative presence palpable, his gaze piercing. I want you to take her place with integrity and dignity. Ren Zi's heart quivered, suddenly feeling the weight of 1,000 burdens. Han Miao was a long-standing member of the Gu family. To replace her and gain the acceptance of all would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet she was acutely aware that she was destined to ascend, meeting Xi Qing's gaze directly. Her eyes, clear and resolute, inquired, is there a time constraint? Xi Qing, admiring her determination, softened his tone, there is no rush, haste makes waste. The journey is taken step by step. Remember, this is a crucial task. As he spoke, he retrieved an invitation card from his drawer. It was a crimson velvet invitation, adorned with golden lines, with the character prominently displayed. Ren Zi looked up in confusion. This was a celebration banquet organized by the Ren family for Ren Linwan, who was taking over the Ren Corporation. You will accompany me, he stated. Ren Zi's gaze fell upon the invitation, her complexion paling, her hands trembling. Is it absolutely necessary to attend? Is there an issue? Xi Qing countered. No. She concealed her thoughts. Yet Xi Qing perceived her unease and clarified, firstly, it is to present you to the public, secondly, I have received word that the Shen family intends to terminate their collaboration with the Gu Corporation. In the realm of business, alliances are forged for profit and dissolve for the same reason. This principle was understood by Ren Zi, yet she was still puzzled. Is it truly necessary for you, Mr. Gu, to attend this banquet for what seems to be a minor matter? Xi Qing appreciated her astute reasoning, displaying considerable patience. The Shen family's termination of the project was aimed at collaborating with the Ren family. I truly do not comprehend, Ren Zi expressed. Are you seeking to salvage this partnership? Xi Qing's gaze intensified, his dark eyes resembling a predator lurking in the shadows. I wish to invest in the Ren Corporation. Understanding dawned upon Ren Zi, and she rose. Pledging her loyalty, I shall prepare myself to accompany you, Mr. Gu. Meanwhile, another elevator within the Gu Corporation descended to the main hall. With a chime, the golden doors opened. Drawing Ms. Ren away from her incandescent fury, Ms. Gu, with an expression as frigid as the Arctic, steered her towards the exit. I am far from finished with that woman. Ms. Ren's voice, sharpened by unadulterated rage, reverberated through the expansive and resplendent lobby, instantly capturing the attention of those in the vicinity. Ms. Gu, feeling the piercing gazes of onlookers, experienced a throbbing sensation in her temples. Gritting her teeth, she admonished Ms. Ren in hushed tones, maintain your composure, I implore you. If you lack self-respect, I certainly do not. She tightened her grip on Ms. Ren's hand, quickening their pace towards the main entrance. Ms. Ren, feeling the sting in her wrist from the unyielding grasp, attempted to break free, but to no avail. Her voice rose in pitch, are you afraid of losing face? How dare you engage in such behavior if you fear embarrassment? As your betrothed, I am the one who bears the brunt of this humiliation. Now, the entirety of Gu Corporation, from the upper echelons to the lower ranks, is privy to your scandalous affairs. They are also aware that I, your fiancé, was compelled to apologize to your former paramour. Am I not the one who suffers the most profound disgrace? Upon uttering these words, Ms. Ren was unceremoniously dragged out of the Gu Corporation's lobby by Ms. Gu and thrust into a vehicle that had been patiently awaiting their arrival. The employees within the Gu Corporation's lobby exchanged bewildered glances. Ms. Gu's outwardly respectable demeanor belied an extravagant private life, a fact that was tacitly acknowledged throughout the corporation. The altercation between Ms. Gu and Ms. Ren in the president's office, along with the scene of the two women apologizing to Ms. Ren's friend, had been surreptitiously disseminated by certain individuals to a clandestine gossip group frequented by Gu Corporation employees. Some of the more morally upright employees empathized with the friend, finding solace in the release of pent-up frustration. However, they were taken aback by the intricate web of connections that surrounded her. The tinted vehicle sped off, eventually coming to a halt in front of the SAP center. Ms. Ren, with her arms crossed, derisively remarked, "Were you not satisfied with your performance at the office? Do you require an encore? I have deposited 500,000 into your account." Suppressing the conflagration in her heart, Gu Ningshu spoke with icy indifference. "Indulge in a facial, consider it a respite. Before the commencement of the banquet, refrain from disturbing me." Ren Linwan's countenance softened somewhat, yet she maintained her haughty demeanor, declaring, "Do not presume that your financial expenditure on my behalf will engender my forgiveness. Furthermore, Ren Zi has caused me the utmost humiliation. I shall assuredly not grant her absolution." The receptionist, accustomed to such encounters, received her handbag with an impassive countenance, maintaining a discreet silence. Ren Linwan, speaking with unbridled audacity, failed to perceive the presence of an eavesdropper in the adjacent room. What? Ren Zi? Has she been released from incarceration? Xin Jiao, galvanized, sat upright, disregarding the dislodged facial mask. She ecstatically retrieved her cellular device, navigating through her contacts to locate the number she had not engaged within half a decade, and initiated a call. With each ring, her temples throbbed vehemently. "Hello?" Ren Zi's voice emanated from the receiver, imbued with an electric rasp. Despite its aloofness, Xin Jiao was overcome with such elation that she emitted an audible laugh. "ZZ, it is Yao Yao." Upon uttering those words, her eyes stung with acrimony, and her heart clenched with a searing ache. "You are free. Let us reconvene at our customary rendezvous." "Very well." At 7:30 in the evening, Ren Zi departed alongside the secretarial staff. She communicated to Xi Qing via text message, apprising him of her rendezvous with a companion, and independently embarked on a subway journey to the locale designated for her meeting with Xin Jiao. An hour later, she arrived at a tranquil bar, sparsely populated. Xin Jiao, ensconced in a window-side seat, with two libations positioned before her, beckoned to Ren Zi upon her entry. "ZZ, over here." Approaching her, Ren Zi found Xin Jiao as radiant as ever, her features captivating beneath a natural makeup. She was adorned in a sleeveless vermilion dress, her raven, undulating tresses cascading over one shoulder, a striking contrast to her alabaster arm. "Jiao." She paused in her stride. Xin Jiao embraced her, the grip gradually tightening, her voice trembling with a sob. "I've finally seen you. 5 years since I last saw you." Her words quivered with emotion. Ren Zi gently patted her back, offering solace. Xin Jiao could feel how much Ren Zi had thinned, her embrace revealed the starkness of bone beneath her touch. She could scarcely imagine the hardships Ren Zi had endured during her 5 years of incarceration, and tears silently streamed down her face as she instinctively held Ren Zi tighter. "Jiao." Understanding Xin Jiao's genuine heartache, Ren Zi tenderly stroked her back, reassuring her, "I'm out now. Everything will gradually improve." Okay. Xin Jiao nodded through her tears. "Today is a joyous occasion. Let's celebrate until we're both tipsy." Ren Zi acquiesced, "All right, whatever you wish." With that, Xin Jiao, still reluctant to let go, wiped away her tears and released Ren Zi, remarking, "ZZ, you've become so thin. Shall we go somewhere else? Let me treat you to a celebratory feast." Ren Zi was indeed too slender, and she wanted her to eat more. "Now that we're here, you'll treat me to drinks tonight, and tomorrow I'll treat you to a grand meal," Ren Zi said, already seated, raising her glass to gently clink against Xin Jiao's before taking a sip. It was once her favorite sweet wine. However, she had abstained from alcohol for 5 years. The sweet wine slid down her throat. She could neither discern its flavor nor the sweetness it purported to possess, and her heart was indifferent to it all. Xin Jiao held the glass, not drinking, but gazing at Ren Zi, who appeared markedly quieter today than she had 5 years prior. Once vibrant and radiant, Ren Zi now exuded a calmness akin to a still pond, silent and lifeless. The vivacity had vanished, leaving behind a desolate emptiness. Lost in thought, Xin Jiao raised her glass and consumed the wine in a single, self-destructive gulp, again and again. Ren Zi could do nothing to stop her. Merely watching as Xin Jiao succumbed to inebriation, tears streaming down her face, finally collapsing onto the bar, rambling incoherently. "Zizi, I am sorry. It is my fault you have become like this. The Xin family bears this responsibility. Please do not hate me." Ren Zi was taken aback for a moment, and only when she saw Xin Jiao retching violently did she regain her senses. Without asking questions, she helped Xin Jiao to the restroom. "You are drunk." Xin Jiao, burdened with her thoughts, protested, "No, I am not drunk, I still recognize you, Zizi. When you went to prison, how many were your instigators? I wanted to help you, but I was powerless." Ren Zi listened, supporting her. "Careful now. Watch out for the trash can ahead, you cannot lean on it." Chapter 17, An eager reunion. A drunken person feels as if they weigh 1,000 pounds. Yet Ren Zi managed to help Xin Jiao out. "Ren Zi?" Just as they stepped outside, a familiar voice reached her ears. Ren Zi turned to see who it was. Indeed, it was him. 5 years ago, Su Hanyan was full of youthful vigor, a brash young man, convinced that his wings could soar across the vast sky. "You say I cannot master medicine? Fine, I shall study just to prove you wrong." It was a gamble taken by Ren Zi that propelled him onto the plane, crossing the ocean to a distant shore. After half a decade, the once introverted youth has blossomed into a refined gentleman. He was clad in a well-tailored suit, exuding elegance and grace, his gold-rimmed spectacles accentuating his composed demeanor. "It has been a considerable time, are you faring well?" Su Hanyan inquired with a familiar smile. Then gestured helplessly towards Xin Jiao, who was leaning on Ren Zi's shoulder inebriated, and asked with double meaning, "Shall I be of assistance?" As Ren Zi was about to respond, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up. A chauffeur, donning white gloves and a suit, alighted from the vehicle, greeted Ren Zi with a nod, opened the car door, and gestured an invitation, "Madam, please." It was a driver dispatched by Xi Qing. Ren Zi politely declined. "There's no need, someone is coming to retrieve me, I must take my leave." As she supported Xin Jiao, Su Hanyan moved to offer his aid. But the chauffeur had already preempted him, stepping forward to assist Ren Zi with Xin Jiao. Su Hanyan remained stationary, his gaze drifting beyond their departing figures, settling upon the pristine Mercedes. It was not an exceptional automobile, valued at perhaps $1 million or so. However, he had heard of the Ren family's bankruptcy and Ren Zi's imprisonment. Now that she had been recently released, how could she possess such funds to procure a vehicle and employ a driver, addressing her as Madam? It did not seem to be a gesture of assistance from a friend. Could it be that Ren Zi was leveraging her youth with another man? Su Hanyan hesitated to contemplate, reluctant to entertain such thoughts about Ren Zi. His gaze was somber as he watched the Mercedes depart. After assisting Xin Jiao into the car, Ren Zi also entered, heading to the nearest hotel. Xin Jiao was deeply intoxicated, and she could not bring a stranger back to Xi Qing's villa. They were wed, but not as a genuine couple. Ren Zi possessed that much self-awareness. "Madam, Mr. Gu specifically instructed me to escort you back," the driver replied cautiously. "I conveyed this to him." Ren Zi promptly sent a message to Xi Qing explaining the situation. And in the next moment, Xi Qing's call arrived. "Mr. Gu, have you been drinking?" His voice, rich and clear, resonated through the receiver, laced with a hint of concerned reproach, warming my heart. "I am not intoxicated, it is my friend who is inebriated and it would be inconvenient to trouble you. So I shall not return tonight." On the other end, discerning from her tone that Ren Zi was sober, Xi Qing replied coolly, "As you wish," and ended the call. At the Gu family estate, upon noticing Xi Qing had hung up, Aunt Chen inquired, "Young master, the hangover remedy is ready. Shall I bring it out now?" Xi Qing rose to ascend the stairs, his indifferent voice echoing back, "Dispose of it." The car halted at the nearest hotel, where the driver assisted Ren Zi in guiding Xin Jiao to her hotel room. As the driver prepared to leave, Ren Zi instructed, "In the future, Apart from at the villa, please refrain from calling me madam, simply refer to me as Miss Ren. Her marriage to Xi Qing was purely a matter of partnership. Given the recent rumors surrounding the Gu family, she wished to avoid causing him any trouble. Understood, the driver acknowledged before departing. Ren Zi proceeded to help Shen Jiao remove her makeup and freshen up. Noticing her deep slumber, she sat at the edge of the bed. Her mind consumed by Shen Jiao's earlier drunken utterances. Why did she feel she had wronged herself? What connection did the events of the past have with the Shen family? Resolutely, she decided to conduct a discreet investigation into the past and its ties to the Shen family. The following day, a knock resounded at the door. Ren Zi opened it, her surprise palpable. Standing outside was Shen Jiao's brother, Shen Ziyuan. She and Shen Jiao were close friends, which naturally extended her friendship to Shen Ziyuan. With genuine concern, she inquired, Ziyuan, why are you here so early? Have you had breakfast? However, Shen Ziyuan deliberately bypassed her and entered the bedroom. Ren Zi sensed that Shen Ziyuan was intentionally ignoring her, and she assumed it was due to his discomfort over her past incarceration, leaving her feeling awkward and silenced. Jiao. Do you still remember that you are a young lady of the Shen family? Shen Ziyuan lamented, what is he doing, wasting his days away? Oh. She is merely an illegitimate child, Shen Jiao replied without hesitation, emerging as she spoke, her long hair cascading down her back. Yawning, she followed Shen Ziyuan. Turning to greet Ren Zi, Zizi, I'm heading back now. Remember, we have a grand feast together tonight. No sooner had Shen Jiao's words left her lips than Shen Ziyuan halted, turning to fix a stern gaze upon her face, warning, forget about the feast. He then directed his unfamiliar gaze towards Ren Zi. Ren Zi, you are no longer the Miss Ren of 5 years ago. I hope you understand that so much has transpired in these past 5 years, and many things have irrevocably changed. Please maintain your distance from Jiao. I am not like that. Shen Jiao's eyes widened with panic as she hurried to explain. Yet before she could finish, Shen Ziyuan interrupted, taking her hand and leading her outside. All right, I understand. I will no longer intrude upon Miss Shen, Ren Zi responded with unwavering composure. Shen Ziyuan's abruptness took her by surprise, leaving her at a loss. It took her a while to regain her composure. It seemed that Shen Jiao still cherished their friendship, while it was Shen Ziyuan who harbored unilateral resistance towards her. At the same time, a deeper sense of confusion settled within her. 5 years ago. What exactly transpired behind the scenes of the Shen family? She sought counsel from Xi Qing on how to initiate an investigation into the Shen family, however. Her work had been overwhelmingly demanding these past few days, causing her plans to be delayed. Before she knew it, the day indicated on the invitation had arrived. Saturday. The stylist and makeup artist arrived, bringing with them an array of exquisite gowns. You must be Miss Ren? An unparalleled beauty, indeed. I assure you, under my skilled hands, you shall become even more breathtaking. Among dozens of gowns, she selected a long, water-blue mermaid dress. After Ren Zi changed, she descended the stairs. Her skin was alabaster, her waist delicate and slender, and the mermaid gown, which could easily reveal any flaws, was flawlessly worn by her. Under the radiant lights, she appeared ethereal, a true enchantress. Upon meeting Xi Qing's unwavering gaze, Ren Zi felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. She nervously clutched the hem of her dress and said, is it unappealing? I can change. No, it is beautiful. Xi Qing chuckled softly, his tone considerably gentler. The attire is worthy of you. It was not that Ren Zi was deserving of the gown, rather, it was an accessory that complemented its owner. Understanding his intent, Ren Zi smiled, noticing that Xi Qing had coordinated his tie to match her gown. Shall we? Xi Qing extended his arm. Ren Zi linked her arm with his, suddenly reminded that tonight, in addition to the Ren family, numerous dignitaries would be present. And she had just recently emerged from prison. A wave of trepidation surged within her. She paused, lifting her gaze to Xi Qing, and asked, will my presence at the banquet affect you? Xi Qing was the only person she could currently rely on, and she did not wish for his reputation to suffer because of her. The Ren family, she could return there at any time. However, if she were to cause Xi Qing to lose face in front of the esteemed figures of society, it would be a grave miscalculation. No, Xi Qing said, lowering his gaze upon her, you must go. This will ensure that the Ren family, along with many others, recognizes your position at Gu Corporation. making it clear that Gu Corporation stands as your bastion. Ren Zi cast her eyes downward, remaining silent. Are you afraid? Gu Shiqing inquired. Ren Zi lifted her head. Her smile radiant and confident, replying with deliberate clarity, I am not afraid. I can hardly wait to meet them. Chapter 18, the celebration banquet. The Ren family estate was built upon the mountains, encompassing dozens of acres. In her lifetime, Grandma Ren had a fondness for cultivating flowers. And her gardens were awash with blossoms, blooming like a sea of colors with the changing seasons, resembling a paradise untouched by time. As the car wound its way up the mountain road, passing towering ancient trees, Ren Zi eagerly anticipated the sight of the floral expanse. This was the last cherished memory left to her by her grandmother. Rarely chatty. Ren Zi's eyes sparkled with hope as she initiated a conversation with Gu Shiqing. Grandma's favorite was the rose. The vines would climb high along the walls, adorned with white blossoms and pink centers. Do you enjoy flowers? Gu Shiqing countered. I love the flowers that my grandmother tended. Chen Han drove. A flicker of sorrow crossing his gaze, his lips poised to speak yet holding back. As the iron gate of the estate swung open, the car entered, revealing a wide expanse of asphalt road leading directly to the entrance of the ancestral home, its surface gleaming. The once vibrant floral sea had been leveled. Ren Zi's momentary excitement faded as she surveyed her surroundings, her tone devoid of emotion. It has been renovated. The flowers are gone. Grandma's legacy has vanished. Ren Linwan's family moved into the old residence, and the first task was a lavish renovation, drastically altering its original state. Chen Han responded. Ren Zi's heart ached. Her eyes reddening, her chest heavy with unspoken sorrow. If you cannot bear it, you may return home first. Gu Shiqing observed her discomfort and expressed concern. There is no necessity to attend today. Ren Zi immediately shook her head, stifling her tears, lost in memories. She then managed to muster a smile, poised and dignified, saying with formality, as a secretary, how could I abandon my post? Please, Mr. Gu. Gu Shiqing regarded her with a hint of admiration and chose not to pursue the matter further. Upon the car's arrival, Ren Zi had already composed herself, linking her arm with Gu Shiqing's as they entered the old house together, appearing quite harmonious. The banquet was resplendently extravagant, dominated by a sea of gold, a display of ostentation that unmistakably reflected Ren Linwan's taste. As they stepped into the venue, the previously raucous atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Someone called out, Mr. Gu has arrived. All eyes converged upon them. Gu Shiqing, accustomed to being the center of attention, remained composed. However, the gaze of the crowd shifted to Ren Zi, and she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her palms dampening with sweat. Yet, she endeavored to maintain an appropriate demeanor. Among the socialites, someone recognized her. How familiar she looks. Isn't that Ren Zi? Ren Zi? The one who spent 5 years in prison? She is out and still causing trouble, only interested in seducing men, and now she is clinging to Mr. Gu. This grand figure. Indeed, who knows the effort expended that night? The hardships we cannot fathom. Mockery, disdain, and scorn permeated the air. Despite the undercurrent of discontent and disparagement, maintained an upright posture, feigning deafness to the whispers that reached her ears. She was acutely aware that, regardless of her perceived insignificance, the presence of a man of immense power rendered her untouchable. Yet, some individuals seemed oblivious to the potential consequences. Well, isn't this a rare sight? The perennial bachelor has graced the banquet with a female companion. A man, unsteady on his feet and reeking of alcohol, approached, audaciously attempting to lean on. We were just debating whether you preferred the company of men. It seems you brought a woman to the banquet to dispel those rumors. Before he could encroach further, intercepted him, maintaining a vigilant distance. A palpable hush fell over the room. Had this man lost his senses? To behave so insolently in the presence of? My actions are not subject to your scrutiny. S gaze, unreserved and lascivious, fixated on. He clicked his tongue, remarking with a suggestive undertone, indeed, she is quite a looker. I wonder what she's like in bed. A flash of sharp intensity flickered in his eyes, and he gave a subtle cough. Before the sound could fully dissipate, S fist had already been unleashed, landing squarely on his face. How many lives do you possess that you dare to speak of in such a manner? He warned. Once the beating had subdued cries to mere whimpers, feigned remonstration. Such impulsiveness. After delivering 2 more blows, relented. My apologies. My actions were ill-considered. I accept any punishment. Lay prostrate on the floor, his face a bloody mess. His speech slurred from missing teeth. Do you even know who I am? How dare you strike me? The bodyguards escorted him out. With the decorum befitting his prestigious background, offered a slight, apologetic nod to the assembly. However, it was tacitly understood that actions were instigated by him. Yet, no one dared to challenge this unspoken truth, for who would risk antagonizing the family? The master of ceremonies, quick on his feet, endeavored to reignite the convivial atmosphere. Dismissing the incident as a mere interlude, urging everyone not to be alarmed. The ambience swiftly recovered its vibrancy, and was no longer the subject of discussion. In the vicinity, the meticulously planned banquet, adorned with opulent decorations, served as a testament to the host's esteemed status. The opening scene had not escaped notice, who feigned belated awareness, affectionately linking her arm widths, putting on a show of solicitude. My dear cousin, had I known you were arriving, I would have greeted you downstairs. President Liu, emboldened by drink, uttered words he would normally say. Please, pay them no mind. Her words carried a subtle ambiguity. Oh? Retorted, subtly disengaging her arm, her tone composed. Is it merely the courage of intoxication, or does wine reveal the truth? You seem rather acquainted with him, elder sister. Is there a history? Her voice, cool and collected, was laced with a hint of amusement in her smile. Just you wait, losing her composure, was about to lunge forward. A gentle, steady voice interjected. Their mother, exuding grace and refinement, approached, ostensibly reprimanding her daughter. How dare you speak to your sister in such a manner? Finally, the confrontation had arrived. Had believed she could face them with equanimity. Yet, upon beholding and her family's repulsive visages, her blood surged with indignation. She was consumed by the desire to bring them to justice without delay. Is here. Han Xiangxiang exchanged polite pleasantries while subtly warning that the past should remain unspoken. Aunt truly welcomes you to Xianwan's celebration banquet. As she spoke, she moved to embrace Ren Zi, only to be gently pushed away by her finger pressed against the shoulder blade. If you truly welcome me, sending me an invitation would suffice. Ren Zi maintained a calm demeanor, unmasking the hypocrisy without requiring her to attend the banquet in the capacity of General Manager Gu's secretary. Han Xiangxiang's smile froze, realizing that after 5 years, this girl had become even more articulate. She forced a smile and said, General Gu, let us proceed. Ren Zi linked arms with Gu Xi Qing, and they departed. Han Xiangxiang pondered when this girl had managed to climb the social ladder to be associated with General Gu. She recalled seeing Ren Zi at the Gu Corporation previously. As she observed Ren Zi's retreating figure, a cold smirk formed on her lips. Very well. If she enjoys her time at Gu's, then she should never emerge again. Just a few steps outside, Ren Zi exhaled softly in front of Gu Xi Qing. General Gu, do I appear sufficiently conspicuous? Chapter 19, The fish takes the bait. You've done splendidly. Gu Xi Qing picked up a wine glass from the server's tray and handed it to Ren Zi. The delicate clink of their glasses resonated. Miss Ren, your presence grows increasingly formidable. Ren Zi savored a sip of the rich, fragrant red wine. She smiled, exuding a sense of borrowed power. From the moment she entered, it was all a performance. The net had been cast, and to catch fish, one must use bait. Ren Zi was that bait. In the realm of business interactions among men, Gu Xiqing felt it inappropriate to bring Ren Zi along. Before departing, he cautioned her against consuming anything indiscriminately and urged her to protect herself. Ren Zi responded with a soft murmur. The banquet had yet to officially commence, it was merely a time for tea and idle chatter. Lacking familiar faces, Ren Zi chose to sit in a secluded corner, observing the ebb and flow of guests. Suddenly, a hand patted her right shoulder, and Xin Zhiyao appeared to her left, holding a slice of cake. With an exuberant tone, she exclaimed, Zizi, is that really you? A fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed Su Hanyan's eyes as he nodded in agreement, acknowledging her beauty, akin to that of a mermaid princess. Ren Zi tightened her grip on her wine glass. Princess-like. In her grandmother's time, compliments of this nature had been bestowed upon her. Our Zizi is truly adorable. Raised like a little princess, simply exquisite. Such praise had ceased with the decline of the Ren family. She felt a tinge of nostalgia, a faint smile escaping her lips. You two are teasing me again. Xin Zhiyao harbored a disinclination towards attending banquets, especially those laced with ulterior motives. Her status within the Xin family rendered her both unique and marginalized, she was not well liked, and she struggled to integrate into the social fabric. Each gathering felt like a trial. However, things were different now. I have you. Xin Zhiyao embraced Ren Zi's shoulders, presenting her with a piece of chocolate cake. In the future, I hope Mr. Gu will always have you accompany him at these events. Not far away, Xi Qing's piercing gaze swept in their direction. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he lifted his wine glass, the corners of his lips curling ever so slightly. Ren Zi understood, the bait had been taken. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. Xin Zhiyao, how many times must I tell you? Xin Zhiyuan strode forward, seizing her wrist as he attempted to lead her away. I have warned you, every action must prioritize the interests of the Xin family. Brother. I do not wish to become a person consumed by self-interest. Xin Zhiyao flung herself away from him. Fortunately, they were in a corner, drawing little attention. Xin Ziyuan's face had turned ashen, and the two stood in silent confrontation. Addressing him as Brother Ziyuan had suddenly transformed into the more formal General Manager Xin, which felt rather alien. Ren Zi stood protectively in front of Xin Zhiyao, her demeanor distant yet polite. I represent the Gu Group's position, may we have a word? Open your eyes and take a look. Xin Ziyuan hissed in a low, furious tone. Beijing is not the same as it was 5 years ago. After the reshuffling of resources, you are no longer the Ren Zi of the past, the tides have turned. To think you can represent the Ren family is one thing. But the Gu Group? Do you truly believe that being merely a secretary can influence matters of such magnitude? His voice, though subdued, was cutting. Ever since her release from prison, Ren Zi had grown accustomed to such remarks. Yet she could not deny that hearing such words from a former friend was even more painful, more disheartening. Xin Ziyuan, what are you saying? Zizi is my friend. Regardless of the Ren family's situation, she will always remain my friend. Xin Zhiyao admonished him, her expression filled with remorse. Zizi, I am so sorry, my brother. It's all right, Ren Zi interjected, shaking her head. Her tone took on a businesslike quality. Regarding the cooperative project between our two companies, the data from the Xin family is insufficiently precise and requires re-evaluation. Her demeanor was assertive, compelling Xin Ziyuan to reluctantly follow her into a small private room, isolating them to just the two of them. Ren Zi, I understand these past 5 years have been difficult for you, but now that you are out, you must look ahead. Xin Ziyuan spoke with a tone of resignation, insisting that one should not confine oneself. While he voiced his thoughts, Ren Zi busied herself, retrieving documents from her briefcase. General Manager Shen, please have a seat. The first document pertains to the contract signed between the Shen and Gu families for the South City project, with a penalty of 170 million for breach, to be paid by the defaulting company. The second document outlines a proposed contract between the Shen and Ren families, which allows for a swift signing after the dissolution with the Gu family, with the penalty for breach being the responsibility of the Ren family. Additionally, there is a specific clause that eludes my understanding. Her fair, delicate fingers danced lightly over the papers as Ren Zi exuded an aura of authority, determined to acquire the crucial data for the South City project. What does this mean? How do you possess this document? Evading the grasp of Xin Ziyuan, who approached to seize it, Ren Zi leisurely tucked the papers away, asserting that it was merely a copy. If you desire it, I can produce several more. Each employee of the Xin group is entitled to one. Xin Ziyuan seethed with ire, his teeth clenched, yet he found himself powerless against her. Ren Zi was brimming with patience, her long legs elegantly crossed, her index finger rhythmically tapping on the table, an action that unsettled him deeply. Xin Ziyuan lowered his gaze, letting out a soft sigh. Zizi, things are not as you perceive them. Ren Zi remained unmoved. However, my curiosity persists. Following the line of reasoning provided by Xi Qing, she inquired, the profit Ren is offering you is not even half of what Gu provides. Why would you take such a significant risk to serve the Ren family? Do not pry into this. Xin Ziyuan's emotions tightened once more as he stood to leave. It is none of your concern. In a flash of insight, Ren Zi recalled the words spoken by Xin Zhiyao in her inebriated state, and a bold yet pragmatic notion emerged. If I were imprisoned, the Ren family would change hands, while Gu Ningsu would win the hearts of the people. This does concern you. Xin Ziyuan's once straight back crumbled entirely. He returned to his seat and said, "Zizi, I apologize." As their conversation unfolded, applause resonated from outside, accompanied by Ren Linwan's sweet and warm voice expressing her delight at everyone's presence at the celebration banquet. "I am young and inexperienced. I hope the esteemed seniors will guide me. With your mentorship, Ren Corporation can progress steadily." The banquet commenced in earnest. Ren Zi emerged from the private room, clapping her hands as she approached Xin Zhiyao, exuding an air of serene composure. "What did my brother say to you?" she inquired. She swayed slightly before regaining her balance. "Nothing much, just reminiscing." On stage, Ren Linwan basked in the adoration of the crowd, surrounded by a cacophony of flattery, sycophancy, and appeasement. She nestled into Gu Ningxiu's embrace, responding with a demure grace. Following this banquet, the stature of Ren Corporation was poised to ascend. Yet a moment of hesitation shattered the prevailing joy. In a cool voice, Ren Zi approached the stage, holding a USB drive, and seized the microphone from Ren Linwan's hand. "I wish to inquire of Miss Ren and the esteemed Mr. Gu by your side, should the equity of Ren Corporation truly rest in your hands?" Her chilling words echoed throughout the venue. In an instant, a shiver ran down Ren Linwan's spine. She was perplexed by Ren Zizi's intentions, instinctively wary. She nodded, "Indeed. Ren Corporation rightfully belongs to me." Gu Ningxiu furrowed his brows, feeling a surge of discontent, pondering Ren Zizi's motives. Ignoring the two, Ren Zi directly inserted the USB drive into the computer, revealing the detailed distribution of Ren Corporation's equity on the large screen. "This document embodies my intentions." Chapter 20, Do Not Abandon Me. The music at the banquet ceased, and silence descended upon the scene. The previously looping slideshow of photographs halted, replaced by an image on the electronic screen, the will that Ren Zi had just received from Xin Ziyuan. As everyone could see, this was the testament, certified by the Justice Group under the Xin Corporation, made when the late matriarch was of sound mind. Ren Zi zoomed in on the details, revealing a video clip in which the elder Mrs. Ren explicitly stated that all of her shares would be transferred to Ren Zi's name upon her death. A clamor erupted throughout the venue. How could this be? Wasn't it said that Ren Zi was imprisoned for tax evasion, leaving the company without leadership? And that it was entrusted to Gu Ningxiu, who acquired it before passing it on to Ren Linwan? "You're mistaken," someone countered. At the time, Ren Linwan also presented the elder Mrs. Ren's will, announcing her inheritance to the company. It was only because she lacked business acumen that she allowed little Gu to manage it. Opinions diverged, and Ren Linwan's face alternated between green and white. How could Ren Zi possess the elder Mrs. Ren's will? She was certain she had taken care of it all. In her panic, she blurted out, "Nonsense. Grandma's will was already." Han Xiangxiang interjected, her tone gentle and tinged with sorrow. "Zizi, I understand that you harbor resentment after 5 years in prison. However, the elder Mrs. Ren's will at the time was notarized, and it was only right that Xiaowan inherited the group. To present a false will now and disrupt your cousin's celebration. Oh, well, considering your hardships, we won't dwell on it this time." Ren Zi cast a cold glance at Han Xiangxiang. After all these years, she still maintained this facade of fragility. Her words appeared to offer Ren Zi solace, but in reality, they served to condemn her. At present, Ren Linwan's indifference seems to reflect her magnanimity. And relying on the same tactics repeatedly will eventually lead to failure. Ren Zi, calm and composed, gazed into the past, contemplating the necessity of new strategies. Han Xiangxiang, feeling uneasy under her gaze, feared that Ren Zi had further plans and hastily commanded, "Quickly, someone, escort Miss Ren off the stage." As she spoke, 2 burly bodyguards approached with stern expressions. However, before they could reach the front, they were halted by Chen Han, who stood behind 4 even more formidable bodyguards, exuding an intimidating aura. Gu Ningxiu, with a stern countenance, addressed Assistant Chen, "What is your intention here?" In the audience, Gu Xiqing stood out amidst the crowd, maintaining an upright posture and exuding an air of refined gentlemanliness. When he spoke, his tone was sharp. "Are my people something you can just move?" "Uncle." Gu Ningxiu was bewildered by his implication, hesitating to speak. "Gu Ningxiu, why are you feeling guilty about something you have never done?" Gu Xiqing's authoritative presence left Gu Ningxiu unable to utter a single retort. Under Gu Xiqing's encouraging gaze, Ren Zi simultaneously initiated an audio file. It was an altered voice recording. Indeed, there was a will at that time. The Ren family group was meant to be passed on to Ren Zi. It was Ren Linwan, in collusion with Gu Ningshu, who fabricated the later will. I possess evidence. Subsequently, she presented the transfer records and chat logs, evidence as solid as a mountain. Ren Zi, cease your frivolity. Gu Ningshu, with a pained expression, supported Ren Linwan and sternly rebuked. What do you intend to do with a forged will? The outcome from 5 years ago was your just deserts. What gives you the audacity to cause a scene now? Ren Linwan nestled in his embrace, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Indeed. I recall the Ren family was once on the brink of collapse, salvaged only by Ren Linwan and Gu Ningshu. Now that the corporation has thrived, Ren Zi wishes to return. Such fortune is scarcely found in this world. Her countenance, filled with avarice and loathing, is utterly detestable. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Yet Ren Zi remained unfazed. Steadying herself against the platform, she calmly stated, in accordance with the will? There are 2 wills, and one must surely be a forgery. However, it is quite simple. Present the wills and request verification from the notary office, and the truth shall be revealed. Han Xiangxiang was taken aback. With a tone of indignation, she retorted, the Ren family's will is not something you can merely inspect at your whim. Why not? Ren Zi replied with a hint of superiority. Her tone relaxed yet assertive. If not, I shall report this to the authorities. Report it? The atmosphere instantly turned chaotic. What was meant to be a celebratory banquet lost all joy, as many began to anticipate the unfolding drama. Ren Zi. Ren Linwan dropped her facade. Lunging forward to grasp Ren Zi's wrist, deftly seizing the microphone. I wonder how much longer you can endure your stay in prison. Out of the corner of her eye, Ren Zi caught sight of the microphone. Just as she attempted to snatch it away, her gaze met Ren Linwan's bloodshot eyes. Her expression darkened. Unflinching and resolute, she confronted Ren Linwan, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Ren Linwan, your days of prosperity are numbered. Everything will be reclaimed. Ren Linwan was ablaze with fury. A jarring crackle of electricity echoed throughout the banquet hall. Almost immediately, someone shouted, Ren Linwan struck someone with the microphone. Blood has been drawn. A searing pain erupted in her head. Ren Zi touched it, and blood trickled through her fingers, blurring her vision. Su Hanyan hastily pushed through the crowd, but someone else was quicker. Xi Qing supported Ren Zi's arm, his large hand encircling her waist, and asked with concern. Are you all right? Let's get you to the hospital. I'm fine, just a little. Blood dripped onto her eyelashes, further obscuring her sight. Ren Zi's body weakened. And she felt a sharp pain. Contact the hospital and prepare for our arrival. Xi Qing placed his hand under Ren Zi's knees, lifting her into his arms. As he carried her away, he could hear the surrounding whispers. Heavens, she really went for the kill. Ren Linwan seems so well behaved, but she's truly ruthless. It looks like Ren Zi won't be able to rest for a while. This Ren family seems ordinary, but it's actually quite corrupt. What celebration is this? Let's just call it off, everyone, disperse. Xi Qing sternly instructed Chen Han, inform all the guests here today to be clear about what they can and cannot say. Yes, sir. Not a single word that shouldn't be said must be spread. The so-called celebration ended abruptly. Han Xiangxiang pinched Ren Linwan's arm. You're not a child anymore, how could you be so impulsive? Mom, it's all that bitch Ren Zi's fault for provoking me. Quickly, give me the medicine, the medicine. Amidst the chaos, Shen Zhiyao found Shen Zhiyuan and asked with concern, Brother, did you tell Zizi everything? Yes, Zizi is very intelligent and knows everything. Shen Zhiyuan's voice was heavy, it's just that there's no evidence. Yao Yao, please help her. In the hospital, Xi Qing held Ren Zi in his arms. The dried blood staining his suit, rendering it filthy. Mr. Gu, your new suit has been delivered, Chen Han quietly reminded him. Their boss harbored a severe obsession with cleanliness. Every article of clothing he donned underwent countless rounds of disinfection. Xi Qing relaxed his furrowed brow and replied, all right. Just as he attempted to rise, his large hand was suddenly gripped tightly. Lying on the hospital bed, Ren Zi's pale face and lips bore a ghostly hue. Her fingers clasping his hand with a deathly grip. Her voice was almost a plea, don't leave, don't abandon me. Chapter 21, the sequence of events. Ren Zi's fingers were delicate and fair, adorned with beautifully tinted nails. Yet, the dried blood on her fingertips left a stark contrast against Xi Qing's bony hand, marring its surface with heavy stains. I will fetch the suit immediately. Alarm bells rang in Chen Han's mind. Not only was their boss a germaphobe, but he also despised physical contact. The previous secretary had been blacklisted for merely brushing against his hand while passing documents, and now she was likely selling pancakes somewhere. The situation with Ren Zi was dire. She had not only taken his hand but had also stained it with blood. This was a catastrophe. It's fine, Xi Qing reassured, settling back down. His voice gentle as he lowered his gaze slightly. Please return and bring her a couple of outfits. She must be uncomfortable in her soiled state. Chen Han thought he had misheard, huh? It was rare for Xi Qing to exhibit such patience towards a woman. Even suggesting a trip back to the old residence for Ren Zi's clothes. Understood. This was the first time he had witnessed such tenderness from his boss. Meanwhile, Ren Zi, lost in her dreams, furrowed her brow, her small face contorted in discomfort, her sleep restless. Grandma. Father, and, during university, my beloved Gu Ningxiu. Is it alright for Grandma to cook soup for Zizi? Zizi is our family's little lucky star, thanks to her, Father secured the project. Yunbao. I will surely marry you in the future. The past has woven a cocoon, trapping Ren Zi within, making escape arduous. She struggles, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks. Imbued with profound bitterness. Indeed, Xi Qing did not leave. He sat by the hospital bed, a notebook resting on his lap, tapping away at the keyboard. Attentively glancing up at the slightest sound from the bed. By the time Ren Zi awoke, it was nearly dusk, the light fading. She propped herself up. Her head throbbing painfully. You're awake? The doctor said, you have a mild concussion. Xi Qing placed a soft cushion behind her waist, explaining that her fainting was due to prolonged malnutrition. From now on, while you're at home, I will ensure the cook prepares more of your favorite dishes. Thank you, Mr. Gu, Ren Zi replied, recalling the last scene before her fainting. She inquired, where is Renlin Wan? Where is she? Just then, a sudden knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Xin Jiao entered, her hands laden with an abundance of supplements. She placed them on the bedside table and cautiously glanced at Ren Zi's expression. Zizi, are you all right? Ren Zi sought Xi Qing's approval, saying, Mr. Gu. My friend has come to visit, may we have some privacy? He nodded and stepped away. The ward was left with just the two of them. The air was thick with the unpleasant scent of disinfectant. Amidst the stark whiteness, Ren Zi slowly spoke, Xin Jiao, you know too, don't you? Her tranquil yet resolute tone reverberated within Xin Jiao, causing a tremor in her heart. She stood there, disoriented. It was after your incarceration that I discovered the truth. At that time, Xin's financial situation was in dire straits. So, I, and the Ren family, were to be sacrificed? Xin Jiao remained speechless. Her head bowed in place. Xin Ziyuan had already confessed that the late Mrs. Ren's will was established at Xin's notary office. Subsequently, it was also Xin's who, for monetary gain, colluded with Ren Lin to tamper with it. With this single act, the Ren family had gained leverage over the Xin family. Including this instance where Xin's was to terminate project cooperation with the Gu family, also due to Gu Ningxiu's threat to teach Xi Qing a lesson. That's not quite right. Ren Zi reflected, discerning a flaw in her words. Logically, if the Ren family had leverage over Gu Ningxiu, they should have been able to threaten him in return. How could they have been manipulated instead? Her tone suddenly became sharp. Or is there something else being concealed? Chapter 22, Suing Renlin. No, there isn't. The words escaped Xin Jiao almost instinctively. She looked up, regarding Ren Zi on the hospital bed with unfamiliar eyes. She seemed truly different from before. More incisive and with a greater presence. In the commercial battles of the past, the Ren family suffered severe setbacks, from which they have yet to recover. The notary sector is the mainstay of the Xin family, and absolutely no more mistakes can be made. As Xin Jiao explained. Ren Zi clarified the situation. Xin's assisted Gu Ningxiu in altering the will but was instead held by the handle and used for his own purposes. People should act in their own self-interest. Ren Zi expressed respect, but her tone was aloof. But one should not harm others for one's own benefit. A few words inadvertently drew a line between herself and Xin Jiao. Zizi, it is the Xin family that has wronged you. Please grant me an opportunity to make amends. And I promise to assist you in all your endeavors henceforth. Really? Ren Zi inquired, observing Xin Jiao nod in affirmation. Before I arrived, My brother advised me that whatever you wish to pursue, the Shen family will wholeheartedly support you. The authenticity of her words remained to be debated. Yet Ren Zi did not hold back. Please find a lawyer to assist me with a matter. As night fell, the police stormed into the Ren family estate and took Ren Linwan away for questioning, causing an uproar within the household. You can arrest me. But what crime have I committed? Ren Linwan protested. Someone reported that you intentionally harmed another. Please come with us. With that, Ren Linwan was taken away. Han Xiangxiang, in a state of panic and without even having time to put on her shoes, clutched Ren Hangtian and exclaimed. This must be the wicked doing of that vixen Ren Zi. What shall we do now? Ren Zi, she thinks she is untouchable just because of the Gu family. Let's head to the Gu family. Upon receiving the news, Shen Zhiyao hastened to inform Ren Zi, they've arrested someone, but the situation has escalated. An escalation is beneficial. Ren Zi replied, setting aside her tablet and reclining comfortably against her bed, closing her eyes to rest, waiting patiently. Shen Zhiyao was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what they were waiting for. Before long, footsteps echoed in the corridor, approaching the hospital room with a steady rhythm. Leading the group was an elderly man with silver hair, meticulously styled at the back of his head, leaning on a dragon-headed cane made of precious wood. His eyes were cloudy yet piercing, like those of a hawk. The others followed behind him, seething with anger. Shen Zhiyao stood up first, her expression one of alarm. Having previously encountered him with her father, Ren, and Ren Zi, she offered a tepid greeting, Grandfather Gu, as he lay in his sickbed. Mr. Gu, without acknowledging her, proceeded directly to the sofa beside the bed before remarking, 5 years have elapsed, you've blossomed into a young woman. A momentary daze was perceptible in Gu Ningxiu as his concerned gaze settled upon Ren Zi. The blue and white hospital gown she wore accentuated her frail and slender frame, while the bandage encircling her forehead and her pallid complexion evoked a profound sense of vulnerability, stirring within him an impulse to embrace her, offering solace as he had done in times past. You, too, possess an enduring vigor, grandfather, Ren Zi responded with poise and grace. Is your shoulder feeling better? Spare us your insincere pleasantries. Mr. Gu is in robust health, Han Xiangxiang interjected, unable to tolerate Ren Zi's composure. It's convenient for you to recline in a hospital bed while Xianwan suffers within. Her voice laced with lamentation, Ren Hangtian embraced and consoled her. The assembled group exuded an accusatory and imposing aura. Shen Zhiyao, despite her exposure to numerous grand occasions in recent years, felt a tremor of trepidation. Ren Zi broke the silence, turning her gaze toward Han Xiangxiang and gently retorting, she suffers? Have you forgotten that I am here, injured, because of Ren Linwan? The mention of Ren Linwan stripped Han Xiangxiang of any semblance of elegance. Pointing a finger at Ren Zi, she exclaimed, nonsense. Our Xianwan is exceedingly well behaved. Had you not provoked her? The dispute erupted within the confines of the hospital room, prompting Mr. Gu to strike the floor emphatically with his dragon-headed cane. His countenance grave. Han Xiangxiang fell silent. Grandfather Gu, Shen Zhiyao inquired, is there a particular matter that brings you to see Zizi? Gu Ningxiu was the first to erupt, addressing Ren Zi, whose frail body could hardly withstand the pressures of confinement. I inquired and learned that it was you who reported the matter to the authorities. Why treat Wan in such a manner? His words were laced with an unmistakable defense of Ren Linwan, as though Ren Zi were the one in the wrong. Amused by the absurdity, Ren Zi leaned back comfortably and retorted, have you ever considered why I am lying here and she is the one incarcerated? If not for Ren Linwan's aggression, would I have had any motive to harm her? Ren Zi, do not resort to such specious reasoning. Gu Ningxiu appeared genuinely enraged, the veins on his forehead bulging, you are being exceedingly aggressive now, you were not like this before. Ren Zi scoffed disdainfully, raising her chin as a fleeting expression of sorrow crossed her features. Today, the Ren family made a grand show, even summoning old Master Gu, leading Ren Zi to believe they had come to issue an apology. After all, she merely sought to reclaim what was rightfully hers, with no intention to inflict harm. An apology and a negotiated resolution would have sufficed to put the matter to rest. To her astonishment, the Ren family was unyielding, and old Master Gu's presence only bolstered their stance. Any remaining glimmer of hope extinguished, Ren Zi's bright eyes glinted with cold resolve. My overly accommodating nature has led to my subjugation and endless grievances. Times have changed, and I shall reclaim all that belongs to me. It is of no concern to you, please take your leave, as I require rest. With that, she signaled to Shen Jiao, see them out. She allowed no opportunity for further dialogue. Leave? I have no intention of doing so. Han Xiangxiang was quite anxious as she addressed the old master Gu, stating that regardless of the circumstances, Nuan Nuan was still Ning Su's fiancé, thus a semi-member of the Gu family. Old master. You cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. Ren Zi, with a sidelong glance, added, indeed, grandpa. Gu Ningxiu is also trying to persuade, if this escalates, it will tarnish the reputation of the entire Gu family. Within his circle, there were those who had learned of Ren Lin Wan's arrest, and many were mocking him, both openly and covertly. The old master Gu remained with his eyes closed, seemingly in meditation, until the noise grew unbearable, prompting him to snap, enough. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, and inquired of Ren Zi, what do you want? Name your price. Gu Ningxiu, perplexed, responded, huh? What price? The old master shot him an impatient look, clearly exasperated. It was his assistant behind him, with a calm demeanor, who explained, Miss Ren has reported to the police. The evidence is irrefutable. They haven't immediately convicted her, allowing the Ren family time to negotiate, it's clearly a matter of bargaining. Ren Zi had to concede that the old master Gu was indeed cunning and astute, seeing through her intentions at a glance. Gu Ningxiu's expression was one of confusion. What do you mean? Han Xiangxiang looked towards Ren Hangtian, who sighed lightly, from the moment we approached the old master Gu, we have been ensnared in Ren Zi's schemes. Ren Zi smiled lightly and remarked, if my second uncle had confidence in his own methods, why would he seek assistance from others? Chapter 23, 2 Equity. Ren Zi had suddenly seized the initiative. Despicable, shameless. Gu Ningxiu exclaimed, infuriated. He bristled at Ren Zi's indifferent retort, thinking of it as a mere self-introduction. Old Master Gu let out a grunt, gesturing to Ren Zi, speak up, what do you desire? Quite simply. I require 2% of the Ren Group's shares, Ren Zi replied. Just 2%? Gu Ningxiu remained silent but signaled for Han Xiangxiang to promptly contact a lawyer to draft a contract. Indeed, 2% was not an exorbitant amount. However, bestowing it upon Ren Zi, that insufferable girl, seemed to diminish the stature of the Ren Group. Han Xiangxiang felt a twinge of displeasure. Reluctant to concede, the Ren Group is no longer what it once was. Do you still dream of reclaiming it? Aunt, this is for Xianwan's sake. I know you wouldn't want her to suffer. Please, let us proceed with the signing. The more Gu Ningxiu urged, the more Han Xiangxiang's anxiety for Ren Lin Wan grew. Casting a pleading glance toward Ren Hangtian, he, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. As for old Master Gu, he cast a curious glance at Ren Zi, bemused by her summoning him for such a trivial matter. Very well, 2% it shall be. Ren Hangtian gritted his teeth in agreement, while the assistant went off to arrange for the lawyer. Ren Zi squinted slightly, her smile gentle and warm, yet her words were laced with chill. However, I have no interest in Ren Lin Wan's shares. What do you mean? Old Master Gu's brow furrowed, his expression sour. What I desire is the 51% held by Gu Ningxiu, the 2%. Her voice was crisp, and her tone was gentle yet resolute. Ren Zi insisted. Only what resides with Gu Ningxiu. You are living in a fantasy. Gu Ningxiu's face turned cold immediately. The division of shares within the Ren Group was such that Gu Ningxiu held 51%, while Ren Lin Wan possessed 49%. If Ren Lin Warm Hand equity is divided, Gu Ningxiu will dominate in the Ren family. On the contrary, if Ren Zi possesses 2 of the equity, she will have absolute control over the company's divergent decisions, and her power will be greatly amplified. Ningxiu, your aunt is disheartened. Han Xiangxiang morally blackmails, saying that Xianwan is also your wife. You are unwilling to cede this modicum of equity to her. Aunt, you don't understand, this is fraught with peril. How could Han Xiangxiang not comprehend? At that time, it will be a tripartite balance of power, mutually restraining each other. But, after all, Ren Zi is also a member of the Ren family. If she employs some stratagems, over time, the entire Ren family will be completely in her grasp. Ren Zi remained recumbent in her sickbed, not having rested well, and the ward was noisy, causing throbbing pain in her temples. Because of the 2 equity, the 2 families were once again embroiled in contention. Han Xiangxiang reproached Gu Ningxiu for her unwillingness to assist Ren Lin Wan. Gu Ningxiu asserted that she did not comprehend the company's structure. The cacophony of contention persisted. Seeing this, Xin Zhiyao bent down to inquire of Ren Zi whether she was uncomfortable and needed to rest. No need. Ren Zi massaged her temples, smiling contemptuously. Look, dogs biting dogs. Is it not amusing? Before a resolution could be reached, Grandpa Gu interjected unexpectedly, the equity can be given to you, but you must accede to one request of mine. In confronting Grandpa Gu, Ren Zi exerted her utmost effort, not agreeing immediately. Grandpa Gu, the initiative is in my hands. The implication being that he was not qualified to dictate terms to her. Gu Ningxiu's eyelids twitched in anger. Grandpa Gu, the most composed of all, said sternly, Ren Zi. You are still too callow. He no longer dwelled on the matter, speaking candidly, asserting that acquiring equity was simple, yet I required you to sign a contract. Ren Zi's gaze shifted toward him. Meeting the old gentleman Gu's eyes, she did not flinch, raising her hand with nonchalance, stating, I will only sign a contract that is beneficial to me. Just then, the assistant returned with the lawyer, having prepared the contract. It was promptly handed to Ren Zi. The lawyer adjusted his glasses and stated solemnly, once signed, it will take immediate effect. There was merely a share transfer agreement, but an additional clause was included. Clearly stipulating, Ren Zi possesses equity in the Ren Group and is prohibited from holding any position in the Gu Group, otherwise, the contract becomes void. Ren Zi raised her brow with keen interest. The document was placed on the bedside table, pondering. Is Grandpa truly so vexed with me that he wishes to transfer me from the Gu Group? Gu Ningxiu, unaware of the contract details, glanced at it and, genuinely perplexed, whispered, Grandpa, Ren Zi remaining in the Gu Group would not affect me in any way, but this equity. The old gentleman Gu cast a cold, penetrating gaze, silencing him immediately. Ren Zi found herself in a quandary. Her desire was to secure the equity, yet simultaneously she needed to distance herself from the Gu Group. What should she do about the promise made to Gu Xi Qing? Aren't you merely a secretary at the Gu Group? Xin Zhiyao, fully aware of the situation, hastily urged. If you obtain the equity, the year-end dividends will suffice for your expenses. Take it, the more, the merrier. As she reached out for the contract, she was halted by Ren Zi. With poise, she instructed the lawyer to retrieve it, stating, I will only accept the conditions I proposed. If there are any additions, I must decline to sign. Ren Zi, think carefully. The venerable patriarch's voice resonated, a profound and somber timbre, stating, this sum should suffice for a comfortable existence. One ought not to succumb to avarice. Indeed, the Ren Corporation is currently seeking reconciliation, however, should you demur, they possess myriad stratagems to secure Ren Lin Yuan's release. Implicitly, Ren Zi was being urged to accept the offer gracefully and avoid exacerbating the situation. Confronted with his admonition, Ren Zi could not even muster a perfunctory grandfather. She opted instead to directly inquire whether the intention was to safeguard her livelihood or to prevent any implication of the Gu Corporation. Fearing she might cultivate connections within the Gu Corporation and initiate investigations, Ren Zi was enervated, yet she had to summon her strength to contend with the patriarch. The exertion was immense. Since you are cognizant of the Gu Corporation's considerations, perhaps it would be prudent to acquiesce, the patriarch intoned, his voice deepening, signaling the limit of his forbearance. The terms remain immutable, deliberate and consider accordingly. If all else fails, I shall initiate legal proceedings against Ren Lin Yuan. If you harbor no concerns, I have no objections. Ren Zi issued an ultimatum, Zhiyao, escort them out. Ah, why are you so impervious to reason? Han Xiangxiang interjected hastily. Ren Zi, with an impassive countenance, issued the eviction. I extend a modicum of courtesy, yet you presume yourself capable. Having been repeatedly humiliated, Gu Ningxiu gnashed his teeth, consumed by resentment. To think I came to see you today was a gesture of respect, yet you are ungrateful. From the moment he entered, he had been outmaneuvered by Ren Zi, and now his rage was boundless, seeking an outlet. You aspire to equity? Only upon my demise. However, you shall not retain the Gu Corporation. Today, I shall notify Human Resources, and tomorrow your presence will no longer be required. The measured cadence of footsteps drew nearer. The door was thrust open, revealing a towering figure's voice, laced with amusement, held an undercurrent of menace, his gaze fixed mockingly upon seeing enter, clutched her phone. Secretly relieved voice, a deep and magnetic murmur, resonated with a warning, since when has the selection of my staff been out of my hands, orchestrated by you? Uncle, retorted. Emboldened by the presence of the elder, you're unaware of successive demands. If she dares to covet shares today, who knows what designs she may harbor against in the future. Chapter 24, Who Presides Over? Bewildered, turned to, her bright eyes filled with confusion. Shouldn't you be in a multinational conference at this hour, CEO? Feigned to rise from the sickbed, but gently pressed her shoulders down, expressing concern. When injured, one should prioritize rest. Even this superficial concern, offered in the presence of so many elders, made uneasy. She reassured herself inwardly, such is the necessity of the workplace. Having entered some time ago, had yet to acknowledge the elder. The latter cleared his throat, stating firmly, "It's not about interfering with your staffing choices. Since father insists it isn't. Then there's no need to meddle in the affairs of the group," replied, his voice steady, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "After all, is under my dominion." The elder gritted his teeth, restraining himself. He could neither love nor hate this youngest son, but he certainly resented him. Assuming control of the esteemed Gu Corporation at such a tender age, his methods were even more ruthless and callous. Transforming Gu Corporation into a veritable commercial empire in a mere 3 years. Excellent, indeed, yet it has slipped from his grasp. Do not forget, it is merely a proxy. Old Master Gu exclaimed, leaning heavily on his cane, erupting into a violent fit of coughing. The mirthing Gu Xi Qing's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling frost. Exuding boundless frigidity. His aura was overwhelming. Should I desire to secure it, it is within my power at any moment. Old Master Gu was incensed. His fist clenched against his lips. Gu Xi Qing, do you truly believe you can defy the heavens within Gu Corporation? And if not? Gu Xi Qing responded with composure. Before my stewardship, what was the market value of Gu Corporation, and what is it now? Surely, you have witnessed it firsthand? The others dared not utter a word. It was common knowledge that Gu Xi Qing had guided Gu Corporation onto the right path, elevating it to its current towering stature. Gu Ningxiu stepped forward, patting old Master Gu's back to soothe him, offering a conciliatory gesture. "Grandfather, junior uncle harbors no ill intentions. Please, do not be angered." A brief silence descended upon the room. "You have no authority to dictate the employment of personnel within Gu Corporation," Gu Xi Qing declared resolutely. "Cease any attempts to use this matter to coerce Ren Zi." Since her release from prison, Ren Zi had received considerable favor from Gu Xi Qing. Yet, upon hearing Gu Xi Qing defend her before the Gu family, particularly in the presence of Gu Ningxiu, the bitterness and sorrow within her heart were gradually diluted. Ren Zi raised her head, emboldened by Gu Xi Qing's authority, standing her ground. "If the equity cannot be produced, we shall meet in court. At that time, not only will we pursue the matter of intentional harm, but also the alteration of the will. I will investigate thoroughly." Old Master Gu, leaning on his cane, visibly slumped his shoulders. Han Xiangxiang, feeling powerless, lamented, "Do not force someone into a corner." The transfer contract was signed without any additional conditions. It was drafted by the lawyer brought in by Gu Xi Qing, and Ren Zi did not even glance at it before signing her name. It took immediate effect. In front of everyone, Ren Zi called the police station, indicating her willingness to forgive and agree to withdraw the case. Before leaving, Old Master Gu cast a deep, reproachful glance at Gu Xi Qing, reminding him, "Do not forget, you are a member of the Gu family." Han Xiangxiang and Ren Hengtian fled in disarray. Inside the hospital room, tranquility finally returned. Xin Zhiyao sat on a stool, patting her chest, exclaiming, "Grandfather remains so imposing, I feel frightened at the mere sight of him. Fortunately, I was astute enough to message President Gu, otherwise." Ren Zi, belatedly aware, realized that he had received Xin Zhiyao's distress message. Gu Xi Qing furrowed his brow, sifting through the chat records until he found Xin Zhiyao's unread message. He calmly opened it and remarked, "You only seek help when trouble arises, well done." It was indeed thanks to her, but Ren Zi suddenly recalled and inquired of Gu Xi Qing whether Ren Linwan's bail would be processed so swiftly. "It should be ready by tomorrow," he replied. Gu Xi Qing held his phone, the contours pressing into his palm, and assured her, "Rest assured. I will find someone to take good care of her." The specifics of this care remained unknown to Ren Zi. She only learned from Xin Zhiyao that on the day Ren Linwan was released from the police station, she limped onto the nanny van. "Warmth, what happened? I've only been inside for a day, yet my body is covered in bruises." Ren Linwan lamented, covering the contusions on her face. "Don't even mention it. The people inside are like lunatics, they attack newcomers." My waist Han Xiangxiang's eyes glistened with concern. Let us hurry home, the private doctor is already waiting. Ren Linwan had heard about the terms of exchange from Han Xiangxiang, and her heart brimmed with resentment. If Ren Zi wanted something, she must be capable of holding on to it, otherwise, it could backfire. This time, I shall not let Ren Zi off so easily. Ouch, my waist. Mom, where's the doctor? Ren Zi had spent another day lying on the hospital bed. A mild concussion was diagnosed, they said there was nothing to worry about. However, since it was an injury to the head, Shen Jiao insisted on keeping her from being discharged and even volunteered to stay by her side, claiming, I'm not at ease with the nurse, what if she mistreats you? In truth, she simply wished to avoid going to the office. Ren Zi received the 7th call from Shen Ziyu on that day. Glancing at Shen Jiao, who was engrossed in a video game, she replied, yes, she is resting. Taking care of me yesterday must have been exhausting. I could ask for her leave. Nothing serious? Good, I'll ensure she returns to work promptly. Shen Jiao gave her a thumbs up from a distance. Thankfully, my brother trusts you the most. Ren Zi set her phone down and got up to use the restroom. Muttering to herself, you can evade the first day, but not the 15th. No one noticed the muted phone screen flicker, immediately flashing a low battery warning before shutting down. Unable to reach Ren Zi, Gu Ningxiu furiously hurled his phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. How dare you turn off your phone? Ren Zi has truly become audacious. Immediately, a companion poured him wine, instigating with the words, isn't she just a woman who came out of prison? Her reputation and family standing are ruined. It would be a cinch for young Master Gu to deal with her. Gu Ningxiu, in a state of vexation, brushed him off, saying, go away, what do you know? I may not know, but I understand your intentions, Wang Jigang whispered into Gu Ningxiu's ear, patted his shoulder, and said, a few photos, a video, and she'll be at your beck and call. Gu Ningxiu, holding his wine glass, smiled frivolously. As evening descended, Gu Xiqing opened the door to the hospital room, his indifferent gaze falling upon Ren Zi as he inquired, feeling better? Following closely behind, Chen Han entered, bearing a fruit platter, a meal box, and an assortment of snacks, remarking, the chef has prepared bird's nest stew, which is highly nourishing. Eat more fruit to replenish your vitamin C. As for the snacks, moderation is key. He lifted the lid of the meal box, releasing a fragrant aroma. Ren Zi immediately felt a pang of hunger, her stomach empty. These are signature dishes from Zuixiang Lu, rarely available for takeout. Shen Jiao's appetite was piqued, thinking, this meal alone would cost an ordinary person a year's worth of sustenance. I must savor every bite. Assistant Chen, thank you, Ren Zi said, considering that he, too, was an employee. Once I receive my salary, I will reimburse you. She was not one to readily accept favors from others, especially those she could not repay. Chen Han winked, glancing at Gu Xiqing behind him, I don't have that kind of money. It was all under Gu's instructions. Chapter 25, Manager Ren takes office. Thank you, President Gu. In the future, I will certainly assist you diligently in your work. Ren Zi expressed gratefully. Not only is it the exquisite cuisine before them, but also the assistance that Gu Xiqing has generously extended. Since his release from prison, Gu Xiqing has aided him countless times. To Gu Xiqing, money is merely a string of numbers, true gratitude lies in realizing one's own value. Feeling the profound gratitude reflected in Ren Zi's eyes, an indescribable emotion flickered within Gu Xiqing's heart. He declared with a feigned indifference, it is only natural for a superior to care for their subordinates. If my subordinates are bullied, what purpose would I serve? Shen Jiao raised an eyebrow, casting a teasing glance at Ren Zi and Gu Xiqing, saying, a leader like President Gu is indeed rare, Zi, you must cherish this opportunity. Ren Zi, somewhat exasperated, playfully swatted Shen Jiao, retorting, must you use me as your source of amusement? Gu Xiqing, remaining composed, stated, for the next few days, focus solely on your recovery, your health is paramount. This was an unmistakable expression of concern, and Ren Zi nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Jiao couldn't resist interjecting with a light-hearted tsk. It's merely an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. Do not read too much into it, Ren Zi hastily clarified before Gu Xiqing could elaborate on their connection. Chen Han, with a hint of bitterness, lamented. Why was I not afforded such treatment when I fell ill? When I had a fever of 39 degrees, I had to drag myself to work. It was evident that people are treated differently. Shen Jiao chimed in, not needing many words to portray the ambiguous relationship between Gu Xiqing and Ren Zi. The instant Ren Zi looked up, she was met by Xi Qing's gaze. His usually frigid eyes seemed to shimmer with an inscrutable emotion. "It's merely a concern for a subordinate," Xi Qing remarked, pointedly shifting his gaze. "Since you brought it up, Assistant Chen, rest assured. I will be sure to take good care of you next time." Chen Han's eyes widened, wishing to be lavishly praised by Xi Qing. No, President Gu, I misspoke. Who doesn't know that our President Gu is an exceptionally caring boss, providing paid leave on a regular basis and raising salaries for every holiday? Xi Qing raised a hand. Interjecting, "Enough, I've heard enough of such flattery. Assistant Chen, do not indulge in fantasies of such favorable treatment, it is a privilege reserved for our Zizi." "You and your nonsense." Ren Zi feigned a strike at Shen Zhiyao, but to her surprise, Shen Zhiyao seemed to have foreseen it. Dodging her hand before it could even land. "Looks like someone's getting flustered." All right, I'll obediently keep quiet." With Shen Zhiyao enlivening the atmosphere, Ren Zi's somber mood lifted somewhat. A long-lost warmth enveloped her, as if all the shadows of yesterday had vanished without a trace. After leaving the hospital room, Chen Han stood solemnly behind Xi Qing, his playful demeanor from the room now gone. From the small window of the ward, one could clearly see Shen Zhiyao and Ren Zi playfully jesting. Observing the genuine smile on Ren Zi's face, Xi Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly. The Ren Zi before him was the one he remembered so well. The one who affectionately refers to him as uncle, with a beaming smile, is Ren Zi. During that time, Ren Zi and Gu Ningxi were together, and her face seemed to radiate happiness every single day. It was precisely because he witnessed Ren Zi's bliss that he resolutely decided to venture abroad. Now, he possesses the means to protect Ren Zi. They have also registered their marriage, she is unequivocally his, and he shall never allow anyone unrelated to harm her again. The following day, Ren Zi returned to her duties. Originally, she had sustained a minor injury, and to not let Ren Linwan off the hook, she had exaggerated the situation. Now that everything was resolved, she naturally needed to resume her position. As Ren Zi opened the office door, she was taken aback to find the office empty, despite it being working hours. Her brows furrowed slightly, and before she could ponder the situation, she heard a commotion from the adjacent room. "Manager Ren. I am here to help you move things." The adjacent space was filled with boisterous, sycophantic voices. "Manager Ren?" A realization dawned on Ren Zi, prompting her to return to her own desk. Choosing to ignore the people next door. After half an hour, her colleagues began to trickle back into the office, accompanied by an unexpected guest. Ren Linwan leaned against the doorway, a smile plastered on her face as she observed Ren Zi. "I came over, don't you want to come and greet me?" Ren Zi, engrossed in organizing her documents, did not even lift her head as she retorted, "I fear that if I enter your office, I shall return tainted by misfortune." The expressions of the other individuals in the office shifted dramatically, as they instinctively lowered their heads to check for any signs of ill luck. Ren Linwan's face flushed with anger, one hand pointed accusingly at Ren Zi, while the other clenched into a tight fist. "You? How? Do you still wish to reenact the scenes of the past few days?" "This time, a mere share will not satiate my appetite," Ren Zi spoke coldly. Reflecting on her lost shares, Ren Linwan let her hands fall helplessly, then remarked triumphantly, "However, despite all your clandestine efforts, you remain nothing but a mere secretary, unlike me, who has entered as a general manager." With malice evident in her tone, Ren Linwan declared, "I am your direct superior, you would do well not to offend me." She showed no restraint in her attempts to undermine Ren Zi, hoping fervently to oust her completely. Ren Zi regarded Ren Linwan as one would a jest, "Your superior? Perhaps the person who arranged for you to come here requires a visit to an ophthalmologist, they seem to have a penchant for placing any frivolous figure in such positions. The role of a general manager is not easily fulfilled, a half-baked individual will soon exhaust the resources behind her." Ren Linwan, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "You, a mere secretary, dare to mock me? It seems you have yet to recognize your true standing. How long can an insubstantial figure like you last in this role?" Ren Zi yawned, showing no concern for Ren Linwan's words. "Your statements are utterly unfounded." Ren Linwan shot back. "And how do you propose to address the issues presented in this document?" Ren Zi casually pushed a contract toward Ren Linwan. It was evident that not only was Ren Linwan incapable of resolving the dilemma, but she also struggled to comprehend the contents of the contract. Instinctively, she glanced around, seeking external assistance. Those who had been ingratiating themselves with Ren Lin just moments ago. Upon perceiving the undercurrent of the brewing storm, lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. Chapter 26, Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. Shame on me. General Manager, assisting us in resolving our doubts is also part of your job description. I trust that such a straightforward document is well within your comprehension. Ren Zi said with a saccharine smile, even employing honorifics, but her words were tantamount to a resounding slap across Ren Lin's face. Should Ren Lin prove incapable of resolving the matter at hand, it would be tantamount to an admission that she was merely a figurehead. Resolve your own issues. My time is precious, and I have no intention of assisting you with these documents. Ren Lin haughtily strode away on her high heels, her retreating figure carrying a sense of fleeing in disarray. The first confrontation within the company concluded with a resounding victory for Ren Zi. News of this event swiftly reached Xi Qing's ears. Chen Han painted a vivid picture. Miss Ren rendered Ren Lin speechless. Xi Qing listlessly gazed at his computer screen, his mind involuntarily conjuring up the image of Ren Zi's triumphant demeanor. 5 years prior, Ren Zi had been just as sharp-tongued and quick-witted. She would never tolerate the slightest offense. The Ren Zi of late had seemed strangely unfamiliar to Xi Qing, and her cautiousness, her fear of causing offense, had stirred a sense of compassion within him. Now, witnessing Ren Zi regain some of her former resilience against the outside world, Xi Qing felt a softening in his heart. Mr. Gu, would you like me to handle Ren Lin Wan? Her constant antagonism towards Miss Ren. I fear. Chen Han, understanding Xi Qing's deep concern for Ren Zi, believed preemptively eliminating potential issues was prudent. Xi Qing calmly responded, no need. It is time for Ren Zi to gain some experience. Ren Zi was destined to soar like an eagle in the sky, and she would never allow herself to become a caged bird. However, keep an eye on Ren Lin Wan. Should she overstep her bounds in any way, inform me immediately. Judicious protection would allow Ren Zi to mature, but Ren Lin Wan held the position of general manager, and he would not tolerate her wantonly bullying Ren Zi. Chen Han, with an expression of understanding, replied, rest assured, Mr. Gu. I will ensure the matter is handled flawlessly. Upon returning to her office, Ren Lin Wan grew increasingly agitated. Even the voices of those around her, echoing her disparagement of Ren Zi, could not quell her anger. Merely a secretary. Yet she dares to act so presumptuously, attempting to rise above me. I shall see just how strong her wings truly are. Ren Lin Wan harbored a fierce resolve. While she could not confront Ren Zi openly, that did not mean she was without other means. At noon, Ren Lin Wan directly called Ren Zi. Go downstairs and fetch my takeout. Ren Zi frowned slightly, her tone somewhat rigid. They will deliver it themselves shortly. Ren Lin Wan chuckled. The delivery drivers work so hard. Why trouble them with an extra trip? You seem to have more free time. A trip downstairs would do you good. Very well. Ren Zi descended the stairs to retrieve the takeout, placing it directly upon Ren Lin Wan's desk. Before she could make her exit, the irksome voice of Ren Lin Wan pierced the air once more. Oh, by the way, could you prepare a cup of coffee for me? Remember, I want it without sugar. After the coffee had been brewed, before it even reached her lips, Ren Lin Wan dramatically hurled the cup back onto the table. What is this? It tastes awful. Didn't I specifically instruct you to add 3 spoonfuls of sugar? Go remake it. Ren Zi, expressionless, gazed at Ren Lin Wan and promptly retrieved her phone to play a recording. The unmistakable voice of Ren Lin Wan giving instructions reverberated throughout the office, a cup of coffee without sugar. I am aware that the general manager has a poor memory, so I took the liberty of recording it for you. No need to thank me, she stated. Once again, Ren Lin Wan found her pride undermined, her expression faltering. Do what I ask without making excuses. Can't I suddenly change my preferences? She attempted to maintain her grip over Ren Zi, treating her as a mere servant. With a swift motion, Ren Zi slammed her palm on the table, her countenance as cold as frost. I warn you, I am the secretary to the general manager, not your servant. Just because I have shown you a modicum of kindness does not mean you can command me at will. Ren Lin Wan was taken aback by Ren Zi's sudden assertiveness, shrinking slightly in her seat. Just as she was about to retort in anger, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure appearing at the doorway. Instantly, her furious expression vanished, replaced by a look of pitiful innocence. Zizi, I am aware of your discontent towards me. I was truly at fault in the previous incident. Please, do not allow your emotions to interfere with your professional duties. Ren Wan implored, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding a pitiable demeanor. Ren Zi, taken aback by her inexplicable behavior, sensed an impending predicament. Inevitably. Gu Ningxu's irate voice echoed from behind. Ren Zi, what do you think you are doing? Gu Ningxu stormed in, seizing Ren Zi's wrist. His eyes blazing with fury. I have tolerated the matter of the shares, but now you dare to bully Ren Wan. Gu Ningxu, without even discerning the full context of the situation, presumptuously concluded that Ren Zi was the aggressor. I am bullying her? Open your eyes and observe carefully, Ren Zi retorted, shaking off Gu Ningxu's grasp, unwilling to endure such slander. I witnessed everything that transpired. To bully someone and dare to do so to my own protege. You must be courting death. Gu Ningxu exclaimed. Gu Ningxu disregarded the actuality of the events. Whatever he resolutely believed was, in his mind, the truth. I caution you, it is best not to be too arrogant. You are still in your probationary period, and I can dismiss you at any moment. Gu Ningxu declared. His expression frigid, his tone chilling. Ren Wan continued to sob pathetically, her tearful countenance evoking profound sympathy. It seems I am incapable of doing anything right in your eyes, yet you excel at defaming others. Ren Zi retorted. Her anger escalating after enduring a morning of vexation and now being subjected to such accusations. Gu Ningxu chose to ignore Ren Zi and bypassed her, taking Ren Wan's hand instead. Don't be disheartened, haven't you always desired to purchase the latest handbag? Come, let us go buy it now. Though it was during working hours. In Gu Ningxu's perception, there was no distinction between work and leisure. Whatever he wished to do, he demanded it be realized immediately. A flicker of surprise crossed Ren Wan's eyes, but she quickly lowered her gaze to conceal her expression. All right. As she passed by Ren Zi, she paused momentarily, casting a triumphant glance in her direction. Chapter 27, The document leak. My current lifestyle is one you could never attain, even with a lifetime of effort. Ren Zi remained composed as she organized her work, not even lifting her head in response to Ren Wan's overt provocation. The office was enveloped in silence, with several secretaries stealing glances at Ren Zi, whispering amongst themselves. In just a day, Ren Wan had completely severed ties with Ren Zi, bringing their discord into the open. Although the secretaries refrained from participating in the ongoing conflict, witnessing Gu Ningxu's unhesitating support for Ren Wan undeniably elevated her status in their eyes. To express their loyalty to Ren Wan, several secretaries seated near Ren Zi hastily relocated their desks. By the end of the morning, Ren Zi's workspace stood starkly empty, a clear indication of her isolation. Nevertheless, Ren Zi remained unfazed by this scene. Such petty tactics were mere child's play compared to the torment she had endured in prison. Being solitary, she discovered a sense of liberation and ease. Amidst the deliberate ostracization of Ren Zi, a figure unexpectedly interposed, casting a shadow over her. You were absent from work yesterday, thereby forfeiting this month's perfect attendance bonus. Han Miao declared without mincing words. Ren Zi's brow furrowed slightly as she raised her gaze, meeting his unflinchingly. I was unwell and possess a medical certificate from the hospital. She had already submitted the medical verification to Han Miao. Despite the stringency of the Gu Corporation's regulations, they were not devoid of compassion. Provided that one could substantiate the reason for their absence, it would not impinge upon their monthly attendance and work. Han Miao feigned astonishment, covering his mouth with exaggerated amusement. Verification? Are you jesting with me? If a mere medical certificate sufficed, what purpose would I serve? You neglected to seek my leave, indicating a disregard for my authority as your superior? Ren Zi finally ceased her work, responding with resignation. The circumstances were exigent at the time. I have since elucidated the particulars, which are in complete accordance with all protocols and regulations. Someone who circumvented the proper channels dares to lecture me on protocols and regulations? I presumed you were ignorant of the Gu Corporation's precepts. Han Miao retorted, laced with derision. A chorus of agreement echoed from the surrounding secretaries. Indeed. Acting first and seeking approval later, displaying ignorance of the leave-taking procedures, yet presuming to speak of such matters. Alas! The educational background and refinement of certain individuals render them unfit for admission into Gu Corporation, scarcely comparable to our own caliber. Sister Han, do not trouble yourself over such an insignificant person, lest you impair your well-being. Upon receiving the subtle cues from Ren Lin and Han Miao, the members of the secretarial team began to brazenly ostracize Ren Zi, deliberately assigning her the most arduous tasks. When Ren Zi approached several secretaries with inquiries regarding the contractual issues, she encountered nothing but resistance, leading her to discern their current disposition. Unwilling to acquiesce to their disdain, Ren Zi took it upon herself to investigate the opponent's investment data and the complexities outlined in the contract. In instances where she faced challenges beyond her comprehension, she did not hesitate to seek assistance from other departments. Through her relentless efforts, the so-called insurmountable problems began to unravel effortlessly. As Ren Zi's career flourished, the secretaries seethed with envy, their teeth clenched in frustration. Where could Ren Zi be? One day, Han Miao returned to the office only to find Ren Zi's workspace conspicuously vacant. Over the past few days, Ren Zi had been preoccupied with contractual matters, frequently absent from her desk, a fact that Han Miao was well aware of, having deliberately raised the issue. Who knows? Perhaps she had scurried off to some corner to slack off. The secretary responded with a disdainful huff, remarking that those who neglect their responsibilities are indeed incapable individuals. Han Miao's gaze fell upon the documents in her hands, and an idea struck her. She discreetly tucked the file among the stack of papers that Ren Zi had already processed. Nevertheless, the work that needed to be done must still be executed properly. This particular file was a directive from General Manager Gu, intended for another company. The other secretaries exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the unspoken understanding among them. When Ren Zi returned, she did not notice anything amiss and continued to methodically attend to her tasks. In the bidding company, has the contract from Gu's been delivered yet? The staff anxiously paced downstairs, awaiting the documents that were supposed to arrive an hour ago, yet remained conspicuously absent. Not yet. Forget it. No need to wait for them any longer. The Wang family has already submitted their bid, which falls well within our acceptable range. Gu's is unable to present even their bid documents now, indicating a lack of earnestness in collaboration. This 1 hour has been the final opportunity for Gu's group to delay. With the contract bid documents still unseen, we cannot fault them for opting to partner with others. In the bidding department of Gu's group, chaos ensued. How could we possibly fail this bid? We possess 2 additional profit points compared to Wang's group, yet they managed to seize the opportunity first. The contents of their bid were leaked, allowing them to secure the contract by a narrow margin. However, the cause of this unforeseen turn of events remains unclear. Why did such a public bidding process encounter elements of manipulation? There must be a reason. It stems from our bid not being communicated effectively, indicating an internal issue on our part. Such minor oversight should not exist within Gu's group. Our secretaries are all exceptionally astute individuals, and they would never entertain a notion of negligence regarding such a critical task. Yet, the disruption has arisen amidst trust. Assemble the secretarial department for a meeting. The head of the bidding department declared through gritted teeth. If they are able to secure this bid, the profits would be undeniably substantial. However, due to an oversight by the secretarial department, they now find themselves on the verge of losing out on easily attainable gains. In the conference room, Han Miao stood alongside several secretaries without a hint of remorse, while Ren Zi appeared somewhat bewildered by the proceedings. The minister cut to the chase, inquiring, "Who is responsible for delivering the bid this time?" Without hesitation, Han Miao pointed at Ren Zi, stating, "I entrusted this matter to Ren Zi. The contract is on her desk. No one ever informed me of any documents." Ren Zi was completely unaware of the documents or the task of submitting the bid. If it had not been delivered to the company, the bid documents should still be on her desk. Han Miao seized the opportunity to speak before Ren Zi could explain herself. The minister took a deep breath and signaled to his assistant. "Go and see if you can locate the bid documents." After a few minutes of waiting in the conference room, the assistant returned, looking troubled. With the bid documents in hand. "Minister, I have found them. They were buried among a pile of papers, showing no intent to be delivered to the bidding company." Ren Zi glanced at the unfamiliar bid documents and approached to take a look. In recent days, she had memorized all the documents that had appeared on her desk. Yet, with just a cursory glance, Ren Zi confirmed that these were not the papers on her desk. "This is not my task. Nor have I received any documents meant for other companies." Once she was certain it was not her own mistake, Ren Zi found the courage to defend herself. "At this juncture, do you still wish to shirk your responsibilities? I have repeatedly emphasized the necessity of promptly delivering the documents to the bidding company, as it directly impacts the profits of our Gu group." Han Miao, perceiving the disapproving gaze of the minister, spoke with unwavering composure. You have hardly been in the office these past few days, and I have tolerated it, but you cannot allow minor conflicts among colleagues to overshadow the company's profits. With those few remarks, Ren Zi was portrayed as an employee who deliberately neglected Han Miao's tasks due to a disagreement with a co-worker. As an employee of Gu Group, how can you fail to manage such a trivial matter? Naturally, the minister placed his trust in Han Miao, who had dedicated many years to the secretarial department. In frustration, he slammed his hand on the table. Do you realize how much profit the company has lost because of you? We're talking about tens of millions every minute. Can you afford to compensate for that? Before Ren Zi could utter a word, she was already condemned by her peers. You have no idea. She does nothing in our office. While I have tolerated it until now, given the current situation, I can no longer shield her. Han Miao turned with a grave expression. Such a person must not remain in our Gu Group. The minister concurred, thus solidifying the matter. This was precisely the affirmation Han Miao sought. And although she felt a surge of triumph within, her face still bore an expression of hesitation. After all, this was someone brought in by Assistant Chen. Could they truly dismiss her so easily? What can Assistant Chen do? The company has incurred such significant losses that even General Manager Gu would not tolerate the presence of such a fool within the organization. So, are you three merely going to dismiss me with a few words? Ren Zi, as the party involved, finds herself devoid of any voice in this intangible battle, facing a direct condemnation. This is a grave mistake. Our decision not to pursue your accountability is merely a concession to your status as an intern. What further justification can you provide for yourself? The minister has encountered many who are obstinate and unreasonable. Ren Zi finds their demeanor somewhat amusing. You are aware that I am merely an intern, so how could such a crucial task be entrusted to me? The title of intern serves as a sharp double-edged sword. The minister, momentarily at a loss for words, opened his mouth to speak but ultimately fell silent. His gaze shifting to Han Miao. Indeed, delivering the bidding documents is a vital aspect of the tendering process, requiring discretion and efficiency. However, given the confidential nature of the data contained within, it should never be entrusted to someone deemed untrustworthy. I merely wished to extend her an opportunity. Particularly since she was recommended by Assistant Chen, I naturally did not wish to betray his trust. Han Miao strained to concoct an excuse for herself. I have already offered you an opportunity, yet you fail to appreciate it, thus, I cannot retain you any longer. Han Miao sought to muster the resolve to dismiss Ren Zi, her words laden with disappointment. I will inform Assistant Chen of this matter. I shall not allow those who do not belong to remain in the company for another day. Regarding his commission, the director was almost driven to madness. Those were the fruits of months of arduous labor by the team he led. Just as they were about to divide the spoils of victory, someone intervened unexpectedly. After the meeting adjourned, Ren Zi gazed silently at the document before her. Found on her desk, it left her without defense, yet she did not proclaim her innocence. This was a scheme orchestrated by Han Miao to dismiss her, a deliberate setup. Gather your belongings and depart, he advised, perhaps salvaging a modicum of dignity. Han Miao approached Ren Zi triumphantly, like a victor in battle. To target me, she retorted, you've caused the group to lose orders worth hundreds of millions. Do you feel no remorse? Han Miao feigned innocence, stating, target you? I merely sought to cultivate your abilities, providing you with opportunity after opportunity. It is you who failed to appreciate them. He added condescendingly, young one, you are far from capable of contending with me. Han Miao patted Ren Zi's shoulder and departed with an air of triumph. You believe you've succeeded? Ren Zi lowered her eyes, a cold smile curving her lips. We shall see who is truly naive. Under Han Miao's instigation, the director directly approached Chen Han to explain the situation, emphasizing, we do not wish for such an incident to recur. Han Miao added with affected sincerity, I truly did not expect Ren Zi to be such a person. Sacrificing the company's interests to vent her anger, even divulging the contents of the document. Listening from the sidelines, Chen Han was utterly bewildered. Despite not having interacted with Ren Zi for an extended period, he was certain in his heart that she was incapable of such actions. However, with Han Miao and the department head presenting irrefutable evidence, and with the interests of the corporation at stake, a resolution was imperative. I shall apprise President Gu of this matter, he declared. Han Miao, feeling guilty, lowered her head. Her only desire was to have Ren Zi dismissed and wished to avoid further escalation. Should Xi Qing insist on a thorough investigation, her clandestine activities would inevitably be exposed. Before Han Miao could speak, the department head readily agreed. Indeed, this was a significant blunder that warranted President Gu's attention, ensuring a means of resolution in the future. Should Gu's corporation pursue the matter, Ren Zi could be directly incarcerated. This constituted a grave act of commercial espionage. Upon relaying the incident to Xi Qing, the news swiftly spread throughout the company, causing an uproar. Some, unaware of the true circumstances, immediately branded Ren Zi as a corporate spy, attributing the failure of the collaboration to her alleged misdeeds. It was as if, had Ren Zi not erred in submitting the bid and divulged the contract, they would have undoubtedly secured the bid. Xi Qing summoned Ren Zi to his office. "It wasn't me," Ren Zi exclaimed as she entered. "I believe you." Without a hint of doubt or hesitation, only unwavering trust was present. Chapter 29, I possess evidence. Xi Qing gazed upon Ren Zi with admiration, captivated by her spirited demeanor. Even when ensnared by accusations substantiated by irrefutable evidence, she maintained her upright posture, advocating for her own vindication. "Shall I assist you in resolving this matter?" Ren Zi shook her head, responding with a sly smile, "I have already unearthed evidence that is favorable to my cause." Han Miao conducted herself with prudence. Yet as colleagues sharing the same office, even the most circumspect actions would inevitably betray subtle clues. "Rest assured, proceed without apprehension. Gu Corporation shall never allow anyone to suffer unjustly." Even amidst the cacophony of condemnation directed at Ren Zi, Xi Qing never entertained the slightest doubt that she would commit the act of divulging confidential company documents. Ren Zi returned to the secretarial office, bearing the evidence she had procured. The room was densely packed with a dozen or so individuals, with representatives from both the bidding department and the human resources department congregated within. Well, would you look at that? You dare show your face here?" Han Miao, with her keen eyes, immediately noticed Ren Zi entering and remarked with a sarcastic tone. "If you can stand here without shame, why should I be unable to return?" Ren Zi retorted, brandishing the USB drive in her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Ms. Ren, I hereby formally notify you that you have been terminated." A representative from the Human Resources Department strode forward, wielding the newly issued document, and forcefully slammed it onto the table, his expression stern. Barely 3 days had elapsed since the document leak, yet Han Miao had already procured the termination papers, indicative of her eagerness to have Ren Zi dismissed. "Your belongings have already been packed for you, consider it the final act of service I perform for you as your leader." Han Miao wore an irrepressible smile on her face, and from an angle obscured to others, her gaze harbored unmasked malice. "Don't be so hasty. You must first see what I have brought." In the face of this onslaught, Ren Zi remained unfazed. Calmly pushing Han Miao aside, she directly inserted the USB drive into the computer. The human resources manager, a friend of Han Miao, had naturally heard countless whispers from her about Ren Zi's many transgressions. Observing Ren Zi's actions, she scoffed derisively, thinking, even at death's door, she still attempts a futile struggle. That USB drive surely harbors some virus, intent on copying our company's data. Han Miao chuckled lightly, echoing her sentiments. Indeed, after the company suffered losses of over 10 million in orders, she still has the audacity to return. Ren Zi, however, paid no heed to the idle gossip behind her, for soon, they would no longer find amusement in their words. The surveillance footage from the day of the incident played without reservation on the computer screen. Han Miao's calculating smile filled the large display. After Han Miao placed the folder into Ren Zi's bag, the video began to fast forward. In the secretary's office, not a single person alerted Ren Zi. They allowed her to continue with her work, watching helplessly as time slipped away, rendering the tender document void. Particularly noteworthy was Han Miao's deliberate act of checking that the tender document remained in its original position after Ren Zi had left her post. Once the surveillance footage was revealed, even a fool could discern the underlying issues. As the principal communicator of the project, Han Miao, driven by selfish desires, caused the project's failure while shifting the blame onto Ren Zi. As the surveillance footage concluded its processing, the events that transpired over the past half hour were revealed in their entirety. Once the video came to an end, the office was steeped in silence. All eyes turned once more to Han Miao, whose face was ashen and body trembled uncontrollably. Her scheme had been meticulously crafted, with both the bidding and personnel departments having been taken care of, all in an effort to dismiss Ren Zi underhandedly. However, despite her clandestine machinations, A single surveillance video had brought her entire plan crashing down. Minister Han, do you have anything left to deny? Ren Zi inquired. A USB drive in her hand and a smile playing on her lips. The tables had dramatically turned. With this evidence alone, Ren Zi could plunge Han Miao into an irredeemable abyss. You're slandering me. I didn't do this. Han Miao retorted, her voice devoid of conviction as she flailed her hands in a futile attempt at defense. Han Miao, I placed so much trust in you. Just then, the head of the bidding department surged towards Han Miao, seized her by the neck with a furious grip, his eyes burning with murderous intent. It wasn't me. I swear. I didn't do it. Han Miao gasped, the force of the attack sending her sprawling to the ground, her voice strained. It was you. You cost me hundreds of thousands in commission. I'll kill you, you vile woman. When personal interests are at stake, apathy becomes an impossibility. The reason the head of the bidding department was able to endure until now was chiefly due to his reluctance to confront Shen Han directly, fearing that she might embellish the situation to goose Xi Qing and implicate him. However, with Han Miao, he harbored no such reservations. It was all Ren Zi's doing. Let me go. At this juncture, Han Miao was determined to shift all blame onto Ren Zi. Calm down, this could lead to dire consequences. Ren Zi halted the actions of the bidding department head. Her intervention was not born of pity for Han Miao, but rather a recognition that in his impulsive frenzy, the head had lost all rationality. Han Miao's face flushed crimson, struggling to catch her breath, dangerously close to suffocating. Ren Zi wished to prevent the situation from escalating further. Over 100,000, that was a significant sum, enough for my family to enjoy a decent life, and now you have ruined it all. The bidding department head, deflated, sat down on the ground, his eyes reddened. Han Miao gasped for air, scrambling to another corner in a disheveled manner, resembling a drenched rat. A large scratch marred her neck. Have you lost your mind? Once she regained her composure, Han Miao shouted in fury. She had been mere moments away from perishing at the hands of the bidding department head, a thought she could scarcely bear. I am indeed mad. You have caused me such loss, and what does it matter if I go mad now? The mere thought of her efforts over the past months being rendered futile drove the bidding department head to the brink of insanity. I shall now seek out General Gu. A detrimental presence like yours ought to have been expelled from Gu's establishment long ago. The minister of the tendering department has ceased his irrational behavior, on the contrary. He is now exceedingly rational, acutely aware of his responsibilities. Please, do not dismiss me. I implore you, Ren Zi, I have truly erred. I should not have schemed against you. I beseech you to intercede on my behalf. This job is the most precious aspect of Han Miao's life. The identity she takes pride in and boasts about. The thought of losing her position leaves her in a state of dread, unable to fathom the ridicule she would endure. Ren Zi disdainfully pushed her away, her expression devoid of any emotion. Chapter 30, Ren Zi loses the bet and must depart even if I did not notify you. What difference does it make? Cannot you check your own folders daily? As an employee, comprehending the thoughts of your superiors is an essential skill. With incontrovertible evidence at hand, Han Miao strained her mind to devise a means of shifting the blame. This predicament was fundamentally Ren Zi's fault. Had Ren Zi taken the initiative to examine her folders daily, she would have undoubtedly discovered the tender document. It is entirely Ren Zi's fault for failing to consider such a straightforward matter. This is not the time to dwell on who is right or wrong. What matters is how to recover the losses. Ren Zi regarded Han Miao with the gaze one might reserve for a fool. Indeed, those who have fallen low become invulnerable. Recover losses? Your words are easy to utter. That company is a rapidly ascending enterprise, wielding abundant resources, and may not necessarily collaborate with Gu's firm. The strong, naturally, possess greater options. A plethora of esteemed companies lay before them for selection, leaving the Gu group with no distinct advantage. Moreover, our bid is 2 points lower than that of the Wang group. These unfavorable factors rendered the bidding minister devoid of any hope for redemption. Suddenly, Han Miao discovered the pivotal keyword and, in a frenzy, lunged forward to grasp Ren Zi by the collar. If you did not see the document, how was the bid on that document leaked? Ultimately, it is you who divulged the information. The surveillance footage provided Han Miao with irrefutable evidence. Aside from Ren Zi and herself, no third party had touched the document. Furthermore, the surveillance video was produced by Ren Zi herself. Who could guarantee that there were no signs of tampering? while I may indeed harbor intentions to ensnare you, your actions are far more reprehensible. In Han Miao's twisted reasoning, even villains possess a spectrum of morality, and Ren Zi epitomizes the most egregious of them all. The focus of the conversation shifted back to Ren Zi. You have leaked the contract. This is no longer a mere matter of dismissal. You will bear the brunt of all losses incurred by the Gu Group. Han Miao proclaimed triumphantly. Previously, I suggested your dismissal for your own good, to spare you from shouldering the full extent of the Gu Group's losses. Now, since you insist on pursuing this matter to its bitter end, let us see just how formidable the Gu Group's legal team truly is. Han Miao asserted, her confidence unwavering. It was not I who leaked it. Ren Zi's defense appeared exceedingly feeble at this moment. Faced with indisputable evidence, there could be no second party implicated in revealing the bid. I am resolute in my determination to unearth the individual responsible for divulging confidential business opportunities and will exert every effort to redress the ensuing losses. At this juncture, all explanations prove ineffectual. Consequently, Ren Zi can only articulate her resolve to dedicate herself to recuperating all losses incurred by the Gu Corporation. Such a declaration of innocence. In the face of irrefutable evidence, you persist in denial. What basis do you possess to substantiate your probity? Or is it that you have long been in collusion with the opposing party, enabling you to assert yourself with such conviction? Han Miao is disinclined to afford Ren Zi any opportunity to vindicate herself, attempting to tarnish her reputation with feeble and unsubstantiated accusations. That is my prerogative. And I shall endeavor to ensure that the Gu Corporation recovers the contract, unlike yourself, who merely engages in baseless defamation. Han Miao's impetus in assailing Ren Zi has never been rooted in the purported contract. Her sole objective is to expel Ren Zi from the Gu Corporation. Your certainty in my inability stems, perhaps, from your surreptitious involvement? Ren Zi cast a nonchalant glance at Han Miao, a mere utterance sufficient to shatter Han Miao's composure. I am implicated? Refrain from making unfounded allegations without substantiation. As Han Miao uttered these words, she instinctively glanced towards the head of the bidding department, evidently fearful of the department head's recent outburst. Should you succeed in enabling the Gu Corporation to recuperate this contract, you may assume my position. If not, you shall obediently depart. This incident is of grave consequence. Even if Xi Qing personally sought collaboration with the opposing party, success would remain uncertain. It is ludicrous that a mere secretary like Ren Zi would aspire to control everything. You would do well to remember my words. Han Miao uttered this in jest, but Ren Zi regarded her with a solemn expression. The office was now crowded with over a dozen people, not just those from the secretarial pool. With so many eyes upon her, even if Han Miao wanted to deny it, she had to consider whether she valued her reputation. Placed in a precarious position, Han Miao retorted, "A wager it is, then. I am not afraid of you." This bet concerned the future careers of both Han Miao and Ren Zi. Once the others had departed, Han Miao stormed over to Ren Zi's desk, incensed. So many have tried and failed. Do you truly believe yourself to be some kind of divine being, capable of easily securing cooperation with other companies? I advise you to leave gracefully and preserve your dignity, lest things become too unsightly. Ren Zi smiled radiantly at Han Miao, showing no sign of backing down. On the contrary, she became even more resolute. Are you perhaps afraid now? But indeed, you might as well start packing your belongings, lest you find yourself dismissed one day, burdened with a mountain of possessions. You are insufferable. Han Miao was rendered speechless by Ren Zi's mockery. Her face flushed crimson, and she pointed at Ren Zi with a trembling hand. Why are you still standing here? Do you intend to disturb me, preventing me from concentrating on finding evidence? Ren Zi raised an eyebrow, feigning helplessness. Do not slander me with your unfounded accusations. Even without my intervention, you would find achieving this feat far from simple. Instantly incensed by Ren Zi's words, Han Miao's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth and stormed off. The events that transpired in the secretary's office swiftly reached Xi Qing's ears. The fact that Miss Ren never laid hands on the documents, yet the blame for the leak is being shifted onto her, is utterly outrageous. Despite Ren Zi's effortless handling of the entire ordeal, Chen Han, upon envisioning the repugnant countenances of those individuals, couldn't help but feel indignant on Ren Zi's behalf. Even though she was not directly involved, these individuals, devoid of any evidence, have the audacity to brazenly slander Ren Zi. Moreover, all of this seems exceedingly unfair to Miss Ren. Mr. Gu, are you not going to intervene and put a stop to this? Chen Han, having voiced her concerns at length, received no response from Xi Qing. She couldn't resist reminding him that the last time Ren Zi was injured, Xi Qing immediately abandoned his work to support her. Why the inaction now? Chapter 31, Guidance from a Mastermind. It is precisely the right moment for her to undergo rigorous training. Business warfare mirrors the battlefield. If one aspires to carve out their own domain, they must be able to withstand such minor incidents. Otherwise, further progress is unattainable. Han Miao's words are incapable of inflicting any harm upon Ren Zi. Xi Qing is more interested in observing how Ren Zi will navigate this situation. Even if she ultimately fails, I will be there to support her. Xi Qing intends to train Ren Zi through observation. The revelation of the leaked tender documents reverberated unexpectedly throughout the company. In the absence of any response from Mr. Gu, it was generally perceived that he had resolved to dismiss Ms. Ren. Indeed, some remarked, those who enter through the back door are unreliable. She's barely started. And she's already being shown the exit. I heard she was ousted for leaking documents. She should compensate Gu's losses before being kicked out. Who can disagree? Another chimed in. I heard she came in through Assistant Chen's influence, and now that Mr. Gu has decided to fire her, I doubt Assistant Chen's intercession would make any difference. The entire company was abuzz with speculation. It was common knowledge that Ren Linwan and Ren Zi had fallen out. And in an attempt to ingratiate themselves with the general manager, some individuals made a point of relaying gossip to her. Ren Zi is being fired for leaking company documents. Ren Linwan abruptly rose to her feet, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, an employee embellished, this blunder has cost the group tens of millions in business. Mr. Gu is already showing leniency by not demanding compensation from Ren Zi. The astonishment on Ren Linwan's face morphed into elation. Excellent. She was so arrogant in front of me before. Now she's facing the fate of being swept out the door. Ren Linwan was so thrilled that she began pacing in circles in her office. I want to see how she slinks away like a stray dog. Triumphantly, Ren Linwan hurried to the secretary's office. I have heard that you are about to be dismissed by Mr. Gu. Ren Linwan spoke with an air of superiority. Is that so? I was unaware of such news. Ren Zi, preoccupied with organizing the tender documents, had no time to entertain Ren Linwan. The leak of the tender documents resulted in almost tens of millions in losses for the company. Your dismissal cannot compensate for that loss. Ren Linwan was unconcerned with the truth of the matter. She only believed what she had heard, particularly when it pertained to unfavorable information about Ren Zi. Do you have evidence to support your claim that I was the one who leaked it? If not, then your words constitute defamation, which may be even more serious than my alleged breach of trade secrets. At this point, the rumors suggesting that Ren Zi leaked confidential information were merely hearsay, lacking any substantial proof. Thus, Ren Zi felt emboldened to counterattack those slandering her. Stubborn as a dead duck. When you see the dismissal notice, I suspect you will no longer be able to smile. Ren Linwan possessed no so-called evidence, even this rumor was just hearsay she had encountered. Since there is no evidence, it would be wise for her to remain silent. Ren Linwan's expression stiffened, and despite racking her brain, she could conceive no means to refute Ren Zi. Stay here and let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. In her fury, Ren Linwan could only bitterly retort. Rest assured. Not only will I not leave Gu's company, but I also intend to ascend to Han Miao's position. Throughout the day, Ren Zi diligently scrutinized the issues within the tender documents. As night descended, the study light remained illuminated, with Ren Zi diligently persevering to identify any oversights from the day. The sound of the door opening heralded Xi Qing's entrance. Have you pinpointed any specific issues? He inquired. Ren Zi shook her head, not yet. This proposal is impeccably crafted. Yet it's evident that it wasn't produced by a Gu Corporation employee. Certain subtle nuances and stylistic conventions are inconsistent with our standard documentation. She added, these are minor discrepancies. But it is precisely these inconspicuous details that underscore the underlying problem. It appears we have an infiltrator within our ranks, allowing them to encroach upon our territory. Xi Qing astutely observed, demonstrating his seasoned experience. He was also gratified that Ren Zi had promptly identified the crux of the matter. However, I haven't uncovered any other issues. Ren Zi confessed, dejectedly lowering her head. These were merely minor oversights, and she had failed to ascertain the fundamental cause of their setback. Oftentimes, it is in the most imperceptible areas that problems arise. Observe the pricing here, Xi Qing remarked. following the trajectory of Xi Qing's finger. A series of numerals came into view. This sequence represented their bid. The decimal point had been subtly displaced by a line, rendering the discrepancy nearly undetectable. This proved to be the primary catalyst for their failure. A mere decimal point nearly cost us tens of millions, she exclaimed, utterly astonished upon discovering the error. Indeed. It is often these minor oversights that elude detection, and upon which the last vestige of hope relies. Your performance this time is commendable. Having identified the issue, Ren Zi immediately rallied her spirits. She was able to pinpoint discrepancies even in the tender documents. Nothing in this collaboration could daunt her. In her excitement, Ren Zi inadvertently bumped into a firm object. Turning back, she realized that the proximity between herself and Xi Qing was almost unnervingly intimate. His soft breath caressed her ear, creating an atmosphere of palpable ambiguity. Their breaths mingled, and Ren Zi's face flushed crimson. "Why are you standing so close?" Ren Zi's countenance was flushed, her hands frozen against his chest. "Is that so? I perceive our distance as quite normal." Xi Qing remained impervious to her discomfort, heightening Ren Zi's embarrassment. "I need to continue reviewing the tender." Ren Zi inhaled deeply, hastily diverting her attention and compelling herself to concentrate on the tender before her. However, the recent encounter replayed incessantly in her mind, proving unforgettable. Chapter 32, You are the bane right now. Ren Zi's focus was utterly scattered. The faint scent of cedar emanating from the man enveloped her, and the slightest movement would bring her into contact with the person behind her. "Is something amiss?" Xi Qing inquired, seemingly oblivious to her unease. He lowered his gaze to her, asking, "Is there any discomfort?" "Certainly not." An inexplicable tension gripped Ren Zi's heart. The final clause of the contract stipulated that she fulfill marital obligations. Now, with Xi Qing standing so close, was he subtly implying something? After a prolonged silence, Xi Qing's brow furrowed slightly. He placed a warm hand on her shoulder, intending to check her temperature, but was abruptly shoved away, stumbling back a couple of steps before regaining his balance. He then looked up at Ren Zi in astonishment. I apologize," Ren Zi stammered, her reaction purely reflexive. Her ears flushed as she explained, "President Gu, I am not yet prepared. Could you grant me some more time? I assure you, I will not renege on my promise." The words of concern that Xi Qing had intended to utter remained unspoken. After a few moments, he realized the nature of her misunderstanding, and his eyes deepened in color. "You have misunderstood." A hint of helplessness veiled his expression as he pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice slightly subdued. "I had no ulterior motives. Chen Han handled that contract, and I only noticed the final clause when I was about to sign it." Ren Zi gazed up at Xi Qing, her surprise evident in her eyes. He was unaware? Therefore, he never intended for her to fulfill the marital obligations? "You need not fret excessively." In Xi Qing's gaze, a trace of tenderness flickered as he softly declared, "As long as it is something you are unwilling to do, no one can compel you, not even I." Ren Zi found herself momentarily entranced by the man's striking features. Since her incarceration, she had felt entrenched in despair. The spirited and proud Ren Zi of years past had long vanished from this world. Yet, in this moment, it seemed as though she had regained a semblance of the confidence that comes from having someone to lean on. "What did you just mention as problematic?" Ren Zi refrained from indulging her emotions further, diverting her gaze back to the documents before her. Here, Xi Qing did not linger on previous matters. He stepped closer, this time mindful of the space between them, pointing to the clauses within the contract. "This section contains discrepancies from the actual content." Ren Zi bit her red lip, her focus sweeping over the terms as the man's deep voice guided her thoughts into clarity. Half an hour later, when Xi Qing spoke again, his words met silence. Lowering his head, he realized that the once restless figure had somehow succumbed to slumber, her eyes closed and brow furrowed, as if her dreams were anything but peaceful. Strands of hair fell beside her, partially obscuring her face, lending her a semblance of innocence. Xi Qing's gaze deepened, he gently brushed his fingers against her cheek, only to swiftly recognize the impropriety of his action. He paused for 2 seconds, then cleared the documents from the table and bent down to lift her into his arms. He carried her to Ren Zi's bedroom, carefully pulling the blanket over her as he tucked her in with great care. She possessed a palpable innocence, utterly devoid of suspicion. The man observed her supine form upon the bed, lost in slumber, noting her obliviousness to his presence. Not once had she stirred during his movements. "Stay," she murmured, her hand instinctively grasping his wrist as he prepared to depart. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the notion that she was conscious, yet she remained still. Despite his inherent sense of propriety, his masculine instincts prevailed. Gently disengaging her hand, he returned it to the sanctuary of the covers. Then leaned down to bestow a tender kiss upon her forehead before finally rising to leave. The following morning, awoke to find herself in her bedroom, surmising that had been the one to bring her home. Glancing outside, she realized he had already departed. The time displayed on her phone indicated her impending tardiness, prompting her to hasten her preparations for work. "Well, aren't you the picture of nonchalance?" quipped as arrived at the office just in the nick of time. Ignoring the barb, she retrieved the contentious documents she had reviewed with the previous evening and inquired directly, "Who processed these files? I need to pose some questions." "How would I know?" retorted, rolling her eyes. "There are so many people in this office, and countless documents are processed daily. Perhaps everyone here has handled these files at some point. Are you suggesting you'll interrogate each one of us?" Gaze sharpened with a hint of frostiness. Turning to her colleagues, she encountered a similar attitude of indifference. No one claimed responsibility for the files, and without any identifying signatures, she was unable to ascertain the responsible party. Indeed, the disparities among individuals were starkly evident. All morning, Lin Han, the head of the bidding department, had not received any reports from Ren Zi, and his anger was barely contained. Were it not for her possible connection to Chen Han, he would have dismissed her outright, rather than tolerate her presence. She reaped the rewards of others' diligent work without contributing herself. Now, she couldn't even manage a simple task. One wonders what purpose such an individual serves in the company. Ren Zi held the documents, the paper creased and folded. Seeing her silence, Lin Han's anger flared. All the hard work and late nights of the team ultimately paled in comparison to someone's connections. Her low education was not the issue, but a flawed character was a lifelong problem. This was a clear jab at Ren Zi. The others in the office were merely spectators. Ren Zi looked up at Lin Han, a glint of coldness in her eyes, and said, "The responsibility for this matter does not lie with me. There is a mole within the team. You cannot identify them yourselves, nor will you cooperate with me. Are you planning to continue with these veiled accusations?" "What do you mean?" These words caused not only Lin Han to change his expression, but also drew the others from their detached observation. If these words reached the president, the entire team would suffer, possibly facing termination. They couldn't bear such a heavy burden. "Do you really not know what I mean?" Ren Zi had been met with cold shoulders all morning, and her discontent had been building. She said coldly, "If you truly have nothing to hide, why won't you cooperate with me? Doesn't that suggest that you yourselves are the problem? The divulgence of confidential information is your sole responsibility. How are we implicated in this matter? Indeed, you alone are culpable for this blunder. Yet, you seek to implicate us in your misdeeds. Do you possess any semblance of morality? Were I in your position, I would promptly confess my transgressions, as that might mitigate the damage to some extent." A chorus of reproaches erupted from the assembly, each individual endeavoring to deflect all culpability from themselves. Ren Zi's gaze intensified with glacial coldness. As she was about to interject, a figure suddenly emerged from the throng. The man, his countenance etched with disdain, forcefully shoved Ren Zi. Caught unawares, she staggered backward, colliding with the corner of a table. A searing pain emanated from her lumbar region. "An individual such as yourself is a veritable malignancy within the esteemed." Chapter 33, Grant me an opportunity. Ren Zi's vision swam before her eyes. She gritted her teeth, enduring the throbbing agony until she could regain her composure and stand upright. "By what authority do you assault me?" she demanded, her voice laced with icy disdain. An aura of intimidating authority emanated from her very being. "Are you cognizant that your actions constitute intentional infliction of harm? I shall not treat this matter lightly." "You shall not treat this matter lightly?" The assailant, Sun Jiaozi, an employee of the bidding department, sneered derisively. The leakage of confidential documents had far-reaching ramifications, resulting in a 50% reduction in his year-end bonus. "Are you oblivious to your present circumstances? Who here would dare to testify on your behalf? Who is to say that you did not merely stumble and fall?" Ren Zi's gaze swept across those present, and she observed that they were indeed unanimous in their disposition. Then I shall summon the authorities. Her eyes grew even colder. And she said with a slight sneer, I trust the police will investigate exactly what happened here. Hearing this, Sun Zi's expression shifted subtly. He had originally thought that Ren Zi would choose to settle the matter quietly under pressure. Seeing her take out her phone, Sun Zi stepped forward, intending to snatch it. Ren Zi had been paying attention to him, and she took a step back as soon as he moved. Now you know you're guilty? She stared at Sun Zi with a frosty gaze, enunciating each word. Unfortunately, this is not a lawless land. Even if they testify that they didn't push me. The surveillance cameras don't lie. Ren Zi. Seeing that she was serious, the expression on Sun Zi's face became frantic. All right. We're all colleagues, Ren Zi. You should also take a step back. Lin Han, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, stepped forward to play the good guy, saying, he was just too agitated. He didn't mean to push you here. I'll have him apologize to you, and you shouldn't dwell on this matter any further. From Lin Han's tone, it was as if Ren Zi was the one who had done something wrong. I can refrain from calling the police. Ren Zi lowered her eyes, her tone firm. But I don't want the same thing to happen a second time. Furthermore, this information leak has already shown that there is a problem within our ranks. Therefore, I hope everyone is mentally prepared. If you actively cooperate with the investigation, there is still room for maneuver. Lin Han's eyes were icy, and he did not respond. Having retrieved the documents that had slipped from her grasp, Ren Zi articulated softly, the gravity of the situation is known to you. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the detriment will befall none other than yourselves. With the final word uttered, she pivoted and departed. Within the assembly, a woman's countenance betrayed a flicker of guilt as she gazed in the direction of Ren Zi's departure, lost in contemplation. Subsequent to her exit, Ren Zi proceeded directly to Lingran Technology Corporation. As the other party to the contract, she was naturally compelled to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the circumstances. Excuse me. Miss, whom are you seeking? She was intercepted by the receptionist upon entry. Without a prior appointment, direct access is not permitted. Should your matter be of significance, perhaps you would confide in us first. I represent Goose. I require a detailed discussion with your supervisor regarding the contract, Ren Zi stated without insisting on entry. Could you facilitate contact? I. Her words were truncated by an intervening male voice. Ren Zi? She turned at the sound of her name, meeting Su Hanyan's gaze of astonishment. Is it truly you? I espied your figure and was uncertain. What brings you here? He inquired. I am here representing Goose. Do you work here? A trace of surprise flickered in Ren Zi's eyes, though she swiftly articulated the purpose of her visit. This is our CEO Su, the receptionist interjected, relieved that she had not turned away a familiar face. CEO Su has the authority to preside over the project from Goose. Lingran Technology was, in fact, Su Hanyan's enterprise? The astonishment in Ren Zi's eyes deepened. It was as if the world were exceedingly small, that they should encounter each other in this manner. Next time she arrives, there's no need to impede her, Su Hanyan instructed the receptionist. She may proceed directly to my office. Please inform the others as well. Upon hearing this, a gossipy glint flickered in the receptionist's eyes. It was well known that their director Su had never extended such preferential treatment to anyone before. Ren Zi, oblivious to her expression, followed Su Hanyan into their elevator. ZZ, please have a seat here for a moment, Su Hanyan said, escorting her to the reception room. I have some matters to attend to, I'll return once I've concluded them. Ren Zi nodded in understanding. It was, after all, she who had arrived unannounced. It was only natural that he had other obligations. As he departed from the reception room, Yang Dong approached him. As Su Hanyan's assistant, he had promptly inquired about Ren Zi's intentions while he was escorting her to the reception room. Director Su, Miss Ren is here to retrieve the Gu Corporation contract, he said in a hushed tone. Our dealings with them are far from concluded. What if this Miss Ren? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Hanyan interjected, no need to fret. His gaze darkened slightly as he said, I am aware of the gravity of the situation. His personal relationship with Ren Zi was one thing, but matters pertaining to work were entirely separate. He would not conflate the two. Seeing that he understood, Yang Dong refrained from further comment. Upon returning to the reception room, Su Hanyan spoke before Ren Zi could open her mouth. ZZ. It has been many years since we last met. His gaze drifted into reminiscence, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked. The words you once shared with me remain etched in my memory. A subtle flicker crossed Ren Zi's eyes. Several times she attempted to steer the conversation towards collaboration. But Su Hanyan deftly evaded her advances, refusing to engage with her proposition. It's serendipitous that we've encountered each other today, Su Hanyan commented, taking a sip of water. Allow me to treat you to a meal. If I recall correctly, you were particularly fond of ribs. I happen to know an excellent establishment. Ren Zi's lips curved into a smile, though her eyes remained untouched by genuine mirth. His intentions were unmistakable, he wished to avoid delving too deeply into matters of business. Nevertheless, she had not anticipated an effortless resolution to begin with. Very well, Ren Zi acquiesced, agreeing to dine with him. She accompanied Su Hanyan to the restaurant he had suggested, where the dishes served were all to her liking. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed her eyes. After all these years, he had not forgotten. Today, the treat is on me. As they neared the end of their meal, Ren Zi initiated the conversation, this time. I was the one who sought you out. It's only fair that the gesture is reciprocated. Perhaps you could treat me next time. Upon hearing these words, Su Hanyan's response faltered. He, too, desired a subsequent encounter with Ren Zi. Then I extend my gratitude, he replied. His gaze deepened as he regarded her. An inexplicable emotion brewing within his eyes, sending a tremor through his heart. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Ren Zi settled the bill before turning to him, stating, however, I would appreciate it if you could grant me an opportunity. Regardless of whether the project succeeds or fails, I am willing to take the risk. However, I wish to converse with your superior. It was indeed a matter concerning the Gu family that led to the document's leakage, nevertheless. I hope you can grant them some leeway. Chapter 34, Assessing the sincerity of the Gu family. Su Hanyan gazed at her for an extended period before nodding in agreement. I will have Jiangqi reach out to you. Thank you. Ren Zi exited the restaurant alongside Su Hanyan. As she watched her depart, Su Hanyan dialed Jiangqi's number, instructing him to contact Ren Zi and to extend additional consideration towards her. What's the matter? Someone inquired. Jiangqi was ensconced in a private booth at a bar. After ending the call, he tossed his phone aside. Nothing much, just a task from the boss. President Su has requested that he be particularly attentive. It seems Ren Zi has offended someone. After a moment of contemplation, he sent her a message, including an address, instructing her to come directly to his location. At the Leaf Bar, the atmosphere was chaotic and dismal. Ren Zi detested such disorderly environments. Upon entering, she frowned and made her way to the private room Jiangqi had indicated. Jiang, you mentioned today would be devoid of business discussions. A woman clad in a shimmering silver strapless dress purred sweetly, almost draping herself over Jiangqi. Today is my birthday. Jiangqi lowered his gaze to the woman in his embrace, pinching her cheek playfully. Of course, I am aware, otherwise, who would all these gifts be for? I prepared so much for you, how will you repay me? This woman was Jiangqi's new lover. After a prolonged game of teasing and restraint, he was determined not to squander time now that he had finally secured her attention. After dealing with Ren Zi, he would simply hand her off to someone else. Xi Qing's eyes sparkled playfully as she gently tapped the man's shoulder, leaning in closer, her lips teasingly grazing his earlobe as she murmured, tonight, I shall leave myself at your mercy. Upon hearing her words, Jiangqi's gaze deepened with intrigue. His hand rested possessively on the woman's slender waist. His throat tightening as he chuckled softly, you uttered those words yourself, do not falter when the moment arrives. She wouldn't dream of retreating. Just as Xi Qing leaned in to press her crimson lips against Jiangqi's, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Ren Zi standing at the threshold. President Jiang, she greeted, making her way toward them, seemingly oblivious to their intimate posture. In her hands, she clutched the documents she had brought along. An incongruity in the dimly lit room, heavy with the scent of alcohol. Ah, it is Miss Ren, Jiangqi acknowledged her arrival. Releasing his hold on Xi Qing and surveying Ren Zi from head to toe with a gaze laced with mischief. Ren Zi frowned slightly, suppressing her emotions. Regarding our previous collaboration with Ling Ran, she began, but was swiftly interrupted. Jiangqi reached for the decanter, placing it before them, and casually retrieved a clean glass. Miss Ren, when conducting business, should we not first assess your sincerity? His gaze was brazen. taking advantage of Ren Zi's reluctance to confront him directly. Business, after all, is often sealed over drinks. The failure to finalize the contract was due to the data leak at Goose, so if you wish to continue our discussions, why not start by pouring yourself 3 cups as a forfeit? Ren Zi's expression grew decidedly frosty. In her innocence, Jiang Qi's actions were evidently directed at herself. This drink she could not indulge in lightly. Mr. Jiang is jesting, she remarked, a subtle smile playing on her crimson lips, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. I have come today primarily to inform you that I have yet to fully comprehend the terms of the contract signed between Goose and Lingran. As for this toast, I shall remedy that during the celebratory banquet of both companies. Unless Jiang Qi wished to sever ties with Goose, he could not afford to dismiss her words. His countenance shifted slightly, his gaze towards Ren Zi now imbued with profound significance. The contract between Goose and Lingran remained uncertain, yet the data regarding their collaboration was immutable. He regarded Ren Zi with a semblance of a smile that was almost mocking. Could Miss Ren truly assume control over Goose? Could she unilaterally diminish the profit margins? Everyone in the circle was well aware of who Ren Zi was. This final statement was an overt derision. Mr. Jiang, there are discrepancies in the previous contract. Not to mention the data issues, Ren Zi stated bluntly. I have come here to inquire if we might sit down once more to renegotiate the contract. Miss Ren may not fully grasp my position, Jiang Qi replied, pushing the documents before him aside and reclining against the sofa, his gaze penetrating as it scrutinized her. I do not engage in discussions of collaboration in this setting, I merely wish to cultivate a friendship with you. Should we truly wish to discuss cooperation? It must be in a formal environment. Lu Ming, accompanying Jiang Qi, remarked that Miss Ren's current role appeared quite arduous, questioning whether she had ever contemplated pursuing another path. What is she capable of? Another person in the private room chimed in. I've heard she didn't even attend university. Surely, she's not going to operate a sewing machine. Is she? What utter nonsense. Lu Ming feigned anger, then added, in my estimation, Miss Ren, it would be more advantageous for you to attend to each of us for one evening. I assure you, the compensation you receive would undoubtedly exceed your current earnings. Upon hearing this, the laughter of the crowd grew increasingly grating. A glint of coldness gradually surfaced in Ren Zi's eyes. Mr. Lu has a point, someone else remarked. We have yet to experience the taste of a young lady of her stature. Name your price. Then we must deliberate carefully on who shall be the first, another suggested. They were cognizant of the fact that Ren Zi currently lacked any influential backing, and thus, they brazenly treated her as a commodity to be discussed in their presence. Ren Zi maintained an upright posture, feigning ignorance of their words. Her mobile phone vibrated twice within her purse. She retrieved it, illuminated the screen, and discovered a message from Xi Qing. Have you met with the person in charge of Lingran? Do you require assistance? Ren Zi's eyes darkened slightly, and a sense of grievance welled up within her, even prompting a desire for Xi Qing to come to her aid immediately. However, in the end, she sent a message indicating that she was fine. Mr. Jiang. This toast is to you, she said. She set down her phone, picked up her glass, and drained the whiskey cocktail within, enunciating each word clearly. Since you are disinclined to discuss business at present, we shall reconvene at a later opportunity. Subsequently, she downed several more glasses of alcohol. The emotions in Jiang Qi's eyes shifted, and he let out a cold snort. If she was willing to drink, then let her drink. 20 minutes later, the gazes directed at Ren Zi gradually transformed from disdain to admiration, though a hint of condescension lingered. The few cocktails they consumed left them feeling somewhat ill. Yet she remained unscathed. General Jiang, I shall make a brief trip to the restroom, please continue drinking without me. Aware of her own tolerance for alcohol, Ren Zi seized the opportunity to escape to the restroom as her consciousness began to wane, splashing cold water on her face to revive herself. To her, the individuals in the private room resembled ravenous wolves and ferocious tigers. Ren Zi's face was obscured by droplets of water. And just as she reached for a tissue to dry herself, a familiar male voice resonated behind her. It truly is you, what are you doing here? Du Ningxu approached, his gaze sweeping across her attire, and a thought emerged within him. To his surprise, she had fallen so low, unwilling to be maintained by him, yet here she was, playing the role of a hostess. Is this truly what you aspire to do? If you were to admit your mistake now, perhaps I might consider letting bygones be bygones and allow you to return to my side. Chapter 35, Malicious Intentions. Ren Zi regarded Gu Ningxiu with a surge of revulsion. Even if I were to sell myself, I would not look twice at you. She shot him a cold glare and stated, you should promptly abandon such thoughts. What are you pretending for? Gu Ningxiu's anger flared as he seized her arm when she passed by him. Reduced to this state. And you still maintain your airs of superiority. Ren Zi, do you believe you are still the esteemed young lady of the Ren family? Let go of me. With a subtle shift in countenance, Ren Zi endeavored to disengage her hand from his grasp. How much have those men outside compensated you? Gu Ningxiu deliberately humiliated her. What price have you placed upon yourself now? Perhaps you could enlighten me, I shall augment your earnings. Gu Ningxiu. You are devoid of decency. Ren Zi elevated her gaze to meet his, retorting through gritted teeth, irrespective of the sum offered by those outside. I would never entertain the notion of associating with you in any capacity. Release me forthwith. What is transpiring here? Ren Lin. Having received intelligence of Gu Ningxiu's presence at the bar, and apprehensive lest he indulge in revelry, had come specifically to monitor him. However, she had not anticipated encountering Ren Zi. The spectacle of the two individuals embroiled in a tussle pierced her heart like a needle. Ren Zi, you contemptible harlot. She charged aggressively towards Ren Zi. Gu Ningxiu is now my fiancé. Do you aspire to be a paramour with such fervor? Ren Zi regarded the pair before her with frigid eyes. Verily, they were kindred spirits, spawned from the same milieu. Could she not discern who was detaining her against her will? Open your eyes wide and observe with clarity. Ren Zi forcefully extricated herself from Gu Ningxiu, declaring coldly. He is the one importuning me. I harbor no interest in a man who has been rendered obsolete. If you esteem him as a treasure, then sequester him within your domicile and prevent him from afflicting others. Ren Zi. Ren Lin's eyes flushed crimson, her entire being trembling with indignation. She raised her hand, intending to deliver a resounding slap to her face, but the motion was intercepted mid-air. Do not employ the same stratagem twice. Ren Zi disdainfully cast off Ren Lin's hand, asserting, did you presume that I would permit you to strike me again? The emotions in Gu Ningxiu's eyes were no less intense than Ren Lin's. He felt that from the moment they met Ren Zi again, she had become completely different from before. You two are best off being bound together for life, otherwise. If malignant entities like you infiltrate the market, it is us normal people who will suffer. Ren Zi retorted without reservation. A rotten cucumber should be paired with a rotten leaf, don't always come and disgust me. Leaving those words behind, she turned and left directly. Ren Linwan trembled with anger. She looked at Gu Ningxiu and found that he was just like her. You are not allowed to have anything to do with her. She gritted her teeth and threatened. Ningxiu, you have also seen Ren Zi's attitude, she clearly doesn't think much of us. If you get involved with her again, you will be letting down the us from back then. Although they were only a married couple in name, she could not tolerate the person Gu Ningxiu was having an affair with being Ren Zi. Hearing this, a glint of darkness flashed in Gu Ningxiu's eyes. Then what do you want to do? The man turned to look at Ren Linwan, reached out to put his arm around her waist, and lowered his voice, if you don't want me to have contact with others, shouldn't you think carefully about how to extinguish my desires? The warm breath caressed her earlobe, and she couldn't help but feel her ears grow hot. I can help you. Ren Linwan softened completely, hooked her arms around Gu Ningxiu's neck, and said with flattery. As long as you promise never to meet Ren Zi in private or get involved with her, you can do whatever you want. Gu Ningxiu laughed inexplicably. Then let me see your performance. The desolate hallway echoed with suggestive moans, interspersed with coarse utterances from a man, inciting blushes and heated sensations. Unbeknownst to Ren Zi, she was entirely ignorant of the events that transpired after her departure. Upon returning to the private room, she discovered that most of its occupants had already left, with the exception of Jiangqi, who was still awaiting her arrival. Miss Ren has finally returned, Jiangqi remarked with leisurely composure, observing her as he refilled 10 glasses with liquor. I was beginning to think you intended to desert. Judging by his demeanor alone, Ren Zi surmised that securing the contract today was a futile endeavor. Director Jiang, I genuinely cannot imbibe any further, she uttered with delicately pursed lips, her voice laced with reluctance. Next time I shall host, and I will ensure you have a proper feast. You may indulge as you please then. There is no time like the present, why not today? Jiangqi interjected, simultaneously casting a glance at his bodyguard, who discreetly positioned himself in front of the doorway. Miss Ren, you are rather spoiling the atmosphere. Ren Zi did not fail to notice their subtle exchange. Then what is it that Director Jiang desires? She inquired, her gaze settling upon Jiang Qi with frigid clarity. I informed the company of my presence here prior to my arrival. The implicit meaning was that should anything befall her here, Jiang Qi would inevitably be implicated. Does Miss Ren not desire the contract? He raised an eyebrow at Ren Zi, stating in a deep voice, I merely wish to befriend Miss Ren, but it seems you are unwilling to grant me this courtesy. Director Jiang is willing to discuss terms with me? Ren Zi scrutinized him with a suspicious gaze. The old fox had been scrupulously avoiding any mention of the contract. So what scheme was he now concocting by bringing it up? Of course, I am willing. Jiang Qi's gaze was imbued with ambiguity as he deliberately lowered his voice. However, it depends on the setting. If Miss Ren is willing to discuss matters in bed, I assure you that the outcome will undoubtedly be to your satisfaction. Ren Zi's expression promptly turned frosty. Indeed, this old fox could not suppress his true intentions. Mr. Jiang, I have no interest in this matter. She endeavored to lower her voice in an attempt to avoid offending him. You seem somewhat inebriated today, perhaps we should converse another time. With that, she attempted to sidestep Jiang Qi and leave. Yet, in the next moment, he surrounded her with his companions. Miss Ren, wait a moment. If you're leaving, why not first indulge in this glass of wine? Jiang Qi casually shook his wine glass, feigning indifference. After all, we have been conversing for quite some time. Is it too much to ask for a little courtesy? Had this been a previous encounter, she might have acquiesced and drunk the wine. However, Jiang Qi's inexplicable shift in demeanor instilled a sense of caution within her. Mr. Jiang, I cannot drink. Ren Zi concealed the chill in her eyes and replied in a measured tone, perhaps I should step out and find someone to keep you company while you drink. Jiang Qi's intention was never for her to consume the wine, he merely sought to buy time. This private room was infused with an intoxicating aroma. Should she drink the wine, it would be akin to consuming the antidote, but if she refrained, it would be her own misfortune. A couple of knocks echoed at the door. Both turned to the sound, their expressions revealing surprise, wondering who might arrive at such a moment. Ultimately, it was Jiang Qi who made the decision to open the door. The door to the private room swung open, revealing Gu Ningxiu, who stood at the threshold, surveying the two individuals within. He spoke, Manager Jiang, as expected, your dedication to work is commendable, even at this late hour, you are still engrossed in discussions. Chapter 36, It turns out to be young Master Gu. Jiang Qi's eyes flickered slightly as he approached with familiarity, saying, your words seem to strike a chord. Had I known young Master Gu was here, I would have sought you out sooner. Gu Ningxiu did not respond to his banter, his gaze fixated on Ren Zi. He had come specifically to find her. What was the matter with Ren Zi? Detecting hints of distress in her eyes, he feigned concern and inquired, are you feeling unwell? Should I escort you to the hospital? Jiang Qi's expression shifted, as he found it difficult to decipher Gu Ningxiu's intentions. After all, Ren Zi was part of the Gu family, and his actions could be perceived as a slight against them. Young Master Gu, Ren Zi, she. Be careful. Gu Ningxiu caught sight of Ren Zi teetering on the brink of collapse and hurriedly supported her shoulder. His palm met an alarming warmth emanating from her body. Why are you so hot? Are you running a fever? Having navigated such environments for years, he instantly grasped what Jiang Qi had done. However, this was precisely what he desired. Let go of me. Ren Zi, clinging to her remaining sense of reason, protested, don't touch me. She realized something was amiss. Even though she knew she needed to distance herself from Gu Ningxiu, her body was devoid of strength. Mr. Gu, this. Jiang Qi hesitated, fearing that Gu Ningxiu might cause her trouble. Mr. Gu, we are old friends in this collaboration. Ren Zi is currently unwell, allow me to take care of her. Gu Ningxiu's gaze dimmed slightly, his lips curling into a subtle smirk as he replied softly, as for your matters, I am unaware of anything today. So do not worry excessively. Jiang Qi's eyes flickered with surprise. The implication of his words was clear, he intended to take her away. Indeed, this woman was restless, always seeking to entangle herself with others. Jiang Qi, let young Master Gu take her away, Lu Ming appeared at the doorway, aware of Jiang Qi's intentions. He had returned to see if he could partake in the situation but was taken aback to find Gu Ningxiu present. He swiftly approached Jiang Qi, tugging at his arm. and said, "Young Master Gu is Ren Zi's ex-boyfriend. It would be best if we refrained from meddling in their affairs." Previously, Jiang Qi had only known that Ren Zi had once dated someone from the Gu family but was unaware of the identity. Now, with Lu Ming's revelation, she realized it was Gu Ningxiu. Then we shall trouble young Master Gu with her care. A knowing smile spread across Jiang Qi's face. This woman certainly required proper guidance. Gu Ningxiu nodded and subsequently instructed the others to clear the area. "Zizi, I will help you out of your clothes. Why don't you rest here for a while?" The man's suggestive voice lingered in her ears. Ren Zi struggled to maintain her composure, pushing Gu Ningxiu away as she bit her tongue to regain clarity. Her body burned with fever, nearly consuming her rationality. "I do not wish to stay here." With gritted teeth, she shoved the man aside and stumbled out, only to be met with a wave of dizziness that sent her crashing to the ground. In her disarray, her blouse came undone, revealing expanses of alabaster skin. A sight to ignite any man's passions. "Mr. Gu, shall we be of assistance?" Jiang Qi cast a regretful glance over Ren Zi, inwardly conceding the allure of her figure. Despite his familiarity with such encounters, he mused that the ultimate thrill for men lay in witnessing the surrender of those normally untouchable heiresses. "I shall escort her to a hotel," he offered. Gu Ningxiu, arching an eyebrow, did not demur to the proposal. Upon delivering her to the hotel suite, Jiang Qi presented him with the room key, remarking, "Mr. Gu, I wish you a delightful evening." Meanwhile, Su Hanyan took the initiative to contact Gu Xiqing. "What is it?" Gu Xiqing's somber gaze remained fixed on the documents before him, his tone indifferent. "Mr. Su, to what do I owe the pleasure of your insight?" He had met Su Hanyan on several occasions, their relationship neither warm nor hostile. "Mr. Gu, I believe you are acutely aware of the reasons for Ling Ran's termination of our partnership. I have no desire for a collaborator of questionable repute. Therefore, whomever you send will be of no avail." Su Hanyan, convinced that Ren Zi had been coerced by the Gu family, adopted a more assertive tone. "Appealing to sentimentality will prove futile with me. I implore you to keep your subordinates in line." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Gu Xiqing stared at the darkened screen of his phone, his expression inscrutable. What was the implication of his words? The project is now under Ren Zi's supervision. Could it be that she? A man dialed the internal line, instructing Chen Han to directly ascertain Ren Zi's whereabouts. A minute later, Chen Han hurriedly entered the president's office. "Mr. Gu, madam, she is currently at a bar." He recalled the information he had uncovered. Foreseeing the ire that would undoubtedly arise in their boss, Jiang Qi was hosting a gathering at the bar. And he discovered that he had arranged for his wife to meet there as well. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiqing's expression darkened instantly. Jiang Qi's reputation in their circle was well known. Ren Zi truly dared to meet them alone. "Send a car." Gu Xiqing's voice betrayed his barely contained fury. His usually calm demeanor momentarily disrupted. His dark eyes glinted sharply like an eagle's, and his countenance was so grim it seemed it could drip water. Chen Han followed closely behind Gu Xiqing, acutely aware that this matter was bound to end poorly. Su Hanyan hung up the phone and dialed Jiang Qi. "Mr. Su? The arrangements you've made have." Jiang Qi initially intended to leverage Ren Zi's situation to gain favor, but was interrupted by Su Hanyan. "Just ensure Ren Zi returned safely." He had instructed Jiang Qi to attend to Ren Zi precisely because she had requested it, not wishing to disappoint her. As for the collaboration, he would handle that with Gu Xiqing himself. What? Jiang Qi suddenly realized he had misinterpreted something, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Mr. Su, didn't you ask me to take good care of Ren Zi? Why must I return her? I instructed you to care for her. There is no connection to sending her back." Furrowed his brow, stating in a subdued tone, "She's a young woman. It's not safe for her to return alone late at night. Arrange for someone to escort her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qi instantly sobered up. It became clear that the boss genuinely intended for him to care for her, not to resort to underhanded tactics. But he had already acted. If Su Hanyan were to discover his clandestine actions, his job would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. "Understood, President Su," he responded, hastily instructing the driver to turn the car around, hoping it wasn't too late. Hotel room. Ren Zi tossed and turned restlessly in the bed. The collar of her dress loosened, her face flushed with a rosy hue. "Why do I feel so awful?" she murmured, craving coolness and a gentle breeze. "ZZ. You will ultimately be mine, Gu Ningxu said, his gaze intensifying as he observed the person on the bed. Ren Zi was naturally beautiful, with fair and delicate skin. And her long, alabaster legs were now on full display before him, her face flushed, her rosy lips slightly parted, emitting suggestive sounds. He reached out, loosened his tie. And then knelt on the bed, leaning over her. What's the point of feigning such aloofness in front of me? He sneered. After tonight. Even if you don't want to be mine, you'll have no choice. Ren Zi, revived by the coolness emanating from his body, regained a semblance of awareness and realized her predicament. You scoundrel! She exclaimed. She should never have trusted Jiangqi. What was she to do now? If Xi Qing were to find out about this, what would he think of her? Chapter 37, Xi Qing came to save me, let me go. Ren Zi mustered her last ounce of strength to push the person off her. Gu Ningxu, caught off guard, stumbled back 2 steps before regaining her balance. Her gaze deepening as it fixated on the figure on the bed. Her long hair fell loosely, exposing her fair and slender neck to his view. Her dark eyes glimmered with a lustrous sheen, while her ruby lips appeared irresistibly alluring, presenting a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Beneath the disheveled shirt lay a palpable intensity, as if yearning to break free. She intended to leave. Ren Zi trembled all over, her vision blurring once again. ZZ. Gu Ningxu assessed the situation and, with a slight swallow, grasped her waist, pulling her towards him. Why struggle for so long? In the end, you are destined to belong to me. He deliberately lowered his voice, echoing Xi Qing. Ren Zi, in a haze, gazed at the man before her. Recognizing the shadow of Xi Qing in his profile, her fingers instinctively reaching out. Is it him? Has he come to rescue me? Xi Qing. The name slipped from her lips, causing the man above her to freeze momentarily. Gu Ningxu stared at Ren Zi in astonishment. Did he mishear? What connection could Ren Zi possibly have with his uncle? Could it be that her purpose in coming to the Gu family was also for his uncle? His thin lips pressed tightly together, hands clenched into fists, his expression veiled with a hint of coldness, lost in thought. Ren Zi let out a soft whimper of discomfort. Her hand reaching for her neck, leaving behind several angry red marks. The slight pain jolted her back to reality, making her acutely aware of her predicament. The person in the room was not Xi Qing at all. That nauseating sensation still lingered on her body, a remnant of Gu Ningxu's presence. If a relationship were to truly unfold, she could not bear to continue being with Xi Qing, they would have to divorce. A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind. She tightly shut her eyes, her gaze silently falling onto the pillow, leaving a trail of tears, while a low, inescapable sob escaped her lips. The thought of no longer having any connection with Xi Qing deepened her sorrow. At this moment, Gu Ningxu also regained his composure. His thin lips curled into a smirk, with a hint of malice gleaming in his eyes. What if she harbored other feelings for her uncle? It mattered little, for her uncle would never regard her. Just as he prepared to pull the person closer, the hotel room door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Xi Qing, enveloped in an aura of chilling severity, strode in, his jawline taut. As his gaze swept across the room, his expression grew increasingly frigid, evoking the sensation of an impending storm. You uncle. Gu Ningxu stammered. Startled, his voice trembling. How could his uncle be here? The Gu family adhered to strict principles, being seen by his uncle would spell trouble. He hurriedly attempted to explain. It was Ren Zi who seduced me first. If she hadn't taken the initiative, I would never have stayed here. As Xi Qing approached, his eyes radiated a piercing coldness. The pressure around him suffocating. Uncle, I. Bang. The crisp sound of shattering glass coincided almost perfectly with Gu Ningxu's voice. He froze in place. Raising a hand to his forehead, his fingertips encountering a wet, sticky sensation, warm crimson seeping between his fingers. Mr. Gu, I will check on Miss Ren. Jiangqi encountered the formidable CEO of the Gu family in the elevator, where the expression on the man's face was utterly unrecognizable. As he nearly crawled and knelt to leave Xi Qing. However, before he could approach, he was unceremoniously kicked aside. Get lost. Xi Qing's gaze was frosty. His thin lips pressed into a straight line, and his displeasure seemed almost tangible. Uncle, what on earth is happening? Gu Ningxu, regaining his composure, hastily grabbed a towel to cover his forehead, which soon became soaked in crimson. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, but I am your own nephew. As for Ren Zi. That wretched woman, Xi Qing, is this the decorum the Gu family has instilled in you? Gu Shiqing's words were icily delivered before he turned to assess Ren Zi's condition. Notify Du Sifan to await my arrival. Upon Chen Han's entrance, Gu Shiqing commanded directly and then proceeded to adjust Ren Zi's clothing, lifting her effortlessly. Yes, Chen Han responded promptly, rushing to contact the CEO's personal physician. As he passed by Gu Ningshu, Gu Shiqing coldly remarked, I expect a reasonable explanation from you. He dismissed all prior statements as incredulous. Uncle. Gu Ningshu acted faster than his thoughts, blocking Gu Shiqing's path before he could fully process the situation. Meeting the man's piercing gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. Ren Zi is truly not a good woman. Don't let her deceive you. He recounted past events, endeavoring to lend credence to his assertions. She had languished in prison for 5 years, emerging wholly unacquainted with the outside world. Her current endeavors were merely the result of dalliances with various men. Such a woman is fundamentally unworthy of your rescue. A chilling aura settled upon Gu Shiqing as he cast a scrutinizing and contemptuous gaze upon Gu Ningshu. Myopic and consumed by base desires, he sneered. The bond between Ren Zi and you was not forged overnight. If you can be so ruthless towards your former lover, Gu Ningshu, what makes you think you can wrest the Gu Corporation from my grasp? Character informs conduct, and conduct reveals character. Gu Ningshu was, in essence, a complete scoundrel. The latter's countenance darkened at his words, yet he dared not utter a rebuttal. Gu Shiqing had no intention of settling accounts with him at that moment. His paramount concern was the person in his arms. He escorted her into the elevator, and as the doors closed, the adjacent elevator doors parted. Su Hanyan emerged hastily, clad in incongruous sleepwear beneath his hastily donned coat, a testament to his hurried departure. Where is she? His eyelids twitched involuntarily upon beholding the open hotel room door. Immediately thereafter, he encountered Gu Ningshu, his face clouded with gloom, and Jiang Qi, standing beside him in utter disarray. The room bore the marks of a struggle, clearly indicating what had transpired. Miss Ren has been escorted away by President Gu. Miss Ren is unharmed, Jiang Qi uttered tremulously. Judging by Mr. Gu's demeanor, he intends to escort her to the hospital. Who instructed you to administer the drug? Su Hanyan interrogated, his voice laced with resentment as he settled accounts after Ren Zi's departure. Ling Ran provides for you, yet you engage in such activities? Are you devoid of intellect? Should any harm befall Ren Zi, your tenure at the company is terminated. Upon hearing this, Gu Ningshu lifted his gaze. A profound expression in his eyes as a conjecture surfaced in his mind. Mr. Su appears remarkably concerned about Ren Zi. The towel atop his head was thoroughly saturated with crimson. He retrieved his discarded coat, casually dusted it off, and remarked languidly, if my memory serves me correctly, Mr. Su and Ren Zi shared a rather amicable relationship several years prior. Young Mr. Gu is unduly concerned, Su Hanyan retorted, his extensive experience in interpersonal dealings rendering him impervious to Gu Ningshu's probing. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he declared, I recall that young Mr. Gu is betrothed to Ren Zi's cousin. Your presence here might displease the other Miss Ren. A blatant warning coupled with a veiled threat. Your concern is unwarranted, Mr. Su. Gu Ningshu responded with a sardonic smile. I have pressing matters to attend to at home and shall not protract my stay here. With these words, he departed with a frosty countenance. Su Hanyan's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, his eyes darkening with contemplation. Following Gu Shiqing's departure with Ren Zi, the situation remained precarious, the woman's intoxication rendering her uncontrollable. She resembled a delicate doll, drifting weightlessly in his embrace, compelling him to steady her waist. Gu Shiqing. Save me. Ren Zi, in a daze, mistakenly believed she was with Gu Ningshu, her voice laced with a hint of tears. Let go of me. The man's gaze turned icy. His heated palm grasped her waist, and she realized her shoes had somehow fallen away, her fair, lustrous feet resting upon his leg. Ren Zi. Recognize who I am. Gu Shiqing's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to avert his intense gaze, then promptly ushered her into the back seat of the car. As he bent down to enter, he collided with her. Her soft fingers glided down the line of his jaw, coming to rest at his throat, moving in synchrony with his swallowing. Do you wish to? Gu Shiqing was taken aback, he had never encountered such a brazen inquiry. Chen Han, seated in the front Observed through the rearview mirror the deepening expression on his boss's face, stifling a laugh. What is it about me that is undesirable? Ren Zi nestled against his chest. Her warm breath brushing against him as she whispered, I feel so unwell, will you help me? We are husband and wife, capable of deepening our relationship. She assured him. I promise, I will not let myself bear your child, and after our divorce, I will leave obediently. She was compliant, not wishing to trouble him in any way. Yet her delicate hands ventured into areas that defied description. A flicker of helplessness flashed in Xi Qing's eyes as he pressed down on her restless hand. His voice tinged with a husky tone, do not move. If she continued, he would truly lose his composure. Ren Zi seemed to be silenced by his mere words. She gazed up at the man, her tear-filled eyes resembling a small dog abandoned on the street. In the dimly lit carriage, the shadows from outside danced across her face, casting a pitiful hue upon her bright features, evoking a profound sense of sympathy within him. Mr. Gu, Dr. Du has sent a message. Chen Han cautiously remarked after glancing at her phone. Dr. Du said that any man can treat the madam's ailment and that he need not intervene at all. Instantly, Xi Qing's expression darkened. The woman beside him began to fumble chaotically, her black trousers bulging with an unwelcome prominence. If he endured any longer, he would truly succumb. Upon arriving home, he expressionlessly lifted Ren Zi from the car, his hurried steps betraying a sense of urgency. Ren Zi awoke from her slumber, drowsily clutching the person before her. Without hesitation, she tugged at his clothing and then forcefully pressed her lips against his. Ren Zi, do you know who I am? Xi Qing's shirt had been completely removed, his upper body bare, revealing powerful muscles as his deep black eyes locked onto her, his voice rough. Who are you? I don't recognize you. An inexplicable fervor coursed through Ren Zi. She had no desire to ascertain his identity. All she knew was that he could help her resolve her troubles, and thus, she yearned to cling to him. Yet here you are, embracing me without knowledge of who I am. Xi Qing reached out, grasping her chin, and forcefully pushed her away, his touch light yet resolute. He was not an honorable man, yet he harbored an inexplicable desire for conquest. He yearned for Ren Zi to recognize him when she was lucid, to encircle his waist and call his name before proceeding further. The only cool sensation vanished, causing Ren Zi to cry out in discomfort. Xi Qing exhibited no trace of compassion, instead, he held her close, soothing her discomfort until the dawn broke. At which point she finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Ren Zi was roused by the sounds at the bedside. The man was donning his attire, his distinct fingers deftly fastening buttons from top to bottom, his brow furrowed, exuding an aura of cool detachment. Meanwhile, she felt a profound ache throughout her body as the memories of the previous night came flooding back. She had indeed engaged with Xi Qing. After he finished dressing, he turned to her, his gaze settling upon her form as he spoke softly, rest well at home today. He was interrupted by Ren Zi, who interjected. What happened last night was merely an accident. Besides, we are both adults, so please do not dwell on it. Xi Qing raised an eyebrow, questioning her sincerity. You truly do not care? Even if I were to don my trousers and deny everything, you would be indifferent? Ren Zi hesitated for a moment. How could she not care? Yet, her relationship with Xi Qing had always been contractual. With this thought, she feigned indifference, replying, of course it doesn't matter, after all. We are merely partners in this. Xi Qing's gaze darkened, not missing the hurt reflected in her eyes. We did not engage in anything. He spoke in a low voice, expressing his aversion to taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Even if something were to transpire, I would prefer to do so while you are in a state of clarity. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Ren Zi's eyes. Her actions from the previous night felt akin to willingly offering herself, yet he refrained from making any advances. Was he indeed a true gentleman, or did he harbor a latent disdain for her, unwilling to engage with her? Her phone lay on the bed. Xi Qing, oblivious to her thoughts, reminded her as he was leaving, last night, your phone received a call. I did not answer it for you. You might want to check if it was urgent. Ren Zi nodded in acknowledgement. Once he departed, she reached for her phone and, upon unlocking the screen, discovered a call from Su Hanyan. In addition, there were numerous messages, all apologies from him, I'm fine. You needn't worry about what happened last night. I understand it has nothing to do with you. Given Su Hanyan's character, he would not engage in such behavior. suggesting that it must have been a decision made by someone beneath him. After responding to Su Hanyan's messages, Ren Zi noticed 2 texts from Gu Ningxiu. What is your relationship with my uncle? And I warn you, it would be wise not to harbor any other thoughts about him. He would never consider a woman like you. A hint of mockery tinted Ren Zi's gaze as her fingers lightly tapped the screen, promptly adding him to her blacklist. Just as she was about to set her phone aside, a new message notification appeared. This time, it was from Jiangqi, Miss Ren. Our collaboration with Gu Corporation can proceed, provided you rectify the problematic data in the contract. Ren Zi replied affirmatively and promptly forwarded the message to Lin Han, ensuring he was informed. This matter must remain confidential. Should the traitor indeed be one of our own, there is a possibility they could betray us once more. Lin Han acknowledged with a simple response. He held no grievances against Ren Zi, the project took precedence, and as long as no one undermined their achievements, he was more than willing to engage amicably. Chapter 39, Forgive her? What about me? The following day, at Ren Zi's suggestion, Lin Han convened a meeting. Isn't this Miss Ren? Sun Jiaozi entered, immediately fixating on Ren Zi, his eyes glinting with malice as he mockingly remarked, Today marks the final deadline you provided. I wonder if you have devised a solution. I have heard that Ling Ran is resolutely unwilling to continue our collaboration. Where did you acquire this information? Ren Zi inquired. Seated with her hands casually resting on the table, her gaze fixed steadily on him. Did the president of Ling Ran convey this personally? If not, you are merely inciting unnecessary panic. At her words, Sun Jiaozi struggled to maintain his composure. The departure of this woman was an inevitability. How could she still feign indifference at this point, as if they were easy targets? You would do well to pack your belongings swiftly. He clenched his jaw, speaking coldly. It would be far preferable for you to leave on your own accord than to be expelled by us. Ren Zi chose to disregard his remarks, her somber gaze shifting to the woman who entered right behind him. Wen Meng, have you encountered any difficulties in your work recently? Her voice was barely a whisper, her fingertips lightly tapping on the table. What are your thoughts on the salary the company has offered you? The compensation I receive is quite satisfactory, Wen Meng replied, momentarily taken aback before continuing with a natural demeanor. Given my circumstances, it is already a stroke of luck to remain here. I do not desire anything more. The situation at home was somewhat known among her colleagues in the project team. Her son was studying abroad, and her husband was ineffectual, relying almost entirely on her income. Is that so? How is your son faring in his studies? Ren Zi inquired, probing for information, yet it was all trivial chatter. Wen Meng felt the tension within her gradually ease. Perhaps she was merely engaging in small talk. However, in the next moment, Ren Zi shifted her tone, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Wen Meng. I have looked into your situation. Your son's expenses abroad are rather substantial. With your salary, sustaining his ordinary existence may not pose a problem, but under the current circumstances, it is simply unfeasible. At this revelation, others began to grasp her intentions. Lin Han furrowed his brow, taken aback by Ren Zi's suspicion towards Wen Meng, knowing her to be the most honest in the group. Ren Zi. He rose from his chair, a hint of anger simmering in his dark eyes. Wen Meng would never engage in such behavior. As for her son, is it not typical for a child of that age to have higher expenses? A flicker of panic crossed Wen Meng's eyes. Clutching the hem of her garment with tense fingers, she nibbled at her lip, uncertain of the appropriate response. Her actions had been so clandestine. It was implausible that she had been discovered. Herein lies your fund transfer documentation. Ignoring Lin Han, Ren Zi instead produced a stack of papers from her satchel. Moreover, included is a record of your offshore accounts, as well as a transcript of your correspondence with the Han Corporation. Should there be any doubt as to the veracity of this evidence, verification is welcome. With irrefutable proof presented, even Lin Han's cohort found themselves unable to mount a rebuttal. Wen Meng, you. He gazed upon her in disbelief, rendered speechless by the evidence before him. Wen Meng surveyed the room, noting the peculiar emotions flickering in their eyes, and a surge of resentment welled within her. What transgression had she committed? After dedicating so much time to this project team, this was her reward? Furthermore, she had done nothing of consequence. It was merely a simple piece of data. Their failure to detect the anomaly was their own incompetence. Do you have anything to add? Ren Zi had risen to her feet, her disheveled fringe cascading across her cheekbones, her dark eyes brimming with composure and a chilling intensity, as if to penetrate the very souls of those before her. Her professional attire exuded an imposing aura. "There is a reason for my actions," Wen Meng retorted, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Ren Zi. "You, who are without familial burdens, cannot comprehend my plight. What capabilities do you possess? Have you not risen to your position through the patronage of a man? That is not an excuse." Ren Zi pursed her crimson lips, her gaze piercingly fixed on the individual before her. She articulated each word with precision, stating that those dissatisfied with their salary and treatment should address their grievances with the company or their superiors, rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics. Just as she was about to elaborate, her words were abruptly interrupted by a cup hurled in her direction. Wen Meng's eyes brimmed with animosity, and in the next instant, she was ready to surge past those obstructing her path. "It's all your fault, you wretched woman. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament." Ren Zi remained steadfast, unyielding in her position. As Wen Meng approached, the security personnel, alerted by Ren Zi, finally arrived and swiftly subdued her. "You vile creature! Let me go!" she screamed from the ground, thrashing about yet unable to free herself. Lin Han was about to intercede on Wen Meng's behalf when his attention was caught by the entrance of two individuals clad in police uniforms. "Who called the police?" Upon their arrival, Ren Zi promptly approached them, succinctly outlining the situation before handing Wen Meng over. "When did you contact the authorities?" Lin Han directed a reproachful glance towards Ren Zi, expressing his discontent. "These matters are something we could resolve internally, must we escalate to involving the police? She has a son abroad, how will she manage after this?" Although he had consented to keep the matter under wraps, witnessing Wen Meng being taken away left him with a twinge of regret. "Indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, we are all colleagues. Do you not feel a pang of conscience for your actions? Your heart is truly merciless, there was always room for negotiation." The whispers of accusations from others lingered in her ears, and a mocking glint flickered in Ren Zi's eyes. Before they could morally bind her, she spoke directly. "If you are so concerned for Wen Meng, why not go to the police station and devise a plan to extricate her? When you once thought I had betrayed the data, why did you not consider forgiving me?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Lin Han gazed at Ren Zi with a complicated expression, ultimately watching her gather her belongings and exit the conference room. After leaving, she ascended directly to the president's office via the elevator. "Mr. Gu, here is the evidence." Ren Zi placed the stack of documents before Gu Xi Qing, her demeanor calm as she softly added, "The individual has already been taken by the police, and they will promptly inform us of any developments." "Well done," Gu Xi Qing remarked, tossing his pen onto the desk, reclining in his chair as he looked up at her, a hint of admiration in his gaze. "Those who betray the company must be dealt with appropriately, otherwise, others may follow suit." Chapter 40. At least we were colleagues. Ren Zi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not embarrassed him. "I have communicated with the legal department," she continued, her eyes growing slightly colder as she tightened her grip on the documents. "They will sue Wen Meng in the company's name. This matter has escalated to the point of criminal liability, and she is likely to face sentencing." She pondered how Gu Shiqing would perceive her. Would he view her as relentless? "You need not concern yourself with these matters, I will handle them." The man's gaze was imbued with a chilling sharpness, yet softened by a hint of tenderness as he remarked, "I have faith in your ability to handle matters, the dictates of law cannot be evaded through mere human sentiment." Upon hearing these words, Ren Zi felt an immense wave of relaxation wash over her. With the previous words of Lin Han and the others echoing in her mind, she had been concerned that Gu Shiqing might perceive her as lacking in integrity. After exiting the office, Han Miao followed closely behind. "Ren Zi, may we converse?" she inquired. Having just learned of Wen Meng's fate, she was astounded by Ren Zi's capabilities, reflecting on how she had previously offended her on numerous occasions. Ren Zi arched her brow slightly, her lips curling into an alluring curve, though the mirth in her smile did not reach her eyes. "What is it you wish to convey?" "I acknowledge my prior misjudgments, would you be so gracious as to overlook them?" Han Miao smiled ingratiatingly. "I failed to recognize your stature, and moving forward, we all." The curve of Ren Zi's lips gradually straightened, a glimmer of frost emerging in her gaze. She refrained from idle chatter and stated, "What compelled you to act in such a manner?" "I wish to meet the individual behind you, please relay a message for me." At this, Han Miao's heart quivered. What had Ren Zi uncovered? Both she and the person behind her were not to be trifled with. Ren Zi, what are you implying? She stammered, forcing a smile. There is no one behind me, my previous actions were merely a result of my ignorance. Ren Zi's cold eyes scrutinized Han Miao, seemingly piercing through her facade. It's of no consequence if you choose not to inform me, she replied, retracting her gaze and coolly advising, if you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you resign immediately. I am not as benevolent as you might think, Ren Zi stated. Perhaps a younger version of myself would have believed in the concept of karmic rewards, but my time in prison has disabused me of such notions. If you choose not to depart, I possess the means to ensure your exit. Han Miao's pupils contracted, and before Ren Zi could leave, she grasped her sleeve, forcing out the words, if I assist you, can you ensure my continued employment at the company? This position held immense significance for her. Leaving Gu's would likely mean forfeiting such a lucrative salary. Ren Zi's stance was clear, she was compelling her to choose a side. Ren Zi disengaged her sleeve, regarding her with a frigid gaze. The decision rests solely with you, she declared, before departing. As Han Miao watched her retreating figure, a profound sense of dread washed over her. She retrieved her phone, compelled to contact Xing Duiqi, the second wife of the Gu family and mother of Gu Ningxiu. It was Xing who had initially enlisted her assistance, and thus, she bore a responsibility to safeguard her job. The phone rang for an extended period, nearly disconnecting before being answered. What is it? Xing Duiqi's voice, laced with impatience, echoed from the other end. I have instructed you not to contact me without a pressing matter. Are you disregarding my directives? Madame Gu, Han Miao began, Ren Zi. She seems to have uncovered something. The trepidation in Han Miao's tone was unmistakable. You were the one who instructed me to do those things, this time you. Xing Duiqi's expression shifted subtly. You fool. Knowing that Ren Zi suspects something, you still call me at this moment. I have no idea what you're alluding to. She interjected frostily, severing Han Miao's words. We merely had a fleeting acquaintance. Isn't it rather presumptuous of you to contact me at this juncture? Fortunately, their prior communications had been face-to-face, otherwise, she would have been concerned about incriminating evidence falling into her possession. Han Miao, staring at the disconnected call, felt resentment welling up within. Subsequent attempts to reach her were futile, her number having been blacklisted. Subsequently, Chen Han delivered the news of her dismissal. Assistant Chen. One of them inquired, who will assume the position of director of the secretariat after Han Miao's departure? Chen Han's gaze swept over the assembly, his voice impassive. President Gu has decreed that Ren Zi shall occupy the role. Henceforth, you may consult Ren Zi regarding any matters before making a determination. Give it to Ren Zi? The gazes directed at Ren Zi intensified with unfamiliar undertones, though they dared not act too overtly, mindful of Han Miao's cautionary tale. I've only been here for a short time, Ren Zi declared, after a momentary astonishment. I'm also not comfortable with the Secretariat's operations. I fear I may not be able to adapt. Upon hearing this, Chen Han glanced askance at the office behind him. If his memory served him correctly, the boss was ensconced on the sofa when he emerged. From his position, he could clearly hear their conversation. Ahem. Chen Han cleared his throat, stating that successfully resolving the issues with the project team made her a significant contributor to Gu's company. As for the matters concerning the secretary's office, there were not many. Within a day or two, she would be able to take over directly. Here, we do not emphasize seniority, what matters is one's capability. Ren Zi lightly pressed her crimson lips together, meeting Chen Han's gaze, and listened as he praised her a few more times. Then I must thank Assistant Chen and Mr. Gu. Ultimately, she agreed to accept the position of director. After finishing the tasks at hand, Chen Han returned to the president's office to report. Remember to collect your bonus from human resources after work. Xi Qing spoke without raising his head, considering it a reward for her hard work during this period. Bonus? A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Han's eyes. He had not done anything recently, so where was this bonus coming from? However, who would refuse money? Since it was a gift from his own boss, he would graciously accept it. In the secretary's office, Han Miao seemed to have ignored Chen Han's earlier comments. When she held this position before, everyone had catered to her, seeking her favor. Now that she was no longer in power, no one wished to approach her. Is there too much stuff? Suddenly, a cool female voice came from behind her. Han Miao turned to find Ren Zi standing behind her. Sleeves rolled up as if ready to assist. You. The words lodged in her throat, unable to be spoken. Ren Zi did not acknowledge her expression and straightforwardly took a nearby box, placing the scattered items inside. I'll help you move your things downstairs. She lowered her gaze slightly and spoke softly, regardless of the circumstances, we are colleagues, it is only right for me to assist you. Chapter 41, Do you not think Gu Ningxiu is incompetent? A flicker of complex emotions crossed Han Miao's eyes. She had not anticipated that, at this juncture, it would be Ren Zi who came to her aid. The two of them made 2 trips before finally transporting everything downstairs, where the awaiting car had already parked at the entrance. The affairs of the Gu Corporation no longer held any relevance for me. As Han Miao opened the rear door of the car, she turned to Ren Zi and remarked, the matters within the company are not as straightforward as you might believe. It would be prudent for you to exercise caution and refrain from placing your trust in others too readily. Without waiting for Ren Zi's response, she instructed the driver to depart. As she watched the yellow taxi fade from view, Ren Zi maintained an expressionless demeanor. When she was present, they had been adversaries, seemingly destined for a battle to the death. Yet now, having resigned, she was met with unsolicited advice? Could this be considered crocodile tears? Disregarding the situation at hand, she turned and returned to the company. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, just around the next corner, Han Miao's vehicle was intercepted, and several men in black dragged her from the back seat and took her away. Ren Zi, where have you been? Upon her return to the office, she was confronted by Ren Lin, who approached with an air of aggression. What is it that you want? Ren Zi asked, her brow slightly furrowed as she surveyed her surroundings. My work responsibilities do not require me to report to you. Ren Lin glared at her with resentment. How long had she been at the company? In such a short span, she had managed to ascend to the position of director of the secretary's office. Undoubtedly, she leveraged undue influence to secure this position, otherwise, her capabilities would be insufficient for such a role. Today, she intends to expose Ren Zi's true inadequacies by demonstrating the flaws in this document. Adopting a pretext, she stated icily, even if you're new to this position, one should undertake tasks commensurate with one's abilities. I surmise your skills are simply inadequate. The document in question was arbitrarily selected, as Ren Zi had spent the preceding 5 years incarcerated. She doubted Ren Zi could comprehend its contents. Ren Zi accepted the document and perused the data with rapid efficiency. Finding no apparent discrepancies, she realized this was a contrived attempt to cause trouble. With a composed gaze, she inquired, her tone indifferent, the data in this document appears sound. However, I have a query for you. When will the material quotations from the developers be available, and are there potential price fluctuations? Serendipitously, the document provided by Ren Linwan pertained to Gu's newly developed real estate project, leaving Ren Linwan momentarily dumbfounded. Having no prior knowledge of the subject, her intention was merely to create difficulties for Ren Zi. This is about me, she stammered, unable to answer Ren Zi's question, her annoyance intensifying. I advise you to thoroughly review the data to ascertain its accuracy, Ren Zi retorted, disregarding the onlookers. How can you be so inept as to be unable to answer such a basic question? Ren Zi, Ren Linwan exclaimed, unable to contain herself. You wretch. Just you wait. I'll see you ousted from Gu's eventually. Ren Zi's derision deepened. She advanced, her gaze fixed upon her with glacial intensity, and enunciated with deliberate precision. I await. Within the confines of the CEO's office, Gu Ningxiu observed Xi Qing, who was engrossed in scrutinizing documents. Curiosity gnawed at him. An insistent itch that demanded to be scratched. Uncle, he finally ventured, unable to contain himself any longer, what is the nature of your relationship with Ren Zi? What transpired after you escorted her away that day? Xi Qing languidly raised his eyelids, his dark eyes meeting Gu Ningxiu's in a fleeting intersection. A profound chill permeated his gaze as he retorted, this is not within your purview. If you find yourself with excess time, I suggest you attend to matters abroad. Uncle. Gu Ningxiu pressed on, a note of urgency creeping into his voice, Ren Zi was once my fiancé. If there is something between you, it would subject the Gu family to ridicule. With a sharp report, a pen struck the desk, the sound reverberating through the room. Xi Qing's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening with displeasure. You acknowledge that she was? He countered. Gu Ningxiu, I shall offer this admonition one final time, my concern lies solely with the present. Denied an answer and met with a reprimand, Gu Ningxiu's curiosity only intensified. He lowered his head. His thoughts heavy and preoccupied with the enigmatic connection between his uncle and Ren Zi. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiqing cleared his throat and stated in a measured tone, your performance on this assignment was commendable. It is time for you to independently undertake several projects. Upon hearing this, Gu Ningxiu promptly dismissed Ren Zi from his thoughts. Compared to a woman, the prospect of wielding tangible power held far greater allure. Uncle. What would you have me do? He inquired. He gazed at Gu Xiqing, contemplating the lucrative projects in his hands, and eagerly remarked, I recall the project in Xi Qing. You should take the position of Deputy General Manager at the subsidiary under the Gu Corporation. Gu Xiqing interrupted him, his voice frigid as he stated, furthermore, the project you are currently developing, along with the research on artificial intelligence, should be handed over to Chen Han during this period. I will arrange for someone to take over. After all, once you move to the subsidiary, you will lack the time to manage affairs here. The smile on Gu Ningxiu's face instantly froze. While it was presented as a promotion to Deputy General Manager, everyone knew that the subsidiary projects were merely remnants of investments from 2 or 3 years ago, far from the cutting edge. What was ostensibly an elevation in position was, in fact, a demotion in disguise. Uncle, Gu Ningxiu, if you are unwilling to go, there are others in the Gu family who would gladly accept. The depths of Gu Xiqing's dark eyes revealed no emotion, his voice icy, when did I allow you to dispute my decisions? The Gu family is not comprised solely of you as a junior. Gu Ningxiu's complexion gradually paled. Yet, he understood that his uncle spoke the truth, if he continued. The position of Deputy General Manager might very well be claimed by someone else. I understand. He acquiesced, swallowing his pride. And only departed once he was certain there were no further issues. Half an hour later, Gu Xiqing's phone, resting beside him, vibrated violently before falling silent within seconds. The caller on the other end seemed to anticipate that he would not answer readily, persistently dialing until he finally picked up. Second sister-in-law. The caller was, predictably, Xingduoqi. Having learned of the matter from Gu Ningxiu, she was suppressing her anger, intent on avenging Gu Ningxiu. Xi Qing, is the company particularly demanding of your time? Xingduoqi's tone was gentle, akin to a caring elder. Before Gu Xiqing could respond, she continued, my call pertains to the matter of Ningxiu's transfer to the branch office. Is there no room for reconsideration? I've been apprised of the situation between you. Regardless, you are family, why allow a woman to sow discord? Second sister-in-law. There seems to be a misunderstanding, Gu Xiqing responded, his eyes darkening with an undeniable forcefulness. His assignment to the branch office is not predicated on such trivialities, but rather his failure to meet my expectations. Which of his projects have not required my intervention to salvage his blunders? Xingduoqi was momentarily silenced. What of Ren Zi? Then? She retorted through gritted teeth. She was incarcerated until recently, by what merit does she remain within the company? Gu Xiqing. Can you honestly claim there is no personal bias at play? She insinuated. Is it not always about such matters between a man and a woman? Gu Xiqing's gaze grew colder, laced with derision. She emerges from incarceration and resolves project-related issues, whereas Gu Ningxiu, after years within the company, has presided over the ruin of one project after another. Second sister-in-law, do you not perceive Gu Ningxiu's incompetence? Xingduoqi almost hung up the phone in exasperation. The news of Gu Ningxiu's reassignment quickly spread throughout the company, sparking numerous discussions among the staff. Ren Zi, having not joined those small groups, remained blissfully unaware of the gossip. After finishing her work, she headed straight home. Madam, you're back? Xiao Yun was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and upon seeing her return, she greeted her with cheerful enthusiasm. Dinner was still in the works, waiting for Mr. Gu to arrive. I'll help you with the preparations. The tension of the day began to dissipate as Ren Zi offered a gentle smile, washing her hands before entering the kitchen. She secured her hair with a clip and rolled up her sleeves. The soft, yellow light of the kitchen cast a warm glow upon her, creating a blurred silhouette that added a touch of grace to her presence. Xiaoyan smiled silently, observing her. The fact that the madam was willing to prepare dinner for Mr. Gu surely indicated their affectionate bond, didn't it? As dinner was set, the clock indicated that Mr. Gu had long surpassed his usual return time, yet there was still no sign of him. Could something have happened? Mr. Gu had always been punctual. And Ren Zi had grown accustomed to waiting for him at dinner time. She sat on the sofa, seemingly perusing documents, while her gaze frequently drifted towards the door. Why hasn't he returned yet? Is the madam waiting for the sir? Xiaoyun noticed her thoughts and teased her lightly, expressing her satisfaction. It was true that Mr. Gu occasionally worked late and returned home later than usual. Their relationship seemed to flourish. Ren Zi was momentarily taken aback. She did not perceive herself as particularly good to Xi Qing. After all, their relationship had initially been transactional. Yet, over time, his constant protection and consideration for her well-being had gradually earned her a semblance of genuine affection. It was indeed he who was commendable. She discerned the crux of the matter and murmured, in truth, I am not as virtuous as you might conceive. Is the genuinely benevolent individual? It is thanks to him that I now have a residence and am free from other anxieties, in my capacity as an employee, subordinate, and nominal spouse. While transitioning into indoor footwear in the entryway, inadvertently overheard this remark, which caused him to momentarily pause in his actions. This marked the first occasion he had been characterized as a good person. He then overheard a tender yet resolute voice emanating from within. In essence, I am deeply appreciative of him. Exuded an aura of warmth and softly articulated, consequently, I am perpetually seeking to reciprocate his kindness. So, her sentiment toward him was merely gratitude. The man's gaze dimmed slightly, and he deliberately amplified his movements to signal his return. Mr. Upon noticing his silhouette, swiftly arose from the sofa and proceeded toward the kitchen, affording the two of them privacy. I shall retrieve the dishes presently. Maintained a composed yet subtly anxious demeanor. Her amber eyes intently fixed upon him as she stood up. You've returned. Indeed, I was detained at the office. Were you also waiting to dine? Divested himself of his coat and was on the verge of casually draping it over the sofa when it was intercepted by a delicate, alabaster hand. He turned to observe meticulously folding the suit and suspending it on a hanger with immaculate precision. The vexation within his heart seemed to be assuaged by an unseen hand. Unfastened his cufflinks and casually inquired, were you not famished after such a protracted wait? Scrutinized the man, discerning no particular emotion. Perhaps he had not overheard her discourse. I'll go now. Ren Zi followed closely behind Xi Qing as Xiaoyun served them their respective meals. All these dishes were prepared by me today, she said. Glancing up at the man across from her, her eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. I am uncertain if they suit your palate, if not, I shall refine my efforts for next time. Xi Qing's movements with the chopsticks momentarily paused. He had assumed that all the food was prepared by Xiaoyun, not realizing that it was Ren Zi herself who had taken the time to cook. Meeting her gaze, he picked up a piece of braised pork, which melted in his mouth, surpassing even the fare from outside. Quite delightful, he remarked as he locked eyes with Ren Zi, adding, it's delicious, no need for changes. Flushed with a slight warmth from his compliment, Ren Zi's face brightened with a smile. I am glad you like it, I shall prepare something different for you next time. Though Xi Qing contemplated saying it was unnecessary, the words lingered on his tongue, and he simply nodded in agreement. I recently learned about Guning Su's situation. Recalling the troubling news she had seen on her phone moments ago, Ren Zi's eyes clouded with concern. Did you send him to the branch because of me? Will it complicate matters for you if the Gu family, especially grandfather Gu, learns of your actions? She wished to shield Xi Qing from any additional troubles stemming from her presence. It has nothing to do with you, Xi Qing replied, understanding her worries. Guning Su's transfer to the branch is due to his own lack of capability. Meanwhile, your role in the company alleviates many of my burdens. Do not forget. The collaboration with Ling Ran would not have succeeded without your contribution. Upon hearing this, Ren Zi felt relieved. That's good. They chatted about other matters for a few more moments, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became exceptionally harmonious. Suddenly, Xi Qing's phone, which was placed beside him, began to ring. He picked it up and, upon seeing the name displayed, promptly answered it, enabling the speakerphone function. Xi Qing, how did the aphrodisiac matter go? Did you engage in relations with the person who administered the Chinese medicine? What was it like? Have you shed your virginity? Du Siphon's voice emanated from the phone, laced with a hint of jest. Speak your business or hang up, Xi Qing retorted, showing no leniency. In truth, if the other party were not a close friend, he would not have answered the call at all. Ren Zi's expression turned quizzical, as she apprehended the nature of the matter. Her fair face flushed crimson in an instant. A mixture of embarrassment and shyness, followed by awkwardness. How did this news spread? She wondered. Her appetite vanished, and she placed her chopsticks down, attempting to keep her voice low. I'm finished eating. You can eat at your leisure. Her voice was soft, yet it carried clearly to the other end of the phone. Du Sifan, upon hearing the woman's voice, exclaimed, "Who was that woman just now?" His voice even carried a hint of excitement. Xi Qing, you've changed. You actually brought a woman back to the villa. You. Before he could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly terminated. Du Sifan, gazing at the darkened screen, raised an eyebrow and grabbed his car keys, heading out the door. Since he won't tell me, then he can't blame me for dropping by to see for myself. Ren Zi. Xi Qing's gaze turned somber as he called out, intending to explain. However, upon hearing him call her name, the woman lowered her head and fled even faster, her figure quickly disappearing around the corner of the staircase. He helplessly shook his head, a hint of indulgent amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. How thin-skinned. Ren Zi descended from the second floor 20 minutes later. Xi Qing had just returned upstairs to change into a different outfit and was now seated on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet. Your phone. She sought a topic to dissolve the peculiar atmosphere between them, but was abruptly interrupted by a male voice from outside. After entering the villa with the password, Du Sifan immediately spotted the two on the sofa. The woman had her back to him, clad in a white silk nightgown, her long hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. Her figure was slender, yet it was evident that she possessed ample curves in all the right places. Her delicate, rounded toes peeked out from her slippers, and her calves were straight and fair. One could not help but acknowledge that Xi Qing truly indulged himself. Was he hiding a beauty in a golden house? Du Sifan smirked, teasingly remarking, Old Gu, I had no idea you had such tastes here. When did you acquire a little girlfriend? Not planning to introduce us. The latter part of his sentence faltered, for Ren Zi had turned around. The playful curve of his lips gradually straightened as he scrutinized the person before him, and an icy demeanor began to emerge in his gaze. He recognized her. The woman standing before him was none other than Ren Zi, the once-renowned young lady of the Ren family, who had once been Gu Ningxiu's fiancé. Why was she here? And judging by her appearance, her relationship with Xi Qing seemed quite intimate, allowing her to wander about in her nightgown in a man's home. Ren Zi turned her head towards the sound, seemingly recognizing him, but momentarily struggling to recall his name. She merely nodded politely and softly said, Hello, I am. Before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted by Du Sifan, whose tone was less than cordial. No need for introductions, I know who you are. Aren't you Miss Ren? Chapter 43, The Enchanted King Zhou Sifan. Xi Qing spoke with an air of authority, gesturing for her to take a seat on the sofa. The man elegantly crossed his long legs and reclined gracefully, his aura of restraint not diminishing but rather accentuating his nobility. Ren Zi sat awkwardly beside him, stealing glances at Du Sifan. She had not anticipated her friend's sudden arrival, and it was clear that Du Sifan harbored no fondness for her, regarding her with a disdainful gaze that suggested he found her quite disagreeable. I think I should return to my room, she stammered. I just remembered I have some work to attend to. The two men remained seated on the sofa, watching her as she ascended the stairs. It was not until her figure vanished around the corner on the second floor that Du Sifan could no longer contain himself, expressing concern. How did you end up entangled with this troublemaker? Xi Qing raised his thin eyelids slightly, his expression inscrutable as he replied. Is it your place to meddle in my affairs? Although they were friends, Xi Qing was merely a year older, yet his composed demeanor often belied their familiarity. In this moment of anger, he exuded an air of authority reminiscent of a senior. Du Sifan chose to ignore him, his anger bubbling just beneath the surface. He was utterly convinced that Xi Qing had been deceived. Let me tell you, this Ren Zi is nothing but trouble. He gritted his teeth and spoke. When Ren Zi was with Gu Ningxiu, the outside world remained oblivious, yet I was acutely aware that she would have given her very life for him. Moreover, when the Ren family faced calamity, those within the circle instantly recognized the connection to Gu Ningxiu. But do you know? Gu Ningxiu once visited a prison, and upon his return, he assumed control over the Ren family. What they conspired about remains a secret known only to them. In the blink of an eye, Ren Zi has come to seduce you. How treacherous human hearts can be. You are well aware of this. Xi Qing curled his lips. Yet no trace of mirth could be discerned in his eyes. Noticing Xi Qing's silence, Du Sifan felt an urge to lament the situation. He too recognized that Ren Zi's figure and appearance are rare finds in this industry. Yet, indulging in such trifles ought to be the extent of it. With these thoughts in mind, he directly addressed Xi Qing. Old Gu, had this been anyone else, I would not have spoken so extensively, but with Ren Zi. How can you assure that she will unequivocally stand by your side? What if she betrays you? He left his statement unfinished, but both men understood the implications. Xi Qing had endured grievances within the Gu family, and he demanded that all members pay for past transgressions. However, Ren Zi's ambiguous stance and uncertain loyalties posed the risk of thwarting his elaborate schemes should any unforeseen circumstances arise. She has suffered greatly over the years. The lights in the living room dimmed at some point, casting Xi Qing's face into shadow, his dark eyes narrowing, a blend of coldness and helplessness apparent in his expression. He spoke coldly. Indeed, the actions of Gu Ningxiu were utterly reprehensible. Du Sifan was momentarily taken aback by his friend's attitude. Did this person truly absorb none of the words he had just uttered? What did Ren Zi's hardships have to do with him? And as for Gu Ningxiu, the two were willing participants in their own dance of fate. What concern was it of Xi Qing's? The way he regarded his close friend was akin to observing Qing Zhou, bewitched by Daji, as he exclaimed with disdain, even if you have taken a fancy to her. Indulge in mere flirtation, but do not invest your heart too deeply. Moreover, your father has yet to resolve matters on his end. Isn't he currently orchestrating a marriage alliance for you? Xi Qing cast a cold glance in his direction, exuding an air of authority, and scoffed. What does his desire for a marriage alliance have to do with me? Undeterred by danger, Du Sifan leaned in closer, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said, You ought to take this seriously. I have heard that the individual your father has arranged for you is none other than your second sister-in-law's cousin, Xing Shiyuan. Are you aware of her? A renowned beauty, envied by many. I don't know, Xi Qing replied, pushing him away with a frigid tone, do not lean on me. Aware of his friend's aversion to physical contact, Du Sifan merely clicked his tongue but did not insist on maintaining proximity. However, Miss Xing is not someone to be trifled with, he cautioned. When she went abroad, she shattered the hearts of numerous suitors. And I have heard she is set to return soon. Given your father's temperament, he will undoubtedly arrange for you two to meet. Xi Qing grasped the implication but dismissed it as mere self-indulgence on the old man's part. It bore no relevance to him. Furthermore, he had only considered the Xing family for the sake of mutual benefit. I shall not enter into a marriage alliance. Rising to his feet, Xi Qing exuded an aura of detachment and frigidity, leaving Du Sifan at a loss for words. You may leave, he stated, issuing a direct dismissal before ascending the stairs. Given the old man's eagerness, he needed to contemplate how to expedite the public announcement of his marital status, thereby securing greater authority within the Gu Corporation. Despite her resentment, Gu Ningxiu had no choice but to gather her belongings and relocate to the branch office. Upon arriving, she discovered that the location was desolate beyond description. It seemed as though her arrival had gone unnoticed, as no one was there to receive her. Incensed, she immediately contacted Xing Duiqi. Ningxiu? Have you arrived? Xing Duiqi's solicitous and gentle voice emanated from the other end of the line. Is your accommodation satisfactory? Inform me if you require anything, I shall have it delivered. Mother. This place is uninhabitable. Gu Ningxiu implored, gritting her teeth. Could you beseech grandfather to allow me to depart from here? Ningxiu. Constantly seeking your grandfather's intervention will only displease him, Xing Duiqi cautioned, well aware of her son's priorities. If you diligently apply yourself to your work and achieve tangible results, I shall naturally speak favorably of you before your grandfather, facilitating your early return. Gu Ningxiu's countenance darkened, yet she remained silent. After a brief exchange, the call concluded. It was not until she had settled in and completed 2 days of work that she began to perceive a certain irregularity. In times past, Ren Linwan would have incessantly bombarded herself with messages, her phone ringing off the hook. Yet now, there was an unsettling silence. This was utterly abnormal. Had she taken up with a charming young man outside? Young Master Gu, here are the documents you are to review today. Lu Qi adjusted his glasses and placed a stack of papers before Gu Ningxiu, speaking in a subdued tone. They mentioned there are several meetings lined up later. Before he could finish, Gu Ningxiu interrupted, tend to matters here first. His brow furrowed, gaze icy as he fixated on his phone. I have pressing matters that require my return. Do not inform uncle about this, nor should anyone else be privy to my departure. Lu Qi frowned. Aware that he had accompanied Gu Ningxiu from the capital and understood the reasons for their arrival. Ultimately, one cannot conceal the truth forever. Should Xi Qing send someone to keep watch, returning now would be akin to walking into a trap. Young Master Gu, you. Silence. Gu Ningxiu felt that remaining in this place any longer would surely drive him to madness. Mind your own business, my affairs do not require your concern. Chapter 44, The world is unkind to her. Upon his return, Gu Ningxiu wasted no time and headed straight to Ren Linwan's apartment. Ningxiu? He pushed open the door, startling the occupant within. Ren Linwan, clad in her pajamas, rose from the sofa and approached him, grasping his hand. What brings you back so suddenly? Did President Gu send you? Have you been reassigned? Why have you not contacted me these past few days? Gu Ningxiu led her into the living room and then settled onto the sofa, reclining slightly, legs crossed, exuding an air of casualness. His dark eyes incessantly scrutinized her, as if attempting to uncover some hidden truth. I happen to be a bit occupied. Ren Linwan's body stiffened momentarily before she leaned against his shoulder and explained. Since you are not in the capital, it is only natural for me to look out for any potential threats to you. Is that so? Gu Ningxiu lifted his gaze to her, no longer pursuing the matter. Nuan, I have something I need your assistance with upon my return. What is it? Ren Linwan bit her lip and whispered, Ningxiu, you are aware of my limitations, I know nothing. Of course, I am aware. Gu Ningxiu wrapped his arm around her waist, playfully nibbling her earlobe, and spoke gently, but you must consider our future, right? Our engagement shall not be annulled. If I were to lose my standing in the Gu family, what do you think would become of you? Moreover, my uncle is clearly aligned with Ren Zi. At his words, a flicker of resentment flashed in Ren Linwan's eyes. If my uncle ascends to power, you will forever be trampled under Ren Zi's foot. Gu Ningxiu, understanding her concerns, directly addressed them, if I can secure my position in the Gu family, then you will be the legitimate Mrs. Gu. Who would dare to speak ill of you? Even Ren Zi would have to kneel to serve you. Imagining the scene of Ren Zi humbly attending to her, a glimmer of triumph sparkled in Ren Linwan's eyes. I will assist you, what do you require of me? Entwining her arms around Gu Ningxiu's neck, Ren Linwan cooed, Ningxiu. I'll defer to your judgment in everything. Coincidentally, I've recently become aware of something that I wanted to share with you upon your return. Oh? What is it? Gu Ningxiu inquired, his fingertips tracing a suggestive path along her waist, scarcely regarding the matter she alluded to. What could they possibly discuss? Inevitably, some trivial gossip. I heard your cousin is returning, Ren Linwan disclosed, a glint of avarice momentarily flickering in her eyes. She suppressed it, biting her lip before continuing. Rumor has it that your aunt and grandfather are both hoping for an alliance between your uncle and your cousin. Upon hearing this, Gu Ningxiu's movement ceased abruptly. He lowered his gaze to the woman beneath him, whose face was now flushed with a delicate crimson, and who was unconsciously nuzzling against him. He couldn't have misheard her words. A sardonic smile played upon the man's lips. Ren Zi was truly a jest, scheming for so long, only to pave the way for another. She aspired to ensnare his uncle, yet failed to consider whether the Gu family would ever permit her entry. How delightful! He murmured softly before descending upon the person beneath him. Following Du Sifan's departure, Xiaoyun carried a tray to Ren Zi, bearing a glass of milk. As the door swung open, Ren Zi was met with her disgruntled countenance. What's wrong? She inquired, raising an eyebrow. She couldn't resist reaching out to playfully poke her cheek. Who has upset our Xiaoyun? Perhaps you could confide in me. It's that odious doctor. Xiaoyun exclaimed indignantly. I overheard him downstairs just now, speaking ill of you to Mr. Gu. How dare he form an opinion of someone based on mere hearsay? Madam, you are unequivocally the most exceptional person I have ever encountered. A trace of resignation flickered in Ren Zi's eyes as she drew Xiaoyun into her chambers and invited her to sit upon the bed. Why agitate yourself over such matters? Indeed, she had discerned from Du Sifan's demeanor that he would confide in Xi Qing, which was, in all fairness, to be expected, given that her past was virtually common knowledge within their social circle. However, Sir interceded on your behalf. Upon observing the absence of vexation on Ren Zi's countenance, Xiaoyun continued, Sir conveyed that you had endured considerable hardship in the past and proceeded to censure those who had mistreated you, asserting that your actions were not of your own volition. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ren Zi's gaze. She had not anticipated Xi Qing's advocacy. A warm current coursed through her heart. Aware that she had divulged enough, Xiaoyun urged her to consume the milk before collecting the items and descending the stairs. Xi Qing's conversation with Du Sifan was not a clandestine affair, and the villa's other inhabitants were privy to it. They were cognizant of the trials that the madam had previously undergone and endeavored to treat her with utmost kindness. Xi Qing invariably returned from work later than Ren Zi and would often find her seated on the terrace, lost in contemplation. What troubles you? On this particular day. As Xi Qing alighted from his vehicle, he noticed a figure on the second-floor terrace. His gaze darkened imperceptibly as he ascended the stairs and pushed open the terrace door. Nothing is amiss. Ren Zi appeared to have been roused from a reverie, regarding him with a bewildered expression. The corners of her lips curved into a gentle smile as she inquired, Why have you returned so late? Have you dined? Shall I prepare something for you to eat? Noticing her reluctance to engage in a deeper conversation, Xi Qing chose not to dwell on past matters. Instead, he summoned Xiaoyun to the study that evening. The lady of the house had always been this way. Xiaoyun understood that he was concerned about his wife and expressed her worries, stating, I have tried a few times to persuade her to go out for a walk, but she refuses. I've heard from others that if this continues, it could lead to depression. Upon hearing this, Xi Qing's dark eyes narrowed, as he could not help but recall the trials she had previously endured. It would not be surprising if she were indeed suffering from depression. Make time to accompany her more often, he instructed. I will grant you a raise, and in addition, help her to find solace as soon as possible. Inform me promptly of any developments. The man gazed calmly at the person before him. Yet his heart ached for Ren Zi. He was aware that this was not the right approach. He should not let others become entangled in his emotions and decisions. Yet he found himself unable to refrain. Xiaoyun nodded. Even if Mr. Gu had not tasked her with this, she would have acted similarly. Madam. Here is the warm milk for tonight, she said as she brought it in, just as Ren Zi was about to rise from her chair. What do you spend your time looking at here every day? Xiaoyun inquired cautiously, noticing Ren Zi sipping her milk. Is it the view that captivates you? Is that why you prefer to stay here? Ren Zi cast her a glance. Strangely, she felt that such questions were uncharacteristic of Xiaoyun. It is indeed pleasant, she replied with a soft smile. Sometimes, simply gazing at the scenery outside can lift one's spirits. But it was only fleeting. More often than not, she felt as though she were the sole inhabitant of this world. Her father no longer stood by her side, and she had no other relatives. Even Xi Qing merely maintained a professional relationship with her. A certain ache gradually tightened within her heart, yet she found herself powerless to change it. Chapter 45, I Am Moving. Ren Zi positioned herself as a burgeoning talent, spending her days alongside Chen Han, reviewing documents and organizing data, thus acquiring a wealth of knowledge. She stretched her aching neck and rose to print some documents. As she passed by the pantry, she overheard a discussion among several individuals. Have you all heard? The CEO is set to enter into a marriage alliance. I've heard. Miss Jing is said to have returned from studying abroad. She's quite beautiful and recently won an award in jewelry design. Quite impressive. They are indeed a match made in heaven. Truly, in these affluent circles, marriages are often strategic. The tale of a CEO falling for a Cinderella is relegated to the realm of television dramas. If CEO Gu were to marry, I would be heartbroken. Ren Zi absorbed none of the subsequent words, lost in her thoughts as she bound the documents. In her reverie, her hand inadvertently jabbed the stapler, the sting jolting her back to reality. Xi Qing was to enter into a marriage alliance? Why had she not been informed? Was he deliberately concealing this news from her? Unwilling to share it? Her expression turned complex, and after photocopying the documents, she returned to her office, her mind in turmoil throughout the day. Remarkably, Xi Qing did not message her at all that day. Typically, he would inquire about her work arrangements and progress. Ren Zi realized she desired too much, perhaps becoming somewhat greedy. However, she found herself unable to restrain her emotions. After enduring what felt like an eternity, Ren Zi finally made it to the end of her workday. She gathered her belongings and, with a troubled spirit, descended in the elevator. As soon as she reached the ground floor, someone gasped in astonishment, "Isn't that President Gu?" Another voice exclaimed, "I caught a glimpse of his profile, it's definitely President Gu. And there's a woman in the back seat, strikingly beautiful and exuding an air of nobility. Could she be the future Mrs. Gu?" "I believe so," someone asserted. "Have you ever seen anyone else ride in President Gu's car?" Ren Zi followed the voices and looked outside. Sure enough, the familiar black Maybach was pulling out of the parking lot. However, due to the car's privacy features, she was too late to see anything clearly. "Madam, you're back." As Ren Zi entered her home, Xiaoyun was carrying dishes out of the kitchen. She cheerfully greeted her, "The kitchen has prepared all of your favorite dishes today. The master mentioned that he has important matters to attend to tonight and will not be returning." "Important matters?" Ren Zi numbly sat down at the dining table, her mood beginning to sink. The important matters he spoke of likely involved accompanying another woman on a date, perhaps a candlelit dinner, a romantic evening, a culmination of love. She had no right to interfere in such matters. Perhaps she should also consider her own future. Her job was now stable, and her relationship with Xi Qing was merely contractual. She couldn't stay here indefinitely. Furthermore, she needed to make room for the future Mrs. Gu. After finishing her meal, Ren Zi returned to her room and dialed Xin Jiyao's number. "ZZ?" Xin Jiyao's voice came through the line, accompanied by the sound of a television. She exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you calling me now? Are you asking me to go out and have some fun?" "Recently, I chanced upon a new establishment that you would undoubtedly adore." "Yao Yao, I have another matter to discuss with you." Ren Zi instinctively glanced towards the entrance to ensure that Xiaoyun was not outside before she whispered, "Could you assist me in finding a place to live? It need not be expansive, merely sufficient for my habitation." "Why the sudden desire for a new abode?" Xin Jiyao furrowed her brows, instinctively suspecting that she had been wronged. "Is it that President Gu has forbidden you from residing there? Or have the servants caused you distress?" "Just wait. I shall confront them on your behalf. This is unacceptable." Ren Zi hurriedly clarified, "It is not due to him, I simply feel that staying here is rather inappropriate. Thus I am contemplating leaving, which has nothing to do with him." Her urgent defense of Xi Qing evidently indicated a reluctance to depart. Could there be a misunderstanding? Xin Jiyao's gaze shifted, and she acquiesced. Once the call ended, she promptly dialed Xi Qing's number. "Miss Xin." Xi Qing's indifferent voice resonated from the other end. "President Gu, are you aware that ZZ is seeking to find a new place and move out? Have you two had a falling out?" Xin Jiyao bluntly inquired. "ZZ wishes to avoid troubling you. Hence she entrusted me with the task of finding her a residence. Has she been mistreated under your roof? If that is the case, I shall be the first to object. Do not presume that ZZ lacks friends and that you can treat her poorly. I am her closest family." "Moving out?" Xi Qing's brows knitted in confusion. "Why would she want to leave?" "I am not aware." His tone was frosty yet composed as he responded. "I shall address it with due diligence. Should she genuinely suffer mistreatment under my roof, rest assured, I would intervene of my own accord, without prompting." With that, he severed the connection. Observing the darkened screen, a tinge of empathy veiled Xin Jia's countenance. The sensation of living as a dependent must be unpleasant. Yet, were Ren Zi to reside independently, who could ascertain whether the unstable Gu Ningxiu would refrain from causing further disturbances? "Ren Zi intends to relocate?" Suddenly, a masculine voice echoed from behind her. Xin Jiyao nearly tumbled from the sofa, clutching the armrest as she cast an irritated gaze upon the figure behind her. "Brother, do you possess the ability to move without creating a sound?" Xin Ziyuan regarded her impassively, his voice devoid of warmth. "The sound of my entrance was quite audible. Your preoccupation with the telephone conversation merely prevented you from registering my arrival." Xin Jiyao demurred from acknowledging her own culpability, retorting instead. "It is indeed true that Z is seeking accommodation, but what concern is it of yours? Convey a message to her on my behalf." Xin Ziyuan disregarded her query, stating instead, "The Xin family possesses a single-story apartment in the city center, modest in size, yet adequate for a solitary occupant. Furthermore, security concerns are minimal, as the access control system is quite commendable." Almost instantaneously, Xin Jiyao discerned the property to which he alluded. Her gaze, now laced with suspicion, scrutinized Xin Ziyuan as she began to suspect ulterior motives. She, too, had once requested that residence, only to be met with his resolute refusal. Ren Zi Yuan. As if divining her thoughts, articulated with glacial intonation, my actions are merely a form of recompense for the events of yesteryear, a means to assuage my conscience. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Jiao conveyed the proposition to Ren Zi via text. There's no need, the vastness of the residence amplifies my solitude and trepidation, Ren Zi promptly responded. Her former wardrobe alone exceeded 100 square meters, what cause had she for fear? It was merely a pretext for declining the offer. Evidently, Shen Jiao's assistance would be of no avail. In her leisure, Ren Zi perused local rental listings. Before she could retrieve her mobile device, Chen Han rapped upon her desk. Ren Zi lifted her gaze to heed his directive, deliver the Western District Project dossier to Director Gu. The Western District Project dossier had undergone preliminary review 3 days prior. What was the rationale for its resubmission? Ren Zi paused, a sudden realization dawning upon her, Xi Qing's impending matrimony. She pursed her lips and acquiesced, understood, I shall proceed forthwith. Ren Zi nodded, steeling herself for the encounter. Director Gu, you summoned me? She inquired, after a perfunctory knock, as she entered. Xi Qing raised his gaze to meet hers. His eyes pools of impenetrable darkness. Seated behind his executive desk, he gestured for her to approach. Come hither, he commanded. His tone was devoid of warmth. With a trepidatious heart, Ren Zi advanced, mentally reviewing her recent performance for any potential oversights. How have your recent endeavors been progressing? Xi Qing inquired, his voice subtly modulated. His scrutinizing gaze fixed upon her countenance, alert to the slightest shift in expression. Are there any impediments you've encountered? Feel free to apprise me of them. There are no impediments of note, she replied. As Ren Zi spoke of her work, her energy visibly rejuvenated, she proceeded to report on her matters as usual. Once she concluded, Xi Qing confirmed that it was unrelated to work. Then why was she moving out of her home? The man leaned back in his chair. The shadows in his eyes deepening, his voice cold and somber. If you have faced grievances at home or at the company, I wish for you to speak directly to me, I shall assist you in resolving them. Chapter 46, How can she repay him? Ren Zi was taken aback by his awareness of her impending move. Mr. Gu, you. Her thoughts were in disarray, leaving her at a loss for words. Should she explain that he had an intended match, prompting her to vacate for the future Mrs. Gu? Voicing such a sentiment would imply malice towards the prospective lady. Xi Qing gazed at her with his dark eyes, his expression composed, not pressing her for an answer. I merely wish to avoid adding to your burdens. Ren Zi's eyes sparkled with warmth as her soft voice resonated in the office. During this time, you have assisted me greatly. Thus, she was willing to take the initiative to depart, rather than awaiting his suggestion to leave the villa. It would be prudent to secure her own exit strategy to avoid discomfort. Yet, as these thoughts swirled in her mind, a wave of acute pain washed over her heart. After all this time spent together, how could there be no feelings? Moreover, Xi Qing was the only person who had shown her kindness since her release from prison. Even if that kindness was intertwined with other complexities. Yet, she understood deep down that he had numerous alternatives. His desire to reclaim power through marriage with the old Gu patriarch was not solely confined to the option of marrying her. Xi Qing contemplated the notion of inconvenience but recalled her past, perhaps residing in the Gu household was a burden for her. Otherwise, why would she appear so despondent? He straightened his posture, the black suit accentuating the muscular contours of his physique. His robust arms rested on the table, emanating a sense of tension while simultaneously instilling a sense of calm. In a low voice, he stated, you need not seek rental accommodations. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ren Zi's eyes, as she presumed Xi Qing disapproved of her moving out. Yet, their contract had not yet expired. She ought to embody a spirit of contractual obligation, and if worse came to worst, she could temporarily reside with Shen Jiao until she found a place of her own. Mr. Gu, she intended to convey her understanding, but was interrupted by the man. This is a property in Yenting community. Xi Qing tossed her a set of keys, lifting his gaze to meet hers, and solemnly declared, this residence is under your name, it belongs solely to you. You need not worry about causing inconvenience to anyone. Yenting community, situated just minutes from Gu Corporation, was a coveted locale where even a modest apartment commanded prices exceeding 10 million. Xi Qing offered her such a property. She gazed at the man across from her with a tinge of gratitude, extending her hand to return the keys, and replied softly, Mr. Gu. You need not purchase an additional property for me, I can manage on my own. The sum involved was far beyond her capacity to repay Xi Qing. To him, such an act would be tantamount to financial loss. Upon meeting her gaze, Xi Qing instantly discerned her thoughts. He chuckled softly. This residence has already been transferred to your name. If you have no desire for it, you may lease it out. I wouldn't object to you continuing to reside with me. A glint of surprise and bewilderment simultaneously flickered in Ren Zi's eyes. Why was he assisting her to such an extent? Or perhaps, was this residence his way of offering her a parting settlement, ensuring she wouldn't cling to him post-divorce? Ren Zi, are you aware of the extent of funds you salvaged for me with Lin Han's project? Xi Qing suddenly inquired. Ren Zi regarded him with perplexity, offering no response. The value of that project far outweighs the worth of this residence. Therefore, consider this a token of my appreciation, he added. Xi Qing, wishing to alleviate any burden on Ren Zi's part, stated composedly, it's not uncommon for the company to reward employees with residences. I'm merely granting it to you in advance. Upon hearing this, Ren Zi was thoroughly convinced. She retrieved the keys from the table, the slight weight lending her a sense of tangible reassurance. This was her own residence. Inform me when you plan to move, Xi Qing said, his dark eyes fixed upon her. I'd be happy to assist you then. Should the residence lack anything, feel free to inform me. Thank you. Then, I shall return to my work, Ren Zi replied, clutching the keys tightly. She nodded in acknowledgement before departing from the office. Ren Zi, this key. No sooner had she returned than she was hailed by a young colleague from the same office, whose gaze scrutinized the keys in her hand, her expression gradually turning peculiar. The keychain bore the emblem of the residential complex. Anyone with a modicum of familiarity with the nearby residences could instantly recognize the origin of this set of keys. It pertains to the house I have just acquired. Ren Zi did not attempt to conceal her pride, stating openly, once I move in, I shall invite you all over for a housewarming. The price of this property is rather steep. The young lady, eager to establish herself in the city, wished to inquire further, lowering her voice, when did you purchase it? Did you take out a loan? If there are opportunities to earn in the future, do consider bringing us along. A flicker of cunning glinted in Ren Zi's eyes. Yet her smile remained unblemished as she graciously replied, of course, I shall require your assistance as well. Perhaps she could also do more for Xi Qing, otherwise it would be ungrateful to accept this lavish gift of a home from him. Coincidentally, Ren Linwan passed by and overheard their conversation clearly. The Yunting community's residences? A twinge of jealousy flashed in her eyes. This was a project of the Gu family, when the community was newly constructed. She had implored Gu Ningsu to gift her a unit, but somehow, Xi Qing had learned of it and privately warned Gu Ningsu. Ren Linwan had not been able to obtain one either. Yet now, Ren Zi had effortlessly acquired what she desired. What right did she have? She was determined to observe whether Ren Zi, this little vixen, could maintain her standing here once Xing Shiyuan returned. Yao Yao. Upon descending from the vehicle, Ren Zi spotted Xin Zhiyao at the entrance of the mall. Today, she donned a white silk blouse paired with a blue satin skirt. Her hair elegantly secured with a silver-white pearl hairpin, with wisps of hair cascading by her ears. A delicate gold necklace adorned her slightly protruding collarbone. As she approached, a pair of black eyes shone with clarity, her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush, and her lips painted with a subtle hue of lipstick, rendering her quite enchanting. Today, she had specifically invited Xin Zhiyao out. The quarterly dividends from the Ren family were due tomorrow, and she needed to purchase a new outfit for the meeting. Come on. Today I shall accompany you with unwavering devotion. Upon her arrival, Xin Zhiyao affectionately linked her arm with hers, and together they strolled inside. Their striking appearances drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Zizi, what do you think of this? Xin Zhiyao's gaze caught a glimpse of a garment displayed in the window. Her voice tinged with excitement. I believe this would suit you perfectly. If you wear this to the equity meeting, you will surely outshine everyone. At her words, Ren Zi cast her a mildly exasperated glance. I am not going there to overshadow them. Her eyes fell upon the dress in the window. A flicker of disappointment evident in her gaze as she murmured, it's just that. I remember how these matters were previously handled by my father. Xin Zhiyao, sensing something amiss, glanced at her for a moment longer. What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? She inquired with concern. I just thought. Since they have been bullying you, you should make a strong statement. It's nothing. Ren Zi, appreciating her kind intentions, smiled faintly. It's my own issue. It reminds me of the past. Chapter 47, Guningshu resembled a wild dog. Xin Jiao opened her mouth, at a loss for words to console her. Enduring 5 years of imprisonment and the loss of her family was Ren Zi's burden, no one could truly empathize with her plight. She could not fathom the depth of her sorrow. Don't be disheartened. She extended her hand to steady Ren Zi's shoulder, murmuring in a subdued tone. If Uncle Ren were to witness you in such a state, his heart would ache. Ren Zi chuckled softly, I am quite all right. She merely experienced a sense of disparity upon revisiting this setting. Over the course of time, she had come to terms with reality. This ensemble is rather fetching. We shall acquire this one. Ren Zi drew Xin Jiao inside, unhesitatingly swiping her card to purchase the garment they had admired in the display window. The following day marked the distribution of dividends, and Ren Zi arrived at the base of the Ren Corporation building by automobile. As she alighted from the taxi, a sardonic male voice reached her ears. How punctual of you, one might surmise you are motivated solely by financial gain, eagerly anticipating this day. Ren Zi turned to behold Guningshu striding towards her, his elongated legs accentuated by a black suit that rendered his visage all the more striking. Albeit tainted by a somber expression that hinted at a certain ruthlessness. Desiring to minimize interaction with Guningshu, she attempted to depart, but he deliberately prolonged his intonation. Commencing in a sarcastic manner, I ought to extend my felicitations. I have been apprised of your acquisition of a residence in the Cloud Pavilion district. A real estate property obtained without expending a single coin. Perhaps you should conduct a course to educate others in this regard. How is this of any concern to you? Ren Zi retorted, her gaze piercingly cold as she tugged at the corner of her lips. You now resemble a gossipy busybody, meddling in the affairs of others. Is this a consequence of excessive leisure at the branch office? Guningshu's gaze darkened, a hint of ferocity emerging at the corner of his eyes. Ren Zi. You are merely dependent on a man. Were it not for my uncle. Guningshu, my place of residence is inconsequential. Provided it is not within the confines of the company, Ren Zi interjected, her voice frigid. Guningshu's expression suddenly transformed into one of extreme displeasure. After much effort, he had managed to return the matters of the branch office, only to have his inner turmoil exacerbated by Ren Zi's words. The branch had not prepared any accommodations for him, and the living conditions in that area were deplorable, forcing him to temporarily reside in the company. How did she come to know of this predicament? Your triumph will not last long. Guningshu cast her a cold glance, no longer concealing his disdain, and mockingly remarked. My uncle is about to become engaged to my cousin, and at that moment, we shall truly be a family. As for you, you will forever remain as mud. Ren Zi was momentarily taken aback, her breath catching for an instant. So, the woman engaged to Xi Qing belonged to the Jing family. Why had he not disclosed this information to her? He was well aware of Madame Gu's demise. She shook off the fleeting thoughts in her mind. Just as she was about to speak, another voice interrupted her. Ningxiu. Ren Linwan appeared unexpectedly, casting a disapproving glance at Ren Zi before turning affectionately to Guningshu. The meeting upstairs is about to commence, shall we go? Guningshu let out a derisive snort and turned to leave with her. Ren Zi composed herself, shouldering her bag as she made her way towards the elevator, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. Upon entering the conference room, numerous pairs of eyes swept toward her, their scrutiny unmistakable. Miss Ren, here is the report for the first half of the year from Ren Corporation. After she took her seat, someone handed her a printed document, explaining that the specific dividends would be allocated according to the proportion of shares held. Bearing a countenance of serene compliance, Ren's gaze descended upon the report nestled in her hands. The data it harbored was crystalline in its clarity. Each expenditure rendered with pellucid transparency, affording her no cause for remonstration. I have no objections, she affirmed. The assembly progressed with seamless accord, and upon its adjournment, Ren prepared to depart, gathering her accoutrements. Yet, scarcely had she risen when her path was intercepted. Ah, Zizi, a voice intoned, I am your Uncle Su. In your tender years, we were acquainted. Indeed, another chimed in, we were bosom companions of your father in bygone days. A chorus of voices swelled, each eager to partake in the discourse. Ren observed them with a tranquil gaze, her thoughts veiled in contemplative silence. Friends? She mused inwardly. If such were truly the case, Where did their loyalties lie when misfortune befell my father? What ulterior motives propel their newfound solicitations? We are cognizant of your reclamation of Ren's shares, Xi Qing declared, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable quality. This is only just, for you are, without question, a scion of the Ren lineage. This enterprise is the progeny of your father's toil. I am told you are presently employed at Goose. You must bear the affairs of the company in your thoughts. A subtle curvature of detachment graced Ren's lips. Ah, she mused, so this is the gambit they seek to employ. Their designs are almost palpable. Should the opportunity arise, she continued, her tone measured and composed, I shall. With a delicate arch of her brow, she uttered a nonchalant farewell. I have other matters to attend to, and thus I must bid you adieu. Her valediction delivered, she glided towards the portal, her countenance assuming a veiled expression, bordering on frigidity. These individuals, she mused, are veritable weather vanes, swayed by the prevailing winds of self-interest. Miss Ren. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Ren paused, pivoting to meet the gaze of a pair of hazel eyes. The man possessed a tall and slender physique, adorned in a well-fitted gray suit, complemented by a white inner lining and a blue-striped tie, exuding an air of elegance. Who are you? Ren Zi pondered, searching her mind for a corresponding memory of this individual, yet found none. I am a shareholder in the Ren Group, the man replied, extending his hand towards her, his voice warm. I am quite familiar with your father's affairs, and having met you, I naturally wish to befriend you. Befriend her? Ren Zi instinctively considered declining. I have had several dealings with your father and am well aware of the kind of person he is. Perhaps there are deeper implications regarding past events. Su Mahai regarded the woman before him, his thoughts drifting to certain matters. And a fleeting shadow of somber emotion flickered in his amber eyes. Thank you for your concern, Ren Zi said, lightly extending her hand for a brief touch. However, there is no need for friendship, I do not lack companions. What kind of good people can one find in such circles? Su Mahai responded with a calm demeanor. You may be misunderstanding my intentions. At his words, Ren Zi raised an eyebrow, realizing that she had not truly grasped the essence of this man. Carefully choosing her words, she inquired, what exactly am I misunderstanding? Is this the customary way you cultivate friendships here? Su Mahai, taken aback, raised an eyebrow in surprise, unaware that Ren Zi's character was such. There must be some misunderstanding, he remarked nonchalantly. We will have further opportunities to meet. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Su. The dividends from the Ren Group this time exceeded 20 million. Ren Zi's lips were instantly straightened, her gaze flickering as she contemplated the departing figure of Su Mo Hai, lost in thought. His individual bonus exceeded 10 million. What about the others? Over the years, what projects had Gu Ningxiu undertaken leveraging the Ren family's resources to achieve such remarkable profits? Surely, there must be risks involved. Could it be that Ren Linwan was so complacent? What a complete fool. Chapter 48, it seems he has taken an interest. Ren Zi exited the elevator. As she stepped out of the Ren Corporation, she noticed a sports car parked a short distance away, with an extremely familiar figure leaning against it, hair tied high in a ponytail, clad in a black short-sleeved top paired with a pleated skirt, and high heels adorning her feet. When her amber eyes swept over, they radiated a chilling allure, the slight upward tilt at the corners adding an enticing edge to her presence. ZZ. When Xin Jiao caught sight of her, the coldness in her eyes dissipated instantly, with a playful smirk on her ruby lips, accentuated by her exquisite makeup. She emanated a strikingly fierce beauty. What brings you here? Ren Zi almost jogged to her side, glancing around to see that many eyes were now on them. I came to pick you up. Xin Jiao elongated her tone in a teasing manner. I can't let you face those formidable spirits alone, it makes me uneasy. But since I can't go in, I decided to wait for you here. I'll treat you to dinner. Ren Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she feigned a lavish demeanor, grinning as she proclaimed, I received my bonus, I can afford to treat you. Xin Jiao nodded, maneuvering around the front of the car to take the driver's seat. Once the engine roared to life, she revealed her other purpose for being there, which was indeed the crux of the day's events. There exists a collaboration between the Shen family and Gu Ningxiu, albeit limited in projects. Yet the potential gains are substantial, as these endeavors are orchestrated by the government. She gazed ahead and softly remarked that these particular projects originally belonged to the Ren family, relinquished by him. This was information she gleaned from Xin Ziyuan. Aware that Ren Zi was convening a dividend meeting today, she felt compelled to offer a word of caution. It was evident that Gu Ningxiu intended to leave a shell company for Ren Zi. Ren Zi, having detected an unsettling atmosphere within the Ren family from Su Mahai's recent comments, had not anticipated the underlying intricacies. Gu Ningxiu was indeed repugnant. Her gaze darkened slightly, however. Today marked her return to the Ren family, and she should not allow such individuals to tarnish her spirits. After dining, Shen Jiao escorted her back to the Gu residence. Why are you returning only now? Upon entering, Ren Zi found Gu Xiqing on the terrace. Hearing her approach, he rose from the rattan chair. And upon noticing her unsteady steps, a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. Gu Xiqing? Ren Zi tilted her head to regard the man on the terrace. Her vision somewhat hazy. Her long hair cascaded loosely, and a rosy hue adorned her fair cheeks, exuding a languid yet alluring demeanor. Wait for me downstairs. The man swallowed slightly and turned to descend the stairs, only to collide unexpectedly with someone who seemed slightly inebriated at the stairway. Without even slipping on her slippers, Ren Zi felt the chill beneath her feet and boldly stepped onto Gu Xiqing's instep, their proximity intensifying as their heartbeats quickened. To the terrace. Ren Zi, under the influence of alcohol, clutched Gu Xiqing's arm, but in an instant, he swept her off her feet, striding purposefully towards the terrace. As the cool breeze brushed against her face, it jolted her back to reality. Put me down, she exclaimed, suddenly aware of their position, her ears flushing with embarrassment. What had she just done? Gu Xiqing lowered his gaze, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Before Ren Zi could suffocate in her own mortification, he gently placed her onto a rattan chair and took a seat opposite her. She observed the man before her, clad in a white loungewear. His dark hair appearing freshly washed, with bangs casually falling over his forehead, a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor. He was undeniably handsome. And this relaxed appearance rendered him even more captivating. Gu Xiqing, I will assist you wholeheartedly, she found herself declaring almost impulsively. Regarding the company's affairs, I will strive to do my utmost and will diligently uncover the truth of the past. And what about you? Gu Xiqing replied. A hint of affection lacing his tone as he smirked, what do you desire? Do you wish to reclaim the Ren family business? Ren Zi pondered for a moment. Then replied thoughtfully, I have my own aspirations. I am certain we will both achieve what we seek. I will not disappoint you. Gu Xiqing's dark eyes glimmered with an inscrutable emotion, a sensation akin to fireworks bursting within him, offering a feeling he had never experienced before. I believe in you, he uttered, and those 4 words made Ren Zi's eyes light up with joy. She accepted the cup Gu Xiqing handed her and took a few small sips, only to realize she still had something left to address. She retrieved a bank card from her small bag, containing the dividends she had received today. Although she knew it would certainly fall short of the price of the apartment Gu Xiqing had given her, it was nonetheless a small contribution. The man cast a meaningful glance in her direction and inquired, what is this? The money for that apartment, Ren Zi replied, meeting his gaze. With a nervous tightening of her lips, she continued, I'm not sure if it's enough. If it isn't, I'll return the rest when I receive more funds. Gu Xiqing regarded the bank card, a flicker of surprise passing through his dark pupils. Yet he made no move to accept it. This was indeed a novel experience for him. Typically, people only sought to take from him, never considering reciprocating with equal value. However, understanding that this was Ren Zi, he found it unsurprising, she did not wish to owe him anything. That's unnecessary, he said, raising his gaze to meet hers. His eyes darkened slightly as he firmly stated, this was originally a gift for you, it makes no sense to ask for money now. Furthermore, you don't have much at the moment, so it's wiser to keep it for your own contingencies. Ren Zi shook her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. The mirth in her eyes unmistakable. I don't need it, I have the ability to earn money. Even if I give it to you, I can always make it back, she asserted with a hint of pride in her tone. Appreciation gradually blossomed in Gu Xiqing's gaze. Observing Ren Zi in this moment, he felt as though she had completely transformed from the person she once was, she was now a true embodiment of renewal. I believe in you, he affirmed, watching with satisfaction as she grew a bit bashful, causing him to chuckle softly. I shall return to my room first. Ren Zi nearly fled in distress, acutely aware of the man's gaze lingering upon her, yet too fearful to glance back. Subsequently, each day after work, Ren Zi made her way to the Yunting community. The wallpaper and flooring of her apartment had been impeccably installed, leaving only the gradual arrangement of her cherished furniture. It was only after everything was in place that she invited Xi Qing over. "Zizi, your carpet is absolutely stunning," Xi Qing exclaimed upon entering. Her attention captivated by the floor lamp beside the sofa. The pure white sofa draped with a plush blanket emanated a warm and inviting aura. Though the space was modest, every item Ren Zi had placed within it brought a sense of exquisite comfort. "From now on, you are always welcome to visit me here," Ren Zi stated. Looking into her eyes, enunciating clearly, "Just like before, I will always keep a room for you." Chapter 49, He is the buyer of the cemetery suddenly. Xi Qing felt a rush of emotion, her nose tingling as she fought back tears that silently streamed down her cheeks. "Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Ren Zi, her own throat thick with emotion, stepped forward to embrace her, resting her nose against Xi Qing's neck, speaking slowly, "Today is a momentous day for my move. If you cry for too long, you might miss our delightful meal together." "Zizi, I am also your family," Xi Qing murmured, "if anyone dares to mistreat you, I shall not allow it. You must live happier than before." Ren Zi tightened her embrace slightly. After a brief moment, Xi Qing composed herself, wiping away her tears, and spoke in a calm tone, "Is tomorrow the anniversary of Uncle Ren's passing?" Ren Zi paused for a moment, her voice barely above a whisper, "Yes. I have already taken leave from work, I will visit him at the cemetery tomorrow. I have to accompany my brother to a banquet." Xi Qing replied with a pained expression, "Zizi, how about I abandon Shen Ziyuan tomorrow and join you to visit uncle?" Generally, Shen Ziyuan would not involve her in family matters, but since her presence was required, it indicated that this occasion held great significance for her. Ren Zi did not wish to let her own affairs interfere with Xi Qing's obligations. "No need," Ren Zi smiled gently, maintaining her serene tone. "I wish to spend some time alone with my father, perhaps next time you can accompany me to see him?" Xi Qing gazed earnestly into her eyes and ultimately chose to concede. That evening, Ren Zi decided to stay over at her apartment, and after informing their families, they both set their phones aside. The following day, Xi Qing was resolute in driving Ren Zi to the cemetery, and she had no choice but to acquiesce. They parted ways at the cemetery's entrance. "Zizi, if you need me to pick you up later, just give me a call." She gestured a phone signal to Ren Zi before starting the car and driving away. Shen Ziyuan's incessant calls were a source of annoyance for her. Ren Zi ascended the path. She had chosen a spot for her father that offered a splendid view, and she wondered how he had been feeling over the years. As she turned a corner, she spotted someone standing before her father's grave. From behind, the man was clad in a sharply tailored black suit, the contours of his profile hinting at a reserved detachment as he stood motionless, his countenance solemn. "Guningshu?" Ren Zi uttered, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The man turned, confirming her surmise. Her tone deepened as she inquired, "What are you doing here?" "I came to pay my respects to Uncle Ren," Guningshu responded, betraying no surprise at her appearance. He continued softly, "Today is the anniversary of his death. Regardless of what transpires between us, I felt obligated to visit him." Paying respects to her father? Crocodile tears. A fleeting expression of mockery flashed in Ren Zi's eyes as she advanced swiftly, impulsively shoving him. "My father would not want to see you. Leave now and never return." A hint of vexation flickered in Guningshu's gaze as he retorted, "Can you not compose yourself? What do you think you resemble in this state? A shrew, no less." "They drove me to it." Perhaps the solemnity of her father's memorial amplified Ren Zi's susceptibility to emotional outbursts. "What concern is it of yours?" Her crimson lips formed a taut line as she spoke dispassionately. "What right do you have to address me in such a manner? Do you believe my father did not suffer enough at your hands? You." Guningshu's retort was abruptly truncated by an unfamiliar male voice. "What is all this commotion? This is the realm of the deceased, must you deny them even the peace of death?" A man clad in security attire emerged from the dense woods behind, a visage marred by impatience. Upon catching sight of Guningshu, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Unnoticed by Ren Zi, with a frosty demeanor, she pointed at Guningshu and exclaimed, "Is anyone permitted to enter this cemetery now? He is not related to anyone here. What right does he have to stand in this place? You're speaking nonsense." The security guard, recognizing Guningshu's identity, approached with a servile demeanor. "Mr. Gu, what brings you here today? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Ren Zi scrutinized his sycophantic behavior, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Why did he seem so familiar with Gu Ningxiu? Do you know who she is? Of course. The guard replied with impatience, turning to Ren Zi with evident annoyance. And who might you be? Mr. Gu is the one who purchased this burial plot for this gentleman, so naturally, he is entitled to be here. Her father's burial site had been financed by Gu Ningxiu? Ren Zi pressed her lips together, disbelief washing over her as she gazed at the man not far from her. Inner turmoil brewing within her mind. Why would he do such a thing? Enough. You may leave now. Gu Ningxiu lifted his gaze towards the security guard, his tone turning icy. She is the daughter of the deceased. Should she come here in the future, do not obstruct her. The guard, taken aback, glanced between the two before responding, since it's Mr. Gu who provided for your father's burial, please refrain from causing a scene here. With that, he exited the scene. Ren Zi averted her gaze, placing the items she had brought in front of her father's gravestone, where a photograph of him beaming alongside Qi he rested. Her eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears, a wave of poignant sorrow surging within her, as if a thorn lodged in her throat. Since her imprisonment, she had dared not think of her father. Each night, her dreams were haunted by the belief that he would blame her, accuse her of being too trusting, of being foolish and falling into the trap set by others. Uncle would never wish to see you like this, Gu Ningxiu suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with awkwardness. He has always indulged you, regardless of your actions, he would merely clean up after you, unable to utter a harsh word. If he were to see you in this state, he would certainly feel that you have suffered greatly. Ren Zi did not respond. She still believed that Gu Ningxiu should not be present here, but since he had purchased the burial plot, it signified that he was also involved in arranging her father's funeral. Out of both sentiment and reason, she took a step back. The atmosphere between them was surprisingly harmonious. Even when Ren Zi took out incense, Gu Ningxiu proactively requested 3 sticks, bowing respectfully to pay his respects to her father. Uncle Ren. After placing the incense, Gu Ningxiu's expression softened, his tone laced with guilt. I failed to care for Ren Zi, and I did not fulfill my previous promises to you. But please understand. My actions were driven by necessity. Ren Zi listened intently to his words, a wave of nausea washing over her. When Uncle Ren left so suddenly, and you were inside, there were many matters I did not know how to handle, so I could only keep things for you. Gu Ningxiu suddenly turned to Ren Zi, speaking softly. My father's belongings? Ren Zi met his gaze, her emotions a tumultuous sea. Yes. Loosening his tie, Gu Ningxiu fixed his gaze upon her and declared that, with her presence now established, the onus of managing these affairs should fall upon her shoulders. Chapter 50, The Jing Family Soiree. Are you truly so magnanimous? Ren Zi inquired, her gaze lifting to meet his, her eyes shadowed with contemplation. Have you not perused the effects my father bequeathed? Given Gu Ningxiu's disposition, he would undoubtedly have seized anything of advantage. Gu Ningxiu merely curled his lips, offering no explicit response. He had merely been safeguarding her father's legacies, and it remained her prerogative whether or not to reclaim them from his possession. Where are they? Ren Zi ultimately conceded, her descending fingers clenching tightly. Whatever my father left behind, even if worthless, I desire it. Upon her father's departure, she had been denied a final farewell. She fondly recalled the times when her father was still alive, when, despite their lack of material wealth, they were content in each other's company. Despite her awareness of Gu Ningxiu's ulterior motives, she yearned to recover those items, the last remaining link to her father. Accompany me. Gu Ningxiu appeared confident in her compliance, turning to descend from the cemetery, with Ren Zi trailing in his wake. They proceeded to the cemetery's entrance, where a black Bugatti stood parked nearby. Gu Ningxiu gestured for her to enter. The journey passed in silence. Ren Zi followed him from the car, halting only at the foot of the apartment building. She sought the possessions, but not to the extent of willingly entering the lion's den. Should she ascend with Gu Ningxiu, the consequences were uncertain. I shall await you here. Upon her utterance, Gu Ningxiu momentarily paused in his stride. He pivoted, his profound gaze settling upon Ren Zi, a knowing curve gracing his lips as he languidly inquired. Are you apprehensive that I might overstep with you? Ren Zi, her countenance serene, responded in a subdued tone, it's merely a precaution for my personal safety. Should you reconsider relinquishing the items to me, I am prepared to depart forthwith. The means of acquiring my father's keepsakes are not confined to this singular avenue. Gu Ningxiu clicked his tongue softly. Await me here. Without further ado, he ascended the stairs, returning moments later with a cardboard box in his arms. Everything is contained herein. The box, sealed with strips of aged, yellowed adhesive, bore a thick layer of dust, indicative of its long untouched state. Ren Zi remained silent for a moment, her eyes growing misty. She peeled back the tape, revealing a collection of notebooks, a fountain pen, and other items familiar to her father. As she reached out to receive the box, her gaze fell upon an object nestled in the corner, a tarnished cufflink. A token she had gifted her father on his 16th birthday. The memory of his proud and joyful expression at that time was still vivid in her mind. Her eyes welled up with tears, glistening droplets clinging to her lashes, as she bit her lip to maintain her composure in Gu Ningxiu's presence. Yet, her vulnerability only amplified the man's protective instincts. Pray, wipe away your tears. Gu Ningxiu drew near, extending a white tissue towards her, his voice tinged with restraint. These items hold no significance for me. In the past. He trailed off, the events of yesteryear known to them both. Meanwhile, concealed within the verdant foliage, a figure clad in a baseball cap, camera slung around their neck, beamed with excitement, recognizing the magnitude of the scoop they had just captured. Several years ago, Miss Ren and the current Mr. Gu are now reunited. Is this a reconciliation after a broken relationship, or are they seeking thrills through an affair? He deliberately chose an angle to make it appear as though they were kissing. Due to Gu Ningxiu's involvement, Ren Lin has been paying close attention to Jing Shiyuan's return to the country. After confirming that the Jing family was hosting a banquet tonight, she obtained an invitation in Gu Ningxiu's name and appeared at the Jing residence meticulously dressed. Jing Shiyuan, the main character of the evening, was wearing a white midi dress with a fishtail design at the bottom and adorned with tiny pearls in the middle. Her dark hair was styled up, revealing a slender nape, which was adorned with a pearl necklace. White high heels accentuated her long, straight legs, making her look stunning. "Aunt, you look beautiful today." Ren Lin's envious gaze fell from her necklace to the tourmaline bracelet on her wrist. None of these accessories were something she could easily possess. "And you are?" Jing Shiyuan paused for a few seconds before remembering her identity. "You're my cousin's fiancé, aren't you? I even sent you a gift at your engagement party." "Yes, Aunt." Ren Lin's eyes shifted as she affectionately took her arm and innocently said, "I heard that you are about to get engaged to Mr. Gu. So you will be both my cousin and my aunt." Hearing this, a hint of contempt flashed in Jing Shiyuan's eyes. Such a common thing. If it hadn't been for Ren Zi's accident and Gu Ningxiu needing an excuse to take over the Ren Corporation, how could he have become engaged to this person? As for Ren Zi, the former esteemed daughter of the Ren family, she had indeed encountered her, a true paragon of grace and privilege. In stark contrast to this unknown individual who had seemingly materialized from nowhere. The news of an alliance with the Gu family had not yet been officially announced. Yet here she was, brazenly discussing it. After all, we are all family, what does it matter what we call each other? Jing Shiyuan suppressed the flicker of disdain in her eyes and spoke with poise and composure, suggesting that until matters were fully resolved, it would be prudent not to discuss them in front of others. A faint blush tinged her ears, reminiscent of someone caught in the act of harboring secrets. The fleeting look of disdain in Ren Lin's warm gaze was unmistakable. What a fade. Perhaps she was already eager to establish ties with Xi Qing. Believing she was being of assistance, while all the while feigning such insincerity. Both women harbored their own ulterior motives. As night descended, the lights in the hall and garden illuminated, and guests began to arrive in droves. The Gu family, being relatives of the Jing family and with intentions to further solidify their ties, naturally attracted a considerable crowd. Jing Duiqi and Gu Ningxiu were among the attendees. "Shiyuan, your return is fortuitous, Her words were abruptly interrupted by a low rumble from outside. The only silver Aston Martin in the city had come to a halt at the entrance, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. The rear door swung open, revealing a hand adorned with a silver watch, which grasped the frame of the vehicle as its occupant emerged. Clad in a black suit with silver accents, Gu Shiqing's sharp silhouette accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his demeanor cold and unfamiliar as he surveyed the crowd. To her astonishment, he had indeed arrived. Jing Shiyuan gazed with a hint of infatuation at the man by the door. Before going abroad, she had heard numerous tales regarding him. He was the moonlight in her heart. Meanwhile, their family's elders were discreetly discussing their impending union, and soon, he would irrevocably bear his mark upon her. Just as she intended to approach, the man turned towards the vehicle, extending his hand to someone inside. His slender, fair fingers enveloped hers, tightening suddenly before gently drawing her out. The moment Ren Zi appeared, a flicker of intrigue passed through the eyes of onlookers. As Xi Qing brazenly brought Ren Zi here, was this an affront to Xi Yuan? The alliance between their families was far from a secret. Chapter 51, They seemed like old acquaintances. Uncle, why have you brought her here? Gu Ningxu was the first to approach Ren Linwan, casting a glance at Ren Zi. In a low voice, he remarked, I know your temperament seldom concerns itself with others' opinions, but today is my cousin's celebration for her return. Is it not somewhat disrespectful to bring a guest like this, especially in such a conspicuous manner? Gu Ningxu met the man's icy gaze and abruptly shifted his tone. Uncle, there are established conventions regarding who should appear at which occasions. Ren Linwan chimed in beside him. Having been away from social circles for so long, Ren Zi has likely forgotten the proper decorum, only recalling what she learned in prison. Xi Qing's dark eyes narrowed, and he shot a scornful glance at Gu Ningxu. If you cannot teach your woman how to behave, it would be wise to keep her confined at home. Otherwise, others might assume that our family has lax standards of upbringing. Just as a few individuals' expressions turned pale, hesitant to confront Ren Zi openly, another female voice intruded, alleviating their awkwardness. Miss Ren, seeing you in person is far more enlightening than hearing about you. Xi Yuan approached with a glass of champagne, her tone considerate and gentle. I am delighted you could attend this soiree. Yuan, I believe your temperament is excessively forgiving. Zheng Duiqi followed closely behind, casting a displeased glance at Ren Zi. Her voice frosty. Some individuals possess an audacity that knows no bounds. Xi Qing, do you not comprehend this? Aunt. Xi Yuan interjected, her gaze momentarily dimming before she smiled again. Before I went abroad, I heard numerous rumors about Miss Ren. Her presence here grants me the perfect opportunity to become acquainted. Once one arrives, they are a guest. Miss Ren, I hope you do not feel constrained. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. The onlookers listened intently, each harboring a hint of scrutiny in their eyes. Could it be that their understanding of the relationship between the two was misguided? Miss Xing. You jest. Ren Zi smirked slightly, her demeanor composed. Most rumors are largely unfounded, such matters need not be overly concerned. Xi Yuan observed the radiant visage before her, a flicker of envy glimmering in her eyes as she lowered her voice significantly. Indeed, it is unnecessary to dwell on them, Miss Ren. I appreciate your assistance with Xi Qing during this period. However, one must possess self-awareness. Given your background and the Ren family's predicament, what can you truly offer while standing beside Xi Qing? Ren Zime's eyebrows arched delicately, and there was a hint of profound meaning in her eyes. It seemed that Miss Xing was not as gentle as she appeared. Had it been the recently released version of herself? She might have felt a sense of inferiority due to her words. However, under the influence of Xi Qing during this time, she had long ceased to care about such matters. Miss Xing, you jest, Ren Zime remarked, her gaze dimming slightly as she gracefully acknowledged. I am acutely aware of my own position. I am currently working alongside General Manager Gu, whoever finances is the boss, and I merely follow the directives from above. Xi Yuan tightened her grip on the champagne flute, her brow furrowing. This person was impervious to reproach, even invoking Xi Qing to exert pressure upon her. Xi Qing's dark eyes were fixed intently on Ren Zime, revealing a hint of admiration, clearly pleased with her current demeanor. She possessed the proud spirit of the former Miss Ren while also embodying the composure that time had bestowed upon her, creating a presence that was even more striking than before. Zizi, I have something to discuss with Miss Xing, Xi Qing interjected, interrupting their conversation before Zheng Duiqi could unleash her fury. He stood to the side, his gaze calm as he looked at Ren Zime. Could you grant me a moment? Upon hearing this, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. Xi Yuan felt a surge of elation within, suppressing her emotions as she looked at Xi Qing with a glimmer of hope. He wished to speak with her. Indeed, Ren Zime was nothing of consequence. He ultimately respected his fiancé. Ren Zime lowered her gaze, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet sensibly vacated her position. Meanwhile, Ren Linwan stood nearby, her envious gaze fixed on Xi Yuan, her nails digging into her palm, the pain failing to draw her attention away. This man is Xi Qing. Even Gu Ningxu must yield to him. When did Xi Yuan become entangled with him? If only the person I was engaged to back then was Xi Qing. Her breath slowed by 3 beats. Warm, warm? Xing Shiyuan lifted her gaze towards Ren Linwan and, with a gentle smile, inquired, everyone has left. Are you not planning to depart as well? Shall I come find you to play later? Ren Linwan, with a smile gracing her lips, teasingly remarked to the two. I understand, you both need some space to nurture your feelings. I shall make way for you. Xing Shiyuan chuckled softly, remaining silent yet tacitly acknowledging her words. Ren Linwan dismissed the inappropriate thoughts swirling in her mind and pulled Gu Ningxiu away, oblivious to the contemplative glimmer in his eyes. Once she departed, Ren Linwan headed straight for Ren Zi, who was standing before the dessert table. When the shadow fell before her, Ren Zi lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a cold, indifferent glance in her direction, her expression serene and unruffled. Ren Linwan found this demeanor utterly detestable. It was as if she remained the lofty Miss Ren of yesteryears, while in truth, she had plunged into a quagmire from which she could never rise again. Ren Zi, if I were you, I would know when to retreat. Ren Linwan declared triumphantly, Gu is currently forsaking you for his little aunt, shouldn't you recognize your own standing? Ren Zi, disinterested, collected her plate and prepared to leave. Ren Zi. Ren Linwan was incensed by her indifference, her red lips quivering slightly, her expression somewhat contorted. How could she remain unfazed? Her former fiancé had already become hers. And now the wealthy benefactor she had latched onto had acquired a fiancé. Was she not afraid? Ren Lin, you alone would consider manipulating men as the paramount concern. Ren Zi turned, her gaze clear and cold as she enunciated, to me, President Gu merely provides a platform for work. Should he no longer require my services? The knowledge I've acquired during my tenure will suffice for a considerable time. She articulated her stance plainly, men are the least dependable of entities. Despite any affection she might harbor for Xi Qing, she would not entrust herself to him. Self-sufficiency is the true measure of success. A spark ignited in Ren Lin's eyes. And as she moved to reprimand Ren Zi, Gu Ningxiu restrained her wrist. Enough. Have you not embarrassed yourself sufficiently? Ren Lin turned her ire towards Gu Ningxiu. Are you feeling protective? Does my treatment of her displease you? I have something to discuss with you, Gu Ningxiu stated, suppressing her anger, mindful that she needed Ren Lin's assistance. Uncle and cousin Jing do not appear particularly familiar, perhaps you've misjudged. Their relationship may not be so intimate. Impossible. Ren Lin, after ensuring they were unobserved, lowered her voice. If Uncle and Xing Shiyuan were truly unrelated, why would he speak with her privately? I do not know, Gu Ningxiu replied, glancing towards Xi Qing, her tone ambiguous. Perhaps Uncle has his own designs. From her vantage point, Ren Lin watched, her vermilion lips pursed, as Xing Shiyuan and Xi Qing stood together, a pairing that seemed divinely ordained. Suppressing the unease in her heart, she resolved to investigate further at a later time. Meanwhile, Zhang's father was surrounded by a throng of people, and Zhang's mother was beaming, a hint of smugness flickering in her eyes. Xi Qing was the son-in-law that everyone in the circle coveted. The Jing family was fortunate to have forged a connection with him. President Jing, congratulations are truly in order. I wonder when your daughter's wedding will be? President Wang inquired. I observed that President Gu and your daughter were quite close, even retreating to the garden for a conversation. Their affection for each other seems boundless. Once the wedding date is set, you will certainly be invited to partake in the celebratory banquet, Jing Kaiyan, Zhang's father, responded. You must indulge in a few extra cups of wine at the feast. Certainly, President Wang acquiesced. Indeed, Madame Jing is blessed, someone remarked with a hint of envy. I've heard that Miss Jing never caused you any worry during her schooling, and she is among the best in the circle. Now, she has found you an excellent son-in-law. So your future days will be exceedingly comfortable. Lin Han Shuang, Zhang's mother, maintained her smile, though a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. If their own daughters were unenterprising, who was to blame? Their Shiyuan was destined to marry the best. President Jing, the Gu family's patriarch has dispatched someone. The butler said in a hushed tone as he hurried to Zhang's father's side. There is a gift for the eldest young lady. A gift personally sent by the Gu family's patriarch? The curiosity of everyone present was piqued, and they followed Mr. Jing towards the entrance. Mr. Jing. This is for Miss Jing. A young man in a black vest, holding a dark green velvet box, presented it. Judging by its appearance, one could surmise that it contained jewelry or the like. Xi Yuan is currently with Xi Qing. I'll hold on to this for her and give it to her later. Zheng Kaiyan said with a smile. The young man nodded, handed over the item, and promptly departed. Mr. Xing, what's inside? Why not open it for us to see? Indeed. Perhaps it's one of old Mr. Gu's collectibles. Several people chimed in agreement. Xing Kaiyan exchanged a glance with Lin Hanshuang, and, already intending to show off, he opened the box without hesitation. Inside lay a jade bracelet of pure emerald green, adorned with gold-edged patterns. Its antique appearance and exquisite craftsmanship indicated considerable value to those in the know. This belonged to the late Mrs. Gu. Someone familiar with the bracelet's history recognized it, saying, when Mrs. Gu was alive, this bracelet often graced her wrist, and she cherished it dearly. For old Mr. Gu to gift this bracelet to Miss Xing, does this signify an impending engagement? Indeed, Mr. Xing has raised his daughter well. Initially, they were uncertain about the veracity of the marriage rumors, but they operated under the principle that it never hurts to curry favor. However, now that old Mr. Gu had bestowed even his deceased wife's bracelet upon Jing Shiyuan, their union seemed all but certain. The Jing family was truly about to ascend to new heights. Mr. Xing, should Jing Corporation have any collaborative projects in the future, please do not forget about us. Indeed, we are all friends. Xing Kaiyan looked at them with a resigned expression in his eyes and remarked that the details of their engagement had yet to be discussed, leaving the matter uncertain. After all, the union of two individuals should be a matter of their own volition. However, you need not worry, for I shall not forget our future collaborations. Xin Jiao regarded this with disdain, questioning whether the gift had genuinely originated from the old gentleman or if it was something the Jing family had sought after. It hardly seemed remarkable. The bracelet, though not inexpensive, did not reach the status of a family heirloom. Ren Zi, perceiving the situation, subtly gestured for Xin Jiao to refrain from further comments, lest they provide others with ammunition. The crowd echoed their agreement, and just as the atmosphere grew congenial, a loud crash suddenly resonated from the staircase. Jing Shiyuan lay in a disheveled heap on the steps, her gown marred by mud stains. Her meticulously styled hair now in disarray, and her neck bore deep marks, clearly the result of significant force. Shiyuan. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang's mother nearly cried out her name in alarm. Gu Xiqing emerged slowly from the corridor, his expression dark. His shirt slightly rumpled as if it had been violently tugged at, with the cufflinks nowhere to be found. Mr. Gu, what transpired here? Zhang's mother hurried upstairs, supporting Jing Shiyuan's shoulders as she questioned, how could our Shiyuan end up like this? Did you inflict those marks on her neck? What kind of teaching does your family impart? I wish to inquire of the old gentleman Gu, what rationale is this? Gu Xiqing's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on the individual on the ground, while Jing Shiyuan averted her gaze, her body trembling uncontrollably. Dare to intimidate her again? Lin Huanfeng sensed her fear all too well and gritted her teeth, declaring, if you do not provide us with an explanation for today's incident, I will not let you off the hook. An explanation for you? Gu Xiqing sneered coldly, advancing with deliberate steps, his expression dark and foreboding, causing both women to shudder involuntarily. It seemed they had misspoken. Since this is what you desired, I shall no longer conceal my thoughts. His frigid gaze swept over everyone present, his voice chilling and enunciated with precision, I hold no interest in Jing Shiyuan, even if it were a marriage. She would not be my choice. Thus, you would be wise to recognize your own standing. Never entertain thoughts that are beyond your reach. Zheng Kaiyan's expression darkened instantly, the velvet box he held feeling like a burning coal in his hands. How could he be so utterly oblivious? Today was meant to honor Jing Shiyuan. Yet his actions were nothing short of a slap in the face to the Jing family. The curious glances from those around them turned strange. The very individuals who had flattered and sought to please him moments ago now distanced themselves, eager to escape his proximity. Ren Zi, come here. Gu Xiqing descended the stairs, his countenance stern as he approached Ren Zi, gripping her wrist and striding out of the Jing residence. Once in the car, his phone, resting beside him, vibrated incessantly, the screen flickering on and off. Ren Zi glanced at the name displayed, it was old Master Gu. He is likely aware of the events that transpired at the Jing family banquet, which explains his intention to call and inquire. President Gu, the call. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xiqing's screen fell silent, replaced by her own mobile phone. Ren Zi cautiously glanced at the man beside her. He sat with his eyes closed, evidently disinterested in the affairs concerning the elder Mr. Gu. However, she could not afford to ignore the call. The Ren family had yet to be fully restored to her control, and offending the elder would be unwise. Chapter 53, To Marry Oneself as the call connected. The elder Mr. Gu's voice resonated through the line, laced with unmistakable anger. Why did it take you so long to answer? Where is Xi Qing? Is that brat beside you? Grandpa Gu, I didn't hear the phone ring, Ren Zi replied, adopting a humble tone. Is there something you wish to discuss? Is there anything you two are unaware of? The elder Gu, unable to locate Xi Qing, vented his frustration entirely on Ren Zi. Why did he act this way tonight? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to suppress these matters? At his words, Ren Zi instinctively glanced at Xi Qing. The man furrowed his brow. Evidently stirred awake by the elder's remarks, yet he did not open his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she simply replied, I do not know. You do not know? The elder Gu scoffed. I am well aware of the schemes you harbor in your heart. Listen closely, no matter the circumstances. You shall never cross the threshold of the Gu family. He deftly reached past her, seizing her phone and promptly terminating the call. Effortlessly blocking the number of the venerable Mr. Gu. Ren Zi observed his fluid movements, momentarily taken aback. She was certain that the elder Gu would be utterly infuriated. Mr. Gu, this. You needn't concern yourself with such matters. Xi Qing's slender eyelids lifted slightly, his cool gaze settling upon her. In a low, resonant voice, he continued. Do not involve yourself in the affairs of the Gu family. Should there be anything of importance, they will reach out to me directly. From now on, pursue your own desires and leave everything else aside. Though his words were delivered with simplicity, Ren Zi's brow furrowed, sensing the complexity beneath. She couldn't help but wonder about Miss Zheng's well-being. The image of Jing Shiyuan collapsing to the ground lingered in her mind, evoking a pang of concern. After all, she had fallen on her own accord. A flicker of disdain crossed Xi Qing's eyes as he remarked, I had not even touched her. And yet she fell out on her own. Ren Zi turned to him in surprise. Not only she, but everyone at the banquet assumed that Xi Qing had, in a fit of anger, pushed Jing Shiyuan, speculating whether she had provoked him in some manner. The previous rumors of Xi Qing's affection for Jing Shiyuan began to be reconsidered in many minds. Do you care for her? Do you wish for me to marry her? Xi Qing's dark eyes bore into hers, awaiting her response. I do not know. Composing herself, Ren Zi articulated softly, if you marry, I may have to move out of the villa. She placed emphasis on her accommodation, attempting to obscure the topic. By what prerogative could she dissuade Xi Qing from marrying? Their contract was only for a year, after which they would each pursue their own marital destinies, with no further connection. A fleeting shadow crossed Xi Qing's eyes before he leaned back into the seat, his voice husky as he spoke, should I indeed marry? I shall certainly ensure your proper resettlement. After all, you are my wife in name. A divorcee, hereafter, Ren Zi mused, inexplicably elated. At least for now. Any dalliance he had with another would constitute marital infidelity. In the eyes of the law, she was his wife. What is the cause of your merriment? Xi Qing interjected. Disrupting her reverie, his dark eyes searching her direction in the interplay of light and shadow. As he remained shrouded in darkness, Ren Zi could not discern his expression. I am gladdened that you have not acquiesced to the arranged marriage, Ren Zi responded truthfully after a moment's reflection. For me, this is most welcome news. At least for the present, she need not fret over other matters. Xi Qing fixed his gaze upon her. The corners of his lips curving in a subtle arc that went unnoticed by Ren Zi. The vexation in his heart dissipated inexplicably. Understood, he murmured, closing his eyes once more. An unspoken intimacy seemed to brew between them, slowly unraveling and permeating the air. Filling Ren Zi's heart with a peculiar sweetness, perhaps merely the consequence of indulging in too many desserts that evening. However, her heartbeat quickened significantly compared to before. And she found herself somewhat anxious that Xi Qing might hear it. Shortly thereafter, as she began to recognize familiar landmarks outside, Ren Zi grasped her phone, inadvertently illuminating the screen, which displayed a new message. Unlocking her phone, she discovered it was from Xiaoyun. Madam, you and the sir must not return home. Absolutely do not come back. Through the screen, she could almost envision Xiaoyun's tone. But why were they being advised against returning home? After a moment's hesitation, just as she was about to hand the phone to Xi Qing, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the villa. There stood a familiar figure by the gate, old Master Gu's assistant, Qin Ran. No wonder Xiao Yun had sent her a message. It turned out that the old master, unable to reach them by phone, had come directly to find them. Gu Zong. Ren Zi did not exit the car immediately but instead glanced at Xi Qing. Gesturing towards the assistant, should we leave first? She felt that the old master would not wish to see her at this moment. Her presence here felt inappropriate. Xi Qing followed her gesture, his dark eyes deepening as he sighed softly, I fear it is too late. Ren Zi did not comprehend his meaning until someone gently tapped on the car window twice. She turned to find Qin Ran standing beside the car, observing them with a composed demeanor. As the window slid down slowly, Qin Ran, with an impassive expression, addressed them, Miss Ren, Mr. Gu. The old master requests your presence inside. Ren Zi felt a chill run down her spine and could only obediently follow Xi Qing out of the vehicle. She was uncertain how much the old master was aware of the situation. Old Master Gu, clad in a black and gold tang suit, exuded an air of authority. Upon their entrance, he hurled the objects at hand towards them, only ceasing when the area was left impeccably clear. The room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with tension, as none dared to provoke the elder's wrath. Have you vented your anger sufficiently? At that moment, Xi Qing, undeterred, cast a cold, indifferent glance at Old Master Gu. His voice was icy as he declared, if you have, then take your people and leave, this is my home. Xi Qing. A hint of displeasure flickered across the elder's face. I will soon finalize the engagement with the Jing family. You are expected to attend the engagement banquet without causing further disturbances. Furthermore, take care of those around you, and contemplate how to properly apologize to the Jing family. Xi Qing fixed his dark gaze upon him, his voice low and resonant, when did I ever agree to this engagement? If you wish to bring a wife home, I have no objections. What nonsense are you spouting? Old Master Gu, infuriated, rose to his feet, nearly striking Xi Qing with his cane, only to return to the sofa. Exhausted. I am not speaking nonsense. Xi Qing raised an eyebrow, his tone drawn out and languid. Moreover, bigamy is a criminal offense. If you wish to see me imprisoned, then feel free to compel me into marriage with another. Bigamy is a crime? The elder retorted. You are not even married, who would you be committing a crime with? Old Master Gu's gaze lingered between him and Ren Zi, a seemingly impossible conjecture rising in his heart. Have you two gotten married? He uttered through clenched teeth. No wonder he felt something amiss upon entering the villa. Everything was arranged in pairs, evidently suggesting cohabitation with another. You will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow and file for divorce. Old Master Gu, with his strong desire for control, found this son of his perpetually opposing him, leaving him seldom satisfied. You two are incompatible, do not forget how you came into this world. With your disposition, marrying someone else would only bring her misfortune. Xiao Yun. Xi Qing disregarded him entirely, calling out to Xiao Yun directly. Sir? Xiao Yun emerged from the kitchen, casting a fearful glance at Old Master Gu. Is there something you need? Please escort him out, Xi Qing coldly commanded without even glancing at Old Master Gu. From now on, no one is permitted to enter without my consent. Old Master Gu trembled with fury. Qin Ran, we are leaving. As Xiao Yun approached him, he shot a fierce glare at Xi Qing, realizing he meant what he said. To avoid being forcibly expelled, he had no choice but to depart first. After Old Master Gu left, Ren Zi exhaled in relief and exchanged a brief word with Xi Qing before heading upstairs to freshen up and rest. The following day, as she exited the elevator and walked toward her station, she discovered Qin Ran was already waiting for her. Her expression darkened slightly, knowing she could not evade him. After suffering such a significant setback at Xi Qing's hands yesterday, the old master will undoubtedly seek retribution from her, especially now that he is aware of their marriage. Arriving so late to work? What purpose do you serve to the company? The old Master Gu cast a displeased gaze upon the individual accompanying Qin Ran, his tone acerbic. If everyone were to emulate your tardiness, I dare say the company would be rendered obsolete, with all of us reduced to subsisting on air. Did you require my presence for a specific matter? Ren Zi inquired, her vermilion lips pursed, her spine erect. Her sable professional attire accentuated her slender physique. Yet she possessed the resilience of a bamboo stalk. Despite the old Master Gu's disdain for her, he could not deny that the current Ren Zi was a far cry from the woman who had emerged from incarceration. Fetch me a glass of water, scalding hot. The old Master Gu commanded, his gaze subtly darkened, exuding the authority of one accustomed to command. Bring it to me personally, and should it be tepid, you shall replenish it. Ren Zi bit her lip, and after a moment's hesitation, she proceeded towards the tea room. The transparent glass became shrouded in mist, and verdant tea leaves danced at the bottom of the infusion. The mere touch of the glass caused her skin to flush crimson from the heat, eliciting a soft hiss of discomfort. Secretary Ren, please expedite your task, Qin Ran urged from the doorway. Should the old master be displeased, you shall be obliged to repeat the task. Ren Zi clenched her teeth, enduring the scalding temperature as she made her way towards the old master Gu. By the time she reached his presence, a fine sheen of perspiration had formed on her brow. Your beverage, sir. She extended the glass towards the old master. Yet no one reached out to accept it. As she was on the verge of losing control, the elder master Gu reached out to take the cup. She breathed a sigh of relief, but upon releasing it, the entire cup overturned onto her hand, quickly scalding it crimson. Tears welled in her eyes as the pain caused her to tremble slightly, making her all the more aware of the elder master Gu's stern expression. Ren Zi. I may tolerate your presence in the company, he stated with an air of superiority, but other things that are not meant for you, I advise you to restrain yourself from. The reception room was not far from the secretary's office, and almost everyone could witness and hear the commotion, each harboring their own ulterior motives. They were already aware of the Xing family's incident from the previous night. They never imagined that Ren Zi would be so audacious. None of them had ever dared to provoke someone like President Gu. Ren Zi was oblivious to their thoughts. She only felt a pang of sorrow, standing frozen in place. Others were privately discussing in small groups, and for a moment, Ren Zi was at the center of the company's storm. Some called her shameless, while others admired her audacity. However, the majority harbored resentment and jealousy because the situation had not befallen them. Meanwhile, Qin Yan informed Xi Qing about the situation at the company. I understand, Xi Qing replied. Hearing this simple sentence without any further instructions, Qin Yan couldn't help but speak up for Ren Zi, President Gu. The madam's situation in the company is already difficult, and now with the elder master making such a scene. The moment Xi Qing's icy gaze bore into him, he immediately stopped speaking, even making a zipping motion with his hand. Continue with your work. With unwavering gaze, Xi Qing scrutinized the curves displayed on the screen. His voice devoid of inflection as he directed, depress the stock price, then release my holdings in increments of 1%. Elder Gu. Just as Elder Gu was poised to reprimand Ren Zi severely, Qin Ran hastened in from outside, tablet in hand, his countenance visibly distressed. What has transpired? Elder Gu inquired. His brow furrowed in consternation. Subsequently, his expression darkened as he observed the market's volatile fluctuations. What is the meaning of this? Qin Ran cast a sidelong glance at Ren Zi, his gaze tinged with complexity, before faithfully relaying the information to Elder Gu. It is Gu Zong who is divesting shares on his end, and a considerable quantity has already been offloaded. Should a rival corporation be deliberately antagonizing Gu Shi and acquiring those shares, then... He left the sentence unfinished, but Elder Gu comprehended his implication. That reprobate. He was certain that he had not uttered the word reprobate as frequently in the preceding decades as he had in the past 2 days. Xi Qing was utterly disregarding his directives. Gu Zong has already relinquished 5% of the shares. Qin Ran's face paled. For should that 5% fall into the hands of other directors, Gu Shi might very well be compelled to change its name. What? Elder Gu's blood pressure surged in response to the news. He turned his gaze toward Ren Zi, his eyes now reflecting genuine loathing. With gritted teeth, he enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. You are nothing but a jinx. You brought ruin upon your father, and now you seek to inflict harm upon us. He could afford to disregard the initial 1%, but the current 5% compelled him to contemplate the matter more deeply. The scoundrel was evidently serious. Qin Ran. Let us depart. The elder Mr. Gu arose from the sofa, hastily proceeding outwards, determined to prevent Xi Qing from relinquishing his shares. Following the departure of Mr. Gu, Ren Zi pursed her lips and promptly returned to her office, where she discovered that Xi Qing had divested himself of 8% of his shares. A furrow creased her brow as she contemplated whether such a substantial release of shares would compromise Xi Qing's absolute decision-making power within the company and what repercussions it might entail. Chapter 55, Han Miao's demise. Madam, Mr. Gu requests your presence. Chen Han's figure emerged at the entrance of the reception room, his suit impeccably tailored, and his countenance adorned with a standard smile. Is it regarding the recent share transaction? Ren Zi pondered, gently biting her lip before rising and gracefully exiting the room. Mr. Gu, did you summon me for a specific matter? Upon entering the office, her gaze was immediately met by the man's piercing black eyes, their coldness causing a slight tremor. However, upon recognizing her, his gaze softened marginally. He appeared to have just concluded a phone call, the darkened screen concealing the number from view. Presumably, it was the elder Mr. Gu, she mused, recollecting his departure with the intent of confronting someone. Here, Xi Qing stated, his slender fingers pressing down on the document within the transparent bag, which he then slid towards Ren Zi. Ren Zi's expression reflected her bewilderment as she opened the bag, her complexion undergoing a transformation upon reading the title page. Mr. Gu, these are Gu Corporation's share transfer documents, he elucidated. No more, no less. Precisely the amount that Xi Qing just sold. She gazed at the man before her with a touch of trepidation, uncertain of his intentions. These shares are all under your name. As if feeling the warmth, Xi Qing loosened his tie with one hand, allowing several strands of his once neatly combed hair to fall, accentuating his languor. The man's tone was nonchalant as he stated, the funds were deducted from the bank card you previously provided. From the bank card she had given him? Ren Zi recalled the card she had used to repay the mortgage, wondering how there could possibly be enough money in it to acquire 8% of Gu's shares. This represented a value of hundreds of millions. Her emotions were a mix of complexity as she gripped the corner of the document, leaving a crease on its surface. You no longer need to endure any grievances here. Xi Qing tapped his fingers lightly on the table, remarking casually, after all, even I am working for you. Ren Zi's eyes widened, her gaze filled with a deer-like alarm that made one want to tease her further. Unhappy? The man raised an eyebrow, propping his elbow on the table and drawing his chair closer. Am I not qualified to work for you? Ren Zi's ears grew flushed, and she chided him playfully. Then, she placed the document back on the table, saying, President Gu, this is far too valuable for me to accept. Xi Qing observed her with poised interest, making no move to retrieve it. Gu's is now yours. Ren Zi took a deep breath and, after regaining her composure, said, it would be better for these 8% of shares to remain in your name. Otherwise, if those individuals harbor any ulterior motives, they might seize this opportunity to act. Xi Qing detected the concern in her words, and a glint of hidden light flashed in his eyes. Will you betray me? Of course not. Ren Zi responded almost instinctively. How could she possibly betray Xi Qing, who had come to her aid during her most challenging times? She could never be that ungrateful person. Then I shall accept these shares. Xi Qing's expression remained calm as he made a decisive choice. If they wished to wrest the Gu Corporation from his grasp, they would have to convene a board meeting. At that moment, all she needed to do was stand by his side, and they would still be unable to shake his position. Faced with the seriousness in the man's gaze, Ren Zi reluctantly accepted the document. Before leaving the office, she softly remarked, if one day you wish to reclaim these shares, just say the word. She would unconditionally return them. After her departure, Xi Qing continued to gaze at the door, lost in thought. His fingers unconsciously brushed against his chest. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though his heart had quickened. Mr. Gu, there is a document that requires your signature. Chen Han entered just before noon, seeking Xi Qing, only to find Ren Zi present as well. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He bent down to place the document on the coffee table. As Xi Qing reached for it to sign, Chen Han's gaze remained fixed on Ren Zi. When had this shift occurred? He reflected, recalling how Xi Qing had not requested his assistance with meal orders for quite some time, while the lady had taken to dining in the office. The rapport between them seemed far more intimate than it had been at the onset of their marriage. Chen Han? Assistant Chen. Startled, Chen Han snapped out of his reverie. Realizing he had been inadvertently staring at Madame, a wave of unease washing over him. Mr. Gu, I assure you, I was not looking at Madame. He explained, inwardly lamenting his blunder, certain that his annual bonus was now in jeopardy. Ren Zi chuckled softly, understanding that Chen Han's actions were devoid of malice. Merely a momentary lapse in focus. Xi Qing, Chen has been diligently working on documents throughout lunchtime without pause. It's likely his momentary distraction came from hunger, she said, interceding on Chen Han's behalf. Chen Han cast a grateful glance at Ren Zi. However, he cautiously observed his boss, noting that the customary appellation of Mr. Gu had been replaced with a more intimate form of address. Could this be a sign that their charade was evolving into a genuine relationship? With her assuming the role of the true Mrs. Gu? With Ren Zi's intervention, Xi Qing relented, dismissing him with a curt command to take the documents and leave. Chen Han swiftly complied, hurrying out of the office. As Ren Zi resumed her meal, she noticed that Xi Qing's bowl was empty of soup. She reached out to refill it, but another hand was quicker. The man, having rolled up his sleeves to facilitate eating, revealed a glimpse of his muscular forearm. With effortless grace, he took her bowl and replenished it with soup. Ren Zi was momentarily lost in thought. She reflected on how, in recent times, this man had consistently taken care of her. While she had reciprocated his care, his attentiveness had been more immediate and pronounced. Yet, a twinge of guilt stirred within her as she furrowed her brow. At the outset, she had promised to take action, yet now there remains no resolution. Not even a hint of progress. She had assured him of her assistance in investigating the Gu family's affairs. What is she contemplating? When Xi Qing placed the soup before Ren Zi, he keenly discerned her momentary distraction and opted to inquire further. Ren Zi shook her head, her fingertips tightening around the chopsticks. She needed to hasten her pace, otherwise, she would be unworthy of Xi Qing's kindness towards her. Just as Xi Qing intended to probe further, his phone rang abruptly. An unfamiliar number illuminated the screen. He answered the call, and a voice, official and detached, resonated through the receiver. Is this Mr. Gu from Gu Corporation? We have a former employee named Han Miao, who, regrettably, has passed away due to an accident. And a case has been filed. May we cooperate with you in our investigation? Ren Zi gazed at Xi Qing in astonishment. Their proximity allowed her to hear every word clearly. Han Miao is dead? How could her demise have occurred so suddenly? Chapter 56, receiving the report half an hour later. Xi Qing's office welcomed two unusual guests. Lu Mingji, the man who had just called to inform Xi Qing, donned a blue uniform and sat expressionlessly on the couch, scrutinizing the two individuals across from him. This is our case filing notice, he stated, lowering his gaze as he placed the documents and his identification on the coffee table. After Xi Qing examined the credentials, a deeper shadow flickered in his eyes, and his thin lips formed a displeased curve. Having dealt with numerous cases, Lu Mingji held a particular disdain for individuals from affluent families. He turned his attention to Ren Zi and remarked in a subdued tone, "You must be Ren Zi. Am I correct? The forensic report corroborates that Han Miao's demise occurred on the very day of her departure from Gu's enterprise. An occasion witnessed by the entirety of your company, where you personally escorted her downstairs. Prior to this, a considerable altercation transpired between the two of you." Ms. Ren assented with circumspection. "As the last individual seen with the deceased, it is imperative that you accompany us for investigative inquiry." Lu Mingji articulated the purpose of their visit with candor. "Should your involvement be extraneous to these events, your cooperation in providing a statement will suffice. Post which you shall be returned." "Very well, I shall accompany you." Ms. Ren, with a clear conscience, perceived no cause for apprehension. However, as she arose, her wrist was firmly seized, the pressure causing her discomfort. She glanced downward, meeting the concerned gaze of the gentleman. Xi Qing paused momentarily, then relinquished his grasp. Rising to address Lu Mingji, his tone tinged with frost. "Presumably, constabulary regulations do not preclude the presence of family members. I shall await her egress at the threshold." Lu Mingji remained indifferent to such matters. He and his colleague escorted Ms. Ren from the premises. Nearing the close of business, Ms. Ren completed her deposition and emerged from the precinct, having received instructions from Lu Mingji to refrain from traveling abroad for the time being. "Let us dine." Xi Qing had already dismissed Chen Han, opting to drive himself home. Midway through the repast, Ms. Ren could no longer suppress her query. "Do you not intend to inquire as to the nature of the matter?" The gentleman raised his gaze, placing the crab meat he had meticulously extracted into her bowl, and stated with gravitas, "What need is there for inquiry? My conviction in your innocence suffices, does it not?" Ms. Ren was taken aback. She was fully aware that she ought not to, yet she found herself inexplicably delighted by her unreserved trust in this individual. The following day, as Ren Zi entered the office, she sensed an intangible gaze lingering around her. However, when she turned to look, there was nothing amiss. "Have you all checked the company forum?" she overheard as she approached the secretary's office. Before she could even push the door open, a familiar female voice drifted out. Who could possibly resist? Are those rumors true? I heard Han Miao has died, and Ren Zi is the prime suspect. They never got along, and before Han left, Ren pretended to bid her farewell. Such a person could be a murderer, sharing the same office with us, what if? Her words trailed off as the door swung open, interrupting her. The moment their eyes met Ren Zi's, everyone hastily returned to their tasks. Ren Zi instinctively clenched her fists. She understood that the fact of her being taken away by the police could not remain concealed, yet she had merely cooperated with the investigation as a witness. In their narratives, she had transformed into the alleged murderer. Rumors are indeed fearsome, who knows how widely they might spread behind closed doors. In the ensuing days, the whispers grew more intense, escalating to the point where anyone opposing Ren Zi risked being deemed a target for her supposed wrath. Chen Han. Upon discovering anonymous reports in his inbox demanding Ren Zi's dismissal from the group, was at a loss regarding whether to present them to his superior. Each one called for her expulsion. Unsure of how to proceed, he decided to first deliver a document requiring Xi Qing's signature. Just as he stepped outside, he realized he had forgotten something and turned back, only to find an unexpected presence at his desk. Miss Ren, what are you doing? Realizing the page she had just opened, Chen Han's expression shifted subtly as he strode over to shut down the computer. Ren Lin feigned ignorance, inquiring with a puzzled tone. I didn't do anything, Special Assistant Chen. I came to retrieve the Ren Corporation's documents, didn't you inform me yourself? Indeed, he had. However, Chen Han cast a sidelong glance at the darkened screen, wondering if she had caught a glimpse of its contents. The documents are here. He produced the relevant files from Ren Corporation, handing them directly to Ren Lin, and stated, Miss Ren, in the future, if I am not in the office, please wait for my return. There are numerous documents in the office, many of which are confidential. Ren Lin nodded in agreement before departing on her high heels. Once outside Chen Han's office, the feigned bewilderment vanished entirely from her face, confirming that she was unobserved. She turned into the adjacent fire escape and retrieved her phone to examine the photos she had just taken. Were they not the anonymous letters of denunciation? The mockery in Ren Lin's eyes intensified. She intended to see how Ren Zi would manage to remain at the company this time. Chen Han and Xi Qing were clearly attempting to suppress the matter, she would not allow it. Monday, at the group's shareholders' meeting. Xi Qing rested one hand on the conference table, his gaze calmly surveying those presenting the recent earnings reports. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Ren Lin rose from her position at the end of the table. President Gu, I have something to address. Xi Qing's dark eyes narrowed slightly, an aura of danger enveloping him. Chen Han's heart skipped a beat. He suspected that what Ren Lin was about to say might be related to the several letters he had received. These letters reflected the collective sentiment of the company employees. Ren Lin projected her smartphone screen onto the display and spoke sternly, stating that having such individuals in the company would only instill daily anxiety among everyone, hindering productivity. Gu General, what do you believe should be done? A cold glint gradually enveloped Xi Qing's gaze. His look towards Ren Lin resembling that of someone who had already deemed her a lost cause. His voice was frigid as he remarked that she was innocent, and the police merely took her in for a statement. Gu General, are you intending to protect Ren Zi? Ren Lin boldly retorted. She cannot remain in the company, interjected Director Miao, who was of the same generation as the elder Gu. Within the conference room, aside from Xi Qing, his words carried the most weight, and he had long aspired to ascend in rank. With the situation not yet spiraled out of control, he understood that should outsiders become aware, the Gu family's shares would undoubtedly suffer. For the sake of the company, a decisive resolution was imperative. Director Miao cast an ambiguous glance at Ren Zi. Having heard rumors about the eldest daughter of the Ren family and knowing that Xi Qing had severed ties with the Jing family over this woman, he had initially contemplated how to leverage her against Xi Qing, but he had not anticipated such timely intervention. Uncle Miao, it seems you have misunderstood. Xi Qing cast a cold, disdainful glance at him, his tone emanating a formidable authority that instilled a sense of dread. She was not at fault. Han Miao's departure stemmed from her own missteps. If one were to indiscriminately expel someone, the company would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 57, She is Remarkable. Xi Qing. I recently had the occasion to meet your father. Miao Dong shot a sardonic glance at Ren Zi, her expression a blend of mocking amusement and thinly veiled derision. This individual must comprehend the gravity of the situation. Should you persist in retaining this person, we may very well need to reconsider who occupies your position. After all, we are all here for our own interests, not to indulge in romantic games. This final remark stung Xi Qing deeply. Ren Zi lowered her gaze slightly, emotions beginning to swell within her, causing her to unconsciously tighten her fingers. All of this was a consequence of her actions. Regardless of whether he was at the Gu family estate or within Gu Corporation, Xi Qing had never been as carefree as others perceived. He had ascended to his current position through immense effort. If possible, she wished to be his support rather than a burden, assisting him in overcoming the obstacles ahead. Uncle. I know you are reluctant. Ren Linwan noticed that most people were aligned with her stance and, altering her address, softened her tone to bridge the gap between herself and Xi Qing. However, the company had its own trajectory. One could not forsake external opportunities for the sake of Ren Zi. As soon as she uttered these words, several others echoed their agreement. Ren Linwan's eyes flickered momentarily, and she deftly redirected the conversation towards Ren Zi, feigning innocence as she inquired, Secretary Ren, what is your opinion? This matter concerns you, for the sake of the company. You ought to discern which decisions are indeed right. Ren Zi raised her gaze, clearly perceiving the malice lurking in the depths of her eyes. Was she resorting to moral coercion, fearing she could not persuade Xi Qing? Chen Han, anxiously observing from the side, recognized that the shareholders present were predominantly those possessing stakes in the Gu Corporation. Should they unite, Gu could suppress this issue, but with diverse opinions. One could never be certain how these individuals might portray Ren Zi behind closed doors. Yet, what wrong had Ren Zi committed? The dismissal of Han Miao stemmed from her violation of company regulations, while Ren Zi had merely acted out of kindness in assisting her. Why, then, does virtue seem unrewarded? His position rendered him incapable of voicing his thoughts in such a setting. He could only hope Ren Zi would demonstrate resolve. I have some materials I wish for you to examine. From the moment she first heard the rumors, Ren Zi had been diligently preparing the documents at her disposal, anticipating the day they might be required. She had not expected to be exposed during the shareholders' meeting. Exiting the conference room, she proceeded to distribute the photocopied documents to each individual in turn. Secretary Ren, what does this mean? By the time the last person received the file, Director Miao had already gleaned the essence of its contents. He understood the information within, yet he was perplexed as to Ren Zi's intent in presenting it now. The projects outlined in this document are those I participated in since my employment began, Ren Zi remarked, her eyelids barely lifted, an icy glimmer in her gaze as she smirked. Among them are contracts that nearly jeopardized our collaboration, threatening significant losses for Gu Corporation. There are endeavors that others deem impossible, yet I am able to accomplish them. Meanwhile, Xi Qing has divested his shares, channeling the proceeds into the company as working capital. He has successfully secured 2 collaborative projects with the government, which commenced just a few days ago. Each project is lucrative, with no losses incurred whatsoever. I concede that your professional capabilities are commendable. It is likely that Director Miao intends to leverage these achievements to secure her position within the company. She bluntly stated that, according to state regulations, should the company choose to retain you this time, what of the discontent it may sow among others? The sacrifice of the individual is secondary. One must prioritize the company's welfare. Director Miao, are you attempting to impose a moral obligation upon me? Ren Zi's tone remained steady, yet an aura of authority, reminiscent of Xi Qing, emanated from her. I merely wish for you to comprehend that if I were to maintain or even augment the dividends from Gu's Corporation, would you still desire my departure? The atmosphere thickened as the audience exchanged glances, their skepticism towards Ren Zi palpable. The rustle of turning pages echoed once more in the conference room. This time, they observed with earnest intent rather than a cursory glance. Do not be deceived by her. As the prospect of her plan's failure loomed, Ren Linwan could not suppress her anxiety. The dividends in question are a testament to the efforts of the company's employees. Are you truly willing to dishearten them for Ren Zi's sake? Some individuals harbored lingering doubts, and Ren Linwan's words reignited their indecision. You must understand that a company values its employees and the humane consideration extended to them. Seizing the opportune moment, Ren Linwan pressed her advantage, yet, with Ren Zi burdened by the stigma of a murderer, any prospective ventures would be met with skepticism from potential collaborators. The feats she envisioned were simply unattainable. Chen Han, Have her removed at once. Xi Qing interjected abruptly, his dark eyes fixing intently on Ren Linwan, an atmosphere of oppressive silence descending upon all present. Emboldened by his employer's directive, Chen Han hastened to escort her away. Seeing Ren Linwan poised to speak, he swiftly preempted her, forcibly ushering her towards the exit. In his estimation, she was the true malefactor. At the threshold, Ren Linwan distinctly overheard Xi Qing's decisive pronouncement, "This matter is not open for further debate." The man's fingers drummed lightly on the table, his gaze sweeping menacingly across those assembled. Ren Zi will remain at Gu's corporation. Were she truly a murderer? The authorities would have apprehended her without delay. What is the cause of your undue haste? With that, he adjourned the meeting. Ren Zi gathered her documents, resolutely following Xi Qing as he departed the conference room for his executive suite. In the sanctuary of the president's office, Chen Han exhaled in relief. Fortunately, no misstep occurred. Had Madame been ousted, I. His words faltered as he realized his indiscretion, but the moment had passed. Was that email traced to your account? Xi Qing, reclining on the sofa, his legs crossed, cast an icy glance towards Chen Han. His voice was frigid. That Ren Linwan was able to pilfer such information reflects poorly on your competence. Your year-end bonus will be forfeited. Should there be a recurrence, consider yourself dismissed. Chen Han was crestfallen. Indeed, Ren Lin is quite the jinx, and rather discourteous. I trust they are not causing you undue distress? Ren Zi's concerns lay elsewhere. She turned towards Xi Qing, pursing her lips slightly. I observed a certain lack of endorsement for your strategies among them. It seemed their reluctance to instigate conflict stemmed solely from Xi Qing's assertive demeanor. Madam, there is no cause for apprehension, Chen Han interjected, ever perceptive to his employer's countenance. None of us anticipated your unveiling of that document. Those shareholders are astute individuals, your ability to generate profit for them ensures your indispensability. Your performance on this occasion was commendable. However, for future endeavors, consider making such documents more conspicuous, and ensure the data within is articulated with greater clarity, thereby further captivating their interest. Ren Zi nodded attentively, acknowledging Chen Han's insights as valuable learning opportunities she had initially overlooked. Chapter 58, a medley of jubilation and despair. Xi Qing, seated beside her, rested his chin upon his hand, his gaze imbued with admiration. She now presented a stark contrast to her former self, vivacious, akin to a radiant sun. The realization that her transformation was, in part, attributable to him filled him with a sense of contentment. Ren Lin, thwarted in her objectives, seethed with indignation. Where are you off to? She inquired. Returning to her workstation. She retrieved her bag and stormed out, disregarding the calls from behind. The hospital, she retorted. Upon ascertaining Jing Shiyuan's room on the third floor, Ren Lin ascended via the elevator, feigning distress before entering the room. Has arrived, Jing Shiyuan greeted. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Han turned around, her countenance softening slightly as she offered a wan smile. Have you come to visit, eh? She inquired. In recent days, you were the first among her peers to do so. I should have been with my sister that day, murmured, her face etched with remorse. Had I been by her side, perhaps this unfortunate incident would not have transpired. Her words cast an even deeper pall over the atmosphere in the sick room. Jing sustained no significant physical injuries. Her reluctance to leave the hospital stemmed from the family's protracted silence in offering an explanation. Moreover, had yet to make an appearance. At this realization, Lin Han's expression grew increasingly grim. Come over here, interjected, noticing his arrival. Her eyes darkened perceptibly, fearing that she might evoke further unpleasant recollections. She promptly beckoned the young woman to her side. Are my sister's wounds severe? Inquired, standing beside, her gaze fixed on Jing with feigned concern. A fleeting flicker of disdain momentarily betraying her true sentiments. She appears to be in good health, yet she persists in this charade, she mused inwardly. Undoubtedly. She seeks to exploit the situation to morally obligate to take responsibility when he finally arrives. However, recalling defensive in the conference room earlier, she surmised that Zhang's machinations were destined to fail. Is at fault in this matter, declared, witnessing Zhang's despondency with indignation. Grandfather is already in discussions with your uncle regarding the nuptials. This matter is settled, yet he chose to create such a spectacle at the banquet. Did your grandfather say anything? Zheng Kaiyan furrowed his brow, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. This matter had been initiated by the old man himself, initially. The Qing family had not eagerly pursued this marriage proposal. How was he to explain this now? The individuals present in the room exchanged glances. Their expressions tinged with inscrutable meanings, yet they understood that it was unwise to provoke Xi Qing at this juncture. "Brother, perhaps you should meet with the old man?" Xi suggested, adjusting his coat as he stepped forward. "The old man is reasonable. If he insists on facilitating this marriage, a Yuan could still be with Xi Qing. Isn't there a saying about marrying first and loving later? Although Xi Qing may not yet have developed feelings for a Yuan, once they are together, he will surely come to appreciate her virtues." Xi Qing's eyes darkened slightly, and he refrained from responding immediately. The union with the Gu family indeed presented numerous advantages. Yet Xi Qing's ambiguous stance gave him pause. Should anything happen to the old man, the Gu family? As a businessman, he naturally sought to maximize profits. He could not afford to squander the daughter he had meticulously raised. "Dad, this is all my fault. I have brought shame upon the Qing family." Xing Shiyuan's eyes reddened as she slowly sat up from her hospital bed, her oversized gown accentuating her frail figure. As if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away. A Yuan. Lin Hanshuang, who had no sons, had always cherished her daughter as her most prized possession. Throughout her life, Xing Shiyuan had made her proud, earning her respect among others in their circle. Yet, it all seemed to unravel because of one Xi Qing. She was filled with such intense hatred that her teeth nearly crumbled, yet she felt powerless against the Gu family. "Mother, I am well aware." Xing Shiyuan's expression darkened. Her lips paling, which only accentuated her pitiable state. A flicker of sympathy crossed Gu Ningxu's eyes. He had never witnessed such a demeanor from his cousin before. "I will seek out my uncle," he declared, striding towards the door. "Stop right there." Xi Qing's expression was grim, his voice frosty. "I shall speak to the old master Gu about this matter. You are also part of the Gu family. What favorable treatment can you expect from Gu Shiqing regarding this issue? Furthermore, did you not just return to the capital after much difficulty?" Gu Ningxu's countenance faltered. "Father. Xi Qing has never explicitly stated his intention to marry me. Our engagement with the Gu family has only been established verbally." Xing Shiyuan forced a smile, seemingly attempting to console them. "It is all my fault. I should not have harbored aspirations for things that do not belong to me. Yet, why must I drag you down with me in this humiliation?" As she spoke, her voice quivered with a hint of tears. "Elder brother." Zhongduiqi could not help but gaze at his niece a moment longer, then turned to speak with Xi Qing, only to be met with a dismissive glare. "Do not call me elder brother," Xi Qing retorted with displeasure. "You once praised this marriage to the heavens, yet what has come of it? You cannot even voice your opinions within the Gu family." Zhongduiqi, feeling slighted, stood silently beside them, her anger preventing her from speaking further. The hospital room fell into a profound silence. Ren Zi was unaware that Ren Linwan had gone to the hospital. Upon exiting Gu Shiqing's office, she devoted herself to organizing materials for other projects, as the grand statements made during the shareholders' meeting demanded realization. As the workday neared its conclusion, a call from Xin Zhiyao interrupted her thoughts. Ren Zi set aside her documents, her tone imbued with a hint of excitement. "Why are you calling me?" "ZZ. How about you come to my apartment after work?" Xin Zhiyao's voice resonated through the phone. "I have prepared a surprise for you. It's been so many days since we last met." By the end of her statement, a tinge of grievance colored her words. Ren Zi glanced at the papers strewn across her desk, wishing to finish organizing them at that moment. "Do you love me?" Xin Zhiyao, sensing the wavering in her tone, playfully insisted. "I don't care. I want to see you today. If you don't come to the apartment, I will stay put. Let us see if you will be heartbroken over me." A smile tugged at the corners of Ren Zi's lips, and she acquiesced. On the other end, after hanging up, Xin Zhiyao meticulously examined the velvet boxes laid before her. Inside were the jewels she had previously photographed. To her, they might seem like the most ordinary of objects. Yet Ren Zi would undoubtedly be elated. For these treasures belonged to her grandmother. When the Ren family faced their misfortunes, all of her grandmother's belongings were auctioned off. And these necklaces and ornaments were among them. Xin Zhiyao recounted the boxes once more, her heart brimming with joy as she awaited Ren Zi's arrival after work. Chapter 59, I only hope you are happy after finishing work. Ren Zi hurried towards Yanting community. The moment she entered the password, the apartment door opened obediently. ZZ. Settling onto the sofa with legs crossed, Shen Jiao's eyes curved gently, her rosy lips parted slightly, and her voluminous hair cascaded over her shoulders. Adorned in a white loungewear, she exuded an air of docile charm. Ren Zi placed her bag down, her gaze arrested by the velvet boxes on the coffee table. What are these? Shen Jiao descended from the sofa, guiding her to sit down while she herself took a seat on the rug. She picked up one of the boxes, opening it and presenting it to Ren Zi. Let me be clear, no tears allowed. She feigned an air of nonchalant generosity, yet her eyes betrayed her eager anticipation. Ren Zi stared at the necklace within the box, a rare display of diffidence on her face. This is Grandma's dowry. Her fingertips trembled as she touched the necklace, a delicate flush tinting the corners of her eyes, unable to fully believe what lay before her. Besides this one, there were several other velvet boxes of varying sizes on the coffee table. Are they all the same? Do you like them? Shen Jiao felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. Though she was smiling, her eyes welled up imperceptibly. Fearing Ren Zi would notice her tears, she leaned forward, concealing the turmoil within her heart. Ren Zi took a deep breath to regain her composure. She opened each box before her, confirming her suspicions. Jiao, did these cost you a fortune? She looked at Shen Jiao with heartfelt concern, her voice trembling. I know how the Shen family treats you, your little nest egg. She hadn't expected Shen Jiao to sacrifice so much for her, even now. Having regained her composure, Shen Jiao gestured vaguely at the array of boxes before them. Confessing with a touch of sheepishness, actually, I only acquired a portion of these myself, the remainder were procured by CEO Gu. CEO Gu? Gu Xi Qing? Ren Zi inquired. Taken aback. The auction of these ornaments must have transpired several years prior. How could Gu Xi Qing have acquired them so early? Seeing her perplexed expression, Shen Jiao hastily waved her hands. Please, don't direct your inquiries to me, I am equally uninformed. My initial intention was solely to present you with the portion I had personally obtained, but CEO Gu requested that I assist him in conveying the rest. As for any further details, she suggested it would be more appropriate to consult the individual directly involved. Ren Zi delicately pursed her vermilion lips and retrieved her mobile phone from her handbag, proceeding to dial Gu Xiqing's number. Madam, please hold for a moment. Chen Han's voice resonated through the line, followed by the sound of footsteps, and after a brief pause, Gu Xiqing's deep voice filled the silence. What is the matter? Ren Zi glanced at Shen Jiao, who was engrossed in examining the jewelry within the boxes, seemingly oblivious to her gaze. She cleared her throat softly and began to speak with deliberation. Jiao is presently in my company. Is there something peculiar about Shen Jiao being in your proximity? A moment later, Gu Xiqing's fingers, which had been resting on the table, paused momentarily as a realization dawned upon him. The items he had previously entrusted to Shen Jiao for delivery. Gu Xiqing, I extend my gratitude to you. Understanding that he had comprehended her meaning, Ren Zi expressed her sincere appreciation. I am at a loss as to how I can adequately reciprocate your kindness. Logically, she should not have accepted those items. However, they were a legacy from her grandmother. The reason I enlisted Shen Jiao to deliver them to you was to alleviate any undue pressure on your part. Gu Xiqing lifted his gaze towards the outside. The weather today was delightful, with shadows dancing upon him, infusing his eyes with warmth. He softly uttered, There is no need for thanks, for all I desire is your happiness. Upon finishing his words, he excused himself from the call, citing an upcoming meeting. Ren Zi and Shen Jiao carefully stored away the boxes, lingering for a moment before returning to their respective homes. Madam, the sir has yet to return, reported Xiao Yun as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. I am not in a hurry, Ren Zi replied, gesturing towards the second floor. I shall go upstairs to unpack, I will descend once Xi Qing returns. Xiao Yun nodded in acknowledgement before retreating back into the kitchen. After ascending the staircase, Ren Zi changed into comfortable loungewear and proceeded to the terrace, where she moved the cardboard box she had previously obtained from Guningshu. The evening breeze was slightly cool, yet it invigorated her spirit. Her fingertips grazed the tape as she meticulously peeled it away. Although she had already perused the contents once, a gentle swell of emotion surged within her upon seeing the familiar old items once more. Her fingertips trembled, and her heart felt as though it were being tightly grasped. That overwhelming sentiment nearly consumed her whole being. Silent tears cascaded down her cheeks, leaving damp marks upon the box. Ultimately, she cradled the contents tightly, her shoulders trembling incessantly. Immersed in her own thoughts, Ren Zi remained oblivious to Xi Qing's approach. He stood a short distance away, his gaze deepening with intensity. The woman had her hair carelessly swept back, with wisps of strands cascading down, brushing against her face at that moment. Dressed in pristine white leisure wear, her slender alabaster wrists were exposed, and her stifled sobs evoked an increasing sense of empathy. It was only when the delicate tissue touched her cheek that Ren Zi noticed Xi Qing's presence. Her initial reaction was one of embarrassment. It seemed that whenever she was emotionally vulnerable, he invariably appeared, witnessing her discomposure. "Cease your weeping," Xi Qing said, his voice laced with concern. "Were these items bequeathed to you by your father?" Unable to offer conventional solace, he adroitly shifted the focus to the contents of the cardboard box. Ren Zi nodded, dabbing away her tears, and proceeded to introduce each item within the box. When she mentioned the watch, Xi Qing's gaze perceptibly altered. "Hold a moment," he interjected. Beneath Ren Zi's questioning gaze, he heard himself inquire, "Might I examine this watch?" He vaguely recalled having encountered the timepiece previously. Ren Zi acquiesced, handing him the watch. Xi Qing suppressed a smile and meticulously scrutinized the watch, eventually discovering a scratch on the strap, an inadvertent mark he had made in the past. At that time, the watch belonged to Gu Ningshu's father, Gu Shixuan. "What is amiss?" Ren Zi asked. Xi Qing's sudden silence only amplified Ren Zi's unease. She examined the watch intently, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. In her recollection, her father had never possessed such an extravagant timepiece. "This is not my father's," Ren Zi blurted out. Yet, if the item did not belong to her father, why had it surfaced within the box? A clue emerged from the fog, a tantalizing glimpse of what lay beneath. She wondered to herself, then why would Gu Shixuan's watch be among my father's belongings? Did it fall in there later by accident? Or was it on my father at the time, and someone mistakenly thought it was his possession when handling the body and collected it? I'll have it sent for analysis. Xi Qing refrained from touching the watch again, subsequently encasing it in a transparent bag. With a slight parting of his lips, he uttered, "If there turns out to be anyone else's skin cells on this watch, it would indicate that her father's demise was no accident." Ren Zi bit her lip tightly, the thought that she might have been in love with her father's murderer's son for so many years, regret, guilt, sorrow. All emotions intertwined in her heart. Chapter 60, no need to tell her at the hospital, the Jing family and Gu Ningshu had successively departed from the ward, leaving only Ren Linwan to keep watch through the night. Jing Shiyuan turned to the person making the bed on the sofa and, uncharacteristically, inquired, "How are you and Gu Ningshu doing? When are you planning to get married?" Ren Linwan's eyes dimmed slightly. After making the bed, she sat down directly, met Jing Shiyuan's gaze, and responded, "Marriage is not something to rush into, of course. We still want to enjoy our freedom for a while longer." Jing Shiyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and that bit of goodwill instantly dissipated. She could tell that this person had no intention of telling her the truth at all, otherwise she wouldn't be able to utter such placating words. However, their only common ground was probably wanting to marry into the Gu family. In the future, they would still be proper relatives. "Does Ningshu love you?" Taking the adjacent glass, Jing Shiyuan noted the water's tepid temperature and inquired with a raised brow. A man's genuine affection is invariably palpable, especially when he seeks to secure his beloved. From the previous soiree to the present sickroom, she perceived distinctly that Gu Ningshu's feelings for Ren Linwan were devoid of true affection. "Of course he cares," Ren Linwan countered, forcing a smile as she met Jing Shiyuan's gaze. "Why else would he propose an engagement?" Doubtlessly due to intertwined interests, Jing Shiyuan mused. Their families were inextricably bound together. Even if Gu Ningshu wished to dissolve the betrothal, Jing Duiqi and the others were far from naive. "However, you two shall soon embark on this vessel." With this thought, Jing Shiyuan offered a well-intentioned suggestion, "Given that you have consummated the engagement, perhaps consider conceiving. Bestow upon him a son, and the Gu family's lineage shall be secure." A flash of vexation crossed Ren Linwan's eyes. She yearned to conceive, yet her constitution, her past indiscretions had led to 2 abortions. Despite frequent relations with Gu Ningshu, conception eluded her. The vibration of her mobile phone on the table roused her. She snatched it up, and upon unlocking the screen, she recoiled in fury. Startled by her reaction, Jing Shiyuan furrowed her brow and approached, only to find Ren Linwan ashen-faced and trembling. A photograph dominated the screen, depicting none other than Gu Ningxiu and Ren Zi. "I shall confront her. I shall slay her," she exclaimed. Incensed beyond restraint, Ren Linwan exclaimed, questioning if she was so debased as to seduce any man belonging to them. With that, she made to rush out the door. "Nuan Nuan. Wait." Jing Shiyuan interjected, seizing her arm just in time, but in the ensuing struggle, she was jolted against the cabinet, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Ren Linwan, witnessing her sister's painful descent to the floor, was seized by panic. Casting aside her phone, she hastened to assist her, asking with concern about her well-being and offering to summon a physician. "Compose yourself." After the initial throes of pain subsided, Jing Shiyuan regained her composure, asserting that she was unharmed and that there were alternative solutions to confronting Ren Zi directly. Ren Linwan, seemingly persuaded, inquired about these alternative solutions. Jing Shiyuan, discerning her thoughts, mentally berated her for her naivete before extending her hand, requesting her phone. With some reservation, Ren Linwan relinquished her phone. Jing Shiyuan promptly forwarded the photograph to Jing Duiqi. She reasoned that as they were not yet married, intervening in such matters would be inappropriate and potentially detrimental to their relationship. However, Jing Duiqi's situation was different. Already harboring animosity towards Ren Zi due to the events at the banquet, the sight of the photograph would undoubtedly amplify her loathing to its zenith. With her intervention, Gu Ningxi would be spared any resentment. Upon hearing Jing Shiyuan's analysis, Ren Linwan's admiration for her sister's sagacity deepened, fostering a sense of closeness. After applying her facial mask, Jing Duiqi finally glanced at the photo, and her expression immediately darkened. "Look at your precious son," she exclaimed angrily as she stormed into the study, hurling her phone at Jing Shixuan, her voice icy. "Is your Gu family solely dedicated to tormenting us? Do you think we are easy prey? What nonsense are you spouting?" Jing Shixuan, engrossed in reviewing documents, seized the phone and cast a fleeting glance at it, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. What can this photo possibly convey? Is our son not still destined to wed that Ren family's girl? In my opinion, she is hardly worthy of becoming our daughter-in-law, falling short of even a fraction of Ren Zi's merits. Jing Duiqi, having caught the glint of emotion in his gaze, gritted her teeth and retorted, "If you cherish Ren Zi so much, what if she were to discover what happened back then?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jing Shixuan's piercing gaze silenced her. "It's all your fault." Jing Duiqi, refraining from mentioning that incident, exclaimed indignantly. "I warned you from the start that we must eradicate the roots of the problem, yet you all deemed it inconsequential. Now, not only is Gu Xiqing siding with Ren Zi, but even our son is leaning in that direction. Is this not your responsibility to manage?" A wave of discomfort surged within Jing Shixuan as he replied coldly, "If you were not so foolish, you would understand the consequences." Jing Duiqi had initially thrown her into prison, intending to see her fail to rise again. Who could have foreseen her remarkable resilience? It had only been a short time since her release, and even Gu Xiqing had fallen under her spell. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing sat on the sofa, the recording of Jing Duiqi and Jing Shixuan's quarrel playing on the computer before him, a smirk of derision and disdain etched upon his face. What appears to be marital bliss is often a facade for public consumption. Since Ren Zi informed him that Madame Gu's incident might involve Jing Duiqi, he had already arranged for individuals to infiltrate their villa, which is how he obtained the recording. As for Ren Zi, it's best she remains oblivious. "President Gu, should we?" Chen Han leaned in and whispered a few words, but Gu Xiqing promptly dismissed the idea. "Assign a few people to monitor Ren Zi during this period." The man's dark eyes narrowed slightly as his fingers tapped on the sofa, a chill emanating from him. "My sister-in-law is not to be underestimated. If she can quarrel with my brother yesterday, she will find a way to resolve her troubles today. And for her, the biggest trouble is Ren Zi." Chen Han nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Ren Zi continued to go to work as usual, but she felt uneasy. She kept recalling what Han Miao had said to her before. Even the company wasn't safe. So, did Han Miao know she would be in danger? "Yao Yao. Do you think Han Miao was asking for my help or warning me of danger before she left? I'm worried that her death has something to do with me." The sudden demise of someone she was just talking to was a significant shock to Ren Zi, and she couldn't shake it off. Chapter 61, Seducing Men, Don't Overthink It, How Could Her Death Possibly Be Related to You? Xin Jiao's comforting message arrived swiftly. Ren Zi stared at the message, but she couldn't shake the feeling. If only she had that day. She flipped her hand over on the table and, after a few seconds, got up to go to the Human Resources Department. Ms. Ren, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Qi Ran inquired, surprised by Ren Zi's presence. Having encountered her once while managing employee files and amidst the company's rampant rumors, Ren Zi's identity was hardly a mystery. Ren Zi acknowledged her greeting with a nod, proceeding. Do you still have Han Miao's records? At this, Qi Ran cast a more scrutinizing glance. She dismissed the company's lurid rumors. Yet Ren Zi's brazen request for the files seemed audacious. Did she not fear the potential for misinterpretation? I'll forward them to your email, she replied. Qi Ran harbored no ill will. Ren Zi had the backing of Xi Qing, and she was not foolish enough to antagonize her. Upon receiving the desired documents, Ren Zi promptly departed the Human Resources Department. Back in the secretary's office, she accessed the file, only to find the family section for Han Miao conspicuously blank. Furthermore, despite her years of service at Gu's, earning a considerable annual salary, she had neither purchased property nor accumulated substantial savings, and her living conditions were abject. Perplexed, she knitted her brows in thought when a sudden ring pierced the silence. The display revealed an unsaved number, yet the final 4 digits betrayed the caller's identity. After a moment's hesitation, Ren Zi answered, coolly retorting, is there something you require? Barely containing her ire, Xingduiqi endeavored to maintain a composed tone. Ren Zi. It has been quite some time since your return, and we have yet to properly meet. Perhaps we could convene at your earliest convenience? A rendezvous with her? Ren Zi felt a deep-seated aversion. Setting aside the matter concerning Madame Gu, she was reluctant to engage with Gu Ningxiu. She had assumed this sentiment was a tacit understanding among everyone. After all, the previous banquet at the Jing family had made Xingduiqi's attitude towards her glaringly evident. Her tone was somewhat frosty as she stated, I'm sorry, but I have to work and likely won't have time to meet you. Ren Zi. You give me. Before Xingduiqi could finish her sentence, Ren Zi abruptly hung up the phone and promptly blocked the number. She set her phone aside and turned her attention to her paperwork. Given that she wouldn't have many opportunities to encounter Xingduiqi, this arrangement seemed to be the most favorable outcome. However, she was met with a rude awakening at the end of her workday. The person she had presumed would be a rare sight was now brazenly blocking her way outside the office building. Ren Zi lowered her gaze, wishing to act as if she hadn't seen her, and hurriedly made her way towards the exit. Ren Zi. Xingduiqi, with keen eyes, spotted her and angrily positioned herself in Ren Zi's path. Why are you running away? You just dared to hang up on me. I have matters to discuss with you. A hint of impatience flickered in Ren Zi's eyes as she noticed several onlookers observing their interaction. She conceded to accompany Xingduiqi to a nearby CAF to converse, lest she become the center of attention at the office. Throughout their journey, Xingduiqi remained silent, seemingly waiting for Ren Zi to inquire about her purpose. Little did she realize that Ren Zi had long since shed her former self. Over the past 5 years, her capacity for endurance had surpassed that of anyone else. It must have been a difficult journey for her. Xingduiqi couldn't help but remark, observing her current demeanor, that she had transformed considerably from her former self, to the extent that her father might not even recognize her as his daughter. Ren Zi, her fingers tightening around the cup, responded calmly that indeed, individuals are destined to evolve. A hint of disdain flickered in Xingduiqi's eyes as she finally abandoned all pretense of patience. She stated that the purpose of her summons was to discuss Ningxiu. She acknowledged the prior engagement between them and the affection they once shared, yet emphasized that those days were long gone. Ren Zi, a trace of mockery in her eyes, offered perfunctorily that she held no interest in Gu Ningxiu and wished him and Ren Lin on a long and enduring relationship, hoping they would remain inseparable. Xingduiqi perceived the ill intent in her words. She questioned if she had seen Ningxiu recently, reminding her that he now had a fiancé and advising her to maintain a distance from him. Ren Zi, mindful of the time she had already spent there, inquired with a hint of impatience if that was all, requesting permission to depart and assuring her that she would steer clear of him in the future. Xingduiqi retorted that her words did not align with her actions. As Ren Zi prepared to leave, Xingduiqi produced photographs, displaying them before her. They depicted the day she had retrieved her father's belongings. Xingduiqi, addressing her as an intelligent woman, reminded her that she should have learned from past experiences to avoid coveting what was not rightfully hers, warning that such desires would bring misfortune to all involved. Her tone was laced with a palpable threat as Ren Zi scrutinized the photographs, her brow furrowing in consternation. She was certain that she had never been so intimate with Gu Ningxiu, and this photograph. The photograph was. She intended to say it was a matter of perspective when suddenly, a figure dashed in from the side, shouting as they splashed coffee directly onto her face, interrupting her words. The brown liquid dripped from her hair, leaving stains on her white shirt, rendering her utterly disheveled. The instigator of this chaos, Ren Linwan, glared furiously at Ren Zi, grinding her teeth as she exclaimed, "The photograph is evidence of your seduction of another's boyfriend. Ren Linwan, are you foolish?" The damp sensation clinging to her body made Ren Zi uncomfortable, and she shot a cold, piercing look at Ren Linwan. "Can't you see that the photograph was merely a matter of perspective? Among the dozen photos, is there even one of us in bed together? I have refrained from suing you for defamation, which should suffice. If you possess such lack of trust in your fiancé, I suggest you end the relationship promptly. What is meant for you will never escape your grasp, what is not yours, no matter how tightly you cling to it, will be of no avail." With that, she turned on her heel and departed, unwilling to waste further words on such a fool. As Ren Zi sat in the taxi on her way home, an overwhelming sense of grievance welled within her. She had done nothing wrong. She tilted her head back, swallowing her tears. It was not worth crying for such people. Upon returning home, she found Xi Qing standing by the window. When he saw her enter, his dark pupils dilated slightly. Although Ren Zi's hair had dried on the way back, remnants of coffee still marked her. He swiftly descended the stairs and grasped her arm in the living room. What happened? The man's gaze was shrouded in a dark aura, exuding an air of danger, his voice as frigid as ice. "Who has done this to you? Was it at the company?" Sensing the concern underlying his tone, Ren Zi felt a wave of comfort wash over her. She shook her head gently and replied, "It's not your fault, I will go change my clothes." Chapter 62, Ren Zi's clear objective. Xi Qing did not impede her. Once she ascended the stairs, he settled onto the sofa and dialed Chen Han, instructing him to investigate what had transpired with Ren Zi. After Ren Zi finished her shower and donned her loungewear, she was informed by Xiao Yun that Xi Qing was in the study. Knock, knock. She lightly tapped on the door twice, then turned the handle and pushed the door open. The man sat behind the desk, his dark eyes deep and penetrating, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, emanating an aura of cold severity. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding him was akin to the foreboding stillness before a storm. What was troubling him? Ren Zi keenly sensed the disquiet in his demeanor. It had only been a brief moment since her shower. Could something have occurred unbeknownst to her? Was it the doing of Jingduo Qi? Xi Qing suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with restraint. "They are targeting you because of me, do you not feel wronged?" Alternatively, perhaps this was also the reason she wished to move out. Had he inadvertently brought her considerable trouble? Originally, the affairs of the Gu family were solely his concern. Confusion flickered in Ren Zi's moist eyes, and it wasn't until she met the man's gaze for a few seconds that the meaning of his words registered. "What are you thinking about?" Her voice was soft, now laced with a hint of helplessness. "Even if it weren't you, I would still be targeted by them. Do not forget, from the moment I was released from prison, I became a thorn in their side. After all, in their hearts, I was meant to perish within those walls. Yet, she has remarkably survived. Those who have committed wrongdoings often seek to rid themselves of the reminders that disturb their peace. I shall ensure your safety." Xi Qing's gaze darkened, as he recalled the methods employed by those individuals. Ren Zi smiled, her eyes radiating a vibrant brilliance, inexplicably filled with joy. "I am well aware that it is you who has granted me a second chance at life. You are not the source of my troubles. Rather, it is precisely because of you that I have the opportunity to exact revenge on them." Xi Qing found himself captivated by Ren Zi's charm. Before returning, he had just attended a social gathering, and now a pleasant intoxication began to envelop him. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within him, compelling him towards the person before him. Xi Qing lowered his gaze, the elongated lashes obscuring the emotions swirling beneath, a mixture of restraint and yearning. He understood clearly that if he were to express his feelings to Ren Zi now, it would undoubtedly alarm her, prompting her to flee. "Just a little longer. Until she harbors a deeper affection for me." Ren Zi, engrossed in a video that had just arrived on her phone, remained oblivious to his turmoil. "Mr. Gu, may I borrow your computer?" she inquired, having confirmed it was the video she desired. This villa is equipped with the only computer available. Of course, Xi Qing replied, suppressing his inner turmoil as he stood and stepped aside, moving to the back of the office chair. Ren Zi logged into her account on the computer. Then opened a video in her email, and conveniently downloaded editing software. Is this the evidence that Ren Linwan has against you? Xi Qing gazed at the video. Observing Ren Linwan's arrogant demeanor, and his eyes darkened. It seemed that the lesson he had imparted was insufficient. Ren Zi casually replied, I am not one to suffer in silence. Since she dared to act, I cannot merely retaliate in kind, but it does not mean I will endure it. She was not a soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. Perhaps her prolonged act of feigned gentleness had caused some to forget her former self. After editing the video, Ren Zi promptly uploaded it online. It was the end of the workday, and most people, having finished their meals, were bored and scrolling through various videos and trending topics. As soon as the video was released, it captured everyone's attention. The person in the video looks familiar. Isn't she the one who was engaged to someone from the Gu family? Is this the young lady? She can just splash others for no reason. The young lady truly seems pitiful. Indeed, the kind of retribution depicted in novels is quite unsettling when applied to reality. The video quickly soared to second place on the trending list. By the time Ren Linwan received the news and tried to have the video removed, it was too late, nearly everyone had saved it. Enraged, she began smashing items in her room. The next morning, as Ren Zi descended from the upper floor, she found Chen Han standing beside Xi Qing. Unaware that the events had been orchestrated entirely by Ren Zi, he looked at her with a heart full of concern. This Miss Ren was truly going too far. Chen Han expressed her indignation, questioning how one could so brazenly douse another with coffee. This was utterly unreasonable. Ren Zi instinctively glanced at Xi Qing, who seemed disinclined to speak. Rest assured, there are already voices online advocating for you, Chen Han remarked, listing several usernames that supported her, asserting that they all believed you should not be subjected to arbitrary bullying. It is not just me, no one should be bullied indiscriminately. Ren Zi stated calmly as she pulled out a chair to sit opposite Xi Qing. Such behavior, along with other forms of bullying, deserves severe punishment. Chen Han nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent once they began their meal. Upon arriving at the company, Ren Zi was intercepted by Ren Linwan outside the elevator. Her eyes red and swollen, clearly having endured a sleepless night. You were the one who released that video, weren't you? She nearly shouted at Ren Zi. On the verge of breaking down. It was your fault. If you hadn't seduced Ning Su, I wouldn't. Ren Linwan, are you truly as foolish as you appear? Ren Zi retorted with a mocking gaze, enunciating each word. Whether that photo constitutes seduction is something any lawyer would clarify for you. As for Gu Ningxiu, he is now akin to a used cucumber, which I find repulsive. However, your blatant bullying in broad daylight is indisputable. Do you really think the netizens will spare you? The capitalist heiress? With that final remark, she brushed past Ren Linwan and departed. She did not seek trouble, yet she was unafraid of it. Ren Zi felt that her current life was a stroke of luck, and no one would dare to bully her again. However, she found herself frequently glancing over at Ren Linwan, even going so far as to prepare a cup of coffee for her. Just then, Xi Qing and Chen Han returned from outside and witnessed this scene. Chen Han could not help but voice her concern, questioning whether the lady had been somehow provoked, as it was rather unusual for her to assist Ren Linwan in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Xi Qing shot a piercing gaze in her direction, prompting Chen Han to make a zipping motion across her lips. Ren Zi, come here, he commanded. Subsequently, as Ren Zi turned her gaze towards him, he gestured for her to follow him into the office. Why are you looking after her? He inquired. Xi Qing's brow furrowed slightly as he reminded her that she was still, in name, the fiancé of Gu Ningxiu. Any scandal at this juncture could prove detrimental to Ren Zi's reputation, especially with public opinion still brewing online. I just feel that she is not quite right in the head, Ren Zi explained. She had sensed something amiss with Ren Linwan when she arrived that morning and was concerned that she might harm others. Just as Xi Qing was about to respond, a loud crash echoed from outside. Something has happened. Chapter 63, She is unwell. Ren Zi and Xi Qing almost stepped out of the office in unison. The secretary's office was in disarray. On the floor lay a familiar figure, Xi Qing's secretary, Jiang Minqing, who was unconscious. A long gash marred her left temple, blood seeping profusely, staining her white shirt. Papers were scattered across the floor, and Ren Linwan stood nearby, her expression devoid of emotion, her eyes filled with an intense, unshakable disdain. First, get her to the hospital, Xi Qing ordered. Ren Zi made an immediate decision and promptly called for an ambulance, urging them to arrive swiftly. Soon, the ambulance arrived. And she cooperated with the medical staff to transport Jiang Minqing onto the vehicle before turning her attention back to Ren Linwan. As she exited the elevator, the sound of Ren Linwan's desperate cries reached her ears, causing her expression to darken. "Let me go." Just as Jiang Minqing was being taken away by the ambulance, Ren Linwan attempted to discreetly gather her belongings and leave, unaware that she had been caught in the act. Xi Qing sat in Ren Zi's place, casting a cold glance at her, his usually icy demeanor now tinged with anger. "In times of crisis, you think of fleeing? Planning to seek help from Guningshu? Do you truly believe he can resolve this matter for you? Uncle, this is not my fault. That wretched woman couldn't keep her mouth shut and insisted on gossiping about others." Ren Linwan was utterly convinced of her innocence. She had merely been minding her own business in the office when that vile person arrived. She came to deliver something and casually mentioned matters online. Ren Linwan gritted her teeth, wishing to drag that individual over and teach her a proper lesson about what should and should not be said. "Mr. Gu, I fear this matter cannot be contained." Ren Zi's expression remained frosty as her gaze swept over Ren Linwan before retracting. "When I sent someone out just now, there were already numerous reporters below. I have arranged for personnel to stand guard at the hospital, but I am afraid. I fear they will still be unable to stop them. This incident will escalate, creating a situation that spirals beyond control." Guxi's eyes turned glacial as he regarded Ren Linwan as an utter simpleton, deeming that any gossip about her was a consequence of her own actions. "Chen Han, monitor the online discourse," he commanded, his voice frigid as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Han. "Furthermore, assign someone to supervise her. Should she contemplate any untoward actions, alert Guningshu to retrieve her. The Gu Corporation has no space for such a burdensome presence." Various short video platforms were already rife with uploaded videos, with anonymous individuals claiming to be Gu Corporation employees divulging Ren Linwan's identity. So she truly is the heiress. To injure someone over something so trivial. Doesn't the Gu Corporation intend to issue a statement? I suspected she had bipolar disorder from the previous video, and now I'm even more convinced. It's better if she doesn't have bipolar disorder, otherwise this charge of intentional injury can't be pinned on her. The public outcry escalated rapidly, and the Ren family's attempts to suppress it only fueled further resentment. "President Gu, under these circumstances, we must take action against her," Su Ran, the composed head of the Gu Corporation's public relations department, stated as she adjusted her glasses. "It is impossible to shield her, given the current level of public scrutiny. Our priority is to prevent the Ren Linwan incident from impacting Gu Corporation's stock price. The nature of this matter is exceedingly egregious. What measures do you propose?" Guxi asked, lifting his gaze to meet the eyes of his interlocutor. "Terminate Ren Linwan's employment," Su Ran asserted without hesitation, acknowledging her limited contribution to the Gu Corporation and deeming it wasteful to sustain such a position. Xi Qing concurred. Upon the news reaching the Ren household, Han Xiangxiang was the first to become agitated. "What is the Gu family implying?" she exclaimed, clutching Ren Hongtian's arm. "Are they planning to expel Nuanyuan? Have they forgotten that if it weren't for us, silence?" Ren Hangtian retorted, equally displeased but more composed than Han Xiangxiang. He cautioned her against uttering such words. Wary of potential eavesdroppers and the unforeseen repercussions, what will become of Nuanyuan? Han Xiangxiang implored, "You have always doted on her. Devise a solution, she cannot leave the Gu Corporation." Realizing her misstep, Han Xiangxiang fell silent, but remained resolute that Ren Linwan must remain at Gu Corporation. "We shall seek out Ningxiu." Ren Hongtian's eyes darkened momentarily before instructing his staff to prepare the car, conveying him and Han Xiangxiang to Gu Ningxiu's apartment. "Uncle Ren, Aunt Han, what brings you here?" Gu Ningxiu greeted them, a hint of contemplation in his tone. "Are you here regarding Nuanyuan's situation?" he inquired. "I cannot interfere. This was my uncle's decision, Ningxiu. I have always held you in high regard," Han Xiangxiang stated, recognizing Gu Ningxiu's pretext. As a member of the Gu family, she believed that if he genuinely desired Nuanyuan to remain, Gu Shiqing would have yielded to his request. Engaged to Lin Wan, and with her affections reciprocated, can you bear to witness her current plight? Her mother implores you to find a solution. Yet, What recourse does he possess? Gu Ningxiu's gaze hardened, tinged with a glacial indifference. Her own folly led her to provoke Ren Zi at such an inopportune moment, creating a spectacle within the office. Who could possibly aid her now? Furthermore, their engagement has cast a shadow upon him. He is yet to settle accounts with Ren Linwan, and now they seek redress from him. However, a solution does exist. Gu Ningxiu, his composure regained, surveyed the pair before him with a chilling tone. A prevailing notion online suggests that Nguyen's actions may be attributed to a mental disorder. Procure a professional assessment to dispel such suspicions and demonstrate her sound mental state. Appease the aggrieved party, endeavoring to secure their forgiveness and to clarify Nguyen's lack of culpability in this matter. Ren Hengtian and Han Xiangxiang exchanged a furtive glance, their unease manifest. Gu Ningxiu, what preposterous claims are you making? Ren Linwan, upon learning of her parents' visit to Gu Ningxiu, drove herself to his residence. Upon entering, she overheard his words. Her eyes, bloodshot, bore into the man seated upon the sofa, a stranger in her eyes. Do not forget, our fates are intertwined. She enunciated each word with gritted teeth. Our interests are inextricably linked. Should I fall, you shall not escape unscathed. The veracity of my words can be ascertained through verification. Gu Ningxiu concealed her disdain beneath a facade of indifference as she remarked, if you are truly untroubled, then it is merely a report. Why can you not produce it? Chapter 64, A scheme within a scheme. The room was filled with incessant disputes, shattering the previously serene atmosphere. At that moment, everyone stood firm in their own interests, fiercely defending themselves. Each individual appeared flushed and devoid of their erstwhile grace and affluence. Ren Zi observed the scene with amusement, realizing that her arrival was perhaps ill-timed. A cool, feminine voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention to the doorway. Ren Zi stood outside, clad in a standard shirt and tailored trousers. Her long hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing her elegant, fair neck. She exuded an air of gentility and poise, with a dispassionate demeanor. Her dark eyes scanned the gathered individuals before she spoke. Assistant Chen sent me to retrieve the documents. Originally, it was meant for Gu Ningxiu to deliver. However, Chen Han, having waited a considerable time for him to arrive at the office without any response to her calls or messages, was compelled to dispatch Ren Zi, as the documents were urgently needed today. Little did she anticipate witnessing such a dramatic scene upon her arrival. Ren Zi, explain to me the circumstances of that photograph. Ren Linwan, upon seeing her, felt her earlier anger resurge, gritting her teeth as she demanded, why were you two embracing and kissing? Are you aware he has a fiancé? The photograph is a matter of perspective, Ren Zi replied, her gaze icy as she addressed the inquiry before her, calmly elucidating. You may consult any structural analyst for assistance. I am confident they will provide you with an accurate answer. Regarding the fiancé, did he perhaps have one prior to his involvement with you? To expect morality from such individuals is akin to chasing a phantom. A profound sense of trepidation burgeoned within Ren Linwan's heart, for she had never deluded herself into believing that Gu Ningxiu held deep affection for her. Their union was, at its core, one of mutual benefit. She had witnessed the manner in which Gu Ningxiu adored Ren Zi, and thus, his current indifference was glaringly apparent. It was a stroke of fortune that those two would never again have any possibility. Why did you have to return? Ren Linwan exclaimed, her voice laced with resentment as she glared at Ren Zi. Why didn't you just perish in prison? Why did you have to come back and disrupt our lives? Without you, Ningxiu and I would have had no conflicts whatsoever. You should seek out those who have wronged you, Ren Zi retorted, her voice frigid, each word enunciated with precision. Does venting your frustrations here accomplish anything? Silence. Ren Linwan, her patience exhausted, seized whatever objects were within reach and hurled them in Ren Zi's direction. Ren Zi deftly evaded the first two. But as the third object, a vase, hurtled toward her, a flicker of calculation crossed her eyes. Feigning an attempt to dodge, she allowed the vase to strike her squarely. She recoiled in feigned agony, her body contorting as a deep gash appeared on her forehead. Fragments of shattered porcelain scattered across the floor, leaving a trail of bloody streaks across her exposed calf. The blood seeped into the floor, showing no sign of stopping. Gu Ningxiu's countenance darkened. He swiftly approached Ren Zi, kneeling before her and lifting her into his arms. You had better pray that she is unharmed, he said. He fixed with an icy glare, his voice a frigid pronouncement. Should anything befall her, not only you, but I as well, shall face utter ruin. He promptly departed with his entourage. First tenderly cushioning her forehead with cotton, and then gently settling her into the passenger seat. En route, vigilantly monitored the traffic ahead, while also attending to's well-being. Does the wound cause you distress? He cast a worried glance towards her, a palpable yearning to touch her mingled with a hesitant unease. Rest assured. I shall ensure you receive redress for this matter. Since she is culpable, I shall compel her to offer you an apology. Her eyes sealed shut. Remained unresponsive to his words, instead shifting her body closer to the window. She desired no part in such discourse. Furthermore, solicitude held no value for her. She retrieved her mobile device and dispatched a message to, apprising him of her injury, whereupon she received an address in reply. Proceed to this location. Stowed her phone and directly divulged the hospital's coordinates. Consulted the map and observed that a closer medical facility existed. As he prepared to persuade otherwise, she interjected. This is the hospital arranged by your uncle. Her eyes still veiled, resolutely stated, if you demur in conveying me there. I am perfectly capable of alighting here and securing a taxi. It was imperative to her that she be conveyed to the facility prearranged by S. Gaze darkened perceptibly. And he lapsed into silence for the remainder of the journey. Soon, arrived at the hospital. Shadowed her, steadfast in his refusal to depart. A matter to which she remained indifferent. Upon invoking's name, they were promptly greeted by personnel who escorted her away. Within the confines of the examination room, the physician meticulously attended to the laceration upon Ren Zi's forehead, subsequently conducting a thorough assessment of her arms and legs. Discovering a fracture in her arm, the doctor requisitioned the necessary materials, proceeding to encase Ren Zi's limb in a plaster cast. Upon completion of the bandaging, he stated, it would be prudent to remain under observation in the hospital for a couple of days, given the potential for a concussion due to the head trauma. Ren Zi acquiesced with a nod. The allocation of a private room was expedited without the doctor's intervention, a privilege extended by virtue of Xi Qing's influence. Gu Ningsu found himself beset by a confluence of emotions. His lips were compressed into a thin line, and his attire bore a disheveled appearance. A circumstance previously inconceivable for his public presentation. However, the exigency of Ren Zi's injury had rendered him oblivious to such sartorial concerns. Are you not departing? Ren Zi inquired. Without hesitation, upon observing Gu Ningsu ensconced upon the divan within the room. If your intention is to offer atonement on behalf of Ren Lin Wan, such gestures are superfluous. My presence is not predicated on her actions, Gu Ningsu countered. As he reclined upon the sofa, his gaze met hers, evoking a semblance of Xi Qing's demeanor. Ren Zi experienced a transient moment of disorientation, yet she discerned the vast chasm that separated him from his counterpart. My concern is for your well-being, he continued, oblivious to her momentary lapse in attention. With your esteemed father's passing, you find yourself bereft of familial support. Should you remain in the hospital, numerous inconveniences may arise. My presence here, to provide care, would serve to alleviate some of the burdens you bear. Ren Zi's brow furrowed in consternation, poised to interject, when the chamber door was thrust open from without. Xi Qing was clad in a bespoke suit of deep black, with silver trim adorning the hem and cuffs. Rarely, he sported a pair of silver-framed glasses perched upon his nose, which inadvertently bestowed upon him an air of refined debauchery. Indeed, at a glance, he appeared exceptionally distinguished, while Gu Ningxu seemed merely a counterfeit. How is your injury? Xi Qing did not regard Gu Ningxu with any significance. He walked straight to Ren Zi's side and inquired with genuine concern, what happened to you? Have the doctor said anything? In the presence of Xi Qing, Ren Zi appeared considerably more demure. Sitting upon the bed, she tilted her head to gaze up at him, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light, and her lips unconsciously curving into a smile. She leaned toward Xi Qing, a posture that exuded comfort. Gu Ningxu observed her expression, a pang of inexplicable bitterness welling up within him. Once, she had gazed at him with such longing, now, that attention was directed toward his uncle. You may leave now. After exchanging a few words with Xi Qing, Ren Zi finally noticed the presence of Gu Ningxu beside her and hastily gestured for him to depart. You needn't worry about me, your uncle will stay. Chapter 65, scorned by the entire internet. Gu Ningxu's eyes darkened slightly, and under Xi Qing's icy gaze, he could only turn to leave. The moment the elevator doors closed, he became acutely aware of the tumult of emotions stirring within him. It was dissatisfaction. 5 years ago, Ren Zi's eyes had only ever been for him, yet just now, he recognized the meaning behind her gaze. She favored his uncle. As he descended and approached the hospital exit, Gu Ningxiu retrieved his incessantly vibrating phone, revealing nearly 70 missed calls, all from Ren Linwan. What mischief is she up to now? He decisively switched off his phone, pressed the power button, and tucked it into his pocket. Ren Linwan, like a spellbound creature, clutched her phone, first met with silence, and ultimately, the device was turned off. After countless attempts to reach Gu Ningxiu proved futile, she forcefully hurled her phone against the wall, watching it shatter into pieces. Calm down, Muan Muan, Han Xiangxiang implored, cradling Ren Linwan's head in a desperate attempt to soothe her. Do not fret, perhaps Ningxiu is simply preoccupied at the moment. Once you feel a bit better, I can have your father call him to come and see you, alright? Ever since Gu Ningxiu had taken Ren Zi away, she had been teetering on the brink of madness. Han Xiangxiang's eyes were red-rimmed, her entire being trembling with anguish. It was all Ren Zi's fault. If it weren't for her, how could her beloved daughter have fallen into such despair? Sooner or later, she would make her pay for this. In the hospital room, Ren Zi shivered unconsciously, catching Gu Xiqing's attention. Are you cold? The man shed his suit jacket, revealing a simple shirt underneath, and rolled up the cuffs before adjusting the air conditioning temperature by the door. Ren Zi's gaze followed his movements. Noticing her eyes upon him, Gu Xiqing paused momentarily before sitting down. How are your injuries? He lowered his gaze to examine Ren Zi's arm, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. How could you be so careless? When she struck you, didn't you think to evade? How could you stand there so obediently while she hit you? At his words, a flicker of guilt crossed Ren Zi's heart. If this person were to discover that she was intentionally not evading him, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of anger. When Gu Xiqing noticed her silence and glanced up, he did not miss the fleeting look of guilt that crossed her face, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. I'm fine, she stammered, her heart racing, momentarily oblivious to her own words. Have you eaten? Do you need the documents? Gu Xiqing narrowed his dark eyes, exuding an aura of danger. I'm in pain. In response to his demeanor, Ren Zi decided to unleash her trump card, her eyes reddening as she quivered. I'm injured, my arm and forehead hurt. I want to sleep and rest. She failed to notice the hint of petulance that crept into her tone. Gu Xiqing found her reaction rather amusing. He chose not to pursue the matter further, after all, she was unharmed now, but she still needed to learn a lesson. No second chances. The man uttered this enigmatic declaration, yet Ren Zi remained silent, like a turtle retreating into its shell. What a jest, he was practically warning himself. As lunchtime approached, Chen Han brought over some packed meals. Gu Xiqing, having procured a bedside table from somewhere, began to unpack the thermal containers, carefully removing the small bowls one by one. Ren Zi glanced at the dishes, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes. They're all vegetarian. You shouldn't consume overly oily food while you're healing. Let us start with something mild, Gu Xiqing remarked, effortlessly discerning her thoughts. As he washed the bowls and utensils with hot water, he added, if you don't like this place's food, I'll have Chen Han arrange for a different one tomorrow. Once Gu Xiqing had finished cleaning, Ren Zi, unable to contain herself, seized a spoonful of the food and brought it to her lips, casting a surprised glance at him. Allow me, Mr. Gu, I can manage on my own. Your hand is incapacitated. Gu Xiqing, however, afforded her no opportunity to object, replying in a gentle tone, if you'd rather not be fed, I can devise alternative methods. Alternative methods? Ren Zi inquired, perplexed, her gaze meeting Gu Xiqing's profound, dark eyes, which sent a tremor through her heart. Intuition dictated that the nature of these methods was best left unexplored. I shall partake. She opened her mouth, accepting the sustenance offered by Gu Xiqing, a trace of which lingered on her lips. As she reached for a tissue, the warmth of his fingertip graced the corner of her mouth, meticulously wiping away the residue. Gu Xiqing had initially intended to summon Xiaoyun, yet Ren Zi's compliance had taken him by surprise. An unspoken stillness descended upon the occupants of the room. Ren Zi felt as though a fire had been ignited within her, ascending from her depths and suffusing her with a crimson hue. What, precisely, had just transpired? Chen Han, stationed nearby, was visibly astonished, his eyes nearly escaping their sockets. Never before had he witnessed his superior in such a state. Indeed, the mistress was an exceptional presence. He remained in his station, endeavoring to become invisible, loath to disrupt the prevailing atmosphere. Yet, with a resounding crash, the door to the room was forcefully thrust open. And Xin Zhiyao burst into the room. "Zizi, how are you?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with concern as she rushed to Ren Zi's bedside, subtly displacing Xi Qing. "Is there any discomfort you are experiencing? Ren Linwan, that vile woman, is simply disgusting. Where did she make contact with you?" Ren Zi noted the darkening of Xi Qing's countenance behind her, prompting a smile. "I am unharmed." "What do you mean by unharmed?" Xin Zhiyao's brow furrowed deeply as she scrutinized Ren Zi intently, articulating, "I've been apprised of the situation. It was Ren Linwan who perpetrated the act. I shall engage legal counsel to prosecute Ren Linwan. Upon amassing sufficient evidence, I shall ensure her ruin. She shall not evade accountability this time. This constitutes intentional infliction of harm." Ren Zi, cognizant of her friend's solicitude, grasped her wrist, endeavoring to assuage her fears. "I am genuinely unharmed. The physician has affirmed that I sustained only minor injuries, and furthermore, her action was not deliberate. Please refrain from seeking retribution against her." "Impossible." Xin Zhiyao was resolute in her determination to hold Ren Linwan accountable. She gritted her teeth, asserting, "If this woman is not disciplined, who can guarantee that there will not be a recurrence? What if something more grave were to befall you?" Ren Zi cast a pleading glance toward Xi Qing. The latter's gaze flickered with a subtle glint before he stepped forward, stating, "You need not be concerned. I shall ensure that this matter is resolved satisfactorily." "Indeed, Yao Yao. Do not involve yourself." Ren Zi, emboldened by Xi Qing's support, declared, "President Gu will undoubtedly manage this matter effectively." Upon hearing this, Xin Zhiyao relented in her intentions. Meanwhile, the video of Gu Ningxiu accompanying Ren Zi to the hospital had been surreptitiously recorded. Numerous influencers resided in that vicinity, and many were privy to the sequence of events. Their dissemination of information online further tarnished the public's perception of Ren Linwan. Subsequent to regaining consciousness, Jiang Minqing promptly issued a lawyer's letter via her personal Weibo account, signifying her intent to sue both Ren Linwan and the Ren Corporation. The letter from the lawyer was accompanied by a personal essay penned by her, which sent chills down the spine of anyone who read it. Within, she recounted her experiences working alongside Ren Zi, detailing the various forms of emotional manipulation and even physical punishment she endured. Following the revelation, the online community erupted in condemnation of Ren Linwan. If you enjoy this, please consider leaving a positive review. Your encouragement means the world to me. Love you all. Chapter 66, My Affection During Ren Zi's Hospitalization. She did not miss a single piece of news circulating online. The shares of the Ren Corporation continued to plummet. She could assure herself that Ren Hangtian was undoubtedly at home, restless and uncertain about how to rectify this unfavorable situation. However, she could not let the Ren Group be ruined. The downfall of Ren Linwan was a personal affair, but the Ren Corporation represented her father's hard work, and she had to safeguard it. After some contemplation, she retrieved her phone and located Xing Duiqi's number. "How have you been lately, Aunt Xing?" Xing Duiqi, upon reading the message, felt her pent-up fury seeking an outlet. Had Ren Zi ever been so courteous before? Calling her Aunt Xing? Was she here to mock her? She was well aware that the last incident involving Ren Linwan occurred due to Ren Zi's sudden appearance, and it was her injury that had plunged the Ren family into their current plight. "What do you intend to do?" Ren Zi's gaze hardened by 3 degrees as her fingers flew across the screen, swiftly sending a message. "I'm not planning anything, I merely wish to remind you, Aunt, of your actions when my father faced his predicament. Do you recall how you responded?" Amidst the chaos, she declared the dissolution of her engagement with the Ren family, decisively severing ties and allowing the Gu family to emerge unscathed. "How does the present situation differ from the past?" Xing Duiqi comprehended her meaning almost instantly. A tempest of intricate emotions surging within her eyes, which gradually solidified into resolve. Ren Lin's reputation was demonstrably worse than Ren Zi's had been initially. Should she fail to make a decision, she would be dragging the Gu family into a quagmire. She would never allow the Gu family to fall into such straits. Ren Zi, upon seeing the message, discerned that Xing Duiqi had acted according to her intentions, a trace of derision flickering in her eyes. The Gu family had always been self-serving. Ren Lin was likely oblivious to the displeasure she had long provoked in Xing Duiqi, or else the latter would not have reached a decision so swiftly. With the Gu family's assistance, the Ren Corporation could at least be preserved. Ren Zi having achieved her objective, ceased further contact with Xing Duiqi and instead put away her phone. What are you looking at? As the voice resonated, Xi Qing approached Ren Zi, placing today's lunch on the table. Subsequently, he gathered his laptop and other items. Before closing it, he noticed the Ren Corporation stock price chart depicted in green. Ren Zi had grown accustomed to all of this. Initially, when Xi Qing attended to her in such a manner, she felt it inappropriate, but he insisted on doing so. A pang of emotion tugged at her heart, a sensation of fullness blossoming within. Since her father's passing and her subsequent imprisonment, everyone around her seemed to have transformed. And it had been a long time since anyone had treated her so kindly. Why are you so good to me? Raising her gaze, Ren Zi's eyes met Xi Qing's, tracing the chiseled contours of his jawline. Summoning her courage, she inquired, would you extend the same benevolence to another? Assuredly not, Xi Qing responded, taken aback by her query. His gaze softened, and he uttered in a deep voice, you alone elicit such actions from me. Your well-being is the sole recompense I seek. Ren Zi was somewhat dazed, wondering if she could interpret his actions as selfless benevolence. Xi Qing, however, steered the conversation in another direction, stating, Xing Duiqi, accompanied by her entourage, paid a visit to the Ren residence this morning. Allegedly, her initial intent was to amicably dissolve the engagement, but the Ren family demurred. Consequently, Xing Duiqi resorted to compelling Ren Linwan to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. An amicable dissolution of the engagement would have preserved Ren Linwan's prospects for a propitious alliance elsewhere. However, Xing Duiqi's direct action of dragging her to the hospital ensures that the ensuing report will become public knowledge within their social circles, precluding any possibility of Ren Linwan's resurgence. Ren Zi's eyes flickered subtly, as she surmised that Ren Hangtian and his ilk were undoubtedly displeased. Ren Linwan's mental instability was genuine, and missing the opportunity to marry Gu Ningxiu would make it difficult to find such an ideal successor. As for Xing Duiqi, she may have initially been unaware, but through their interactions, she must have discerned Ren Linwan's peculiarities from her body language. However, at that time, she lacked leverage. Now, she has seized the perfect opportunity to extricate themselves from Ren Linwan, the ticking time bomb, without tarnishing their reputation. When Chen Han arrived, Ren Zi shared everything she knew and speculated with the two of them. Indeed, the lady was impressive. Chen Han's purpose for visiting was to report on matters from home to Xi Qing, only to discover that Ren Zi had already deduced most of it. A hint of melancholy clouded Ren Zi's features as she softly remarked, I am not impressive, it is merely that I have long understood what kind of people they are. So I need not ponder to know. Xi Qing signaled Chen Han with a glance, urging him to refrain from further comment. After accompanying Ren Zi through her meal, they departed from the hospital. In the following days, Ren Zi heard no further information regarding the Gu and Ren families. Xi Qing had suspended all her work, intending for her to rest adequately. Daily, a nurse came to care for her, concerned she might feel bored. She brought a few tulip seeds for Ren Zi to plant in a transparent cup. On the day the flowers bloomed, Ren Zi excitedly captured a photograph and sent it to Xi Qing, expressing her delight with the words, my flowers have bloomed. However, instead of a reply from him, an uninvited guest appeared in the ward. What use do you have in planting these? Jing Shiyuan stood at the door, her attire today practical and conducive to movement. Her hair simply tied back with a light-colored scrunchie, presenting a softer demeanor. Her face bore no trace of a smile. Her gaze coldly sweeping over every detail in the room, lips curving into a mocking smile. Are you not aware that Xi Qing is allergic to pollen? He wouldn't even glance at the flowers you have planted. In the very moment her words fell, Ren Zi's phone vibrated. She withdrew her gaze from Jing Shiyuan, unlocked the screen, and discovered that Xi Qing had replied to her message, it looks great. Let's watch it together when I return. A fleeting spark ignited in Ren Zi's eyes, her lips curling into a subtle smile, dismissing the words Jing Shiyuan had just uttered. The opinions of others pale in comparison to one's own experience. Observing her reaction, Jing Shiyuan's gaze flickered with a mix of understanding and envy, her face revealing a resigned smile. It appeared that people do change. Before she went abroad, she had met Xi Qing through Jing Kaiyan's introduction. At that time, she was young, and while hiding in the stairwell, she had distinctly heard him decline someone else's affections. Ren Zi remained silent, instead inquiring, Miss Jing, did you come here to find President Gu? He is not with me. I came to see you, Jing Shiyuan replied after a brief pause. her voice light with a laugh. Regardless of the circumstances, you are affected by Nuan's injuries. As her sister, I naturally must come to visit you. However, Nuan is quite thoughtless. You are a few years older than her and have experienced much, shouldn't you be more forgiving? The way she has turned out. Is it not partly your doing? Chapter 67, Strange Financial Movements. What does this have to do with me? Ren Zi retorted. Her current predicament is merely a consequence of her own actions, is it not? I refuse to be manipulated. If Ren Nuan did not seek trouble with others, how could she possibly have ended up like this? In summary, she has brought this upon herself. Miss Xing appears to maintain a cordial relationship with Ren Nuan. Just as Xi Qing was about to speak, Ren Zi interjected once more, questioning, but did you not already know about the photograph? Having spent many years abroad, how could Miss Xing fail to recognize that the image was staged? Given Ren Nuan's temperament, she would undoubtedly have approached me the moment she laid eyes on the photo. It is inconceivable that she could endure such a prolonged silence. Miss Xing, you surely comprehend this better than I do. Her gaze pierced the heart. Xi Qing's smile waned. Her eyes scrutinizing Ren Zi, realizing that she had underestimated the individual before her. Your affection for Mr. Gu is your own affair. Ren Zi lowered her gaze to reposition the tulip, speaking deliberately. However, if you intend to employ Ren Nuan to eliminate me entirely, I advise Miss Xing to reconsider. The present circumstances are not as they once were. She has a career and Mr. Xi Qing supporting her. She is no longer the vulnerable individual who could be bullied after her release from prison. Xi Qing's nails dug into her palm. The pain sharpening her awareness as she looked at Ren Zi with a conciliatory demeanor, her tone tinged with disappointment. I do indeed harbor feelings for Xi Qing. But I bear you no ill will. Ren Zi, I have admired your accomplishments since I first heard of them. If I were in your position, I doubt I could have endured such trials for as long. A flicker of dark intent flashed in Ren Zi's eyes as she smirked. One must find a purpose to persevere. As for the matter concerning Ren Nuan, it bears no relevance to me. And Miss Xing need not attempt to morally constrain me here. At this remark, Xi Qing's expression nearly faltered. Initially, she had anticipated that Ren Zi would afford her some respect after her conciliatory remark. Ren Zi. You. A hint of anger flickered in her eyes. But she was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. Miss Xing, if I desire to comprehend an individual, I shall engage with them directly, Ren Zi responded. Settling back onto the bed, a graceful curve forming on her lips. I possess the faculty of speech and shall inquire about their predilections and aversions, rather than gleaning their sentiments from hearsay. Furthermore, there is no need for you to sow discord in my presence. With her intentions exposed, Xi Qing found herself unable to maintain her composure. She had never encountered anyone quite like Ren Zi, an anomaly in her eyes. Ren Zi, regardless of your perceptions, I assure you that I harbor no ill will towards you. Composing herself, Xi Qing stated with composure, in our social circles, marriage is invariably a matter of matching social status. Your current standing would preclude you from entering the Gu family. Miss Xing, are we not presently engaged in casual conversation? Ren Zi inquired softly, her expression remaining placid. As for matters of marriage and social parity, they hold no relevance to me. While they held no significance for her, Xi Qing was unwilling to enter into a marriage alliance because of her. A coldness churned within Xi Qing's gaze. Deciding against further probing of Ren Zi, she announced that she had matters to attend to and departed. As she opened the door to the ward and strode towards the elevators in her high heels, she failed to notice the figure standing in the corridor. Xi Qing had overheard their entire conversation. He had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, concerned that Ren Zi might be at a disadvantage in Xi Qing's presence. Unexpectedly, she would bestow upon him such a profound surprise. Mr. Gu, shall we not enter? Chen Han inquired upon arriving, noticing his employer at the threshold. I observed Miss Xing in the foyer below. Xi Qing responded with a mere affirmative murmur. He lowered his gaze, toying with his cufflink, his voice tinged with indifference. We shall return to the office. Immediately? Chen Han cast a surprised glance toward the interior of the room. Could it be that a discord had arisen between Mrs. Gu and the CEO? Why else would he abstain from entering? This month, you shall receive a bonus equivalent to your monthly salary from Human Resources, Xi Qing suddenly declared as they descended in the elevator. It was Chen Han's timely disclosure that had enabled him to overhear that particular conversation. A bonus? Chen Han was instantly elated. As Xi Qing's aide, he was acutely aware of the boundaries of his inquiries, yet curiosity gnawed at him. Sir. What is the occasion for this bonus? Xi Qing bestowed upon him a fleeting glance, a subtle hum escaping his lips. It was evident to Chen Han that his employer was in high spirits, and he belatedly surmised that it was all connected to Mrs. Gu. Henceforth, he resolved to treat her with utmost deference. Shortly after Xi Qing's departure, two other figures entered Ren Zi's hospital room. Zizi, how are you faring? Xin Zhiyao inquired with concern, bearing a basket of fruit. Have you been improving of late? I am quite well. Ren Zi's spirits lifted upon seeing her. Her gaze drifted past Xin Zhiyao, settling upon Xin Ziyuan, who stood behind her, causing her to raise an eyebrow in subtle inquiry. He was attired in a black suit. His figure tall and imposing, his countenance exuding a sternness that hinted at a newfound gravitas. It has been a considerable time. Realizing that he had come to see her, Ren Zi reciprocated with a pleasant demeanor. Xin Ziyuan nodded in acknowledgement. My brother is here to discuss something, Xin Zhiyao said. Settling unceremoniously on the edge of Ren Zi's bed, embracing her arm, and resting her chin on her shoulder. It concerns Han Miao. Although you forbade me from investigating, I couldn't resist. After all, you seemed genuinely concerned about the matter. Ren Zi glanced at her with a mix of resignation and gratitude, then gently tapped her nose. I have contacts within the police department, Xin Ziyuan stated, disregarding their interaction. I've learned that a substantial sum of money was deposited into Han Miao's overseas account shortly before her demise, and it remained there until the day after her death. Subsequently, the funds were transferred elsewhere. Ren Zi's brow furrowed in perplexity. Given the anomalous nature of the account activity, wasn't there an inquiry into the matter? Or were there extenuating circumstances? I conducted a clandestine investigation, Xin Ziyuan replied, his gaze intensifying and his tone growing colder. The funds eventually made their way into the country. But after tracing them through several intermediaries, the trail ran cold. Ren Zi nodded, aware that Xin Ziyuan had exerted his utmost efforts, despite having no obligation to assist her in the investigation. Thank you. I'll handle the remainder myself when the time comes. Ren Zi noted the date and account details of the transaction, intending to inform Xi Qing upon his return. She had heard that Ren Linwan had been causing a considerable disturbance at home in recent days. Having addressed the crucial matters, Xin Zhiyao naturally broached the subject of the Ren family. She had heard that Ren Lin had even caused a scene at the Gu residence, only to be promptly ejected by Aunt Xing, making a spectacle of herself. Zizi, have they extended an apology during this period? Regardless, Ren Zi is lying here because of Ren Lin, they should at least make a gesture and offer an apology. Ren Zi shook her head. Like parents, like child, she mused. A flicker of anger surged in Xin Zhiyao's eyes, and she said with discontent, it's one thing for Ren Lin to be mentally unstable. But Ren Hangtian and Han Xiangxiang have been in the social circles for so long. I refuse to believe they don't know they should seek your forgiveness. I told you before to file a lawsuit, if you don't, they'll just act like none of this ever happened. Chapter 68, Can you take me home? Ren Zi reached out to press Xin Zhiyao's hand, shaking her head as if to signal that she didn't want to discuss the matter any further. The anger in Xin Zhiyao's eyes remained, but she could only suppress it. You're quite different from before, Xin Ziyuan remarked, having observed their interaction. The you from the past would never have been so composed. Ren Zi raised an eyebrow, calmly meeting Xin Ziyuan's gaze. So, my previous impression in your mind was unfavorable? She inquired leisurely. Not unfavorable, merely too flamboyant, Xin Ziyuan responded, his gaze locking with Ren Zi's. Do you still harbor resentment towards me? For the events of that year. Ren Zi subconsciously curled her fingers, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Whatever had transpired in the past was inconsequential. It would not affect her bond with Yao Yao. Of course, it wouldn't seeing the somber atmosphere in the hospital room. Xin Zhiyao boldly embraced Ren Zi and declared, if I had to choose between you and my brother, I would undoubtedly choose you. Who cares about my brother's feelings? Xin Zhiyao. Xin Zhiyuan's expression shifted slightly, emphasizing her name. Unfazed, Xin Zhiyao stuck out her tongue at him. And only when Ren Zi broke into a smile did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was all Xin Zhiyuan's fault for bringing up such old matters. after ensuring that the patient was well attended to. Xin Jiyuan advised Ren Zi to focus on her recovery and promised to visit again soon, gently pulling the reluctant Xin Jiyao out of the room. A fleeting sense of envy crossed Ren Zi's gaze. Once, she too had been cherished by her father in such a manner. She felt genuinely happy for Xin Jiyao. Given her status, life in the Shen household must have been challenging, yet with Xin Jiyuan by her side, even if only for the sake of the family's reputation, things were certainly improved. Ren Zi, do you feel any discomfort today? A nurse approached to check on her wound's recovery and casually inquired, where is that person who was with you earlier? Ren Zi paused momentarily, then realized she was referring to Xi Qing. He'll be here shortly. As soon as she finished speaking, a knock echoed from the door. Ren Zi turned around in surprise, but upon recognizing the visitor, a hint of disappointment washed over her. Am I arriving at an inopportune time? Clad in a simple jacket paired with casual trousers, Su Hanyan exuded an air of nonchalant ease, a languid smile gracing his lips as his gaze met hers. What brings you here? Were you informed of my injury? Ren Zi inquired, a hint of surprise coloring her tone. The discord between the Gu family and the Ren family is now common knowledge within our social circles, and your name has been invariably linked to the matter. Su Hanyan responded, approaching and settling onto the chair beside her bed. His gaze lingered momentarily on a man's watch resting beside her, its design unmistakably masculine. Following his line of sight, Ren Zi's heart skipped a beat. It was Xi Qing's watch. Inadvertently left behind after he had meticulously washed fruit for her the previous day. Their marriage remained a closely guarded secret. Yet this particular timepiece was a frequent accessory during his meetings and other public appearances. Could Su Hanyan have discerned something? She discreetly obscured the watch, casually inquiring. Did you have a specific purpose for your visit today? Su Hanyan's gaze intensified as he fixed his eyes upon her, his voice a resonant murmur. I came to offer an apology for the prior incident. I was unaware that he would misconstrue my words and subsequently act in such a manner. It's of no consequence. Besides, you had already extended your apologies, Ren Zi replied, her brow arching slightly, indicating her lack of resentment regarding the past event. She added in a hushed tone. I am aware that your intentions were not malicious, for in my perception, you have never been such a person. A tremor coursed through Su Hanyan's heart. As if a pair of warm hands had gently pressed against his chest, suffusing him with a wave of warmth. Years prior, she had offered him similar words of encouragement. When everyone else had lost faith, when they had all but abandoned him, she stood before him, urging him to persevere. Yet, the sight of that watch resurfaced in his mind, quickly extinguishing the flame that had just been kindled. Our collaboration with Guz is proceeding swimmingly. And we owe you a debt of gratitude for your initial insistence, Su Hanyan stated directly. Ren Zi remained noncommittal. She had merely served as a facilitator. The true impetus behind the seamless progression of this partnership lay with the technical experts from both enterprises. Moreover, and most crucially, it hinged on Su Hanyan's disposition. She only learned belatedly that, at the outset, he had been reluctant to pursue cooperation with Guz, his subsequent change of heart remaining a mystery. President Su. I am deeply appreciative, Ren Zi expressed, lifting her gaze to meet Su Hanyan's, her eyes betraying a hint of detachment. For a friendship spanning several years. Your assistance to this extent is already exceedingly generous. Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to approach me. And I shall endeavor to help to the best of my abilities. The smile playing on Su Hanyan's lips faltered slightly. Was she intending to distance herself completely? Are we not friends then? He queried, gazing into Ren Zi's eyes, a wry smile gracing his features. I was unaware of the misfortune that had befallen the Ren family. Had I known. Before he could complete his sentence, Ren Zi interjected, the past is behind us. A faint curve appeared on her lips, though her eyes remained devoid of mirth. Of course, we are friends, unless you no longer wish to acknowledge me as such, she stated softly. The sense of despondency that had settled in Su Hanyan's heart dissipated somewhat. He did not linger there for long. Upon noticing the weariness etched upon Ren Zi's countenance, he proactively suggested his departure. Emerging from the ward and awaiting the elevator, his phone's chime disrupted the silence. An unfamiliar number flashed across the screen. His gaze darkened. An inkling of premonition washing over him as he answered. A man's voice, laced with a chilling warning, echoed through the line. Maintain a distance from Ren Zi. She is not within your reach. If you wish to safeguard your company from misfortune, exercise discretion. Who are you? Su Hanyan gripped his phone. His voice a frigid whisper. By what authority do you utter these words to me? Mr. Su, you are a businessman, and a businessman should not engage in unprofitable ventures. If you doubt my words, feel free to proceed as you wish. With that, the line went dead. Su Hanyan stood motionless before the elevator doors. His face a mask of grim contemplation, as the door slid shut. Xi Qing arrived after work, greeted by Ren Zi's disarming innocence. His brow furrowed slightly. And he inquired, what troubles you? May I be discharged and return home? Ren Zi extended a delicate hand, gently tugging at his sleeve, her voice a soft caress. The ward is constantly filled with visitors. You instructed me to recuperate in the hospital, but with so many people, I find it impossible to rest. A hint of complaint laced her final words. Xi Qing chuckled softly, his hand tenderly brushing her eyes. Is there any request you could make that I would refuse? He asked, his voice imbued with amusement. Then let us return home tonight. Upon hearing his assent, Ren Zi's face lit up with joy. I shall pack my belongings at once. You have given your word, and you must not retract it. As Xi Qing observed her tidying up, he occasionally took the cup she handed him, his gaze imbued with a blend of affection and indulgence. Chapter 69, like soothing a child. Ren Zi was uncertain when she had developed such a profound dependence on the Gu family. She longed to savor the small cakes baked by Xiaoyun. Upon exiting the hospital, the scenery outside the car window gradually morphed into something familiar. What was that? Seated in the passenger seat, Ren Zi distinctly noticed new shades of pink and white adorning her home's terrace, her eyes widening in surprise. When the car came to a halt, she could hardly contain her eagerness to disembark. Through the gaps of the white marble railing, the terrace was adorned with a profusion of pink tulips, presenting a unique harmony. Do you like it? Xi Qing approached and spoke softly, his voice deep yet tinged with a rare gentleness. After the season, we can replace them with others. Ren Zi turned to him, her bright eyes reflecting his silhouette against the dimming sky. Xi Qing's Adam's apple moved slightly, the depths of his gaze darkening. Madam, you have returned. Just as the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension, Xiaoyun's voice abruptly shattered the moment, making Ren Zi acutely aware that she might have overstepped. She cast an awkward glance at Xi Qing and cautiously addressed him, Sir. Xi Qing let out a barely perceptible sigh and replied, Please take Madam upstairs to rest. Xiaoyun, let us go, it's just the right time to head upstairs. Ren Zi, feeling somewhat flustered in Xi Qing's presence, grasped Xiaoyun's hand, urging her to accompany her to the terrace. Ascending to the upper floor, the vista proved even more captivating. Was this due to her photographs? Despite knowing she shouldn't harbor illusions, Xi Qing's actions made it difficult to suppress them. Could she dare to hope that she held a unique place in his heart? Madam, the master instructed me to bring the medicine upstairs, Xiaoyun said, trailing behind Ren Zi. Upon arriving, she noticed Ren Zi gazing intently at the tulips, a knowing smile gracing her lips. The master planted these. She approached Ren Zi, casting a playful glance her way, and remarked, Madam is truly blessed. In her eyes, Xi Qing and Ren Zi were a match made in heaven. When did he plant them? Ren Zi inquired, finally voicing the question that lingered in her mind as she gazed at the tulips. After we returned from the hospital last time, Xiaoyun replied. After we returned from the hospital? Ren Zi mentally retraced the timeline, realizing that it coincided with Xing Shiyuan's visit. Did he overhear their conversation? Were these flowers his response to her? A wave of sweetness gradually blossomed within her, intensifying the smile in her eyes. Xiaoyun placed the medicine in her room and promptly departed. Ren Zi stood before the mirror, preparing to change her dressing, when a gentle knock sounded on the door. Assuming it was Xiaoyun returning, she opened the door, cotton ball in hand. However, it was Xi Qing who stood outside. His gaze, tinged with concern, fell upon the cotton ball in her hand, and he instantly understood what she was doing. Without hesitation, he entered her room. Allow me to assist you. It's difficult to manage with only one hand. The man's voice was gentle yet imbued with an undeniable insistence that she could not refuse. At that moment, Xiaoyun was preoccupied and would return shortly. Ren Zi felt somewhat dazed until the cotton ball, soaked in antiseptic, brushed against her wound. The sharp sting jolted her back to reality, and her eyelids quickly reddened, tears welling up within. Does it hurt? Gu Shiqing had never seen her in such a state. And his hand instinctively hesitated. I'll try to be gentle. Let me finish applying the medicine swiftly so you won't have to endure the discomfort for long. Ren Zi was puzzled as to why she had suddenly become so vulnerable. After all, she had endured far worse injuries during her time in prison without ever showing weakness. Yet now, as her gaze fell upon the man diligently tending to her wounds, she felt as if she were a rare treasure he cherished. Her heart swelled with a sudden warmth, causing silent tears to glide down her cheeks, her emotions becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. A flicker of panic crossed Gu Shiqing's eyes. The man, typically unflappable in the cutthroat world of business, appeared almost like an inexperienced youth in the presence of Ren Zi. Did I hurt you? His warm fingertips brushed the corner of her eye as his voice, laced with concern and affection, reached her ears. Be careful, all right? If it hurts, just pinch me. Pinch you? Why on earth would I do that? Ren Zi was momentarily taken aback by his remark. Pinching me can help distract from the pain. Gu Shiqing, unusually, made a jest. Isn't it said that when one is in pain, if they bite or pinch someone else, it alleviates their own discomfort? That is a flawed logic, she thought. As her emotions subsided, Ren Zi's spirits unexpectedly lifted. Gu Shiqing, relieved, seized the opportunity to carefully and swiftly apply the ointment while her mood was favorable. There. All done. Have a sweet. As if by legerdemain, Gu Shiqing produced a confection and placed it in Ren Zi's mouth. A sweet will help alleviate the discomfort. Ren Zi, head bowed, avoided his gaze, her exposed ears gradually flushing crimson, as if she were about to combust. Xiao Yun, stationed at the doorway, wisely refrained from intruding further. What need was there for sweets? The interaction between Madame and Sir was already saccharine enough to overwhelm any onlooker. Oh, yes. Ren Zi suddenly recalled an outstanding matter. She grasped Gu Shiqing's wrist, her voice tinged with concern. Yao Yao visited me today and informed me that a substantial sum of money had been deposited into Han Miao's account before her demise. Subsequently, the funds were transferred back to the country, but their current whereabouts remain untraceable. I am aware. Gu Shiqing's countenance adopted a grave demeanor as he broached the subject of official matters, his dark eyes turning glacial. He set down the items in his hands and settled onto the sofa, his fingers rhythmically drumming against its surface. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ren Zi's eyes. He was privy to this information, yet had not divulged a word previously. Gu Shiqing, discerning her thoughts, offered a direct explanation. It is quite simple, actually. I suspect the involvement of an acquaintance. Without knowing if the perpetrator is within the corporation, I am hesitant to prematurely disseminate the information. Han Miao's spouse is a compulsive gambler, whose monthly expenditures at casinos far surpass Han Miao's own. Apparently, Han Miao's reluctance to divorce stems from her husband possessing compromising information about her. Upon hearing this, Ren Zi's astonishment deepened. She had no idea Han Miao's private life was so complicated, which explained why she had previously told her that she couldn't afford to lose her job. What about the casino? Ren Zi inquired, her gaze fixed on Gu Shiqing. Shouldn't we relay this clue to the police and allow them to investigate? A flicker of intricate emotion crossed Gu Shiqing's eyes as he sighed softly. The casino is under Jing Duoduo's name. Without conclusive evidence, it's best not to stir up trouble prematurely. Ren Zi stared at Gu Shiqing in disbelief, exclaiming, the casino belongs to Jing Duoduo? Isn't she a member of the Gu family? How could she dare? She didn't finish her sentence, but Gu Shiqing understood her implication. Jing Duoduo was, after all, a member of the Gu family. If this were to be discovered by outsiders, the Gu corporation might be affected. How could she be so audacious? There's no need to fret over that, Gu Shiqing said, tousling her hair dismissively. The businesses I handle are all above board. Even if Jing Duoduo is investigated, it won't implicate me in any way. Ren Zi's brow furrowed slightly, her heart still uneasy. You're overlooking something. Seeing her genuine concern, Gu Shiqing casually remarked. Once my marriage is announced, the Gu family will divide its assets. By then, even if Jing Duoduo affects the company, it won't concern me. Ren Zi remained silent, her eyes betraying a hint of unease. Taking a deep breath, she chose not to pursue the matter any further. The following morning, upon waking, she found Xiao Yun had already prepared breakfast downstairs. As she scanned the room, her gaze searched for a particular figure she longed to see. only to be met with a tinge of doubt in her expression. Was the lady seeking her husband? Xiao Yun, carrying the dishes to the table, cheerfully informed her. Sir mentioned he has crucial decisions to make at the company today, so he won't be able to join you for breakfast. But he promised to return in the evening to keep you company. Ren Zi's thoughts were laid bare, and a flicker of embarrassment crossed her features. After finishing her meal, she ascended to the terrace, intending to admire the tulips once more, only to receive a phone call from Xin Ziyao. "Zizi, have you been discharged?" Xin Ziyao, who had intended to visit and chat with her, quickly added, "There's a newly opened mall nearby. And I thought you might be feeling cooped up after such a long stay in the hospital. Now that you're finally out, would you like to go shopping?" "Shopping?" Ren Zi glanced outside, with no job to occupy her time and the prospect of languishing at home, venturing out seemed far more appealing. She agreed. And after ending the call, she returned to her room to change her attire. It was half an hour later when Xin Ziyao arrived by car. "What prompted your sudden discharge?" she inquired as Ren Zi settled into the vehicle before restarting the engine. "I went to the hospital to see you. Only to be told you left yesterday. Why didn't you inform me? I could have helped you pack your things." Ren Zi cast a sidelong glance at her, her lips curling slightly. "There wasn't much to pack, and I made the decision to return quite suddenly." She briefly mentioned that Su Hanyan had come to find her. Upon her utterance, a peculiar expression graced Xin Jiao's countenance. "Could it be that he harbors affections for you?" she inquired, her gaze directed forward, feigning nonchalance. "I had previously heard that upon his return to the homeland, he was making inquiries about you. Perchance, there may be ulterior motives at play." Ren Zi's eyes dimmed slightly as she softly demurred, "Pray, do not indulge in such conjecture. Should these words circulate, misunderstandings are bound to arise." She had discerned a certain impropriety when Su Hanyan had come to visit her, and thus, she desired to minimize contact with him. Ostensibly, she remains the wife of Xi Qing. Observing her lack of interest, Xin Ziyao was on the cusp of changing the subject when she caught sight of a black sedan trailing closely behind them in the rearview mirror. "ZZ. Does it not appear that the vehicle behind us is tailing us?" she questioned, her gaze hardening. At these words, Ren Zi glanced back through the adjacent mirror, noting that the vehicle maintained its pursuit. Even if they were to lose sight of it momentarily, it would swiftly regain its position. "Indeed, it is peculiar," she remarked, her brow furrowing and her tone chilling. "Is it within your capabilities to devise a means of eluding them? Regardless of the individual orchestrating this pursuit. Such close surveillance portends potential peril." "Assuredly," Xin Ziyao replied, a hint of triumph dancing in her eyes. She then executed a diversion in a more populous area, deliberately leading their pursuers to believe she intended to take an alternate route. In actuality, she veered into the adjacent commercial street just as they were about to enter, the pedestrian traffic on the crosswalk obscuring their view. "It appears my skills have not diminished over the years." With a raised eyebrow, Xin Ziyao cast a glance at Ren Zi, a soft chuckle escaping her lips as she remarked that their pursuers would have to exert considerable effort to keep pace with them. In her younger days, she had indulged in the thrill of racing and skydiving, embracing virtually every exhilarating activity. As Ren Zi was about to commend her, she detected an anomaly. Several vehicles were trailing them. "Ziyao, are there any alternative courses of action we can take?" she inquired. Their relentless pursuers were evidently intent on not letting them escape, raising questions about the identity of the individual orchestrating this elaborate scheme and how they had obtained knowledge of her outing. "The only recourse is to access the elevated highway," Xin Ziyao stated through gritted teeth. Continuing forward would lead them into the heart of the city, and the intentions of their pursuers remained unknown. Ren Zi consulted a map, pinpointing their destination after accessing the elevated highway, and promptly conveyed it to Xin Ziyao. "It's the police station," she declared, suggesting that if they were being pursued so persistently, they might as well deliver their pursuers into custody. Upon entering the elevated highway, she observed through the rearview mirror that the vehicles were indeed still following them, albeit not as closely as before, as if they had accomplished their objective. Ren Zi's brow furrowed as she struggled to comprehend their motive for forcing her onto the elevated highway. "Ziyao, something is amiss," she cautioned, turning to Xin Ziyao in the driver's seat. "Their intention from the outset was to get us onto the elevated highway. You." Before she could complete her sentence, a truck veered towards them, narrowly missing them in a near collision. "Ziyao." Watch out! Ren Zi exclaimed, having clearly witnessed the truck's deliberate attempt to ram them. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated through the air. Upon discerning a divergence in Ren Zi's intonation, Xin Jiao promptly redirected the steering wheel, colliding directly with the elevated barrier. Their vehicle sustained significant damage, with the doors caved in, and both occupants bore minor injuries and abrasions. The other vehicle suffered a calamitous impact, its remnants strewn across the vicinity, a harrowing sight to behold. Jiao, are you unharmed? Ren Zi uttered weakly, laboriously opening her eyes. Her incompletely healed wounds were now profusely bleeding. I have already notified the authorities, the constabulary will be arriving imminently. Refrain from any abrupt movements. Xin Jiao demurred, indicating her well-being. On the periphery, Ren Linwan visibly trembled, her eyes reflecting profound terror, evidently traumatized by the preceding spectacle. As her vehicle had been adjacent to the cargo truck. Amidst the ensuing pandemonium, she surreptitiously absconded from the scene. Shortly thereafter, the strident wail of sirens permeated the atmosphere. The doors of Xin Jiao's vehicle were forcibly opened from the exterior, whereupon uniformed officers assisted them in extricating themselves, providing blankets and seating them nearby. Miss Ren, is it? The inquiring officer, having scrutinized Ren Zi's identification, affirmed her identity before stating, "We now require your cooperation in providing a statement. Is that amenable to you?" Ren Zi hesitated momentarily, refraining from an immediate response. "Perhaps we should notify your next of kin?" The officer, observing their disarray, considerately suggested, given the magnitude of this incident. "Your family would undoubtedly be concerned. Their presence might ameliorate her condition." Ren Zi evinced a degree of ambivalence, reluctant to apprise Xi Qing, apprehensive that such knowledge would engender undue anxiety. Moreover, she was not significantly harmed, thus obviating the need to trouble Xi Qing. Chapter 71, Her combat prowess is also formidable. There's no need, Ren Zi said softly, drawing the blanket around herself more closely. I have no further concerns. Nor do I require any family members to come. What do you need to ask? May I depart after the statement is taken? The officer cast an admiring glance at her before posing a few straightforward questions. After she had signed the documents, he permitted her and Xin Jiao to leave. Jiao. How will you? Ren Zi began to inquire about her means of returning home, but upon looking up, she saw Xin Ziyuan striding towards them. His face dark with displeasure. Xin Jiao, noticing her silence, followed her gaze and was instantly startled. Why is he here? Seeing the approaching figure's menacing demeanor, Xin Jiao promptly sought refuge behind Ren Zi. Xin Jiao. Come out here. Xin Ziyuan halted a few paces away from them, gritting his teeth as he spoke. What did you tell me when you left the house? You've caused such a commotion and intended to keep it from me? Had he not been watching the news, he would have remained ignorant of the incident. I'm perfectly fine, your presence here is merely a hindrance. Xin Jiao retorted, clutching Ren Zi's clothing tightly. I can handle my own affairs. Xin Ziyuan felt a sharp throbbing in his temples. He advanced a couple of steps, pulling her from behind Ren Zi, his voice frigid. You will go to the hospital for a checkup immediately, or I will send you abroad without further ado. Upon hearing the final sentence, Xin Jiao fell silent. She could not afford to leave the country. Ren Zi was still in the country facing those vicious people, how could she desert her post? Having dealt with Xin Jiao, Xin Ziyuan's gaze swept over Ren Zi, his tone softening somewhat. Shall I escort you back? After all, they were once friends. There's no need. Ren Zi shook her head, casting a worried glance at her close friend. She couldn't help but plead on her behalf, she didn't do it intentionally. Someone was deliberately targeting me from behind the scenes. So this time it's my fault. Xin Ziyuan remained silent. He was aware that those individuals were after Ren Zi. But Xin Jiao, that fool. No matter how much he told her to stay away from Ren Zi, she wouldn't listen. Be careful on your way back. Xin Ziyuan banished those thoughts from his mind, then dragged Xin Jiao towards his parked car. Ren Zi observed their interaction, a surge of envy welling up within her once more. She hailed a taxi, recited her address, and leaned back in the seat, feigning sleep. In her peripheral vision, she could sense the driver's scrutinizing gaze. Indeed, she was covered in blood, appearing as if she had fled from a murder scene. The car took her directly to the villa's entrance. As she alighted from the vehicle, Ren Zi paid with her phone, then caught a glint of light in her peripheral vision. Instinctively, she dodged to the side. Ren Linwan was staring at her with frenzied eyes, a fruit knife clutched tightly in her hand. A shiver of dread ran through Ren Zi. Had she not evaded? That knife would have pierced her body. You're insane. Ren Zi's gaze turned icy. The blanket she was wearing slipped from her shoulders during the dodge, revealing the blood-stained shirt beneath. Upon seeing the blood, the madness in Ren Linwan's eyes intensified. She shrieked at Ren Zi, almost deliriously, "It's all your fault. If you were to vanish, Ningsu would only see me. Why don't you just die? Why do you still insist on placing yourself between us? I should have just run you over with my car. How is it that you are so fortunate to survive?" Upon hearing this, Ren Zi fixed her cold gaze upon her and enunciated each word. "Was the recent accident orchestrated by you? So what if it was?" Ren Linwan laughed arrogantly. "If it weren't for your extraordinary luck, you would have met your end on that overpass. How could you possibly still stand before me now?" At that moment, Ren Zi could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward and, taking advantage of Ren Linwan's momentary surprise, kicked the fruit knife from her hand. Following that, she seized a handful of her hair. "Ren Linwan, you are nothing but a fool." Ren Zi surmised that with such a dim-witted mind, she could never conceive of such a method of retaliation herself. Therefore, someone must have been whispering insidious suggestions into her ear, prompting her to act in this manner. "Let go of me. Ren Zi. You wretched woman." Ren Linwan struggled incessantly, flailing her limbs in a chaotic manner, striking the very area where Ren Zi had been injured. A muffled groan escaped her lips. It seemed the former had discovered the key to her advantage, relentlessly targeting Ren Zi's wounded spot. "How dare you strike me?" Gradually, Ren Linwan gained the upper hand in their scuffle. Just as Ren Zi was nearing exhaustion, Ren Linwan released her grip and reached for the nearby fruit knife, her expression twisted in a terrifying snarl. The sharp tip of the blade pointed menacingly at Ren Zi's eyes, as the fear in her gaze began to surface. Just when she thought she would perish in that place, the weight on her body suddenly lightened, and she was gently cradled by someone who cherished her. "ZZ. Are you all right?" The person holding her trembled all over. As Ren Zi opened her eyes, she met Xi Qing's concerned gaze, his dark eyes filled with apprehension. And a wave of fear surged within her heart. In a moment of impulsiveness, she lunged forward, wrapping her delicate, pale arms tightly around his neck. Warm tears cascaded down, falling between them. Xi Qing's eyes darkened slightly, his broad palm soothing her incessantly, yet a murderous intent brewed within him. "Do not be afraid, I am here." He too was gripped by fear. If he had returned home even a second later, would he have found Ren Zi's lifeless body? He could not bear to contemplate such thoughts. "Let go of me. Let go." Ren Linwan's hoarse cries echoed persistently, as she was restrained by those summoned by Chen Han. "Mr. Gu, what should we do with her?" Chen Han stepped forward, her eyes reflecting a brief flicker of sympathy upon seeing Ren Zi's injuries. "People like Ren Linwan deserve a thorough lesson. Lock her in the basement." Xi Qing's gaze bore an icy intensity, fixated on Ren Linwan as if she were a mere corpse. His voice was frigid. "If the Ren family comes knocking because of this, let them wait until I have time to speak with them properly." He added, "Also, summon Du Sifan to come to me immediately." Chen Han complied. Subsequently, Xi Qing lifted Ren Zi in a manner akin to cradling a child and made his way towards the villa. Xiaoyun, upon seeing the wounds on Ren Zi's body, covered her mouth in shock, unable to move. What transpired during such a brief absence? Du Sifan arrived a mere 10 minutes later, his hair disheveled and eyes still heavy with sleep, evidently roused abruptly from his slumber. How did this happen? Upon beholding Ren Zi's condition, he instantly became alert, setting aside his previous aversion to her and immediately commencing an examination. Only after completing the comprehensive assessment did he breathe a sigh of relief. No new injuries. Du Sifan instructed Chen Han to retrieve his medical kit, before adding, "The original wounds on her body have been reopened, seemingly due to impact and the ensuing struggle." Chapter 72, her confidence. Xi Qing's thin lips were pressed into a firm line, his dark eyes tinged with crimson, a profound chill permeating his gaze. His usually refined demeanor had shifted to one of ruthless ferocity, as if poised to commit murder in the next instant. "Old Gu." Du Sifan had intended to offer his friend some words of caution, but was startled by the look in his eyes. Bloodshot and radiating an intensely dark aura, He resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Since Xi Qing's return from abroad to assume control of the group, he had maintained a low profile, cultivating his character. It had been a long time since Du Sifan had witnessed such palpable malevolence emanating from him. He hastily reached out and grasped Xi Qing's arm. You mustn't do anything rash. Everything can be resolved through calm discussion. Calm discussion? The man's voice was low and hoarse, laced with a hint of frigidity. How can we calmly discuss this? They have harmed my person. Am I to simply endure their actions? They should have anticipated the consequences before engaging in such behavior. Du Sifan had not realized that Ren Zi held such significant weight in his heart. He clenched his teeth, catching a glimpse of Ren Zi emerging from the bathroom after changing her clothes, and quickly pulled her over. You must persuade him. Du Sifan whispered urgently. He intends to confront those who harmed you. What exactly happened to your injuries? A warm current flowed through Ren Zi's heart. She approached Xi Qing, taking his hand in hers, offering a silent solace. He gazed at her for a couple of seconds before tightening his grip. I will not let them escape unscathed. The depths of Xi Qing's eyes were now solely occupied by her image, and he spoke solemnly, if they do not learn their lesson, they may strike at you again. Ren Zi nodded. I understand, I have never been one to let grievances go unavenged. The actions of Ren Linwan and the unforeseen accidents she orchestrated would be settled with the Ren family in due course. However, it was not solely the Ren family and Ren Linwan that needed addressing. After a moment's contemplation, Ren Zi spoke, could you lend me the villa? I wish to invite a few guests. She emphasized her last sentence. No need to borrow. Xi Qing regarded her intently, brushing her hair aside, his voice low and firm. This has always been your domain, you are the mistress of the villa and are naturally entitled to host guests. With his approval, Ren Zi sent messages to Ren Hangtian and his wife, Gu Ningxiu, and Jing Duiqi. Arrive here within half an hour, or I assure you, you will lose all your current dignity. This was a blatant threat. Not long after sending the message, Ren Zi's phone began to vibrate incessantly, prompting her to set it aside. If they still had any sense of dignity, they would know what actions to take. In the Ren household, Han Xiangxiang paced anxiously in the living room, while Ren Hangtian remained seated on the sofa, unperturbed. Can you please sit down? Ren Hangtian furrowed his brow, casting an impatient glance at her. Do you even realize how long Wan Wan has been gone? What exactly are you doing at home? Wasn't I clear that you were supposed to keep an eye on her? And now you dare to blame me? Finally halting, Han Xiangxiang gritted her teeth and retorted. You are her father. It was you who initiated the marriage proposal with the Gu family. And now, what do we have to show for it? Our family has gained nothing, and we've lost a daughter in the process. Ren Hongtian's gaze darkened immediately, and he seized Han Xiangxiang's arm, pulling her closer. I warn you, refrain from uttering such words. His tone was laced with unmistakable severity. Do you have any idea how detrimental your words could be to the company? Given the current precarious state of Ren Enterprises? If the company suffers because of you, don't expect to remain here. With that, he forcefully pushed her away. In the next moment, their phones chimed with incoming messages simultaneously. After reading the notifications, they exchanged a glance, and both recognized the palpable fear and anxiety reflected in each other's eyes. Husband, do you think that wretched Ren Zi? The message from Ren Zi was laden with threats, yet even more alarming was the accompanying photograph of Ren Linwan. Should this information be leaked, it would undoubtedly impact the stock prices of Ren Enterprises. Inform her that we will promptly retrieve her. Ren Hangtian articulated through gritted teeth, emphasizing. It is imperative to prevent others from discovering Wan Wan's predicament. With the corporation's affairs unresolved, any disclosure would only exacerbate the situation. Conversely, the Gu family adopted a markedly different stance. Mother, should we proceed there? Gu Ningxiu, clutching her mobile device, queried anxiously from across Jing Duiqi. What if the revelation of Ren Linwan's issues becomes public knowledge? I cannot afford to forfeit my position within the Gu corporation. Jing Duiqi, with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment, tapped her progeny's forehead. What are your apprehensions? She inquired calmly. The Ren family should be the ones in distress, considering their daughter is the one embroiled in this predicament. As for us, we can unequivocally state that we were unaware of Ren Linwan's issues during the engagement. The Ren family deliberately concealed Ren Linwan's problems, thereby rendering us victims as well. Gu Ningxiu nodded, albeit with lingering unease. Zheng Duoqi's gaze darkened momentarily before she dialed Ren Zi's number. Aunt Jing, have you perused the message? Ren Zi, after having declined several preceding calls, issued a cautionary note. If you wish to prevent the Gu family from being implicated by Ren Linwan, it would behoove you to attend. Ren Zi, this matter is entirely unrelated to us. Zheng Duoqi disclaimed, asserting, Ningxiu and she have not yet solemnized their union, we remain distinct familial entities. Predictably, Zheng Duoqi's immediate reaction was to absolve herself and her family of any association with either party. Ren Zi had long anticipated such a retort, so it came as no surprise to her. Then I wish you all the best, she remarked casually. I heard that when the engagement was called off, everyone believed the Gu family to be truly benevolent. However, if they were to uncover the truth behind the dissolution, what do you think, Aunt Jing, would their opinions shift? Upon hearing these words, Zheng Duoqi was momentarily taken aback. Why did she suddenly bring this up? Did she know something? Ren Zi was utterly unhinged. Ever since her release from prison, everything had begun to spiral out of control for her. Moreover, her demeanor had grown increasingly erratic, leaving no room for negotiation. What if she truly possessed knowledge of the matter? Zheng Duoqi dared not gamble on it. She could only grit her teeth and send Gu Ningxiu to accompany Jing Shiyuan to the address provided by Ren Zi, to discern her intentions. Shiyuan. I'm truly sorry for the trouble, she said. Jing Shiyuan drove to the Gu family residence to pick up Gu Ningxiu. Standing outside, Zheng Duoqi cautioned. Ningxiu is oblivious to everything. As his elder sister, you must look out for him and ensure that no one takes advantage of him. I understand, Auntie. You should head inside, Jing Shiyuan replied. After learning of the chaos instigated by Ren Linwan, she felt a degree of astonishment. However, her greater concern lay with Ren Zi's demeanor. Why did she exude such confidence? Was it because Xi Qing was backing her? The location they were being sent to was also a property purchased by Xi Qing himself. Chapter 73, The Banquet of Ambush. Initially, Du Sifan regarded Ren Zi's behavior as mere theatrics. Yet, her actions, partly coercive, partly manipulative, had begun to earn his grudging admiration. Indeed, Ren Zi has transformed significantly from her former self. After tidying his medical kit, he approached Xi Qing, his voice subdued. Before the Ren family's misfortune, I recall her being immensely proud, perhaps even looking down upon our circle. She was overly sheltered, leading her to blindly follow Gu Ningxiu, unaware of their insidious intentions. Xi Qing leaned against the wall, his lips pursed, a hint of heartache in his eyes. If he could, he wished Ren Zi could always be her former self. Old Gu, consider this carefully, Du Sifan cautioned, having discerned something from Xi Qing's reaction. The woman you admire is no delicate flower, deep down, she remains a thorny rose. Xi Qing cast a cold glance at him, scoffing softly, I have no need for delicate flowers or caged canaries. Love can nourish one's very being. This held true for Ren Zi as well. He admired her current ability to handle matters with composure and her independent demeanor in front of others. Meanwhile, Ren Linwan, confined to the nanny's room, smashed every vase within, incessantly kicking the door. The cacophony persisted, unbroken. You bitch. Just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. Various vulgarities emanated from within, while Ren Zi remained remarkably composed. Xiaoyun led Han Xiangxiang in from outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Han Xiangxiang's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly attempted to open the door, only to find it locked from the inside. Zizi, could you please release Wan? Han Xiangxiang had no choice but to seek Ren Zi, striving to steady her voice as she spoke. I brought medicine for Wan, if she takes it, she will calm down immediately. The words she is saying now are not her true thoughts, she is unwell and confused. Ren Zi raised her gaze to Han Xiangxiang, the coldness in her dark eyes piercing. You know better than anyone whether she is speaking sincerely, is there truly a need for pretense? Han Xiangxiang's complexion fluctuated between pale and ashen. Ren Zi languidly set down the documents in her hand. Xiaoyun, open the door. Upon hearing Ren Zi's words, Xiaoyun took the key and unlocked the door. She harbored no fear that Ren Linwan might pose a threat upon emerging. The bodyguards arranged by Xi Qing were nearby. You vile woman. The moment Ren Linwan stepped out, she indeed lunged at Ren Zi, only to be intercepted by a towering bodyguard, unable to advance. Subsequently, Han Xiangxiang forcibly shoved the prepared medicine into her mouth. Nuan, be good, take the medicine, and you will feel better. Han Xiangxiang embraced Ren Linwan, soothing her as she coaxed her to swallow the medicine. Take it slowly, don't choke. After ingesting the medicine, Ren Linwan gradually quieted down, soon closing her eyes and resting against Han Xiangxiang's embrace, as if she had drifted off to sleep. Once Han Xiangxiang confirmed she was truly asleep, she approached Ren Zi. Zi, may I take her with me? She forced a smile as she continued, as you can see, Nuan is experiencing some mental distress. Rest assured, we will cover all medical expenses and compensations without fail. It is best for her to rest here in her current state. Ren Zi rolled up her sleeves, revealing the stark white bandage freshly applied by Du Sifan on her arm. Moreover, the situation was far from resolved. Where did she think she could escape to? Han Xiangxiang nearly ground her teeth in frustration, entirely convinced that this little wretch was acting with malice. Zizi, I am your elder, she began, her tone shifting slightly as she threatened. I have heard that you have been getting close to Mr. Gu recently. This is also Mr. Gu's villa. If the old Master Gu learns of your disrespect towards your elders, what do you suppose his reaction will be? Ren Zi remained unfazed by her words, her expression cold and detached. With her uninjured hand, she gracefully poured tea and placed it before Han Xiangxiang. Aunt, please have some tea. Tea? What tea? Han Xiangxiang scoffed, her mind far from the thought of sipping tea at that moment. She almost turned to leave in anger, but upon noticing the imposing bodyguards, she restrained herself. Here, she possessed no advantage whatsoever. This tea is a rare find, sourced with great difficulty by Mr. Gu. I find it quite delightful, Ren Zi remarked, her gaze lowered. Dressed in a delicate white sweater and grey trousers, she sat cross-legged on the floor, her hair pinned back gently, exuding an air of softness. It was precisely this demeanor that intensified Han Xiangxiang's resentment. Why? Why did her warm-hearted sister seem to thrive amidst chaos while she maintained an appearance as if nothing were amiss? Her fingers curled tightly by her side. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the setting, she might well have been driven to madness like Ren Linwan. Ren Zi sensed the malevolent gaze directed towards her but chose to ignore it, focusing solely on her tea. The sound of a car door slamming shut echoed from outside, followed by hurried footsteps. Someone else had arrived. Ren Zi did not turn around, the footsteps abruptly halted a few paces away from her. Ren Zi, how are you? Gu Ningxiu inquired, glancing at the figure seated on the carpet. Her throat tightened as memories from the past inexplicably resurfaced. It felt like ages ago when she had waited in a similar manner for her own return. Yet, as Ren Zi turned to face her, all the hazy recollections were shattered by the stark reality. The figure on the ground bore an expression tinged with a hint of coldness, and several fresh scratches marred her neck, evoking a sense of dread. Further inspection revealed a bandaged arm and bruises of varying shades concealed beneath her sweater. How could you be injured so severely? Gu Ningxiu could not help but take a couple of steps forward, yearning to touch her arm, only to have it instinctively withdrawn. Ren Zi regarded her with a distant and disdainful gaze, slowly rising from the floor. Gu Ningxiu, she spoke, her lips parting slightly, I have no relationship with you now. Regardless of my condition, your concern is unwarranted. Miss Ren, Ningxiu is simply worried about you, Jing Shiyuan interjected, having observed the interaction between the two. She stepped forward to mediate, we know you were in trouble, he was concerned about your health and whether there are any other injuries. Must you reject his kindness so resolutely? Ren Zi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of mockery flashing in her eyes. Her words were indeed astute. While they appeared to defend Gu Ningxiu, they subtly obscured the nature of their relationship. Xiao Gu's primary concern should not be me. Ren Zi pointed towards the unconscious Ren Linwan behind her, tauntingly inquiring if Xiao Gu could truly mistake his own fiancé. If that were the case, I would not hesitate to recommend a doctor for a thorough examination of his eyesight. Upon hearing this, Gu Ningxiu's expression darkened. What did Ren Linwan have to do with him? Although they were engaged, marriage was still a distant prospect. Surely, he would not squander the latter part of his life entangled with a woman of questionable mental stability. It was utterly absurd. Just as he was about to voice these thoughts, a slight commotion echoed from the stairs on the second floor. Gu Xiqing descended, clad in an outfit that matched Ren Zi's, resembling a couple's ensemble. Upon arrival, he settled beside Ren Zi, his long legs crossed, exuding a protective demeanor. It seemed everyone had gathered. Are we all standing? Why not take a seat? Chapter 74, What will you do? Xi Qing, we are here to take Nuan away. Han Xiangxiang quickly interjected, stating that they would not sit and would not disturb them. Jing Shiyuan gazed at Gu Shiqing with a gentle demeanor, slowly articulating her words, expressing uncertainty about what they might have said to provoke Miss Ren's reluctance to let them take her away. Miss Jing, are you here on behalf of the Gu family today? Ren Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Her gaze imbued with a chilling intensity as she spoke measuredly, asserting that she recalled not having extended an invitation to Miss Jing. Jing Shiyuan gazed at Ren Zi with an air of composure, smiling as she spoke. Of course, Ningsu is my cousin. And Nuan is like a sister to me. Naturally, I came here for them. Ren Zi raised an eyebrow, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. It turned out Xi Fan was also present. Upon seeing Du Xi Fan, Jing Shiyuan took the initiative to greet him. It seems we haven't met in quite some time. Was it Xi Qing who sent you to tend to Miss Ren's wounds? Your medical skills are indeed commendable. There are few doctors who can remain by Xi Qing's side for such an extended period, and you are the only one capable of caring for him so diligently. Her tone was familiar, prompting Du Xi Fan to nod in agreement, offering a gentle smile in response. Not at all, it's merely fulfilling my duty as a doctor. Han Xiangxiang, unable to remain seated, had come with the intention of taking Ren Nuan away, rather than indulging in their pleasantries. Ningsu, hasn't your aunt been kind to you? Han Xiangxiang approached Gu Ningsu, tugging at his sleeve, imploring, please speak to your uncle and ask him to spare Nuan. She cannot endure any further distress. Seeing Gu Shiqing's arrival, she instinctively felt that he was the one in control here. In her eyes, Ren Zi held no significance. What he says to me is of no consequence. Gu Shiqing reclined against the luxurious black leather sofa, his gaze sweeping over everyone present with an air of nonchalance. A sardonic glint flickering in his dark eyes, his voice low and laced with a dangerous undertone. The victim in this matter is not me. If you truly wish to resolve this issue, you should seek the forgiveness of the victim. Today's actions by Ren Nuan have already constituted a deliberate act of harm. Han Xiangxiang inexplicably felt that Gu Shiqing was providing support for Ren Zi, as he bit his lip, steadfastly refusing to utter an apology. Gu Shiqing observed their reactions with a cold sneer, declaring, if you are unable to convince yourselves to apologize, I shall directly assist Ren Zi in pursuing legal action. As for the collaborations under your names, they will be reconsidered. Uncle, isn't Ren Zi fine? Perhaps. Gu Ningxu tentatively broached the subject of pleading for Ren Nuan. But before he could finish, he was frozen by Gu Shiqing's glare. It was evident that he disapproved of his words. Fine is merely a testament to my resilience. Ren Zi glanced at Gu Ningxu, addressing him with an edge. Do you genuinely believe that if I were in peril, I could still sit here and converse with you? Given your nature, would you not wait until my lifeless body lay before you to offer an apology? Her words were unvarnished, causing Gu Ningxu's expression to darken. Zi. You were not like this before, he said, his gaze complex as it lingered on Ren Zi, his voice turning frosty. When did you begin to transform into this person? So aggressive, leaving no room for others to maneuver. Ren Zi's glance toward him grew increasingly frigid. If she were to grant others a path, who would provide her with one? Upon her release from prison, they all believed themselves without support, eagerly seeking to trample upon her. Was she, Ren Zi, destined to serve as their stepping stone? Any hint of defiance, in the eyes of someone like Gu Ningxu, was perceived as a departure from the past. Even as an aberration. There was no need for such individuals. With a gentle hand upon her shoulder, Gu Shiqing addressed the assembly, asserting that Ren Zi was the true victim in this matter and should be the arbiter of its resolution. Should she elect to pursue legal action or bring the matter to light, Gu's legal team would provide unwavering support. Gu Ningxu gazed upon Gu Shiqing in disbelief. Why would he champion Ren Zi? Were they not family? Even if he were disinclined to aid her, he ought not to side with Ren Zi. His gaze darted between Ren Zi and Gu Shiqing, discerning an unspoken understanding, further evidenced by their subtle gestures. The notion that there was nothing between them seemed implausible. Gu Ningxu's lips pressed into a thin line, his jaw clenched as he suppressed the urge to confront them. After a moment, he inquired, so, what is it that you desire, Ren Zi? Having summoned us here, you must have a resolution in mind. Pray, enlighten us with your terms. He cared little for the potential dissemination of Ren Nuan's medical records, for she had outlived her usefulness. At that moment, Ren Nuan awoke. Her eyes ablaze with resentment upon hearing Gu Ningxu's words. Shaking off the support of the bodyguard, she slowly approached Han Xiangxiang, remarking flippantly, "Ren Zi. Do not forget that you are also a member of the Ren family. Should you expose my transgressions, Ren Corporation's stock value will undoubtedly suffer." Even now, Ren Lin Warm remained convinced of her innocence, placing the blame squarely upon Ren Zi. Ren Zi lifted her gaze towards Ren Lin Wan. A hint of coldness brewing in her eyes. Her fingers curled tightly on her knee. It must be said that her composure revealed a certain intellect. Ren Lin Wan, feeling she had grasped her opponent's Achilles heel, retorted vehemently, "So what if you know I am ill? You cannot harm me in the least. Everything you are doing now is mere bluster. You deserve nothing less than a wretched fate. You should have perished alongside your worthless father back then." Xi Yuan, who had been observing the drama unfold, noticed the deepening shadows on Xi Qing's face. She subtly shifted her gaze, feigning urgency as she interjected, "Wan. Do not speak recklessly. Miss Ren's father must have had his own burdens back then, you should apologize." Ren Lin Wan wore an expression of defiance. She was about to voice her thoughts when Han Xiangxiang grasped her hand, clearly attempting to prevent her from continuing. Upon seeing her silence, Xi Yuan's eyes flickered with a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction. She was obedient enough, albeit foolishly so, choosing to be a stepping stone for herself. "Miss Ren." She chastised Ren Lin Wan a few times before adopting a more conciliatory tone towards Ren Zi, murmuring, "Why not let this matter rest? If you seek any form of compensation, feel free to articulate your demands. What the Ren family cannot provide, I can offer on behalf of the Xing family." Ren Zi regarded her with a raised brow, a smirk of mockery gracing her lips as she turned to Han Xiangxiang, who appeared to be quite moved by the gesture. However, should Xi Yuan's words reach the ears of others, and they discovered she had indeed accepted compensation from the Xing family, the ensuing public scrutiny would likely turn against her. It must be acknowledged that this individual is indeed formidable to contend with. "Miss Xing, if Ren Lin Wan had intended to kill you today, would you choose to forgive her?" Ren Zi inquired directly. Chapter 75, I do not desire shares. Xi Yuan's gaze faltered, and she averted her head to evade Ren Zi's scrutiny, experiencing a sensation of being seen through. Had she been the target of Ren Lin Wan and narrowly escaped death, she would not only have refused to forgive her but would have also ensured that she suffered a fate far more dire than her own. Han Xiangxiang had initially anticipated that she would speak in her defense, but after this exchange, a hint of disappointment gradually surfaced in her eyes. If even she could not assist her, who else could? "Since you are asking me what I desire, then I shall elucidate it to you thoroughly." Ren Zi straightened her posture, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, inexplicably exuding a sense of oppression that made it difficult for them to breathe freely. "My arm was injured by Ren Lin Wan with a vase, the car accident on the elevated road she admitted to orchestrating deliberately, and in addition, there was her attempt to harm me with a fruit knife just now at the entrance. These instances, each and every one, were perpetrated by her." Han Xiangxiang's expression shifted subtly, attempting to deny the matter. Ren Zi discerned her intentions immediately. She chuckled softly, speaking with both deliberation and authority, stating that Guning Su was a witness to the first incident, and as for the subsequent two, there was surveillance footage at the entrance, which would be presented in court if they chose not to acknowledge them. "ZZ, we did not mean that." A flicker of malice flashed across Han Xiangxiang's eyes. Regretting that she had not arranged for someone to properly educate her in prison, she sighed softly, expressing, "As you know, after all these years with your uncle, we haven't accumulated much wealth, and the company's situation is quite bleak. If it is within my means, I would gladly fulfill any request you make." "And even now you are calculating against me," Ren Zi retorted, casting a mocking glance at her hand resting in her bag. "If I am not mistaken, you must have pressed the recording button, intending to wait for me to reveal the amount before you edit it later, right?" Han Xiangxiang abruptly lifted her gaze to Ren Zi, feeling a sense of embarrassment at being exposed. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved her phone from her bag, powered it off, and placed it on the coffee table. She was evidently not as easily deceived as before. It was unclear who had guided her to be so astute. "I see you lack sincerity," Ren Zi remarked, tapping her own phone lightly as she suggested, "Why don't we let the police determine how many years one would serve for intentional injury?" Upon hearing this, Ren Lin's eyes widened in terror. It dawned on her that Ren Zi was indeed a lunatic. Whatever she uttered, she would find a way to make it happen. "No, we cannot call the police. She turned and tightly grasped Han Xiangxiang's hand, trembling with fear as tears streamed down her face. "Mom, please save me, I don't want to go to jail." Han Xiangxiang contemplated snatching Ren Zi's phone but hesitated, wary of Xi Qing sitting beside her, leading her to remain motionless for a prolonged moment. As the situation threatened to devolve into chaos once more, Gu Ningxiu could no longer tolerate it. He reached out and seized Ren Zi's phone, fixing her with a cold, penetrating stare as he demanded, "Are you truly going to call the police? Do you possess even a modicum of empathy? Even if Nuan has wronged you in the past, she remains your cousin. You are currently unharmed and unscathed, yet you insist on depriving her of her liberty?" Resentment deepened in Ren Zi's eyes. Indeed, she and Gu Ningxiu were fundamentally incompatible. Is my life less valuable than her freedom? Ren Zi raised her gaze, fixing it upon Gu Ningxiu, and slowly retrieved her phone, stating coldly, "Or do you believe that I was always meant to perish? And my survival is merely a stroke of good fortune? Your life undoubtedly outweighs her freedom." Xi Qing, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Gu Ningxiu. Does the importance of a life hinge solely on your pronouncements?" "Uncle, Gu Ningxiu could be assertive in front of Ren Zi. But she dared not challenge Xi Qing, for he still held the reins of power within the Gu Corporation. Ren Zi leaned back on the sofa, a hint of profound coldness in her expression, awaiting their ultimate decision. "Xi Qing, do you side with Miss Ren?" Jing Shiyuan, having composed herself, managed a faint smile. "In your estimation, are Miss Ren's current actions justified?" Xi Qing simply nodded in affirmation. Aside from Ren Zi and him, the others present exchanged glances, unable to voice their intended moral coercion, as Xi Qing was not someone they could easily offend. Seated nearby, Ren Hangtian had, from the outset, designated Han Xiangxiang as the Ren family's emissary in negotiations with Ren Zi, never anticipating her utter disregard for familial bonds. However, Ren Zi's rejection of their extensive compensation proposals suggested she harbored a deeper desire. Her endeavors of late had been singularly focused on wresting control of Ren Corporation's shares from him. "Zi, would Ren Corporation's shares suffice as recompense?" Ren Hangtian inquired, feigning remorse. "This enterprise was, in essence, bequeathed by your father. Initially, apprehension regarding your ability to manage the company effectively upon your release from incarceration prompted my decision to oversee its operations on your behalf." "Ren Corporation shares?" Ren Zi queried, her brow arching slightly. Her machinations, from their inception to the present juncture, transcended the mere acquisition of Ren Corporation's shares. "What else do you seek?" Ren Lin Wan, unable to contain her indignation any longer, exclaimed at Ren Zi, "This company rightfully belongs to our family, and potentially to me in the future. Have you been plotting against me all along?" A fleeting moment of clarity illuminated her mind. "Restrain her." Ren Hangtian, chagrined by his daughter's undignified display, and mindful of Gu Ningxiu's presence, who might be inwardly celebrating the dissolution of their engagement with the Ren family, remained silent. Ren Zi, tapping her finger against the coffee table, redirected his attention to herself, and gently asserted, "Those shares in the company were inherently mine. Offering me my own shares as a concession is akin to extracting wool from the sheep's back." Ren Hangtian furrowed his brow, perplexed as to her true intentions. "In order for me to cease my grievances regarding this matter, you must present something of value in exchange," Ren Zi stated directly. "Something of value?" Ren Hangtian gazed at Ren Zi in confusion, unable to comprehend what she meant by something else. However, Xi Qing, who stood nearby, discerned the underlying meaning. He cast a penetrating glance at Ren Zi before turning to Ren Hangtian and said, "I recall that there is a villa with a garden under your father's name, is there not?" Upon hearing this, Ren Hangtian instantly grasped the implication. The villa with the garden belonged to the former Ren family, although they had not resided there, it had been well maintained. Now, Ren Zi's mere words threatened to take away this cherished property, and his heart ached at the thought. Chapter 76, a compromise feigning ignorance of Xi Qing's suggestion. Ren Hangtian forced a smile and replied, "That garden villa cannot be given away lightly, Mr. Gu, it is our ancestral home. I fear that if I were to part with it, my ancestors might haunt my dreams to settle the score. The ancestral home is, after all, one's own property." There was no way he would relinquish this villa to Ren Zi, she should not even entertain such notions. If the ancestors were to learn of Ren Lin Wan's circumstances, they would surely rise from their graves to seek retribution. Ren Zi, unyielding and unabashed, retorted without sparing him an ounce of dignity. Moreover, I am not a member of the Ren family, am I? Rest assured, I can handle myself. Ren Zi. Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Ren Hangtian's eyes blazed with fury, his face darkening as if ink were to drip from it. He coldly declared, the ancestral home has always been reserved for the heirs. You are merely a woman destined to marry outside the family. What right do you have to demand the ancestral home from me? Such arrogance is utterly incomprehensible. Gu Ningshu stood silently beside them, sharing the same sentiment as Ren Hangtian. To him, Ren Zi was merely a woman. What use could this villa possibly serve her? Moreover, it was the ancestral home of the Ren family. Once the next generation of the Ren family emerged, this place would be passed down. Granting it to her would simply be a squandering of resources. Her demands were truly outrageous. A mocking gleam flickered in Ren Zi's eyes as she disdainfully chuckled, seemingly forgetting that this ancestral residence was originally intended for her father. A place where she had grown up. Had the interlopers, who had occupied the nest for so long, come to believe it rightfully belonged to them? Did they possess no sense of shame? Han Xiangxiang's face could not conceal her fury. She was tempted to rush forward and tear apart Ren Zi's face, admonishing her for daring to speak so recklessly in front of so many. The old villa was worth 800 million. Her audacity to demand a house from them was utterly shameless. A wretched attempt to take advantage of the vulnerable. Zizi, one must know their own worth. Han Xiangxiang said with a forced smile, her words laced with mockery. Some things cannot simply be taken because one desires them. It also depends on whether one has the capability to grasp them. Ren Zi had no intention of heeding her words and retorted coldly. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me. In contrast, both Han Xiangxiang and Ren Hangtian exhibited a remarkable lack of shame, proving that one cannot expect decency from those who share the same bed. Miss Ren, are you not asking for too much? Xi Qing cast a dim glance at Ren Zi, having discerned the favoritism and protection evident in Xi Qing's demeanor and words. But why should it be so? What merit does she possess that warrants Xi Qing's unwavering protection? Ren Zi exhibits no discernible virtues and is burdened by a disreputable lineage and a criminal record. Should he genuinely marry her, he would become an object of ridicule. Xi Qing cast her gaze downward and murmured, indeed, I comprehend your intentions, which are merely to amass additional support. However, we must not be so unscrupulous. The inheritance of the Ren Corporation is also the entitlement of Aunt Han and her kin. Ren Zi scoffed, rose to her feet, dusted off imaginary debris from her person, and fixed Xi Qing with an icy stare. Are you unaware that the Ren Corporation was solely sustained by my father? What I seek rightfully belongs to me. If you aspire to feign magnanimity, perhaps you should distribute your family's shares and assets to them. Otherwise, refrain from uttering condescending remarks. As if provoked, Xi Qing gently bit her lip, casting a timorous glance at Xi Qing, imploring him to intercede on her behalf. When no one spoke for an extended period, tears welled up in her eyes, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Ren Linwan, seated beside her, incessantly picked at the scabbed wound on her person, until it ruptured, and fresh blood once more seeped from the laceration, saturating her garments. A peculiar smile contorted her face, and her eyes, brimming with animosity, were fixated upon Ren Zi. I shall slay you. Slay. Nuan Nuan. Before Ren Linwan could finish her words, she was interrupted by Xi Qing, who reached out to pull her closer and gently patted her arm, admonishing her not to speak foolishly. Miss Ren is your relative. If you continue to misbehave, I shall no longer take care of you. Xi Yuan, I don't want to, she replied, revealing a rare glimpse of vulnerability, her voice tinged with grievance. I don't want to go to jail, please help me. Xi Yuan gazed at her with tenderness, speaking softly. Then you must listen to me and refrain from doing anything inappropriate. Ren Zi observed this scene, raising an eyebrow in surprise. She had not realized that Xi Yuan possessed such authority. Even Ren Linwan was compelled to obey her. At that moment, Xi Yuan must have uttered something else. For Ren Linwan suddenly became agitated, shaking off her hand with a look of distrust. I refuse, she exclaimed, pointing at Ren Zi and addressing Xi Yuan with disdain. Whose side are you on? You want me to apologize to Ren Zi? Why should I apologize to her? Xi Yuan furrowed her brow, her education and composure preventing her from resorting to such vulgarity, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within her. It's merely a concession, she truly is a madwoman, incapable of considering such matters. Nuan, I am doing this for your own good. Before she could finish her sentence, Ren Linwan seized a nearby teacup and hurled it towards her direction. Scalding tea splashed onto Jing Shiyuan's arm, eliciting a startled cry for a doctor. Ren Linwan. Jing Shiyuan finally lost her patience. They were merely plastic sisters, and now that she had committed such an egregious act, there was no reason to expect her to endure it any longer. If you continue to create chaos, the entire Ren family will bear the consequences of your trivial misdeeds. Ren Linwan stood frozen in place, her gaze seething with resentment as it swept over everyone in the living room, her inner fury intensifying. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Ren Zi slightly raised her voice and declared, "You need not put on a performance for me." This statement rendered everyone somewhat awkward. "Since you are unwilling to bestow the villa upon me, I have alternative plans." Her icy gaze traversed each individual, and she softly remarked, "Ren Linwan's mental state appears to be quite poor. Have you considered admitting her to a psychiatric hospital? My other demand is that she must remain in the institution." Upon hearing this, Han Xiangxiang cast her a puzzled glance. Indeed, they had contemplated sending Nuan to a mental health facility during this period, but had yet to select a specific hospital. Yet, what was Ren Zi implying? Did she genuinely harbor such benevolence? Knowing full well that Nuan's conditions would likely improve significantly upon hospitalization? Nuan is better off at home, Han Xiangxiang expressed, a sense of unease gripping her heart. "I can provide you with a written guarantee, ensuring that she will be well cared for at home and will not trouble you again." Chapter 77, a choice between two options. Ren Linwan stood by, her eyes ablaze with an uncontrollable fury, her teeth grinding audibly. A premonition of unease flickered across Chen Han's brow. "I refuse to be confined to a mental institution." Ren Linwan suddenly surged forward, but before she could act, Chen Han seized her arm, pulling her onto the sofa. "Ren Zi. May misfortune befall you," she hissed, her gaze fixed on the person in the distance. "I am not afflicted. Order your people to release me. You contemptible wretch." Chen Han's brow furrowed. Before Xi Qing could speak, he forced a gag into her mouth, stifling her words. In the next instant, Ren Linwan's fingers grasped a fruit knife. Ren Zi's eyes narrowed, and she exclaimed, "Beware." Chen Han sensed the danger at Ren Zi's warning. He released her hand just in time, but not before his suit was slashed, and a shallow cut was inflicted beneath. "Ren Zi. I wish you were dead." Ren Linwan disregarded Chen Han, seizing the chaos to charge towards Ren Zi, intent on inflicting even a minor injury. However, she was promptly kicked to the ground by Xi Qing. His eyes were cold as he scoffed, "To persist with such crude tactics before me suggests an overestimation of your chances of success." Han Xiangxiang covered her mouth, watching the scene unfold in disbelief, before rushing to Ren Linwan's aid. Guning Su and Jing Shiyuan stood by, unable to voice any support for Ren Linwan. She had genuinely intended to kill. Had she attempted similar acts on the previous occasions? They had no right to expect Ren Zi to forgive someone who had endangered her life, but Jing Shiyuan kept her thoughts unspoken. "Are you quite certain you wouldn't prefer to have her committed to a psychiatric institution?" Ren Zi inquired, her gaze laced with derision as she addressed Mr. and Mrs. Han Xiangxiang. Her voice, though composed, carried a pointed resonance, suggesting that releasing such a woman as Ren Linwan would bring disgrace not only upon the Ren family but upon herself as well. Han Xiangxiang's countenance betrayed her displeasure. Yet she remained resolute. The daughter she had nurtured was, in her eyes, destined for excellence and to secure advantageous alliances for the family. Not to be relegated to a mental asylum, where Ren Zi might manipulate events to her detriment. The atmosphere in the drawing room grew tense, until Du Sifan stepped forward. "Madam Ren," he began, "I've consulted several acquaintances in the medical profession, and they possess some knowledge regarding Miss Ren's condition." He presented his mobile screen to Han Xiangxiang, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Should this report become public, the Ren family would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule within our circle. While her upbringing may not be your fault, failing to mitigate the situation now would be a grave error. After all, if I can procure such a report, others are equally capable of doing so." Ren Hangtian was the first to grasp the implications. Gu Ningxiu, after a moment's pause, interjected. "Then she shall be sent to a psychiatric hospital. I shall ensure it is a reputable one. Uncle Ren, given our family's long-standing association, rest assured that I will prevent any mistreatment of Nuan. Ren Hangtian cast a sidelong glance at him, his face flushed with resentment. It was, in his eyes, the Gu family that had precipitated their current predicament. Fully aware of his daughter's issues, Gu Ningxiu has nevertheless consorted with her for years. His feigned concern now rings hollow, exposing him as a sanctimonious hypocrite. Considering his future reliance on the Gu family's assistance, he must suppress his true feelings for the moment. Understood. I shall arrange her hospital visit upon my return. He cast a frigidly scornful glance at Ren Zi, demanding, does this appease you? Must I prostrate myself and beg your forgiveness? Ren Zi's gaze hardened. She certainly desired Ren Hantian's apology, but the time was not now. Chen Han, release them. With Gu Xiqing present, Ren Zi surmised they wouldn't dare renege on their word. Han Xiangxiang immediately rushed to Ren Linwan's side, escorting her and Ren Hangtian away, fearing Ren Zi might change her mind. After their departure, Gu Ningxiu looked at Ren Zi, hesitant to speak. Young Gu, aren't you leaving? Ren Zi, without so much as a glance, coldly stated, I advise you to take great care regarding Ren Linwan's hospital stay, lest I be implicated and accused of meddling. Gu Ningxiu's complexion turned unsightly. He wished to inquire about her current relationship with his uncle, but lacked the courage, given Gu Xiqing's unwavering gaze. Ningxiu, you should depart first. Jing Shiyuan, seated on a nearby armchair, addressed Gu Xiqing with a gentle tone, the Jing family banquet was too rushed. I didn't have the opportunity to properly reminisce with Xi Qing. Now that we're finally seated, I have matters to discuss with him. Reminisce? Gu Ningxiu cast a peculiar glance at her cousin. However, being on Gu Xiqing's turf, he departed without a word. Xi Qing, 2 years ago abroad, when I encountered difficulties. You were the one who lent a hand, do you recall? Jingxi's irises softened slightly, her tone becoming gentle and refined. I even accompanied you to the bar at the time. You imbibed quite a bit of alcohol, and your friends jested at our expense. Now that I've returned to our homeland, I finally possess the capability to assist you. While ostensibly expressing gratitude towards Gu Xiqing, her words subtly implied their affiliation. As if Ren Zi were an outsider. Upon hearing her allude to the events of yesteryear, Ren Zi deliberately leaned back, adopting a posture of amusement. Jing Xiyan felt a surge of vexation. Having reached this point, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize the need to grant them space, rather than remaining as a third wheel. Nevertheless, she harbored a subtle desire to flaunt her past connection. I spent several days in your company, and you were consistently attentive to my needs. It was my oversight not to consider your sentiments at the time. Had I accompanied you back to our homeland then? She cast a lingering glance at Gu Xiqing, the unspoken implications hanging heavy in the air. Gu Xiqing's gaze, clear and frosty, settled upon her. Just as she began to believe she had a chance, the man's deep and frigid voice resonated. It was the Han family's scion who aided you abroad. The reason you followed me was simply because everyone in the circle was socializing together, and you, in your brazenness, attached yourself to me in order to expand your network. He concluded with a hint of derision, nothing transpired between us. Did you expect me to foot the bill for your airfare had you accompanied me back to our homeland? The illustrious Jing family has fallen to such a dismal state? With each word he uttered, Jing Shiyuan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She twisted her clothing in her hands, biting her lip, wishing fervently for a hole in the ground to swallow her whole. To make matters worse, she was the subject of ridicule in front of Ren Zi. A wave of resentment surged within her, at the very least. The Gu family had some semblance of collaboration with the Jing family, yet Gu Xiqing showed no regard whatsoever. Ren Zi's discomfort was soothed by Gu Xiqing's demeanor. She understood Jing Shiyuan's intentions and had no desire to engage in conflict, but she was taken aback by the callousness of the person beside her. Nonetheless, she appreciated Gu Xiqing's straightforwardness. Chapter 78, the edifice is crumbling. Gu Xiqing appeared utterly oblivious to Jing Shiyuan's expression and coldly instructed, Chen Han, escort Miss Xing out. Chen Han, understanding the assignment, approached Jing Shiyuan and gestured politely for her to leave. Gu Xiqing, you shall regret this. Jing Shiyuan could no longer maintain her composure. After delivering a sharp retort, she departed. Meanwhile, Du Sifan observed Gu Xiqing's reaction and actions, gaining a fresh perspective on Ren Zi's standing in Gu Xiqing's heart. Initially, he believed his friend was motivated merely by pity or a desire for revenge. However, it now seemed that someone might have developed deeper feelings, leaving an uncertain outcome ahead. These matters were of no concern to him. Gu Xiqing received a phone call and retreated to the study to address some affairs. while he accompanied Ren Zi to her room to instruct her on the proper use of the medication. The previous incident was my fault. Addressing Ms. Ren with heartfelt sincerity, Du Sifan conveyed his apologies. Upon our initial encounter, my recognition of your identity stirred within me a certain agitation, leading to my regrettable conduct. I implore you not to hold it against me. It has now become apparent to me that external hearsay often lacks veracity, particularly in your case, Ms. Ren Zi offered a slight pause, subsequently dismissing the matter with a nonchalant shake of her head. I am cognizant that your intentions were for the well-being of President Gu. President Gu? Du Sifan cast a glance outward, noting the absence of Xi Qing's figure. A sense of exasperation welled within him to have ensconced someone beneath one's own roof, yet to have failed to elicit a change in such nomenclature. Rest assured, Ren Zi continued, I harbor no avarice for his wealth. My current residence here is merely transient. Upon the resolution of pending matters, I shall relocate to my own abode. Finding her statement perhaps incomplete, Ren Zi appended, should President Gu eventually find affection for another, I shall depart, ensuring no encumbrance upon their affairs. Recognizing the intimacy of their relationship, Du Sifan abstained from further interjection. Upon departing Ren Zi's chamber, he ventured to the study, relaying her sentiments verbatim. I perceive Ren Zi's intentions to be genuine. With benevolent intent, he cautioned, old Gu, should one truly harbor affection for another, it behooves one to express it directly, lest one's voice remain unutilized. Xi Qing's brow furrowed slightly, his typically composed gaze now imbued with a piercing intensity. His slender fingers drummed idly upon the desk surface, emanating an aura of profound coldness. Meanwhile, following Du Sifan's departure, Ren Zi promptly initiated a call to Jiang Minqing. Madame Ren on the other end of the line. The individual seemed to have been awaiting her arrival, promptly inquiring if there had been any developments. Ren Linwan had already been admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Ren Zi bluntly remarked that, given your capabilities, it should not pose a challenge to locate her medical records. It would be wise to refrain from contacting those marketing accounts that circulated online previously. Such actions might appear overly deliberate. I understand. I shall promptly arrange for the retrieval of the documents. Jiang Minqing expressed her gratitude, saying, Miss Ren, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Although I am aware your intentions may not be entirely altruistic, you have, in any case, saved my life. Should there be any way I can be of service in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. Ren Zi's assistance was never predicated on the expectation of reciprocation. Having confirmed that the other party understood the necessary course of action, she ended the call. At the Ren residence, after ensuring Ren Linwan was settled, Han Xiangxiang noticed Ren Hangtian sitting quietly on the sofa. Darling. She pondered for a moment before approaching and sitting beside him, softly asking, what occupies your thoughts? Hasn't the situation with Linwan been resolved? Is there something amiss? Ren Hangtian furrowed his brow, questioning why Ren Zi felt compelled to send Linwan to the hospital. Wasn't the ancestral home of greater significance to her? She had never shown any compassion towards us in this place. Perhaps she simply did not intend to go to extremes, Han Xiangxiang speculated. After all, if we were to encounter genuine misfortune, those individuals online could easily bring Ren Zi to ruin with mere words. Now that she is with Xi Qing, it is likely she still harbors aspirations of marrying into the Gu family. However, if her reputation were to tarnish, it would be impossible for her to ever re-enter the Gu family. Ren Hangtian was lost in thought, remaining silent. Suddenly, the sound of his phone ringing broke the stillness. He glanced at the screen, noting an unfamiliar number. Mr. Ren, it has been a while, came the voice of Jiang Minqing from the other end of the line. And Ren Hangtian quickly recognized her. What do you want? A sense of foreboding gripped him as he suppressed his fury, responding. We will strive to compensate for what my daughter has done, but Miss Jiang, one must not be insatiably greedy. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Jiang Minqing's eyes, her face devoid of warmth. It was evident that such shameless words could only emanate from individuals like Ren Hangtian and his family. I merely wish to present something to Mr. Ren, she stated. The moment her words fell, a new message arrived on Ren Hangtian's phone. Upon opening it, he discovered it was the medical records of Ren Linwan, clearly stating the address of the hospital where she was currently admitted. Where did you obtain this? Ren Hangtian exclaimed furiously. Do you realize that your actions are an invasion of privacy? What exactly do you intend to do? With a tone laced with mockery yet underscored by a hint of warning, Jiang Minqing replied, what I intend to do depends entirely on your attitude, Mr. Ren. If you provide me with the appropriate compensation, I can assure you that this report will remain confidential. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences. The choice is yours. Ren Hangtian trembled with rage. He abruptly discerned that from the moment he consented to commit Ren Lin to the asylum, he had been ensnared in Ren Zi's stratagem. From the outset, she had no intention of relinquishing her pursuit of him. Jiang Mingqing's coercion of Ren Hangtian and the others was of no consequence to Ren Zi. Her focus remained fixed on the stock price of Ren Corporation. Since Ren Lin's misfortune, internal instability had plagued Ren Corporation, causing its stock price to fluctuate wildly. Those who navigated the commercial arena were seasoned veterans. The family's avoidance of assistance during Ren's crisis, instead maintaining a distance, had allowed them to discern a subtle clue. Marriages between powerful families invariably resulted in one party's loss and another's gain. The family's unwillingness to aid the Ren family indicated an impending dissolution of their alliance. Within the confines of Ren Corporation's office, Ren Hangtian had fielded countless calls from individuals seeking to withdraw their investments. Even those with finalized contracts preferred to pay penalties rather than continue their agreements. Damn it! As the assistant entered, the sight of Ren Hangtian's furious outburst sent shivers down their spine. Mr. Ren, our previously dispatched products have been returned. Upon inquiry, they expressed their unwillingness to prolong our collaboration, opting instead to incur penalties. Ren Hangtian's eyes were bloodshot as he erupted in anger. Get out. All of you, get out. These individuals were the epitome of opportunism. When the family had not yet severed ties with him, who among them had not eagerly sought his partnership? Now, witnessing his downfall, they revealed their true colors. Ren Hangtian, with his hands braced against the table, felt the flames of fury within his chest threatening to consume him entirely. Chapter 79, I can acquire it. He must devise a plan, for he cannot remain in such a passive state. After Ren Lin Wan completely severed her engagement with Gu Ningsu, her condition, despite medical intervention, continued to deteriorate. I want to see Ningsu, she exclaimed. Her hair cascading around her shoulders, clad in a beige nightgown, her bare arms marred with bruises, evidence of needle marks. Clutching a fruit knife, the servant stood in fearful trepidation, none daring to approach Ren Lin Wan at that moment. Nuanyuan, please listen, Han Xiangxiang attempted to step forward, hoping to retrieve the knife from her grasp. Mother would never harm you. Gu Ningsu is not good for you. I will find you a more suitable fiancé. Do not speak of him in such a manner. A fierce glint suddenly ignited in Ren Lin Wan's eyes as she brandished the fruit knife, thrusting it towards Han Xiangxiang. The sharp tip carved a deep wound into her arm, exposing flesh to bone. Madam. Ma'am. The servants rushed over in a flurry, eager to assist Han Xiangxiang, fearing repercussions should anything happen to her. Step aside. Are you all deaf? Han Xiangxiang pushed aside those before her, blood seeping through her fingers as she pressed against the injury. Someone go and take the knife from Mrs. Hands at once. Ren Lin Wan leaned against the bar, her expression increasingly frantic. Gripping the knife tightly, she lashed out erratically at anyone who dared to approach, instilling a profound sense of fear in all present. Do not come any closer. Stay away from me. Han Xiangxiang gritted her teeth, momentarily at a loss regarding how to handle her daughter, torn between the urge to act forcefully and the fear of causing her further harm. The sudden ringing of a mobile phone startled them. She followed the sound to the doorway and discovered that Ren Zi had been standing there, expressionless, as if observing a farcical performance. I apologize for the interruption, Ren Zi remarked, as if just realizing the situation, ending her call and turning her gaze towards the individuals present. I heard you were having quite a disturbance at home, so I thought I would come to take a look. With no one at the entrance, I simply walked in. This last statement clarified her unexpected presence. Han Xiangxiang doubted her altruism. Miss. The servant's voice, tinged with panic, rang out once more. Turning around, she found Ren Lin lying unconscious on the floor. Take her to her room. Han Xiangxiang commanded the servant, prioritizing Ren Lin's transport back to her chamber before descending the stairs. Ren Zi was seated on the sofa, facing the tea set and snacks brought by the servant. That particular tea set was one Ren Zi had used previously, evoking an unsettling sense of nostalgia within her. It felt as though time had reverted, with Ren Zi still the radiant young lady of the Ren family, while they were irrevocably trampled beneath her feet. The sharpness of her long nails digging into her palm snapped her back to reality. ZZ, so you haven't left after all, Han Xiangxiang said. regaining her composure as a flicker of darkness crossed her gaze. No matter how resplendent her past had been, the Ren family's fortunes now lay in their hands. And the Ren household was theirs as well. Their statuses had shifted, she could never return. I have a few inquiries to make, Ren Zi said, setting down her teacup. She waited until Han Xiangxiang took a seat across from her before speaking softly. When the Ren family faced its crisis, who else was involved in the machinations? You may remain silent, but I will unearth the truth. A tremor coursed through Han Xiangxiang. When did her gaze acquire such incisiveness? Moreover, her very presence hinted at the mettle of Xi Qing. Could such qualities be contagious? ZZ, what are you implying? I am at a loss. Han Xiangxiang uttered these words with palpable reluctance, each syllable forced through her teeth. The events surrounding the corporation were merely an unforeseen occurrence. You were a first-hand witness. Did you discern any irregularities? Ren Zi chuckled, her voice abruptly turning glacial. It matters not if you remain reticent now, I shall inevitably uncover the answers myself. However, prior to my discovery, I have a token to bestow upon you. If your domestic affairs are in such disarray, one can only surmise the state of your professional endeavors. With that, she retrieved a document from her satchel, placing it upon the tea table and sliding it toward Han Xiangxiang, beckoning her to peruse it. Han Xiangxiang regarded her with suspicion. What stratagem was she employing? She opened the file, her countenance growing increasingly grim as she progressed. Before slamming it shut and onto the table. Where did you procure these documents? It was a ledger of Ren Corporation's financially insolvent ventures from recent years. Even without direct involvement, she recognized certain projects that Ren Hangtian had mentioned in passing. These were ventures undertaken in collaboration with the Gu Corporation. Ren Zi raised an eyebrow. Smiling knowingly. Observing that her meaning was comprehended, she produced a second offering, a check for 1 million, placing it upon the tea table. This is an initial installment. Her gaze fixated intently on Han Xiangxiang, as if proclaiming an inevitable outcome. She murmured, if you find yourselves unable to salvage the Ren Corporation, consider selling it directly to me. I assure you, the price I offer will surpass any external bids, ensuring you suffer no loss. Indignation surged across Han Xiangxiang's countenance. She promptly rose from the sofa, gesturing towards the doorway, and declared without reservation, leave. Get out of my house immediately. You are not welcome here. Ren Zi lifted her eyes to regard her, her tone indifferent yet laced with a hint of coercion. Once your elder uncle returns, I suggest you thoroughly deliberate my proposition. After all, the Ren Corporation is the lifeblood of our family, it cannot be carelessly destroyed. Having spoken, she advanced towards the exit. Clang. The sound of a glass shattering against the floor echoed behind her. Ren Zi did not turn back, knowing full well it was Han Xiangxiang venting her fury. This was merely the commencement. She would methodically ensure that those who conspired to frame her would pay the price, while simultaneously reclaiming everything that was rightfully hers. Upon exiting, a sleek, ebony-colored Maybach was parked at the curb. The rear window descended partially, revealing the man's refined, aloof features, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Ren Zi hesitated momentarily. She had assumed that Xi Qing would depart after dropping her off, yet he had remained, awaiting her return. Are you not coming? Xi Qing's voice resonated with a deep, gentle timbre. Or must I personally escort you to my vehicle before you deign to enter? A smile graced Ren Zi's countenance as she briskly approached the vehicle. She opened the rear door and settled inside, finding a cup of lukewarm water promptly within her reach. After taking a delicate sip, she began to recount the recent events. I knew you were capable, Xi Qing affirmed, his gaze reflecting unwavering confidence in Ren Zi. He stated in a deep voice. You have surpassed your former self in many aspects. Whatever task falls to you, you execute with excellence. Chapter 80, His immense power. Ren Zi regarded him, her heart rate accelerating palpably. It is due to President Gu's skillful guidance, she responded. As their eyes met, a subtle, amorous tension permeated the confined space of the car. Seated in the front, Chen Han felt acutely out of place, as though he should be beneath the vehicle. The silence was abruptly shattered by a sudden ringtone. Xi Qing averted his gaze, his dark eyes narrowing slightly as an unlisted number appeared on his phone screen. He answered the call, his subdued voice resonating within the car. President Gu, should we continue to engage the online commentators? The unfamiliar male voice on the other end of the line inquired, uttering words that prompted Ren Zi to cast a sidelong glance at Xi Qing. The latter responded in a deep tone, has the matter been concluded satisfactorily? Rest assured. We operate with utmost precision, the voice on the other end replied playfully. The online discourse is now escalating intensely. I assure you, they are likely cowering in their homes. Afraid to venture out. Xi Qing acknowledged with a soft murmur. After issuing further instructions, he terminated the call. Mr. Gu, you. Ren Zi voiced with haste after the call concluded, yet she hesitated to articulate her innermost thoughts. It was my doing, Xi Qing interjected, taking the cup from which she had drunk. I merely amplified the situation, was this not your initial intention? Indeed, it was the outcome she desired. Ren Zi regarded Xi Qing with a complex gaze, never intending to implicate him, as this was a matter concerning the Ren family and herself. Do not overthink it. Xi Qing remarked, raising his eyes, his dark pupils profound and penetrating. We are in the same boat now, assisting you is mutually beneficial. Before Ren Zi could respond, he closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Intuition told her that Xi Qing seemed displeased, perhaps because she sought to distance herself from him. She fell silent, sitting quietly beside him. Meanwhile, at the Ren residence, Han Xiangxiang could no longer contain herself. Despite having sent Ren Lin warm to the hospital, the online community persisted in their relentless attacks. Are you not going to devise a solution? She exclaimed, venting her anger on Ren Hangtian. Is it so difficult to suppress those rumors? Do you know that I dare not even step outside? Do you know what people are saying about me behind my back? Ren Hangtian was also nearing his breaking point due to Jiang Mingqing's constant pressure. She had been calling him almost 10 times a day. And the reporters were swarming like cats drawn to the scent of blood. Contact Jiang Mingqing and give her the money, Ren Hangtian uttered through clenched teeth. The only way to resolve the online situation is to agree to her terms. Han Xiangxiang consented to turn back. They dialed Jiang Mingqing's number. But the latter swiftly changed her stance. You are being exceedingly greedy. Ren Hangtian exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration towards the voice on the other end of the line. If we report this to the authorities, you will bear the burden of extortion. Can you endure the consequences? The audacity of demanding 10 million in cash, along with the ancestral home of the Ren family, was nothing short of opportunistic exploitation. Mr. Ren, it matters not whether you agree or not. Jiang Mingqing appeared to have anticipated his reaction, speaking languidly. We can continue to wait and see whether you acquiesce to my terms first or whether the Ren family succumbs to my machinations. Do not entertain thoughts of involving the police, I assure you, reporters will arrive far quicker than the authorities. If you wish to carry the weight of a charge that could drive someone to despair, feel free to pursue your intended actions. Ren Hangtian trembled with rage. Even he, in his naivety, now discerned that this was a trap set by Jiang Mingqing and Ren Zi. They had led him to believe he could extricate himself. In truth, Ren Zi had never contemplated relinquishing the ancestral home, the two were clearly colluding. Had this been before, he would have confidently ended the call. However, the current public sentiment was heavily skewed against the Ren family, and the Gu family had expressed an eager desire to annul their engagement. If this matter were not resolved effectively, it would become fodder for gossip. Moreover, they would inevitably lose even more. I understand now. I will concede to your demands. Ren Hangtian's distress was evident, you had better uphold your end of the bargain. Otherwise, the Ren family is not an entity you can easily provoke. Jiang Mingqing assented. Having received the coordinates from Ren Hangtian, she successfully acquired the desired item after their rendezvous and departed. Ren Zi discovered the acquisition the following day. And after confirming the time and place, she ventured out to meet Jiang Mingqing. Ms. Ren, this is what you requested, Jiang Mingqing stated, placing the Crimson Property Certificate on the table. As Ren Zi reached for it, she noticed Jiang Mingqing's firm grip on the certificate, indicating a reluctance to relinquish it. What is the meaning of this? She inquired, her gaze turning cool as she regarded Jiang Mingqing. Could it be that you've had a change of heart and no longer intend to give it to me? This item is of no use to me, Jiang Mingqing responded, her voice clear yet tinged with emotion. I merely wish to remind Ms. Ren that should you renege on your previous agreement, I possess a comprehensive record of our interactions. Such individuals, she reasoned, warranted the preservation of ample evidence. Ren Zi released her hold, her expression serene as she regarded the woman before her. If you harbored such distrust, why did you seek my collaboration in the first place? She asked, her tone indifferent. Jiang Mingqing hesitated. recalling the desperation that had driven her to seek assistance when the Ren family had cornered her. Perceiving her thoughts, Ren Zi tapped the table twice and quietly asserted, "I will fulfill all my prior commitments. If you remain apprehensive, you may entrust me with the property certificate before boarding your flight." Jiang Minqing fixed her gaze upon Ren Zi for a moment before relenting. "No need," she conceded. "I trust you." She released her grip, handing the certificate to Ren Zi. As they exited the CAF, Jiang Minqing, before entering her taxi, cautioned Ren Zi, "The Gu Corporation's affairs are more complex than you imagine. Although my future will hold no connection to these matters or individuals, Miss Ren, I perceive your inherent goodness." Ren Zi stood motionless, watching the taxi vanish from sight. A good person? Was she truly? The subsequent procedures were expedited swiftly, with Xi Qing's guidance ensuring that the Ren family found no opportunity to interfere. Jiang Minqing successfully departed the country with a substantial sum of money. Upon returning home from work, Xi Qing noticed Ren Zi's absence. His brow furrowed slightly as he dialed her number, only to receive no response. Around midnight, the villa's doors were finally pushed open. "Why so late?" Ren Zi startled at the sudden sound. She clutched her chest, her eyes still displaying a hint of panic. The living room lights illuminated, casting a dim, yellowish glow upon the man in home attire, his face veiled with a touch of coldness. His dark eyes scanned the entrance, and he approached Ren Zi. "Has something happened?" Chapter 81, Objective achieved. Nothing has happened. Ren Zi rubbed her temples, the weariness on her face diminishing slightly. "There's internal training at the company recently, so I'll be returning later than usual." Hearing this, Xi Qing drew closer to observe Ren Zi's expression. Chen Han had indeed mentioned the training, but he hadn't anticipated Ren Zi's participation. "Have you eaten?" Xi Qing inquired gently. "I'll have someone prepare something for you. Next time you return this late, please call me, and I'll come to pick you up." As he spoke, his gaze was sincere as he looked at Ren Zi. "I'm not hungry." Ren Zi shook her head, a warm current flowing through her heart. After a brief conversation between the two, she returned to her room to freshen up and rest. Over the next few days, Ren Zi immersed herself in the courses arranged by the company, studying tirelessly as if possessed by an insatiable drive for progress. Xi Qing observed her fervor, finding no reason to hinder her pursuit of her passions. In the study, Ren Zi sat at a separate table, her tablet positioned before her as she watched the videos, occasionally dragging the progress bar. Xi Qing rose to leave, making his way to the kitchen where he encountered Xiao Yun. "Sir?" Xiao Yun was startled by his sudden appearance, and upon glancing outside and not seeing Ren Zi, she inquired curiously, "What would you like to do?" Xi Qing surveyed the contents of the refrigerator, contemplating a late-night snack to bring her, something he knew she would enjoy. If certain items were unavailable, he could ask Chen Han to procure them, ensuring he would remember to prepare them for her every day. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the study, Xi Qing noticed a hint of confusion on Ren Zi's face. She was anxiously nibbling on the end of her pen, appearing somewhat innocent and endearing. The man's brow furrowed slightly as he approached her from behind, observing the screen where issues related to a production line were displayed, territory she had never ventured into before. The data presented anomalies. Typically, their growth would be steady, yet this segment exhibited an alarming spike, suggesting underlying factors at play. Leaning slightly over the table, he gently tapped the screen with his long fingers, his deep, husky voice resonating in her ear as he elucidated the concepts displayed on the tablet. The familiar scent of Xi Qing enveloped Ren Zi, filling her senses. Her heart rate accelerated inexplicably. His elucidation was so lucid and comprehensible that one could quickly grasp the crux of the matter, which smoothed the furrows on Ren Zi's brow. "You can ask me anything you don't understand." Lowered his gaze to Ren Zi. "I am so close to you. Wouldn't it be a waste not to exploit such a valuable resource?" Ren Zi's ears flushed crimson at his teasing tone, and she hesitated to meet his eyes. "Mr. Gu, your appearance fee is too exorbitant. I'm afraid I can't afford it." She felt their posture was too intimate, yet she didn't want to evade it. "There's no appearance fee for you." S tone was languid, as he spoke with a leisurely cadence. "Sir, your order." Xiao Yun appeared at the doorway with a tray, her sudden voice disrupting the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Observing them, she wished she could rewind time by 2 seconds so she could drag herself back. Her timing was truly inopportune. "Madam, this is what the gentleman instructed me to prepare." Xiaoyun placed the late-night snack she had prepared before Ren Zi, then hastily departed. Hoping they could resume what they were doing before. Ren Zi increased the distance between herself and, inwardly contemplating their recent interaction. If Xiaoyun hadn't appeared, they might have kissed. Eat. Perceived her circumspection, and his eyes darkened slightly before he pushed the late-night snack toward her. This was specially prepared for you. It was indeed all her favorite food. Ren Zi cast him a grateful glance, yet her heart felt somewhat heavy. She found herself increasingly indebted to Xi Qing, yet remained uncertain where to begin repayment. In the days that followed, she dedicated herself to the study, spending almost all of her time there. She meticulously compiled questions, which Xi Qing adeptly elucidated, leading to her profound enlightenment. Upon her return to the company after recuperating, Ren Zi observed a palpable improvement in the office atmosphere compared to before. The personnel remained unchanged, save for the absence of Ren Linwan. Secretary Ren, you're back. How are you feeling? We heard you encountered some further difficulties, but we didn't have your address and couldn't visit, several colleagues exclaimed, stepping forward with concern. Fortunately, you've returned. We can now exchange ideas on work-related matters. Ren Zi was taken aback, recalling the situation before her departure, when such cordiality was non-existent. A colleague with whom she had a relatively good rapport explained the reason. Actually, none of us were particularly fond of Ren Linwan. In the tea room, Qin Yan brewed a cup of coffee and handed it to Ren Zi, remarking, "We were helpless before, but after the Jiang Minqing incident, everyone realized you secretly provided a great deal of assistance." Ren Zi hadn't anticipated this being the reason. "You're also efficient in your work," Qin Yan concluded. "Now that you're in charge of the secretariat, we're all willing to follow your instructions." Initially, Ren Zi didn't fully grasp the significance of Qin Yan's words. It wasn't until she began assigning tasks that she realized the high level of cooperation and efficiency, a stark contrast to the past. Only then did she fully comprehend Qin Yan's meaning. Chen Han observed everything closely. When Ren Zi approached to hand over the documents, he offered her unreserved praise. "Truly, she is a woman of great capability." He lowered his voice, noting that these individuals had previously been troublesome, and even Han Miao, who excelled in her work here, had never genuinely earned their respect. Ren Zi smiled, not taking Chen Han's words to heart. Even if someone else were to take her place, the outcome would remain unchanged. It was merely that she had the advantage of the current situation. Upon returning to her desk, the tasks began to dwindle, and she found her mind wandering. Until the affairs of the Ren family were resolved, she could not find peace. What if Ren Hangtian stubbornly refused to yield? Unwilling to allow her entry into the Ren family business? Would she simply watch the conglomerate crumble? Later that day, upon returning to the Gu household and having just changed her clothes, she noticed Ren Hangtian's number flashing on the screen. She answered the call. "Ren Zi. Do your previous words still hold true?" Ren Hangtian, fully aware that Ren Zi was calculating her every move, nevertheless found himself unable to stand firm against her. He could not bear the thought of the Ren family falling into the hands of others. "Of course, my words hold weight." Ren Zi exhaled, relieved. "I can negotiate the specific investment amounts for Ren family business, and I am open to considering your conditions." After a brief pause, Ren Hangtian provided her with a time for their meeting. They would convene at the Ren family office, where they would each confirm that the contract was in order. And upon signing, the investment sum would be transferred to the Ren family's account. Holding the freshly minted contract as she exited the Ren family office, Ren Zi felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. From this moment onward, she was the largest shareholder of the Ren family business. Chapter 82, an exuberant revelation with the elation of securing the ascendancy of Ren Corporation still resonating within her. Ren Zi was eager to impart the joyous news to Xi Qing. However, before she could hail a taxi, she received a call from Xin Jiao, who was bubbling with excitement. Sensing a premonition, she inquired about the location and promptly set off to meet her. Upon entering the designated private room at the opulent Shiyu bar, Ren Zi was greeted by a shower of celebratory confetti. Startled, she watched as Xin Jiao emerged, a bouquet of resplendent flowers in her hands. She presented the blooms to Ren Zi, then affectionately guided her into the heart of the room. "Zizi. This is all for you," Xin Jiao declared, her eyes sparkling with genuine delight. After her initial surprise, Ren Zi comprehended the reason for the elaborate preparations. "You know?" she inquired, her tone laced with certainty and a hint of amusement. Xin Jiao cast a sidelong glance, her voice rising slightly in pitch. Of course. I've been closely monitoring the shifts in Ren Corporation's equity. From the moment they began drafting the contract, I knew what was to transpire. I've arranged a surprise for you. Xin Jiao continued, her sincerity palpable. She was genuinely overjoyed for Ren Zi, who had finally emerged from hardship and could now hold her head high as a member of the Ren family. Ren Zi settled onto the plush sofa, and a beautifully crafted cocktail was promptly placed before her. She took a delicate sip, savoring the exquisite flavor. The private room buzzed with the energy of Xin Jiao's friends, who had been invited to enhance the celebratory atmosphere. Ren Zi offered them a polite greeting, recognizing the importance of expanding her professional network. However, she couldn't help but notice the abundance of handsome men among the group. Two of the more audacious individuals approached her, attempting to strike up a conversation. Before they could fully articulate their intentions, she politely deflected their advances with carefully chosen excuses. Upon Xin Jiao's return from toasting the room, she noticed Ren Zi ensconced quietly on the sofa, displaying a distinct lack of enthusiasm befitting her role as the evening's protagonist. With a subtle lift of her brow, she observed yet another gentleman depart after being rebuffed by Ren Zi, before settling down beside her. Zizi, the essence of an evening out lies in reveling in the moment, Xin Jiao remarked. Xin Jiao took pleasure in his discomfiture and spared no effort in exacerbating his troubles. They shall not engage in untoward behavior, especially with my presence. Your sole responsibility is to enjoy yourself unreservedly. Yao Yao, I feel that Ren Zi began, contemplating an early departure. However, observing Xin Jiao's demeanor, she realized that voicing such sentiments would undoubtedly dampen her spirits. Absolutely not. Xin Jiao interjected, placing a finger against her lips, her breath carrying a hint of wine. She whispered, rest assured, this instance shall remain veiled from knowledge. A trace of resignation flickered across Ren Zi's countenance. I harbor a preference for personal space and find no solace in the company of others while imbibing. Ignoring her words, Xin Jiao swiftly summoned two male models, each towering at 180 centimeters, to flank Ren Zi. Attend to my dearest friend with utmost care, she instructed, gesturing towards the pair. With a coy smile, she added, exemplary service shall be rewarded handsomely. However, under no circumstances shall anyone coerce her into actions against her will. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in their eyes as they nodded earnestly. After Xin Jiao's departure, one of them ventured, my dear, shall we partake in a game? The rules are quite simple, we merely compare the roll of the dice to determine the victor. After a moment's hesitation, Ren Zi acquiesced. The door to their private room was not entirely closed. As Du Fan passed by on his way to the restroom, a familiar female voice caused him to question his senses. However, in the next instant, he saw Ren Zi. It seemed she had been playing games for a while and had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Her porcelain face was slightly flushed, her eyes were hazy, and her red lips were gently curved, giving her a somewhat enchanting allure. What are you doing standing here? Du Fan was startled by the sudden voice. He then remembered that he had pulled Xi Qing out with him when he had come out. Old Gu, there's nothing to see here. Before he could finish speaking, Xi Qing had already glimpsed the scene inside through the door crack. Ren Zi was being intimately embraced by two male models, showing no signs of pushing them away or rejecting their advances. The man's expression instantly turned cold. Du Fan felt a bit awkward. He had previously had a somewhat improved impression of Ren Zi, but he didn't expect her to collapse in such a place. Actually, these things are normal, he whispered. Didn't we also have people come and accompany us before? This doesn't necessarily mean anything. Indeed, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Xi Qing's gaze was fixed on the people inside, his voice low and somber. She is an adult now and knows what she should and shouldn't do. Moreover, she has friends inside, so doing this is understandable. This was the first time Du Fan had heard such a conclusion from his friend. He touched his nose and wisely remained silent. As long as you know what you're doing, he said casually, audacity knows no bounds. To engage in such affairs while being with Mr. Gu is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Mr. Gu. He yearned to storm inside, to forcefully separate those men who dared to encroach upon Ms. Ren, and to assert his dominance. However, he was restrained by the constraints of their existing agreement, fearing it would displease her. How could they dare to lay their hands upon her, those individuals of questionable character? Oblivious to the possessive gaze fixated upon her from the doorway, Ms. Shen reveled in the company of others while remaining vigilant over Ms. Ren. After all, she would bear the full responsibility should anything untoward befall her here. Ms. Ren, are you fond of them? Ms. Shen inquired, approaching and disentangling one of the men. If they do not suit your fancy, we can always find a replacement. There is a plethora of options available, and they shall all heed your every command. Ms. Ren felt as though she were spinning uncontrollably. Grasping Ms. Shen's arm for support, she whispered, I cannot imbibe any further, Ms. Shen. I wish to return home. With that, she rose to her feet and staggered towards the entrance. Hold on. Ms. Shen, shaking off the male model, attempted to pursue Ms. Ren, but her inebriated state hindered her, causing her to lose sight of Ms. Ren upon exiting. She fumbled for her mobile device to contact her. Meanwhile, Ms. Ren, upon reaching the doorway, collided with a man approaching from the opposite direction. Ms. Ren? A hesitant male voice echoed in her ears. Ms. Ren, with a touch of sluggishness, lifted her gaze to meet the astonished eyes of Mr. Su. What brings you here? The latter cast a glance around, failing to spot any familiar faces. Are you drunk? Should I escort you home? No need. Even under the influence of alcohol, Ren Zi maintained a degree of vigilance. She took a step back, her footing unsteady as she stood her ground, gazing intently at Su Hanyan for a few seconds before speaking. I can return home by myself, please do not touch me. I am perfectly fine. Very well, you may go home alone, but allow me to see you out, if you will. A fleeting shadow of intensity flickered in Su Hanyan's eyes as he prepared to grasp Ren Zi's arm, only to be thwarted by an arm that intruded unexpectedly. Su. What do you intend to do? Xi Qing had appeared behind Ren Zi, encircling her waist and drawing her into his embrace, his voice frigid. She just stated her unwillingness to accompany you. Chapter 83, I am drunk, but I am only pretending. This matter concerns only Ren Zi and me. Su Hanyan glared at the suddenly materialized Xi Qing, feeling a surge of anger at the disruption of his intentions. Her relationship with you is merely that of a superior and subordinate. Does your current behavior not strike you as inappropriate? A mere superior-subordinate relationship? Xi Qing's gaze fell upon the woman nestled against his chest, her eyes closed in tranquil repose, her disheveled hair partially veiling her face, lending her an air of innocence. He recalled the two male models that had just made an entrance in the private room and inwardly cursed their heartless demeanor. Observing Gu's silence, Su Hanyan assumed he had rendered him speechless and, feeling a sense of triumph, declared, I kindly ask you to relinquish Ren Zi to me. She is my junior. And in terms of our connection, I undoubtedly hold a closer bond than you do. The desires of a man are unmistakably revealed in those eyes. He stepped forward, intending to take Ren Zi, but was deftly sidestepped by Xi Qing, whose gaze remained indifferent as he fixed his eyes upon him. Mr. Gu. What do you mean by this? Su Hanyan's expression gradually turned icy as he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Is your current behavior considered taking advantage of someone in distress? As he sensed Su Hanyan's defenses crumbling, Xi Qing's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he casually replied. It is actually Mr. Su who is taking advantage of the situation. Ren Zi is indeed your junior, but from what I understand, your relationship is not as intimate as you claim, it merely borders on acquaintanceship. Su Hanyan's eyes darkened, his aura growing increasingly formidable, fingers tightly clenched into fists, barely containing his ire. He pressed on aggressively, Mr. Gu. Ren Zi was previously your nephew's fiancé. Are you not concerned that others might spread unflattering rumors about this? Xi Qing paid him no heed, leaning down to plant a kiss on Ren Zi's face, then calmly turned his gaze towards Su Hanyan. My relationship with her is not as simplistic as you presume, he remarked nonchalantly. Refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts, lest you provoke me to take action against you. Ren Zi opened her eyes, drowsily searching for the figure before her. Just when Su Hanyan anticipated she would recognize Xi Qing and push him away, she nestled back into the man's embrace, contentedly rubbing her cheek against him. Is their relationship truly that of mere superior and subordinate? Observing Ren Zi, Su Hanyan's mind replayed Xi Qing's recent words, instigating a nascent doubt regarding his own convictions. Was she, perhaps, entwined with Gu Ningsu solely to exact retribution upon her and the Gu family? Gu, what exactly is transpiring between you and Ren Zi? He intercepted Xi Qing, his tone frigid, endeavoring to extract a definitive response. Remove yourself from my path. Xi Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Hanyan, his stalwart arm encircling Ren Zi more intimately. I shall not reiterate myself. Ling Ran is hardly equipped to contend with the Gu Corporation. With that, he strode away. Ren Zi in his arms. Su Hanyan remained in his wake, only realizing after a brief pause that he had been threatened. Xi Qing deposited Ren Zi into the vehicle, taking the adjacent seat. The car's heating system was activated, yet the inebriated woman's brow remained furrowed, her slumber restless as she gradually leaned against Xi Qing. His gaze descended, unsurprised to find her alabaster waist exposed, the porcelain skin inciting a plethora of thoughts. Xi Qing discerned a disquieting shift in his own psyche. He regarded Ren Zi as his own, resenting any proximity she might share with others. She was to be his alone. Indeed, he felt an urge to defile her, to indelibly stake his claim. Chen Han, driving, maintained a profound silence. Moments later, the car halted before the Gu residence. Xi Qing opened the door, lifting the woman in his arms and proceeding towards the villa. Xiao Yun, upon witnessing their return, exclaimed, "Madam, what has befallen you? Has she been out drinking?" She approached, detecting the potent scent of alcohol. "I shall prepare the hangover remedy at once. Sir, please escort Madam upstairs, I will join you shortly." After speaking, she hastily made her way towards the kitchen. Xi Qing led Ren Zi upstairs, and soon after, Xiao Yun arrived. Once the man had stepped aside, she patiently and meticulously wiped Ren Zi's body clean, before dressing her in soft, comfortable pajamas. "Sir, the hangover soup," Xiao Yun said as she returned from downstairs, handing a cup to Xi Qing, feeling somewhat troubled. Given Madam's current state, she might not willingly consume it. Xi Qing nodded, signaling for her to leave. "Zi, drink some water." He gently supported Ren Zi's shoulder, lifting her from the bed. "Even a little will do, otherwise you will feel unwell tomorrow." If Du Sifan were present, he would surely regard Xi Qing with incredulity, having never witnessed him in such a nurturing light. Ren Zi, in a daze, opened her mouth slightly, sipping the hangover soup with an obedient demeanor that made it hard for Xi Qing to be harsh with her. What a good girl, so well behaved even when intoxicated. After she finished the soup, Xi Qing noticed some moisture lingering on her lips and gently wiped it away with his fingertip. "I am not completely drunk." After some time, Ren Zi gradually became more aware, yet remained oblivious to her position in Xi Qing's embrace. Had she known, she would have surely sat up to drink the hangover soup herself. Xi Qing's shirt bore traces of spilled liquor, and Ren Zi leaned in to catch a whiff, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "It smells unpleasant, you've been drinking too." Xi Qing responded with a soft before adding, "Rest early, a drunkard must appear as such." "I am not inebriated." Ren Zi suddenly propped herself up, her hands resting on her knees, her entire being leaning forward slightly. The ample homeware possessed an excellent draping quality, allowing Xi Qing to clearly discern her porcelain skin through the neckline. His eyes darkened slightly as his Adam's apple bobbed. "I am cognizant that you kissed me just now." Ren Zi tapped her finger against her lip, gazing at Xi Qing with an innocent expression, as if she had caught him in the act. "I was conscious when you kissed me." Xi Qing raised an eyebrow, confirming that she was not completely intoxicated. "If you were not inebriated, why feign slumber?" His eyes were profound as he leaned forward, preventing Ren Zi from retreating by encircling her waist with his arm. "Were you deliberately leaning into my embrace in the car, Zizi?" He subtly raised his voice at the end, causing an unexpected palpitation. "No, that was not intentional." Ren Zi felt her throat parched. She attempted to distance herself from Xi Qing, but the man held her tightly. "The cocktail's after-effects are somewhat potent, but only for a brief period. I gradually regained consciousness later." She smiled again, "I cannot feign sleep indefinitely." It was only when Su Hanyan confronted Xi Qing that she vaguely perceived what was happening outside, but she trusted that Xi Qing would resolve the matter, which is why she remained silent with peace of mind. Chapter 84, I Desire You. Xi Qing, are you experiencing a physiological response? Perhaps due to the alcohol. Ren Zi spoke with an air of plausibility about many things that she could not normally express. Xi Qing's fingertips brushed against Ren Zi's lips, his deep, dark eyes fixated upon her. Under the dim, yellowish light, there was an air of languid allure about them. "Do you understand what you are doing, Ren Zi?" The man's voice was husky and low, as her delicate, soft hand rested upon his thigh, a blatant indication of his intentions. I know. Ren Zi's dark eyes locked onto Xi Qing's, knowing that an obligation of matrimony lay between them unless he desired otherwise. Or perhaps, was he incapable? No man could tolerate being deemed inadequate. Fully aware that she was provoking him, Xi Qing tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her closer. Do not beg for mercy later, he warned, as his hands continued their relentless exploration. The dark loungewear fell away from Ren Zi, revealing expanses of alabaster skin. Dazzling in its brilliance. Xi Qing gazed down upon her, his black eyes narrowing with desire that surged within him. As if he wished to drown her in the depths of his longing. He covered her with his body, plunging deep, eliciting muffled moans from her lips. Ren Zi. Zi, my sweet. The man's gravelly voice echoed in her ear incessantly. Ren Zi's eyes shimmered with mist, her forehead glistening with sweat. While the man above her grew increasingly fervent. Eventually, she was so exhausted that she could barely lift a finger. Xi Qing led her to the bathroom to cleanse their bodies, yet even in the bathtub, his desires proved insatiable, claiming her once more until she felt utterly spent. Barely clinging to the edge to avoid slipping away. He cradled her in his arms, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The following day, Ren Zi awoke feeling as though she had been run over by a vehicle. As she tossed aside the covers and her feet met the slippers. A wave of soreness surged from the roots of her legs, rendering her incapable of walking. Her neck and body were adorned with a myriad of hickeys. To put it bluntly, Xi Qing had behaved no differently than a dog the previous night. She managed to rummage through her wardrobe and find 2 high-necked garments. Finally exhaling in relief once she confirmed the hickeys were concealed. What transpired last night? Xi Qing emerged from the bathroom, and upon seeing Ren Zi, his dark eyes narrowed. Next time I'm not by your side, you are forbidden from drinking outside. Furthermore, the incident with the male model must not recur. Perhaps due to their prior intimacy. His words began to take on an assertive tone. That was arranged by Yao Yao. Ren Zi hesitated to meet Xi Qing's gaze, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness. Last night had merely been an accident, she had been overly elated. Xi Qing could discern the reason for her joy without her uttering a word. Next time you wish to celebrate, take me along. The man approached, his body infused with the same scent of shower gel as hers. As he grasped her chin and caressed it suggestively. Is there any discomfort? If not, perhaps take a leave from work today. No need. Ren Zi retreated a couple of steps and stated directly, in fact, I don't feel anything at all. Upon hearing her last remark, Xi Qing's expression darkened considerably. He was both infuriated and amused. Ren Zi stood frozen for a moment, finally realizing the inappropriateness of her previous words. Zi, we have ample time ahead of us. Leaning in close, his voice a mere whisper against her ear, Xi Qing murmured with a suggestive tone that proficiency comes with practice. Assuring her that he would ensure her utmost satisfaction in due course. Ren Zi, though, demurred internally, thinking that such intimacy was unnecessary. As her previous comment had merely been a jest. However, judging by Xi Qing's demeanor, she anticipated a thorough and exhausting encounter in their future. The mere thought caused a resurgence of soreness in her legs, a stark reminder of the previous night's activities. Descending the stairs, they were met by Xiao Yun, whose excitement was palpable. The sounds from the previous night had not escaped her notice, and she was genuinely pleased for Ren Zi. Madam, she chirped. Presenting a steaming bowl of tonic, I prepared this especially for you. It's excellent for your health, please, drink it all. Ren Zi noticed a similar bowl before Xi Qing, though its contents differed. What is this? She inquired. Xiao Yun glanced at Xi Qing before lowering her voice conspiratorially. Madam, just partake. It's full of nourishing ingredients that I procured with great effort. Both you and the master should replenish yourselves. Understanding dawned on Ren Zi, and she realized the intended purpose of the tonic. A chuckle escaped Xi Qing. While Ren Zi, avoiding eye contact, quickly finished her tonic before hurrying out of the villa. Later, at work, Ren Zi adorned her neck with a silk scarf. However, as she moved, the scarf loosened, revealing a telltale mark. The surrounding colleagues exchanged glances, but no one dared to broach the subject openly. Those who previously antagonized Ren Zi invariably met unfortunate ends, and they were naturally disinclined to suffer a similar fate. Inside the president's office, Chen Han was reporting on the project's progress. A particular project under his purview had received considerable investment from Xi Qing, yet it had not yielded substantial returns thus far, causing him to feel somewhat apprehensive and even steeling himself for a potential deduction in his year-end bonus. I understand. Maintain the current course. Xi Qing's voice resonated in the office, imbued with a gentle tone. The project's profitability is the primary concern. The precise amount of profit is beyond our control. So simply preserve the status quo and avoid any major conflicts. Chen Han lifted his head in astonishment, gazing at Xi Qing. Had he truly gotten off so easily? His boss had not been so amenable in the past. Is there a problem? Xi Qing inquired, his brow slightly arched, his tone casual. Did you perhaps expect a severe reprimand to satisfy you? Certainly not. Chen Han responded. After reporting on other matters, he departed from the office, still in a state of bewilderment. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed that his boss's mood was exceptionally buoyant, bordering on excessive elation. At midday, Ren Zi once again entered Xi Qing's office for lunch. She carried a stack of documents that she had obtained from Chen Han that morning, needing to expedite the process of analyzing the data contained within. Unable to spare time for eating, Xi Qing peeled shrimp and fed it to her. The atmosphere between them was remarkably harmonious. I can't drink anymore, Ren Zi said, averting her gaze from the documents. She realized that she had already consumed half of her meal, and she was utterly unable to drink the soup that had been placed beside her. She casually pushed the bowl of soup towards Xi Qing, intending for him to dispose of it. However, in the next moment, Xi Qing naturally consumed the remaining half of the soup, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety. Mr. Gu! Ren Zi exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she pointed at the bowl, somewhat conflicted. That was my leftover, you need not drink it. Given Xi Qing's character and status, such behavior was utterly unexpected. Surely, no one could compel him to consume leftover food. Is there anything unusual about it? Xi Qing set down his chopsticks and pushed the lunchbox towards Chen Han, stating, even if we are not a couple, we ought not to waste food. Yet, just previously, Mr. Gu, you would never accept leftovers from someone else's bowl. Chen Han interjected without hesitation, if someone else's leftovers were placed in front of you, you would likely have them discarded at once, let alone drink them. Chen Han. Xi Qing narrowed his dark eyes, casting a frosty glance in her direction. Is your salary too generous this month? The secretary's office is in need of a team-building event, perhaps we could deduct your wages for that purpose. Mr. Gu. I acknowledge my mistake. Chen Han quickly admitted, I should not have spoken out of turn. You are indeed a thrifty and diligent person. Seeing his demeanor, Ren Zi could not help but laugh. Madam. Chen Han looked at Ren Zi with a face full of despair, seemingly seeking her support. I was at fault just now, I didn't realize what I was doing when I pushed it over. Ren Zi reflected on her recent behavior, realizing that it bore a hint of arrogance. She softly remarked, allow me to prepare another bowl of soup for you. Xi Qing did not object. Ren Zi accepted the thermos from Chen Han, ladling fresh soup into a bowl before placing it before him. After their lunch, she prepared to pursue her projects. The secretary's office had new tasks assigned by Chen Han, while at the Ren Group, Ren Hangtian had sent her a message, entrusting her with several company projects. As for the projects at Ren's side, you may consult the cooperating partners. During their meal, Xi Qing had glanced over the documents she was reviewing, pointing out, the accounts between Ren Hangtian and them may not be entirely clear, you must be cautious of any hidden discrepancies. Ren Zi frowned, soon grasping his intent. She began her endeavors between the Ren and Gu firms, with Xi Qing frequently offering guidance, enhancing her understanding of Ren's situation. Ren Zi, this is our new intern. Chen Han noted Ren Zi's recent work activities, and with Xi Qing overseeing matters, he decided to recruit a new intern. The tasks at the secretary's office could be delegated to her. Chen Han's voice was gentle as he introduced the intern, her name is Chen Dandan. If any issues arise during her time here, feel free to come to me directly, and I will address them. Ren Zi nodded in acknowledgement. After Chen Han departed, she allocated some simple tasks from the secretary's office to Chen Dandan. Throughout the afternoon, Ren Zi remained focused on her remaining work. Sister Ren Zi. This is what I have arranged. Chen Dandan gently placed the documents beside Ren Zi's desk and remarked, as this is my first time organizing these files, please feel free to inform me if I make any mistakes, I shall rectify them. Ren Zi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise shimmering in her eyes. Although the task of organizing these documents was not particularly challenging, it was indeed quite tedious, and she had not anticipated that Chen Dandan would complete it today. Yet, Chen Dandan had provided her with a delightful surprise. As Ren Zi perused the documents, she discovered significant issues within, though they were merely minor discrepancies in data. This portion required amendments. Ren Zi pointed out one particular document and took a black pen to mark it, explaining that this content was intended for the subordinates' review. If the data were unclear, they might easily err. Chen Dandan obediently acknowledged this and promptly made the necessary corrections. "Alright, you may leave work for the day," Ren Zi instructed, having sorted the files and placing them aside. She regarded Chen Dandan with appreciation, stating, "I will handle the remaining tasks myself." Indeed. She was unlike the typical intern, she possessed discernment and approached her work with her own initiative, readily asking questions when faced with uncertainties. As Ren Zi prepared to clock out, her phone suddenly rang, the screen illuminating with the name Ren Hangtian. "Ren Zi, what about the remaining funds?" Upon answering, Ren Hangtian's anxious voice echoed through the line. "The amount you previously transferred to the company was not the entirety. The remaining funds also need to be put to use. Why has it taken so long for them to arrive?" "Uncle, there's no need to rush, I haven't fully grasped the intricacies of the Ren Corporation's projects yet." Ren Zi murmured, her gaze lowered and eyelashes fluttering delicately. "As I've already invested half the capital, you needn't fret about any delays in receiving the remainder. Once I've perused the remaining company ventures, I shall, of course, remit the funds." Ren Hangtian attempted to interject, but Ren Zi preemptively terminated the call under a pretext. She reclined languidly against the sofa back, her eyes half closed in contentment. The burgeoning assets under her control and the reclamation of her father's legacy filled her with irrepressible elation. Yet, that timepiece. A cloud of preoccupation settled upon Ren Zi's countenance. Ren Corporation. That wretched vixen. Ren Hangtian's impulse was to hurl his mobile device against the floor, but he abruptly arrested the motion mid-air. He could not afford to remain idle. With Ren Zi now in possession of all she desired, any potential reversal on her part would leave him utterly destitute. "Mr. Ren, you summoned me?" The assistant entered from beyond the threshold, responding to his call. "Procure a means of contacting Ren Zi, be it through collaboration with the Gu conglomerate or any other avenue. I must have an audience with her." Ren Hangtian's gaze bore into her with a somber intensity as he intoned. "Failure to accomplish this task will render your continued employment untenable. I harbor no tolerance for idleness." The assistant departed his office, her heart pounding with trepidation, and proceeded to contact representatives of the Gu conglomerate. However, regardless of the pretext she employed, she remained unsuccessful in arranging a meeting with Ren Zi. Ren Hangtian's disposition grew increasingly morose until, at long last, on the final day, Ren Zi initiated contact with him. "Ren Zi, you." "Uncle. I am here to transfer money to you." The voices of the two nearly overlapped, causing Ren Hangtian's curses to be swallowed back instantaneously. Ren Zi feigned ignorance of his pause and replied softly, "I have yet to finish reviewing the company's accounts. But considering you are my uncle and a part of the Ren family, I trust you would not tamper with it." Ren Hangtian's expression darkened. Increasingly convinced that Ren Zi was doing this deliberately. "She is fully aware that the Ren family is awaiting this half of the funds. ZZ. I truly appreciate your help this time." He uttered this almost through gritted teeth, for without your assistance, the company might have been taken over by someone else. Ren Zi interpreted this as gratitude directed towards her and hung up the phone only after confirming the transfer. "You have learned quite well." Suddenly, a teasing male voice emerged from behind her. Ren Zi turned around to meet a pair of profound black eyes. Her brows slightly raised as she watched Xi Qing approach leisurely. "Such small tricks in the business world, you have now adopted them quite adeptly." He lifted Ren Zi's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Is it because of your association with Chen Han that you have been led astray?" A hint of pride glimmered in Ren Zi's eyes. "Certainly not, this is positive energy. People seldom cherish what they acquire easily, I am merely imparting this lesson." Chapter 86, Rumors Are Harmful. Xi Qing relaxedly leaned against Ren Zi. The sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden halo around the two. The man's eyes held a blend of affection and resignation, while Ren Zi tilted her head back, smiling at him. The atmosphere between them was undeniably harmonious. As Xiaoyun passed by, she witnessed this scene, her heart swelling with contentment. This is how a couple should interact. Previously, whether as husband or wife, they had behaved like mere automatons. It is only now that they truly resemble a family. Ren Zi had become increasingly occupied, and it was a challenge to carve out time to attend Xin Jiyao's gathering. "Zizi, you haven't been spending quality time with me lately." She wore a white off-shoulder gown, her eyes expressing a plaintive accusation toward Ren Zi. "Regardless of how pressing matters at the company may be today, you must remain here with me. I won't let you leave easily." Ren Zi chuckled and nodded, feeling helpless. "You know how swamped I've been lately. I've specifically set aside this time." Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, she shot an apologetic look at Xin Jiyao. "Yao Yao. Let me just take this call. I assure you, I won't go anywhere, I'll be right here with you." Xin Jiyao huffed but, showing some understanding, permitted her to answer. "Hello, is this Miss Ren?" A gentle, unfamiliar voice came through the line. "Who are you?" Ren Zi furrowed her brow, her tone frosty. "If this is work-related, I'm currently on personal time. If it's urgent, you may contact my secretary or someone else. We are not here to discuss a collaboration." The woman promptly introduced herself. "I am Su Wan, daughter of the Tianke Corporation CEO Su. I wonder if Ms. Ren is familiar with me. My family is hosting a gathering soon, and we would be delighted to have Ms. Ren and CEO Gu attend." "The Su family?" Ren Zi's voice was quite audible over the phone, allowing Xin Jiao to hear the conversation clearly. "I apologize, Miss Su. But I am not authorized to make decisions on behalf of CEO Gu." Her expression turned cold, and she made an excuse to end the call. "I have heard of the Su family," Xin Jiao remarked. "They are known to be quite opportunistic, aligning themselves with whoever seems most advantageous at the moment. Why would they be targeting you? Could it be that your relationship with CEO Gu has been revealed?" Ren Zi shook her head. "I have been receiving numerous calls like this lately. These individuals were not genuinely interested in forming a connection with her, but rather capitalizing on her growing reputation in the business world and her string of successful projects. Their superficial social overtures masked the underlying interests of various companies. Furthermore, the invitation extended to Xi Qing made their intentions quite transparent. Their motives were glaringly obvious." Xin Jiao found it somewhat tiresome. "If I were them, I would focus on genuinely befriending you before suggesting any collaborations. Their approach suggests they believe your relationship with CEO Gu is not long-term. Hence their eagerness," Ren Zi concurred. Noticing Xin Jiao's displeasure, she gently pinched her cheek. "Don't worry, I couldn't care less about them." With exuberant intonation, she declared, "To me, you shall forever hold paramount importance. None can rival your significance assuredly, for I am the most exemplary," responded with a touch of vainglory, her countenance radiant with an ever-deepening smile. "Indeed, I am's firstborn and most esteemed daughter. None shall usurp my position by your side," concurred with pronouncements, indulging her until she was brimming with delight. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the CEO's office, a coterie of board members convened, poised to lodge their grievances. "What precisely is your intent?" Ever the instigator, initiated the inquisition, audibly striking the table for emphasis, for it is now widely disseminated that, although is ostensibly affiliated with, her principal endeavors are intertwined with, thereby diverting resources externally. Such was not the understanding to which we acceded during the prior assembly of the board, now harbored profound regret, as it was common knowledge that teetered precariously on the brink of insolvency. However, unforeseen investment had served to sustain its existence. "Uncle, the terms of agreement have yet to lapse," retorted, betraying no semblance of coercion. With a mere elevation of his gaze, he cast a frigid glance upon those arrayed before him. "Are the rumors circulating without verity? Surely you are privy to the actual state of affairs. Have you scrutinized the recent profit margins of ventures?" "Assuredly, we have," responded, his gaze momentarily faltering. He was indeed gratified by the aforementioned data. However, absent the involvement of, he surmised that his potential gains would have been even more substantial. Thus perceiving the situation as a direct pecuniary loss, has discharged her duties to the corporation with diligence and without engaging in acts of self-aggrandizement. Xi Qing reclined in his chair, his tone indifferent. "If you have any objections, feel free to convene another board meeting. We shall see how to address this matter then. However, I must advise you of one thing, do not let it come to a situation where all is lost." He turned to Chen Han. "Please escort them out." Upon hearing this, Chen Han stepped forward to usher the individuals out of the president's office. Before leaving, Miao Qingfei vented his frustration upon a nearby trash bin, delivering a forceful kick that left it battered and crumpled. Damn Xi Qing. If the stock market falls into the hands of such a person, what future awaits us? The following day, upon her arrival at the office, Ren Zi tidied her desk only to notice the peculiar expressions of her colleagues. It was evident they were sneaking glances at her, yet, whenever she looked their way, they would avert their gazes as if struck by an electric shock. Feeling unsettled, she eventually visited the restroom, where she discovered the reason behind their behavior. Standing in a stall, she overheard the gossip directed at her. Have you heard? Director Miao had a confrontation with President Gu, allegedly over Ren Zi's departure from the company. I was right outside the door, and Director Miao looked quite displeased. But tell me, why is Ren Zi's project progressing so smoothly? I heard the counterpart as CEO was initially unwilling to cooperate, yet once Ren Zi intervened, they immediately agreed to continue. What could it be? Surely, it's merely some underhanded tactics. And what about the kiss mark on Ren Zi's neck? She thought we were oblivious. With a cold expression, Ren Zi listened to their chatter until she could bear it no longer. Then she pushed open the door and stepped out. A few individuals leaning against the sink were startled by a tremendous noise, and upon seeing Ren Zi emerge, they froze in place. An atmosphere of awkwardness began to permeate the air. Continue speaking, Ren Zi urged, as she pushed one of them aside and slowly washed her hands. Her gaze cast downward. In this company, projects are always conducted with fairness and transparency. If you have any doubts, you are welcome to report me for investigation, rather than gossiping behind my back. Such behavior only serves to illustrate your own incompetence. Chapter 87, Consequences of One's Own Actions. The group exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Miss Ren, we didn't mean it that way, one finally stammered. Ren Zi recognized the speaker as Wang Yuan, the first person to extend a friendly gesture when she joined the secretarial office. With an awkward smile, Wang Yuan explained. It's just that everyone in the company has been spreading this rumor, and we were merely discussing it privately. It wasn't intentional. Ren Zi was acutely aware of their motivations. Their current display of weakness was merely a response to being caught in the act. If they did not provide a justification, they feared retaliation later. She retorted with a cold sneer, there is no need for such lengthy explanations. Since others in the company hold this belief, please convey this message for me. If there are any genuine suspicions, confront me directly rather than acting like cowards behind my back. The group nodded awkwardly and hastily retreated from the scene. Upon returning to her own station, Ren Zi noticed Chen Han hastily exiting Xi Qing's office. What happened? She inquired. Catching Chen Han by the arm, is there something wrong? Does it concern me? Reflecting on the news she had just overheard in the restroom, a sense of unease washed over her, fearing she might inadvertently cause trouble for Xi Qing. It has nothing to do with you, madam. Chen Han glanced around before lowering her voice. Young Master Gu has broken off his engagement. Sir has asked me to visit the Gu family now. Ren Zi released her grip, instantly comprehending his purpose. Though Xi Qing maintained a public connection with the Gu family, he nonetheless had to return to fulfill certain formalities. She approached the office door and gently tapped twice. Come in. The man's deep voice resonated from within. Ren Zi pushed the door open, encountering his slightly fatigued expression. Will Gu Ningxu's broken engagement affect the Gu Corporation? After all, he is still a member of the Gu family, no matter how you look at it. Do not worry about that, I can handle it. Xi Qing extended his hand towards Ren Zi, pulling her into his embrace as she drew near. Speaking in a low tone, there has been much speculation within our circle regarding his broken engagement, so refrain from paying attention to external news for the time being. Ren Zi nodded, her fingers unconsciously entwining around his tie, oblivious to the deepening hue in his gaze. In the next moment, he grasped her chin and kissed her. Their breaths intertwined. Xi Qing held her waist, drawing her closer, as if wishing to merge her essence with his own. Ren Zi managed to retain a fleeting moment of clarity. She raised her hand to push Xi Qing away, attempting to steady her rapid breaths. No, this is the office. Someone could walk in at any moment. I do not wish for anyone to witness us in this state. His gaze deepened as his fingertips gently caressed her lips, coaxing a delicate blush to surface. Torment me, then, he murmured, the possessiveness he had long suppressed now unleashed. He resolved that she would be his, irrevocably. That afternoon, The routine meeting was fraught with tension. Beginning with a precipitous drop in share prices, S. countenance grew increasingly severe. The attendees were on edge, each reluctant to draw his ire. "Do you not intend to offer an explanation?" he demanded, his gaze sweeping across the table, his voice laced with a chilling edge. "Are you not ashamed that your personal affairs have impacted the company?" He sat regally, his impeccable black suit lending him an air of cold authority. The buttoned-up collar hinted at a rigid self-control. "If you cannot manage your own affairs, how can you hope to inherit the business? Has all of the family's education culminated in this deplorable display?" "I apologize, uncle," responded, her voice subdued. "I acknowledge my mishandling of the situation. I assure you that such an incident will not recur. I am committed to my work." S. rebuke was pointed but brief. The others dared not breathe, fearing they would be next. After addressing, he assigned additional tasks, instructing to distribute the relevant materials. The meeting concluded swiftly, and the attendees filed out. Remained behind to tidy the table, unaware that someone lingered at the doorway until she turned. Upon the first glance at Gu Ningxiu, she wished to avoid any unnecessary conflict. "Excuse me, Mr. Gu, could you please step aside?" Ren Zi spoke with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. "There are other tasks awaiting me from Mr. Gu. And I must attend to them promptly." Gu Ningxiu made no move. He obstructed Ren Zi's path, his expression icy. "I have a question for you. Did you inform my uncle about the dissolution of our engagement? Why are you meddling in my affairs?" Ren Zi lowered her gaze slightly, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Are you not aware of your own actions? Is it your intention to force me out of the company?" Fury surged within Gu Ningxiu, erupting uncontrollably. "Let me make this clear, the Gu Corporation belongs to the Gu family. Even with my uncle's assistance, you shall gain nothing of value. It would be wise for you to relinquish those ambitions at once." "What ambitions?" Ren Zi lifted her eyes to meet Gu Ningxiu's, her tone laden with significance. "You should focus on your own matters. The CEO is fair and just, his scrutiny of you stems from your personal issues affecting the company. Have you observed the stock prices of Gu Corporation? Since the announcement of your engagement's termination, they have been in a continuous decline. Gu Ningxiu. The predicament you find yourself in today is a result of your own inadequacy." Gu Ningxiu's hands clenched into fists. Ren Zi's words pierced him like sharp icicles, relentlessly stabbing at his heart, leaving it in turmoil. "Even without this incident, your tenure at Gu Corporation would be short-lived. Your temperament has offended too many." Gu Ningxiu attempted to suppress his anger, reaching out to grasp Ren Zi's arm, pulling her close to him. The distance between the two was such that anyone who witnessed it would undoubtedly misconstrue the situation. "What are you doing?" Ren Zi furrowed her brow, attempting to break free from his grasp, only to find herself held even tighter, his body pressing against hers. "Zizi, the one I have always cherished is you." Taking advantage of the solitude outside the conference room, Gu Ningxiu tugged at her shirt, his hand gliding along the hem to touch her smooth skin. His eyes swirling with desire, yearning to claim her as his own at that very moment. "Let go of me." Ren Zi struggled incessantly. Gu Ningxiu was cautious not to overstep boundaries in that moment, lowering his voice. "If you obediently listen to me, I can offer you what my uncle can provide. Moreover, we share so many years of affection, I can assure you that my feelings for you surpass his. What is he even worth?" Ren Zi's piercing gaze cut through him like a knife, her voice frigid. "You could never compare to him." With that, she lifted her leg, delivering a swift kick to his most vulnerable spot. The conference room echoed with a cry of agony. Chapter 88, Do Not Overthink It. "You wretched woman." Gu Ningxiu lay on the ground in pain, watching Ren Zi, who appeared somewhat disheveled yet remained unfazed, and could not help but feel a seething hatred. "Do you truly believe my uncle holds any genuine affection for you? He is merely toying with you, and you have taken it to heart." His dark eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. "Only I, knowing your troubled past, am willing to accept you back into my life. I am disinclined to remain here and heed your discourse," Ren Zi articulated, evincing her vexation. "I have never stood in need of another's approbation. I possess the aptitude to thrive independently, and my existence is not contingent upon the presence of a male companion. Gu Ningxiu. I implore you to refrain from adopting such a sanctimonious mien in my presence, for you merely resemble a buffoon in my estimation." Gu Ningxiu's ire had been suppressed to its utmost limits. Irrespective of the circumstances, he was a scion of the esteemed Gu family, a lineage accustomed to an elevated position. Yet, he now found himself in a state of discomfiture before Ren Zi. Well said. The abrupt intrusion of a voice caused both individuals to halt in their tracks. Xi Qing, having noted Ren Zi's prolonged absence, had returned to seek her out, only to overhear the aforementioned exchange. He stood at a distance, his brow arched, his countenance betraying an air of amusement. Uncle. Gu Ningxiu clenched his fists in consternation. Ren Zi was originally betrothed to me. And had it not been for those unforeseen events, we would have been united in matrimony long ago, and conceivably have offspring by now. Xi Qing's visage assumed a frigid demeanor as he fixed his gaze upon him. You have stated it yourself, that was the original state of affairs. Gu Ningxiu. You appear to be oblivious to your present station. When you elected to forsake the Ren family and Ren Zi in times past, you relinquished any prospect of a return. Not everyone is disposed to remain stationary, awaiting your pleasure, particularly in light of the egregious transgressions you have perpetrated. Certain unwarranted inclinations ought to be expunged promptly, rather than articulated, thereby rendering oneself an object of derision. Gu Ningxiu was rendered speechless by the reprimand. Xi Qing approached Ren Zi, his voice laced with asperity as he rebuked, I trust there shall be no recurrence of this nature. Now, depart hence at once. Ren Zi heaved a sigh of relief, grateful for Xi Qing's timely intervention. Despite her recent tactical maneuver against, she was acutely aware that her physical stamina was no match for his. Furthermore, being in the workplace, any excessive commotion on her part would inevitably invite more unfavorable gossip. She couldn't afford to place herself in a more precarious situation. His countenance was ashen with rage. He couldn't fathom what possessed that would make his uncle, a man known for his aversion to women, so protective of her. Current influence was beyond his ability to challenge. So he had to endure this matter. Uncle, I understand my mistake. His eyes flickered subtly as he spoke with an air of gravity, however. Grandfather has already arranged for you to marry into the Xing family. Will not find happiness with you. Why can't you choose to let go? Why must you force her to remain by your side without a proper status? Was momentarily stunned, reminded of a matter she had forgotten. The engagement between and had not been explicitly called off, and the elder was clearly very fond of. In the end, they were destined to remain apart. I am doing this for your own good. Observing's expression spoke with smug satisfaction. Some things are not meant for you to aspire to. You should cut your losses in time. His indifferent gaze abruptly transformed into a piercing, blade-like intensity, the chilling aura penetrating the man before him. Before could speak, he interjected. What good are you doing for her? The Xing family marriage is something you all decided on, so you should be the ones to clean up this mess. I have never resolved to sacrifice my marriage. Gu Ningxiu, you and I are fundamentally different, do not presume to speculate on my thoughts so casually. With that, he grasped Ren Zi's hand and departed. Gu Ningxiu observed the entwined hands of the two, his gaze darkening, the chill in his eyes palpable. The figures of Xi Qing and Ren Zi gradually faded from his sight. In the office, Xi Qing seized Ren Zi's wrist, drawing her into his embrace as he reclined on the sofa. Ren Zi gasped softly, instinctively placing her hand on his shoulder. Mr. Gu, this is the company. Xi Qing gently caressed her wrist with his fingertip, delaying his response to her remark. Instead, he inquired, you seem unhappy, what troubles you? Why would I be? Ren Zi could not conceal the bitterness that lingered in her eyes. She succumbed to Xi Qing's myriad tender gestures, acutely aware of her gradual descent into emotional turmoil. Yet, they were not truly husband and wife, between them lay the barrier of a marriage contract. Once the agreement expired, she would have to leave of her own accord. Is it because of what Gu Ningxiu did just now? It is not your fault. Xi Qing mistakenly believed that Gu Ningxiu was the cause. It has nothing to do with him. Ren Zi gazed at Xi Qing with a mix of timidity and resolve, understanding that even in the absence of Miss Xing, there would still be Miss Wang or Miss Xia in the future, wouldn't there? She did not express this too bluntly, yet Xi Qing grasped her implication, his brow arching in curiosity. What are you daydreaming about? He encircled her waist, deliberately drawing near, his warm breath caressing her neck. Pay no heed to Gu Ningxiu's fabrications. Their notions have never been aligned with mine. The intimacy of their posture compelled Ren Zi to push him away. Refrain from addressing me in such a manner. Her hand rested upon his chest, even through the barrier of his shirt, she could discern the unyielding firmness beneath. Coupled with the memory of his sculpted abdomen, she felt a surge of heat coursing through her. Xi Qing gently pinched her chin, lowering his head to bestow a tender kiss. cognizant of Ren Zi's reservations. He refrained from further transgression. No woman holds significance for me save you. The man's voice was relaxed, his eyes imbued with affection. Your name graces our marriage certificate. Thus you alone shall bear the title of Mrs. Gu. I shall bear my responsibilities to you, preemptively avoiding any action that might cause you distress. You need not harbor any apprehension. A pang of bittersweet emotion resonated within Ren Zi's heart. These were the very words she had longed to hear. Yet the realization of Xi Qing's motivations evoked a sense of melancholy. His devotion stemmed from duty, not affection. Had any other woman been wedded to Xi Qing, perhaps they would have received the same assurance. But she was different. She had unwittingly succumbed to the allure of Xi Qing, finding herself unable to disentangle her emotions. I comprehend, Ren Zi responded with a forced smile, her eyes betraying a hint of sadness. Do not concern yourself with me. I was merely momentarily confused. Having uttered these words, she wisely refrained from further discourse. Regardless of their future trajectory, they are, at present, spouses and collaborators bound by a shared destiny. Chapter 89, Even a dog would reject your son the following day. News of Gu Ningxiu's annulled engagement to Ren Linwan permeated throughout the company. Zheng Duiqi made an unexpected appearance at Gu's corporation. Where is Secretary Ren? She inquired. Peering into the secretarial office, her gaze failing to locate Ren Zi. Chen Han, upon noticing her, felt a tremor of apprehension and was about to discreetly depart when she was hailed by Zheng Duiqi. Chen Han? Where is Ren Zi? Zheng Duiqi approached Chen Han. Her countenance adorned with a smile, seemingly amiable. I have pressing matters to discuss with her. Perhaps you could inform me of her current whereabouts? Madam, I am unaware of Miss Ren's location, Chen Han responded. Scarcely had Chen Han uttered these words when Ren Zi materialized behind Zheng Duiqi. He was on the verge of signaling her to abscond from this precarious situation, but his intentions were disrupted by an abrupt interjection. Secretary Ren, this document requires your ZZ. Upon hearing the voice, Zheng Duiqi pivoted, warmly greeting her. Where have you been? I came to your company in search of you. But I couldn't find you in the office. Do you have some time? Let's have a chat. Ren Zi, her gaze lowered, surmised that this was an unsolicited overture. Madam Gu, I don't believe we have anything to discuss. Indeed, we do, Zheng Duiqi insisted, grasping Ren Zi's arm and ushering her towards the exit. Unwilling to create an unseemly spectacle, Ren Zi acquiesced to her actions. In the CAF, Ren Zi stirred her coffee, her head bowed. Strands of hair swept behind her ear to reveal a delicate earlobe adorned with a lustrous pearl earring that accentuated her exceptional poise. As she lowered her head to sip her coffee, a glimpse of her fair neck was exposed, evoking a subtle thrill. Madam Gu, please feel free to express your intentions directly, Ren Zi remarked, unwilling to engage in idle conversation. I am currently at work, and an extended absence would be inappropriate. ZZ, are you aware that Ningxiu has dissolved his engagement with the Ren family's daughter? Zheng Duiqi inquired, scrutinizing Ren Zi's countenance. With a wry smile, she continued. When we arranged his betrothal to Ren Linwan, he was reluctant, expressing his desire to await your return. However, we dissented and compelled him to proceed with the engagement. Ren Zi raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. But the circumstances have changed. You are both unencumbered, and Ningxiu still harbors feelings for you. Is it not conceivable that you could rekindle your romance? Zheng Duiqi posited, her hopes buoyed. Ningxiu has preserved many mementos from your courtship. Should you two reunite, the elders among us would offer no objections. She had come to recognize Ren Zi's true capabilities. In a short span of time, she had regained possession of Ren's shares and reclaimed her ancestral home. Ren Hangtian and Ren Linwan were no match for Ren Zi. Moreover, she now served as Xi Qing's invaluable aide. With her assistance, Gu Ningxiu could undoubtedly bolster his position, and the Gu Corporation would inevitably fall under their dominion. What leads you to believe that I would desire to return to Gu Ningxiu? Leaning back in her chair, Ren Zi's gaze was piercingly frigid. Her very presence exuding a palpable and oppressive aura. For a fleeting moment, Zheng Duiqi felt as though she were confronting Xi Qing himself. You coerced him into an engagement. But did you also compel him to engage in a relationship with Ren Linwan? Ren Zi scoffed with a frosty derision. Ren Linwan may have erred. But that was merely a misjudgment in placing her affections on Gu Ningxiu. I was unaware that in their transgressions, the male party was to be absolved entirely. with the onus solely borne by the female. I beg your pardon, Madame Gu, but in my estimation, Gu Ningxiu is nothing more than a philanderer. And I have no desire to spend my life with such refuse. Ren Zi. Zheng Duiqi slammed her hand on the table, her eyes blazing with sudden fury. What do you think you are? Were it not for Ningxiu's enduring infatuation with you, do you believe I would deign to subject myself to your insolence? Ren Zi's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Fortuitously, the sentiment is mutual. With that, she rose to depart. Only to be arrested in her tracks by Zheng Duiqi's ensuing words. You are still unaware, are you? The patriarch has already arranged a marriage alliance with the Xing family. Zheng Duiqi enunciated through gritted teeth, a hint of triumph lacing her tone. Do you think I am oblivious to your machinations? Do you believe that by aligning yourself with Xi Qing, you have secured an infallible position? Those of us born into families such as the Rens are aware from birth that our purpose is to serve as instruments of matrimonial alliances. I would advise you to abandon such fanciful delusions. Ren Zi's fingers involuntarily clenched. A myriad of poignant emotions welled up within her, an aching lump constricting her throat. She felt as though she had been abruptly suspended in midair, unable to find solid ground beneath her feet. She had long been aware of it, had she not? Before marrying Xi Qing, she comprehended the impossibility of their union, thus, Zheng Duiqi's words held no significance whatsoever. Mrs. Gu was likely mistaken. Once Ren Zi had quelled the tumult within her heart, she lifted her gaze, asserting, I have arrived at this point through my own abilities. I possess only admiration for President Gu, I am merely compensated for my services. Should he marry, I would contribute a monetary gift. Zheng Duiqi glared at the individual before her, filled with resentment, yet powerless to act against her. This person was exceptional, no longer someone she could easily manipulate. I have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. After Ren Zi gathered her belongings, she departed, choosing not to engage in further conversation. Ren Corporation. President Ren, the two projects we previously lost have now sought to collaborate with us again. The legal department is in the process of drafting a new contract. The assistant reported the company's recent developments to Ren Hangtian. President Chen will arrive shortly. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ren Hongtian's eyes. So what if Gu Ningxiu had broken off her engagement with his daughter? The projects that rightfully belonged to him would still come to fruition. Half an hour later, Ren Hangtian met Chen Hao in the banquet room. President Chen, I truly appreciate your assistance. He stepped forward to shake hands, but was met with emptiness. His expression freezing for a few seconds. Chen Hao bypassed him and seated himself on the sofa. President Ren, it seems your relationship with Gu Corporation remains amicable. I have heard that your second round of financing was personally facilitated by President Gu. President Gu? Gu Xi Qing? Ren Hangtian was certain that Gu Ningxiu was not behind this. And given Ren Zi's close relationship with Gu Xi Qing, the answer was obvious. Our collaboration with you this time is also out of deference to President Gu, Chen Hao remarked. His words carrying a hint of admonishment. If you could facilitate a connection for us, that would be ideal. Otherwise, if any issues arise in this project, withdrawing investment would be a normal course of action, wouldn't you agree? Ren Hangtian responded sheepishly. He had no connection with Gu Xi Qing at all, and had previously been dealing exclusively with Gu Ningxiu, possibly earning himself a place on the latter's blacklist. But if he failed to meet their demands now, the opportunity within his grasp could easily slip away. Rest assured, I will certainly help you facilitate this matter, Ren Hangtian conceded through gritted teeth. My niece currently works at Gu's and has a good relationship with President Gu. With her assistance, I'm sure we can arrange a meeting with President Gu. Chen Hao nodded noncommittally. He was, of course, aware of Ren Zi and knew that some of Ren's shares were now in her name. Once Chen Hao had departed, Ren Hangtian promptly dialed Ren Zi's number. As he waited for the call to connect, he grew increasingly anxious. Did you need something? Ren Zi's indifferent voice came from the other end of the line. Ren Hangtian breathed a sigh of relief, but his tone remained imperious. Is that how you speak to me? Can't I call you if I don't need anything? If there's nothing, I'm hanging up, Ren Zi said, unwilling to engage with him. She moved to end the call directly. Wait. With a tone of discontent, Ren Hangtian stated, arrange for me to dine with President Gu. There are professional matters for us men to discuss. The commanding nature of his words was exceedingly unpleasant. Ren Zi, recalling the two projects that had recently slipped through her fingers, Immediately understood. Uncle, you're not being candid with me, she remarked with a hint of derision. If you wish for me to arrange a meeting with President Gu, you must first adopt a supplicant demeanor. Do you hold me in such low regard, yet expect me to assist you? Do you believe you are entitled to all the advantages in this world? Ren Hangtian felt a sudden chill, realizing his intentions had been discerned. Zi, in truth. His voice waned involuntarily, but before he could complete his sentence, Ren Zi interjected, this favor I cannot grant. Her stance was exceedingly firm, directly expressing her thoughts. President Gu, as a member of the Gu Corporation, has no obligation to dine with a stranger for the sake of Ren Corporation's affairs. It would be best for you to devise your own solution to the matters you have committed to. Ren Hangtian furrowed his brow. Ren Zi's wings had indeed hardened. Her current impervious attitude was truly vexing. Zi, I understand you disapprove of my actions, Ren Hangtian mused, sighing softly on the other end of the line. Regardless, Wan is still your cousin, is she not? Shouldn't you consider her situation? She is currently in a position where she requires the assistance of her family. What would become of her should something befall the Ren Corporation? Ren Linwan's ailment was of her own making. When she was awake, she often sought trouble with me. Why did you not intervene back then? Ren Zi said with a hint of self-mockery. Or is it that in your hearts, only she requires assistance while others do not? Without waiting for Ren Hangtian to respond, Ren Zi abruptly ended the call. 10 minutes later, Ren Zi ventured into the tea room and unexpectedly overheard a discussion among her colleagues. Did you really see her? Of course. The young lady from the Xing family is indeed remarkable. She managed to command the director's attention upon her arrival. I heard she has meticulously scrutinized the accounts. What about Secretary Ren? She is merely a pastime for the president during his moments of boredom. Choosing a spouse must be approached with caution. It seems Mr. Gu treats Secretary Ren differently. I've heard they've been dining together frequently. Could they have developed feelings? And what if they did? Such affluent families are bound by marriage alliances, emphasizing social compatibility. Ren Zi stood outside the door, her expression somewhat dazed. Xi Yuan has actually arrived at the finance department of Gu's company? She had received no prior information. Opting not to pour herself a drink, she turned back to her desk. Just as she settled in, she noticed Chen Han approaching her, his countenance rather grave. The senior management is convening. Here are the documents you'll need. Chen Han handed Ren Zi several stacks of papers, his tone urgent. The old master will be joining us shortly. There may be unforeseen issues during the meeting, but you must remain composed. Is the old master really coming to the meeting? With an air of astonishment, Ren Zi's countenance reflected her surprise. Since her induction into the company, she had been aware of the infrequency of Mr. Gu's appearances following Gu Shiqing's assumption of control over the Gu Corporation. The axiom that a company cannot sustain two individuals in positions of authority, lest conflict arise, was well understood. It was not until the commencement of the formal assembly that Ren Zi comprehended the rationale behind Mr. Gu's presence on this particular day. Occupying the seat previously held by Gu Shiqing, Mr. Gu gestured with a raised hand, enunciating that, having benefited from elite education abroad and successfully attaining advanced academic distinctions, Xi Yuan embodied the caliber of individual the Gu Corporation required. The concluding remark, laden with veiled implications, was directed toward Ren Zi, who, with decorum, lowered her gaze. The matter of the financial report served as a testament to her capabilities, underscoring the imperative for harmonious relations among all parties involved henceforth. Throughout the entirety of the proceedings, Mr. Gu lauded Xi Yuan's merits, an endeavor not lost on the sagacious attendees, each cognizant of his underlying intent. Mr. Gu is correct, Miao Qingfei concurred. Echoing the sentiment of the assembly, our corporation should indeed welcome individuals of Ms. Zhang's caliber, whose contributions will undoubtedly benefit the Gu Corporation and potentially augment the endeavors of Mr. Gu. The synergy between Mr. Gu and Ms. Zhang holds the promise of heightened efficiency in all undertakings. The assembly, in unison, proceeded to offer their commendations, each echoing Mr. Gu's sentiments. It was universally acknowledged that Mr. Gu's actions were designed to elevate Xi Yuan's standing, potentially positioning her as the future matriarch of the Gu family. Xi Yuan offered a gentle smile, her voice tinged with modesty. You flatter me. Having only recently returned to the country, my resolution of the accounting issues was quite fortuitous. I shall rely on your guidance in the future. Everyone present was acutely aware that such fortuitous occurrences were hardly commonplace, yet they betrayed no hint of this understanding. The matters concerning the finance department had indeed been handled commendably. Gu Shiqing's gaze did not linger on Jing Shiyuan. He leaned back in his chair with a leisurely air, his expression aloof and indifferent. Ms. Zhang's addition to the Gu Corporation is undoubtedly advantageous to us. The elder Mr. Gu regarded his youngest son in silence for a prolonged moment before speaking. In that case, let Xi Yuan accompany you in managing various affairs. Consider it an opportunity for the two of you to cultivate your relationship. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiqing scoffed softly. I merely stated that her joining the Gu Corporation was beneficial, not that I intended to keep her by my side. He fixed his gaze upon the elder Mr. Gu, his eyes glacial. I welcome Ms. Zhang's assistance at the Gu Corporation. However, I trust Ms. Zhang will maintain discretion and avoid causing any untoward incidents outside of work. A chilling glint flickered within Jing Shiyuan's eyes, though her countenance remained composed. Of course. I shall rely on your guidance, Mr. Gu. Her words were polite. Yet her gaze held a hint of disappointment, carefully calibrated. Any other man would likely find it difficult to remain resolute in the face of such a display. Alas, Gu Shiqing was an exception. Chapter 91, My Blessings to You. Does Secretary Ren have anything to add? Upon realizing he would not obtain the desired response from Mr. Gu, the elder Gu turned his attention to Ms. Ren. Ms. Jing will likely require your collaboration on numerous occasions. I am curious if you harbor any particular insights. Ms. Ren, with a cool gaze, responded, I possess no objections. Ms. Jing will be my superior, and I shall cooperate accordingly. The elder Gu, observing their shared stance, grew inwardly displeased. Following the adjournment of the meeting, Ms. Ren heard someone call out to her. Ms. Ren, might you be available for luncheon? I have a few professional matters I wish to discuss with you. Ms. Jing approached Ms. Ren, offering a radiant smile. Mr. Gu mentioned that I could consult you on any uncertainties I may encounter. I trust you won't decline. Was this an attempt to flatter her? Alas, Ms. Ren remained indifferent to such ploys. I am otherwise engaged during the midday hour, she stated directly. If it pertains to official matters, you may seek me during business hours. Lunch is my personal time, and I am scheduled to dine with Mr. Gu, thus it would be inappropriate. Ms. Zhang's smile waned, her gaze fixed upon Ms. Ren. She doubted Ms. Ren was oblivious to her veiled implications. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Ms. Zhang asked, her eyes icy. You are undoubtedly aware that the betrothal between the Jing and Gu families is a certainty, and my presence in the finance department is a consequence of this arrangement. Even if Mr. Gu harbors affection for you, his uncle holds sway over him, and he will eventually acquiesce. Ms. Ren, with lowered eyes, replied. That is a matter for Mr. Gu to resolve. Ms. Jing, allow me to offer a word of caution. The finance department is not an easy domain to navigate. Prudence is paramount. Your entry, irrespective of its nature, is of little consequence to me, as we must all prioritize the greater good. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Jing Shiyuan behind, her countenance contorted with resentment at the veiled barb. Did she presume to feign magnanimity? Once she was wed to Gu Shiqing, she would make it her prerogative to deal with Ren Zi. Chen Han, having merely returned to the conference room for a forgotten document, inadvertently overheard their exchange. Upon his return to Gu Shiqing's office, he relayed the conversation with unwavering accuracy. Madam has undergone a significant transformation, he remarked, adding wistfully, in times past, she would have been incapable of uttering such words. Indeed, Gu Shiqing responded, reclining against his chair, his gaze profound and glacial. Yet his countenance betrayed a sense of satisfaction with Ren Zi. Maintain a close watch on Jing Shiyuan's activities during this period, he instructed, his spirits buoyed, yet mindful of his responsibilities. The elder holds faith in her, but the affairs of the company are not hers to dictate. Ensure she does not disrupt that which should remain undisturbed. Chen Han acknowledged with a nod, and after delivering his remaining reports, he excused himself from the office. At the midday meal, Ren Zi punctually entered the office. Chen, if you would be so kind as to excuse us? She inquired. Taking a seat opposite Gu Shiqing and directing a soft-spoken request to Chen Han, I have matters to discuss with Mr. Gu in private, and would appreciate the discretion of a private space. Chen Han instinctively glanced at Gu Shiqing, who nodded before exiting the office. What do you wish to convey? Perhaps due to his prior knowledge of her conversation with Jing Shiyuan, Gu Shiqing's tone unconsciously softened. You need not worry about the company's affairs. Even if the old man sends someone in, the project's progress will remain unaffected. Ren Zi's eyes sparkled as she regarded Xi Qing. I am not concerned about the project. I merely wish to express that if you decide to pursue a marriage alliance with the Qing family, you need not consider my feelings. Our relationship has always been contractual. And I shall not mention our previous engagement to anyone. I can see that Miss Qing is quite fond of you, she likely would not mind your second marriage. Her words, though spoken with nonchalance, belied the discomfort she felt within. Xi Qing observed the individual before him, the warmth in his gaze gradually dissipating. Do you think Xing Shiyuan is a suitable match? Ren Zi misinterpreted his inquiry as an indication that he had already placed her in his considerations. Suppressing her discomfort, she replied softly, a marriage ought to be of equal standing. Although Jing Duiqi may have committed wrongdoings in the past, it is uncertain whether they are linked to the Jing family. With her assistance, you could more swiftly uncover information from that era. Xi Qing felt a twinge of displeasure within, yet maintained an impassive demeanor. You have a point. His voice was cool, yet he added. The Jing family is not a necessity for my considerations. We cannot definitively ascertain that the circumstances surrounding my mother's death are unrelated to them, further evidence is required. And the current pace of investigation is too sluggish. Moreover, the fact that Jing Shiyuan has entered Gu Corporation suggests that my influence within the company remains insufficient. I shall assist you. Ren Zi gazed obediently at Xi Qing, expressing her loyalty. You have assisted me greatly with the matters concerning the Ren family. And since I offered to help you investigate the events surrounding Madame Gu, I will always stand by your side. However, the essence of her sentiment was not as straightforward as it appeared. Xi Qing regarded the individual before him, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Perhaps it was best to take things slowly. He believed that, eventually, Ren Zi would come to comprehend the underlying truths. After the meal, Ren Zi returned to her seat and reached for her phone, dialing Shen Jiyu's number. ZZ? What's the matter? The voice on the other end sounded drowsy and bewildered, as if still enveloped in slumber. Why are you calling me during the day? Is something wrong? Ren Zi glanced at the time and softly replied, I need your assistance with something. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiyu became more alert. She sat up in bed, tossed aside the covers, and took a sip from the glass of water on her nightstand before asking, what is it? Are Gu Ningxiu and the others causing you trouble again? What do you need me to do? No. I would like you to help me investigate why Gu Ningxiu was involved with Ren Linwan back in the day. Ren Zi tapped her fingers lightly on the table, piecing together the events of the past. I suspect that the reasons behind their relationship are far from simple. Even when I was imprisoned, Gu Ningxiu sought me out. It doesn't make sense for him to be with Ren Linwan upon his release. There must have been some clandestine arrangement between them. Shin Jiyu felt a surge of excitement. Prior to Ren Zi's suggestion, she had never contemplated the situation from this perspective. Rest assured, ZZ. I will take care of this matter. Upon securing her consent, Ren Zi felt relieved, as she knew of no one else besides Shen Jiao capable of investigating the events of yesteryear. Furthermore, she gently inquired, could you delve into the reasons behind Ren Lin's mental illness? Over the years, Ren Hangtian and the others have meticulously concealed her medical history. However, judging by Jing Duiqi's reactions, it seems they were privy to this matter all along. Given Jing Duiqi's disposition, she would have exposed this long ago, rather than waiting until now to dissolve the engagement. Chapter 92, His desire for her in the ensuing days. Ren Zi diligently adhered to her work routine. Xing Shiyuan, for her part, seemed preoccupied with other matters, perhaps deeming it unnecessary to seek further conflict with Ren Zi. ZZ, I've had someone investigate. And it appears that Ren Lin was admitted to a hospital shortly after your imprisonment. Shen Jiao's message flashed across Ren Zi's screen as she organized project documents. Responding to the text, she inquired, do you know the reason for her hospitalization? Shen Jiao, seemingly vigilant by her phone, promptly initiated a call. I am unaware of the specific cause of her hospitalization. However, her voice sounded somewhat distorted. Ren Lin proceeded to become engaged to Gu Ningxiu immediately upon her discharge. I have contacted several individuals who attended their engagement banquet, and they recounted that Gu Ningxiu appeared visibly distressed, as if coerced into the betrothal. Moreover, despite their union, they purportedly engaged in separate dalliances. Ren Zi thoughtfully regarded the documents before her. In truth, were she to truly pursue an investigation, Gu Shiqing would be the most optimal choice. Some have speculated whether Ren Lin may have experienced an unintended pregnancy in the past. Shen Jiao. Having waited in vain for Ren Zi's response, directly stated, but if it truly is Gu Ningxiu's child, why would she choose to terminate the pregnancy? It seems as though the abortion was forced. Doubts began to burgeon in Ren Zi's heart. She replied, Yao Yao, I appreciate your assistance in investigating these matters. I will handle the rest myself. She found merit in Shen Jiao's words. Perhaps the decision to undergo an abortion was influenced by the societal stigma of an unplanned pregnancy at that time. After all, Gu Ningxiu was still her fiancé. The scandal of a life lost with her fiancé's cousin would undoubtedly tarnish the Gu family's reputation. After hanging up the phone, Ren Zi's thoughts deepened. Since coming of age, Ren Linwan had indulged in a reckless lifestyle, and Ren Zi was aware that the number of abortions she had undergone exceeded one. Her body, having suffered long-term depletion, was likely no longer suited for pregnancy. If she sought to bind herself to Gu Ningxiu, using a child as leverage would be most fitting. But what could be the reason? Why did Gu Ningxiu compel her to terminate the pregnancy? And why did she exhibit such a profound reaction following the loss of the child? After work, as Ren Zi packed her belongings, she noticed Gu Shiqing waiting outside for her. Mr. Gu? She exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Is there no social engagement today? He had appeared exceedingly busy not long ago. Gu Shiqing stood by the elevator, pressing the button with a cool demeanor as his gaze fell upon her, his voice low and somber, having completed my obligations. I thought it fitting to accompany you home for a meal. Was it merely to share a meal with her? Ren Zi felt a stir of emotions. A warm wave rising within her heart, only to be swiftly subdued. She had not forgotten that their marriage was solely out of obligation. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Ren Zi murmured, concealing the emotions in her eyes as she briskly entered the elevator. Even as Gu Shiqing stood beside her, she couldn't help but steal glances at the man beside her, that familiar flutter in her heart resurfacing. They returned home in unison, where Xiaoyun had thoughtfully prepared dinner, discreetly giving them space. Throughout the meal, Gu Shiqing made several attempts to initiate conversation, but Ren Zi skillfully evaded them. She finished her meal expeditiously and retreated to the study upstairs. Sir, has Madam finished eating? Xiaoyun had intended to inquire if they desired dessert, but discovered that Ren Zi was no longer at the table. Gu Shiqing's eyes darkened, and an aura of coldness enveloped him. Realizing she had perhaps spoken out of turn, Xiaoyun cautiously cleared the table and retreated to the kitchen. Gu Shiqing pushed open the door to the study, his gaze immediately drawn to the earnest figure seated at the desk. Do you require assistance? He inquired. He approached Ren Zi from behind, his eyes falling upon the books on her desk, all related to company operations. Some of the concepts in these books may lack clarity. Perhaps it would be more beneficial to examine the actual operations of a project. Ren Zi looked up, her gaze meeting Gu Shiqing's, causing her breath to hitch slightly. The man had apparently just showered, having changed into a pure white, vertically striped loungewear set. The sleeves were folded twice, revealing a small portion of his firm forearm. His hair was slightly damp, with strands clinging to his forehead, adding a touch of gentleness to his countenance. He exuded an aura of domesticity. No, thank you. Ren Zi, momentarily flustered, redirected her attention back to the book. I will merely glance at it. Should any confusion arise, I will contemplate seeking Chen Han's counsel. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiqing's dark eyes narrowed dangerously. He stood there, composed, yet Ren Zi still intended to consult Chen Han. Meanwhile, Chen Han, peacefully slumbering on his bed, inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, as if being scrutinized by some unseen gaze. There was no need for such urgency. Gu Shiqing pressed his fingers against her book, his voice low and firm. Recently, you have not been resting properly. Learning is a gradual process. Forcing yourself may not yield beneficial results. Ren Zi slowly withdrew her book, her gaze defiantly meeting his. But I must grow swiftly. Only then can I assist you in reclaiming Gu Corporation. Once uttered, her words were a commitment she intended to fulfill. After speaking, she lowered her head, refocusing on the pages before her. Gu Shiqing leaned against the table, a hint of coldness brewing in his eyes, his lips pressed into a thin line. Intently observing Ren Zi. Did she work so diligently merely to escape him? Ah. Out of the corner of her eye, Ren Zi had been discreetly watching Gu Shiqing when suddenly, he swept her up in his arms. she gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Where are we going? Xi Qing lowered his gaze upon her, his voice slightly husky. I see you are not fatigued. How about we engage in other pursuits for the time being? Ren Zi was momentarily taken aback. In the ensuing moment, she found herself pinned beneath him, her seemingly boneless wrists captured and placed upon the waistband of his trousers. Assist me in disrobing, uttered, his voice a husky murmur. Mr. Gu. A palpable tension gripped, her hands trembling involuntarily. Disregarded her apprehension, instead seizing her chin. And then, with unrestrained fervor, he assailed her with a kiss. This was the very act he had yearned to commit in his study. He desired to eternally keep this person by his side, yet she contemplated departing. Struggled to catch her breath, raising her hands to brace against his shoulders. Feebly attempting to push him away. Rasped, seizing her hand and bending to nip at her earlobe, his voice laden with profound emotion. Succumbing to his enticements. Proactively entwined her arms around his neck, meeting his advances with ardent intensity. Throughout the night, relentlessly tormented her, and even as she pleaded for respite, he remained unyielding. Only intensifying his assault. Held no doubt that he genuinely sought to exhaust her to the point of demise upon the bed. Chapter 93, Is it a gift for your husband? The following day, upon awakening, discovered that had already departed for the office. Madam is awake? Who was tending to the plants downstairs, set aside her watering can upon seeing descend, and remarked. The master instructed that he arranged a leave of absence for you from the company, so that you may repose comfortably at home today. Paused, taken aback. Retrieving her mobile phone, she verified that had indeed approved her leave in the company's system. Upon realizing that she was free from work obligations, a wave of relaxation washed over her. Seated beside the dining table, a sudden ache coursed through her lower back and abdomen, prompting Ren Zi to furrow her brow in discomfort. Unable to resist, she reached out to massage the area gently. Last night, Xi Qing seemed to be in a fit of anger. Despite his actions remaining tender, the fervor with which he had engaged her was overwhelming. The sound of a message notification jolted her from her reverie. It was a text from an unfamiliar number. Secretary Ren, I heard you took a leave today. How is your health? If you're feeling unwell, you can rest at home for a while. I can help shoulder some of your work responsibilities at Xi Qing's side. The signature at the end read Xing Shi Yuan. Ren Zi stared at the name for a couple of seconds before turning off the screen and picking up the spoon beside her to focus on her breakfast. Xing Shi Yuan was indeed well-meaning, however, her intentions were too overt. It seemed she was eager to oust Ren Zi from Gu's company, which sometimes led to overstepping boundaries. After finishing her breakfast, Ren Zi decided to respond. No need, I'm not facing any significant issues. Thank you for your concern, President Xing. As for my work, if President Gu is willing to let you take over, I have no objections. Ren Zi deftly passed the ball back to Xi Qing, challenging Xing Shi Yuan to approach him directly about the matter. Reluctant to squander her rare day off at home, she contemplated calling Shen Zhiyao. Upon hearing Ren Zi's suggestion of going out shopping, Shen Zhiyao was instantly invigorated. Of course, I want to go. It's been ages since we last enjoyed an outing together. If you invite me, I'm definitely in. After Ren Zi relayed the time and place, she prepared herself and headed out. The two friends met at the entrance of the shopping mall. Adorned with a baseball cap that concealed her unembellished countenance, and clad in an ensemble of leisurely attire, Shen Zhiyao affectionately linked arms with Ren Zi. What is it you wish to procure? Upon entering, Ren Zi's attention was immediately captured by an adjacent counter. She advanced towards it, suggesting, let us peruse the cufflinks. Cufflinks? Shen Zhiyao echoed, tilting her head inquisitively towards Ren Zi, her brow arching with playful jealousy. So, this outing was not solely motivated by a desire for my company, but rather to acquire a gift for a certain someone. Zizi, such blatant favoritism. Enough. Ren Zi gently tapped Shen Zhiyao's forehead. You may also select a gift of your liking, and I shall settle the payment. Shen Zhiyao, now appeased, murmured contentedly. That is more like it. She could not allow herself to be outdone by Xi Qing. Ren Zi surveyed the cufflinks displayed in velvet cases, each exquisitely crafted. Yet none quite meeting the standard she envisioned. Perhaps we should examine that one. Observing her indecision, Shen Zhiyao nudged her arm, inquiring, what about that one? I believe your Mr. Gu would undoubtedly appreciate it. Ren Zi followed her gaze, noticing a pair of cufflinks showcased in the adjacent window. Their smoky gray apex featured luminous patterns, while the base was silver, subtly etched with black gold. These cufflinks were evidently distinct from those she had previously seen. This young lady possesses exceptional taste. The saleswoman, with her discerning eye, had perceived the extraordinary status of Xin Ziyao and Ren Zi from the moment they entered. These cufflinks were designed by an overseas artisan and are a limited edition. Although they command a higher price, their quality is unequivocally superior. Ren Zi gazed at it. Sensing a resemblance to the temperament of Xi Qing, marked by an aura of restraint and rigor. Noticing Ren Zi's shifting demeanor, the saleswoman seized the opportunity, suggesting that if it were a gift for her husband, he would undoubtedly appreciate it. Husband. Xi Qing was her husband. Hearing this term from a stranger for the first time made Ren Zi bite her lip, her ears warming slightly, as an unusual feeling stirred within her. She neither confirmed nor denied Xi Qing's identity. Just as she prepared to ask the saleswoman to wrap the cufflinks, a familiar yet uncertain male voice interrupted from behind. Su Hanyan, holding a small bag and evidently having just emerged from a nearby store, appeared somewhat surprised. What are you doing here? Are you buying a gift for someone? His gaze fell upon the array of cufflinks before Ren Zi, immediately recognizing them as men's styles. Who are you buying these for? Is it for Mr. Gu? Xin Ziyao, without a hint of caution, unwittingly spoke, only to be interrupted as Ren Zi seized her wrist, giving it a subtle squeeze. She fell silent instantly, casting an apologetic glance towards Ren Zi. Su Hanyan, oblivious to their exchange, pondered Xin Ziyao's words. Did her mention of Mr. Gu refer to Xi Qing? What was the nature of the relationship between Ren Zi and Xi Qing? Moreover, he had not overlooked the saleswoman's earlier remark, wherein she had inquired whether Ren Zi was purchasing a gift for her husband, to which she had offered no denial. It seems your relationship with Mr. Gu is quite commendable. S. gaze flickered subtly as he regarded Ren Zi, remarking, I had assumed your relationship with the Gu family had irrevocably fractured. It appears my assessment was inaccurate. Mr. Gu is distinct from the Gu family, Xin Ziyao interjected, sensing suspicion, further compounded by her own involvement. Has not heard the adage, direct your grievances to the source? If settling accounts is the objective, one must, of course, target the appropriate individual. Arched an eyebrow, refraining from further comment. This encounter is serendipitous. Should your midday schedule be unencumbered, might I extend an invitation to lunch? I happen to be acquainted with a rather exquisite establishment nearby, he proposed directly. Ren Zi hesitated, poised to decline, but Xin Ziyao promptly accepted. Ziyao. Ren Zi demurred, a subtle furrow creasing her brow, betraying her reluctance to share a meal with, particularly cognizant of his lingering affections. It's merely a meal, Xin Ziyao reassured, gently patting Ren Zi's arm. An opportunity to partake in a complimentary repast should not be squandered. Ren Zi regarded her with resignation, ultimately acquiescing. Subsequent to the ordering of their dishes, Xin Ziyao excused herself to the restroom. Ensuring her complete absence from his line of sight, turned his attention to Ren Zi. Your predilections appear immutable. Ren Zi paused momentarily, belatedly realizing he alluded to her habitual placement of objects. Habits, by their very nature, resist facile alteration, she responded casually. Indicative of your capacity for enduring affection. Ren Zi, I remain deeply appreciative of your past actions and have consistently held you in fond regard, even during my sojourn abroad. Conveyed with sincerity. If you find yourself encumbered at the Gu Corporation, perhaps you would contemplate joining our firm. I have heard that Mr. Gu's fiancé is currently at Gu Corporation, and I wonder if there might be any discord between the two of you. Chapter 94, A Query of Contact? Ren Zi cast a peculiar glance in his direction. No, thank you. Mr. Gu treats me with great kindness. And I have only recently become acquainted with the affairs of Gu Corporation. I fear I would find it unsettling to relocate. Her voice was exceedingly soft. Su Hanyan's eyes darkened. He reached for his glass, the veins on the back of his hand subtly visible. Mr. Gu treats you well, does he? The man's voice was somber, laden with intense emotion. Ren Zi, in light of what transpired in the past, you ought to maintain a degree of caution toward the Gu family. Regardless of how well Xi Qing treats you, he is still a Gu. Ren Zi's brow furrowed slightly, she preferred not to dwell on her personal matters. The next moment, Su Hanyan's hand covered the back of Ren Zi's hand, and he spoke with a touch of agitation, but I am different, Zizi. My affection for you is genuine. And I am the only one who is truly sincere with you. Ren Zi recoiled, swiftly withdrawing her hand. She regarded Su Hanyan with a cool gaze. A hint of anger present in her tone. You have overstepped the bounds. A wry smile graced Su Hanyan's lips as he fixed his gaze upon Ren Zi. A trace of distress flickering in his eyes. I am merely concerned for you. Ren Zi pursed her lips. If Xin Zhiyao had not yet returned, she likely would have risen to depart immediately. She stated tersely, I do not require your concern. If there was anything in the past that led you to misunderstand, I am willing to clarify, but I do not wish for a recurrence of what just transpired. Su Hanyan's gaze met Ren Zi's, and he clearly discerned the cold, sharp glint in her eyes, causing his heart to tremble. When Xin Zhiyao returned, Ren Zi rose immediately. Zi. I wish to go home now. Will you accompany me? Ren Zi interrupted Xin Zhiyao's words, adding, if you wish to stay, I shall leave first. I will go with you. Xin Zhiyao, unaware of the conversations that might transpire after her departure, instinctively followed Ren Zi. Zi, what has happened? After exiting the restaurant, Xin Zhiyao linked her arm with Ren Zi's and inquired, did Su Hanyan say anything to you? Ren Zi shook her head. It's nothing significant, Yao. I must return home now, perhaps we can dine together another time. Dining is a trivial matter. Xin Zhiyao had also misunderstood that Su Hanyan had something to discuss, which was why she considered joining him for dinner. Shall I drive you home? No need, I shall take a taxi. As Ren Zi spoke, she hailed a cab to return home. She had purchased the cufflinks she had previously admired, beautifully packaged in a gift box, and she wished to present the gift at the earliest opportunity. Upon arriving home, Xiaoyun informed her that Xi Qing would be returning for lunch. Ren Zi's brows lifted slightly as she settled at the door to await his arrival. The black Maybach glided in, and when Xi Qing alighted, he was met with the sight of Ren Zi patiently waiting, causing a certain part of his heart to sink like a siffle. As Xi Qing emerged from the vehicle, Ren Zi prepared to retrieve the gift she had meticulously wrapped from her pocket. However, her keen eyes noticed that he was wearing a different cufflink than the one he had left home with that day. What's the matter? The man inquired, draping his arm around Ren Zi's shoulders with a smile. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Ren Zi bit her lip, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. She was curious as to why he had suddenly changed his cufflinks. Was it a gift from someone else? Had his work proceeded smoothly today? Subtly, she probed into the status of the tasks at hand, contemplating whether the work documents she held needed to be dispatched promptly. Xi Qing sensed her unspoken words. Concealing the emotions flickering in his gaze, he adjusted his tie with one hand and replied, work has been satisfactory. As for your project, Chen Han is overseeing it, so there shouldn't be any significant issues. That's quite reassuring, Ren Zi stammered, her gaze lingering on Xi Qing. Moments later, as if steeling herself, she summoned the courage to ask, did Miss Jing gift you those cufflinks? I understand she met with you today. Otherwise, Xing Shiyuan would not have been privy to the knowledge of her illness. Upon speaking, Ren Zi felt an unsettling sense of being the legitimate partner